Chapter 1 Before the Flood Arrives. Attention, comrades. Attention, comrades. Attention, comrades. I am the head of the hydrological station. Phew. Villagers, please listen. Just now, our station head Zhao from the Yusha River Hydrological Station said that at 5 p.m. today, there will be a flood passing through here. Everyone should be alert and be prepared to retreat to the back mountain at any time. Tong Yue was startled awake from his nap by the voice from the loudspeaker. He opened his eyes and saw the old newspapers pasted on the ceiling. He suddenly sat up, looking at the various decorations in the room. There was a square table by the side, its color unrecognizable, and on it sat a wooden box, similarly faded. The box had some dents, exposing the whitewood underneath. On the somewhat darkened wall, there was a portrait of a great leader, and on the adjacent wall, several newspapers were pasted, which Tong Yue knew were to cover the peeling wall. Have I returned again? Back to the day the flood arrives? This is a rebirth. That he hurriedly checked his body and found his hands were nimble, his legs were still there, and he quickly jumped off the bed, picked up the round mirror on the table, and saw himself in the mirror, with a head of black hair and a somewhat youthful face. Ha ha, I've been reborn. Su Zhongli, you bastard. Son of a dog. This time I not only want to kill you, but also wipe out your entire family. In his previous life, when the flood arrived at Yusha River, he followed a few young men from the village into the river to fish out the debris washed down from upstream. He fished out a purple-black jewelry box, which contained a pair of gold bracelets, a pair of gold earrings, a jade hairpin, 2 gold ingots, and a silver ring. The village head, Tong Yue, immediately confiscated the jewelry box, claiming it should be handed over to the commune. Naturally, he was unwilling and argued why other people's finds were not confiscated, but only his. Did he not deserve to be called his uncle? Tong Yue was furious at his retort and ordered the militia to arrest him. During the struggle, he was beaten up by the militia and the jewelry box was smashed. He only managed to grab the silver ring, while the rest of the gold was snatched away by the villagers, only to be confiscated again by Tong Yue. Du Lingshuang tried to clear his name by continuously searching for evidence, but was deceived by her roommate into leaving university, leading Su Zhongli and his men to humiliate her, after which she committed suicide by jumping into the river. On one outing, he was ambushed and thrown into a sack, breaking his left arm and stealing the silver ring from his finger. Later, he graduated, and his teachers advised him to stay on at the school. After a few years, many colleagues introduced him to potential partners, but he could never forget Du Lingshuang and was uninterested in dating. After the reform and opening up, he often faced unwarranted oppression at school and didn't fare well, so he went south to seek his fortune. After several years of hard work, he achieved some success. At that time, he encountered Su Zhongli again, who captured him and subjected him to endless abuse and torment until he died. Before he died, Su Zhongli revealed to him, "Today, I'll let you know the truth. This ring of yours is a relic of an immortal. It needs to be bonded with blood to be opened. You fool, you didn't even know how to use the ring you possessed. Luckily, I've read the family's ancient texts and learned that this is a storage ring. When I opened the ring, it indeed contained cultivation techniques, jade slips, and spirit stones for cultivation that I have been cultivating all these years, and this year I finally reached the foundation building stage. To keep this secret from leaking, I had to kill you." Oh right. Du Lingshuang was also tricked into my hands after being deceived by her roommate, and I took her first time, huh? Thinking of this, Tong Yue clenched his fists tighter and took a while to calm down before wiping the sweat from his forehead, putting on his shoes, and stepping outside. The village loudspeaker had already been turned off. There was no one at home. Now his parents probably went out after hearing the loudspeaker. He had an older brother, an older sister, and a younger brother in elementary school that he held little status in the family, being the kind of person who was neither favored by his grandmother nor his uncles. His brother and sister were both married, and his sister-in-law often complained about him and his younger brother not working in the fields to earn labor points, grumbling at home over trivial matters. His parents were uneducated, having only attended a few literacy classes, but they learned to write their names. However, they were very dedicated to their children's education. As long as someone in the family wanted to go to school, they would pay for their tuition, no matter how hard or tiring it was. They never said they wouldn't allow them to drop out. His parents hoped that someone in the family would become educated or find a job in the county. Even if their children couldn't find work later, it would be fine for them to be a clerk or accountant in the village. At least they wouldn't have to work in the fields and could still earn labor points. His brother and sister both graduated from elementary school. Their age coincided with the time when the wind picked up. The elementary and middle schools of the commune were closed, and even the teachers were suspended, so naturally, the students wouldn't go to school anymore. Tong Yue scooped a ladle of water from the water tank with a gourd ladle, washed his face with it, and didn't dry it, just rubbed his face randomly. Xiaoya, the water will come soon. Don't go down to the river. Where's your brother? Where has he run off to again? His mother, Li Yuman, spoke first as she and his father, Tong Jingshan, entered the yard, while his father just winked at him without saying a word. Tong Yue immediately understood his father's meaning after going down to the river later. He mustn't let his mother find out, or he would be in trouble, and his father wouldn't. Help him. Mom, I just woke up. I don't know where Xiaoyong has gone. They'll go find him and bring him back, so he doesn't get close to the river. Tong Yue's younger brother was named Tong Yong, his brother was named Tong Jun, and his sister was named Tong Shui. Their names were given by their father, who had sought Tong Jingfeng, a teacher in the village, to help. That he said that having two character names would save a character when writing. Besides, it was a new society now, and there was no need to follow a family tree, though he didn't understand what that meant. Don't use looking for him as an excuse to go down to the river. He'll check you when you come back. His mother watched Tong Yue walk out of the yard, reminding him from behind. Anyone who went down to the river would leave a white mark on their body if they lightly scratched it with their nails, due to some mineral in the river water that would stay on the skin for a short time. Tong Yue didn't look back, just waved his hand, not taking his mother's words to heart. He knew that his mother was just saying it out loud and didn't really care about him. His mother only favored his younger brother Tong Yong. As the saying goes, the older son is the root of the family, and she was particularly attached to him. Ironically, his elder brother's family had no sons, only 3 daughters. After his younger brother Tong Yong got married, he had a pair of twin boys, and his mother was even more biased towards Tong Yong. As for Tong Yue, his mother didn't care whether he got married or had children. After he got into university, she became even colder towards him. People in the village gossiped, saying that after getting into university, he would never return to the countryside again. They couldn't count on this second son of the family. Chapter 2: The flood has arrived. When the villagers by the river saw Tong Yue approaching, they greeted him. Xiaoya, I heard you go to the educated youth point to study every day. Are you preparing to go to school? Xiaoya, listen to your uncle. It's better to work diligently in the fields and earn more labor points. Your family will get more grain after the autumn harvest. Don't think about those unrealistic things as studying that easy. Tong Yue listened to the villagers' chatter, smiling shyly as he did not engage with them, just like in his previous life. His studies at the youth station became a topic of gossip in the village. Whenever the villagers had nothing to do, they would talk about his education, and nearly half of them did not have high hopes for him, which was also one of the reasons his mother treated him poorly. Especially when he saw the young intellectuals studying and preparing for college entrance exams, he followed suit. The young intellectual he should be most grateful to was Li Jianguo, who not only frequently tutored him, but also lent him many books, telling him that only knowledge could change his life and destiny. This sparked Su Zhongli's greed for his ring, which led to Su Zhongli stealing it and eventually torturing him to death years later. As for the reason for his rebirth, he pondered a lot while on the road and could not think of a clear reason, ultimately concluding that perhaps heaven was unfair and thus allowed him to be reborn for revenge. That a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and deep-set eyes patted him on the shoulder. This man, Tong Jingning, was his distant uncle, and after the villagers watched the movie Lenin in 1918, they nicknamed him Fake Lenin. Tong Yue learned to swim from this uncle. He recalled that when he was about 5 or 6 years old, he followed his uncle to play in the Yusha River and almost drowned, which was when he first learned to dog paddle. Later, he learned backstroke, breaststroke, and other swimming styles from his uncle. Uncle Zhongning. Didn't Uncle Zhenghua shout on the loudspeaker not to let the villagers go into the river? Hearing Fake Lenin's words reminded Tong Yue of the conflict between their families. When the wind picked up, it was Uncle Zhenghua's father who reported Tong Jingning's father's involvement with the Kuomintang to the work team, leading to Tong Jingning's father being tied up and publicly criticized in several communes of Yi County, ultimately resulting in his decline and death, thus creating enmity between the two families. The flood is coming. Everyone step back. Someone suddenly shouted. Tong Yue retreated 10 meters with the villagers and saw small waves forming in the distance on the Yusha River. The muddy water surged violently, carrying various debris like wooden planks, cabinets, and boxes, all bobbing up and down in the water. Damn. Sanguzi, are you out of your mind? At least wait for the water to pass before going into the river. Wait for me. Splash. Another naked figure jumped into the Yusha River. Many villagers from the nearby villages went into the river to fish for things. Of course, whatever they retrieved was theirs, and no one would report their finds to the public. Everyone was hoping to make a fortune from the flood, and the commune could not manage it. The water surface near Yuhua village was relatively wide, and the terrain was higher, so it wouldn't be flooded. Every time there was a flood, the villagers were excited, seeing it as an opportunity to get rich, even if they only fished out a few wooden beams and rafters, which would accumulate to build a few houses, and at the very least, they could use it for firewood. The village had no other source of income. The villagers relied on farming for a living, and only during flood times did they have the opportunity to get rich. Later, with the country's management of rivers, this situation gradually decreased. By the 1990s, villages were hardly ever flooded. Even during the massive floods of 1998, the upper reaches of the Yusha River were not submerged. Since Tong Yue was reborn, he felt embarrassed to strip naked in front of the villagers. Just as he hesitated, fake Linen slapped him on the shoulder. Jump. What are you waiting for? If you wait too long, someone else will grab the good stuff. Splash, splash. Dozens of naked figures jumped into the Yusha River, including fake Linen. He also saw his older brother jumping in naked, while his younger brother gathered with his friends, looking like he wanted to jump in too. Xiaoyong, you can't go into the river now. Wait for this wave to pass before going in, or I'll hit you. Tong Yue warned his younger brother, and then stripped off his clothes and jumped into the river. With the experience from his previous life, he did not go after the floating wooden planks and cabinets. Instead, he began searching for that dressing table, which was where he had found the jewelry box in his past life, buried in the almost collapsing drawer of the dressing table. When he first entered the river, he felt a bit unaccustomed, but his instincts quickly kicked in. He soon adapted to the flow of the flood in the river. His 18-year-old body, though not very strong and somewhat thin, was still youthful. The river was filled with various pieces of furniture and debris, including porcelain basins, water tanks, bowls and chopsticks, ceramics, and large wooden basins. Anything that could float was there. Tong Yue dodged the wooden planks and larger objects in the river, and when he couldn't avoid them, he submerged himself in the muddy water, ignoring the dirt in his hair, focusing solely on finding that dressing table. While searching for the dressing table, Tong Yue casually observed the villagers fishing in the river, noting that about 100 people were currently battling the flood, dragging various furniture, wooden planks, and debris toward the riverbank. The women on the riverbank eagerly helped their men pull the items ashore, some even bringing tea mugs and wine bottles to their men to drink water or have a sip of alcohol, encouraging them to dive back into the river to fish for more. Dear, if you fish out a few more logs, we can build a house. Father of my child, if you bring up a cabinet, we can store our grain in it, and we won't have to worry about mice eating it anymore. Father, if you bring up a table, we won't have to squat to eat anymore. The women and children on the riverbank were busy moving things home, while the adults in the river were also busy fishing, creating a lively and bustling scene. After searching for more than half an hour in the river, Tong Yue finally spotted the dressing table. He immediately felt a surge of energy and swam toward it like an arrow fish swiftly darting through the water. Chapter 3. Finding the Jewelry Box. After drifting past Yuhua village, Tong Yue dragged the dressing table toward the riverbank. Minutes later, Tong Yue reached the riverbank, found a fist-sized stone, and smashed open the nearly collapsing drawer of the dressing table. Seeing the jewelry box inside, which was the same as the one from his previous life, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this life, he feared that someone upstream would come looking for the dressing table, so he smashed the joints with the stone, disassembled the dressing table, and then threw the wooden pieces into the river, letting them drift away with the flood. Only then did he feel at ease. When he opened the jewelry box, he saw that, just like in his previous life, it contained 2 gold ingots, a pair of gold bracelets, a pair of gold earrings, a jade hairpin, and that silver ring. He did not pay attention to the other items in the jewelry box, but picked up the silver ring first, found a small piece of broken stone, cut his finger, and let his blood drip onto the silver ring. Tong Yue immediately felt a connection between his mind and the ring. In his past life, when he was bored, he had read some cultivation novels and had heard Su Zhongli's words just before dying, knowing that this was how to successfully recognize the master with blood. On the upper layer of the rack, there were 3 short swords about half a foot long, several green robes, and a dozen or so jade boxes about a foot long and 4 or 5 inches wide. The lower layer contained a pile of stones of various sizes, approximately 200 to 300 pieces. He tried to wrap a spirit stone with his mental strength, just like in the cultivation novels he had read. When he pulled it outward, he felt something in his hand and hurriedly looked to find it was indeed the pile of spirit stones from the ring. Glancing at the sky, he noticed the sun had already set. He jumped back into the Yusha River and swam upstream towards Yuhua village, looking for a floating log to drag to the riverbank. There were basically no people on the riverbank now. The villagers were likely hungry after soaking in the water, and besides, no one would go into the river at night due to the legend of water ghosts that would emerge after dark. I found a log, I just dragged it over, and it's perfect timing that you came. Tong Yue didn't say much to his elder brother. After their parents passed away in his previous life, the two rarely interacted, and their brotherly bond had long since faded. You two are back. This beam is useful. It's Huanghua pine, so give it to your elder brother for building a house. Their father ran over to check when he saw the brothers carrying the log back. That I told you not to go into the river, and yet you did. You just make me angry. Sooner or later, they'll be happy if you make me die of anger. When his sister-in-law Lu Huiying saw the log, a smile appeared on her face. Hearing their father say to give the log to them, she quickly took an egg from her pocket and handed it to Tong Yue. Xiao Yu, have an egg to replenish your strength. You look so thin now. What do you mean giving eggs to those two girls? Give it to Xiao Yong, he's still growing. Their mother reached out to snatch the egg from her sister-in-law's hand. Sister-in-law was afraid of her mother's scolding. She was also worried about what the villagers would say about her being unfilial, especially since she hadn't given birth to a boy, which made her feel even less confident at home. She could only watch as her mother's hand reached out, not daring to pull back. At his age, he shouldn't be eating eggs. Why don't you look at how skinny you and there you are. Tong Yue snatched the egg from his sister-in-law's hand without looking at his mother's expression, peeled the shell, split it in half, and stuffed it into the mouths of his two little nieces. That don't eat dinner tonight. We don't have food for you at home, so get out. Their mother yelled angrily at Tong Yue when she saw him giving the egg to the two girls. Okay, you said it. I've long wanted to leave this home. After saying that, Tong Yue turned to walk out, but his father grabbed his arm. What's all the yelling about? Hurry up and eat. Their mother huffed when she saw that their father had stopped Tong Yue, then turned to her sister-in-law and said, Aren't you going to serve the food? Are you waiting for me to serve you? Sister-in-law quickly went to the kitchen and soon brought out the food: cornmeal steamed buns, a large bowl of pickled vegetables, and a pot of vegetable porridge. Tong Yue saw that the food at home was the same as in his previous life. That he knew his mother had saved a boiled egg for his younger brother, which she would secretly give him after dinner. He said nothing more, ate 2 steamed buns, drank 2 bowls of vegetable porridge, and after putting down his bowls and chopsticks, said to his family at the table, I'm going to the youth point to study, 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 every day, not working in the fields, just using studying as an excuse. I don't think you can get into university. Hearing his mother's discontented nagging, Tong Yue didn't bother to argue back. He knew that the more he said, the worse she would get. He had experienced it all in his previous life. He didn't want to listen to her anymore and walked out of the yard, not heading to the youth point, but directly towards the back mountain outside the village. Yuhua village was at the foot of the Dianshan mountain. A few years ago, there was a famine, and the villagers survived by relying on the products of this great mountain, which kept them from starving. When he was young, he often went to the mountains with friends to find wild fruits, catch rabbits, gather firewood, and cut grass, helping his family with what he could. He sat down under a concave rock face, a spot where he and his friends would shelter from rain when they ventured into the mountains. Focusing his mental strength, he took out a jade slip from the ring and, following the descriptions in the cultivation novels he had read, pressed it to his forehead. Immediately, he felt some information appear in his mind. After digesting that information, he realized it was a foundational jade slip for alchemy. Then he took out another jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. This one was for weapon forging. Without waiting to digest this information, he took out another slip, which introduced spiritual herbs. After taking out and examining 5 jade slips, he finally found a technique slip, Tian Yuan Ju. He was overjoyed after digesting this technique. He realized it could only be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage. The subsequent techniques could only be obtained in the Tian Yuan sect after reaching the nascent soul stage and going to the sect's transmission pavilion to receive the follow-up. Technique Jade Slips. Chapter 4. Breaking through the Qi refining stage. After Tong Yue sat cross-legged, he initially couldn't calm his mind, listening to the sounds of animals that only came out at night in the mountains, occasionally hearing the Sound of dry branches breaking in the trees as the mountain wind blew by. Fortunately, he had lived for decades in his previous life and experienced many things. Although he was now in an 18-year-old body, his soul was that of a middle-aged person. He soon adjusted his mindset, filtering out the noises of the mountains and focusing on feeling the qi. He immediately began to operate the Tian Yuan Ju, gathering a thread of gentle qi from his dantian and channeling it into his meridians. He didn't know how long had passed when he heard a crisp sound from within his body. Crack. It sounded like an eggshell breaking, or like a porcelain bottle shattering. Then he felt a powerful energy expelling from his body, spreading outwards. He had broken through to the first level of qi refining, and he was even more delighted. But soon after, he noticed a strong, sour odor coming from his body, nearly choking him unconscious. Seeing a thick layer of greasy filth on him emitting that sour smell, he recalled that this was the impurities expelled from his body. Without hesitation, he stood up and ran towards the Yusha River. While running, he felt that his body was several times stronger than before. In the river, he took off his clothes and washed his body and clothes in the river water. After more than half an hour, he put on his wet clothes and walked back home. His father was squatting next to the pig pen in the yard, smoking a pipe. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head and saw Tong Yue had returned, casually asking. Tong Yue saw his father smoking the pipe and remembered that in his previous life, his father had passed away due to a brain artery rupture, not lung cancer. It seemed that smoking didn't necessarily lead to lung cancer. His father ignored him, just waved his hand, and continued to smoke, staring at the two pigs in the pen, thinking about getting a good price when they grew until the end of the year. Excited after breaking through to the first level of qi refining, he thought about going to the mountains to test how powerful this cultivation technique was. After more than half an hour, he entered the mountains again. He lifted his leg and kicked a tree trunk thick enough for two people to hug. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the tree shook a few times. Uft! A bird's egg fell on his head, and the yolk spilled out, making his hair feel like it was smeared with excrement. He remembered a Hong Kong film he had watched in his previous life and raised his hand to comb the egg liquid through his hair, styling it into a large slicked-back hairstyle. The difference was that while the character used egg whites, he had a bird's egg with yolk, which made it look like he had some mess in his hair, but thankfully it didn't smell bad. Then he tested the strength of his punches in the mountains. To avoid skinning his knuckles, he wrapped his fists with spiritual power and smashed them against a large rock. He quickly checked his fists and found the skin was completely unharmed. He was even more shocked this spiritual power was indeed powerful. After testing the power of his punches and kicks, he began to experiment with speed. He noticed a wild rabbit grazing on a distant hillside, so he drew upon the spiritual energy in his dantian and chased after it. With his usual running speed, he would never have caught up to the rabbit, but now, with the boost of spiritual energy, he quickly closed the distance, feeling as if he hadn't even exerted himself fully. Finding a sharp piece of broken stone, he eviscerated the rabbit, cleaned it in a mountain stream, and then started a fire to roast it. Once the rabbit was cooked, he tore off a leg and took a bite, only to realize he hadn't brought any salt with him. Fortunately, rabbit meat is still meat, and even without salt, he finished it all. After extinguishing the fire, he scooped up some stream water with his hands and doused the embers to ensure there would be no risk of a forest fire before leaving with peace of mind. He then picked up some small stones and practiced his aim at the green wild fruits on a nearby fruit tree. First, he missed the fruits with the first few stones, but after just half an hour of practice, he found his eyesight and accuracy improving, becoming more precise with each throw. In the mountains, not only were there wild rabbits, but also wild chickens and numerous types of birds. He didn't kill these birds, not out of a desire to protect them, but because their meat was too little. As he wandered the mountains until close to noon, he managed to kill 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens with small stones, and also gathered some mushrooms. Xiaoyu, have you gone into the mountains? My goodness, did you really catch all this? His sister-in-law exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his return. He had a basket filled with mushrooms, along with 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Uncle, can we eat chicken today? His 2 nieces, playing in the yard, cautiously asked him after spotting the wild rabbits and chickens, glancing at their grandmother's house. Of course we can eat, but after you eat, don't tell anyone outside. Otherwise, they'll come to our house for chicken, and you won't get any. Don't you agree? Yeah, we definitely won't say anything, not even to Grandma. The older girl, Tong Xiaoqin, was 5 years old this year, and whispered to Tong Yue. The younger girl didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. They both knew Grandma didn't think much of them, so they weren't close to her. Tong Yue ruffled their slightly wilted hair. Just wait. Uncle will go stew some chicken for you, and you'll be able to eat it soon. Chapter 5. Changing Life at Home. At lunchtime, the family members who had gone to work in the fields returned. Seeing the chicken stew in the big pot, they were all very surprised. His sister-in-law quickly signaled to his brother not to say anything. Where did this chicken come from? Their father asked after sniffing the aroma of the chicken and lifting the lid of the pot. Tong Yue grabbed his father's shirt and tossed it aside. Get lost. You didn't even wash your hands, and you're sticking them into the pot. How dirty is that? Why is that little girl eating chicken legs? Hurry and bring them over for Xiaoyong to eat. Their mother exclaimed when she saw Tong Yue snatch away her bowl and give it to the two granddaughters, immediately trying to take it back. Mom, they're just little girls. Didn't you also used to be a little girl? When you talk about others, think about what you were like. If you keep favoring Xiaoyong like this, it'll do something to him that will make you regret it for the rest of your life. You've gone too far. If you dare to touch Xiaoyong, you should just kill me instead. Oh heavens. I can't go on living. This family is unbearable. Shut up. If you keep yelling, get out. You wasteful woman. Usually you favor Xiaoyong. I haven't said anything, but it's becoming more and more obvious. He's such a big kid now, not studying properly, only thinking about playing, and you still let him eat chicken legs and secretly give him eggs. Look at what you've spoiled him into. Their father rarely spoke, but once he got angry, their mother immediately lost her temper. She quickly got up to brush off the dirt from her clothes, washed her face, and sat down to eat quietly, no longer daring to offer chicken legs to her younger son. For lunch, they had stewed 2 wild chickens and 1 wild rabbit, which they enjoyed with cornbread. His brother's 2 children had grown up, and his sister-in-law was pregnant again, so they were thinking of building another room for the 2 daughters, otherwise there wouldn't be enough space. Opening the wooden box on the comm, Tong Yue took out several high school books he had borrowed from Li Jiangguo and began to browse through them. When he opened a Chinese textbook, he realized that his memory had also improved after reading it once. He could recite it back, and when he tried to recite a few pages in reverse, he found he was just as accurate. After dinner, he went back to the mountains. That it was inconvenient to cultivate at home with his younger brother around, who knew if that kid would wake up in the middle of the night to urinate. Besides, it was quieter in the mountains, and the spiritual energy was denser than outside. The next day, Tong Yue returned home around noon, bringing back 2 wild chickens. His 2 nieces appeared very affectionate towards him. Children are simple-minded, and they gravitate towards those who treat them well, showing genuine affection without a trace of insincerity. Yeah, today you can have chicken legs again. You too should eat more meat to grow plump and tall, then you won't get sick. Due to his not so good relationship with his brother, whenever he made money in business, he would send some to his 2 nieces, but it wasn't much, only a few thousand yuan in totaled at lunch today. His younger brother Xiaoyong was much more obedient, but Tong Yue knew that the boy would only behave for a few days before forgetting again. His mother had the same flaw. She would calm down for a few days after their father got angry, but a few days later, she would return to her old habits, continuing to favor her younger son. This had been the pattern over the years. Tong Yue had long gotten used to this situation at home, that he thought about minimizing his visits home in the future to avoid getting angry when he saw what was happening, and instead, he would just send some money back each month. After all, they were his biological parents, and that blood relation couldn't be severed. Days passed like this, and Tong Yue occasionally brought back wild rabbits and wild chickens. His family ate well, and their faces began to show signs of vitality. His 2 nieces also looked plumper, and their hair wasn't as dry and yellow anymore. One day after lunch, Tong Yue took the borrowed books to the village's youth point to return them to Li Jiangguo and casually mentioned the various books needed for the college entrance examination. The youth point was located at the southern end of the village, built with wood from the commune, with villagers helping to construct it in exchange for work points. Xiaoyu, you have time to come today. Have you finished all these books? Before Tong Yue reached the youth point, he saw a young man coming out of the courtyard. This young man was named Chun Xiangdong, who had been sent to Yuhe village for over 4 years, making him the longest-serving youth there, and he hadn't been seen since he returned home. Brother Chun, are you going out? I'm here to return these books to Brother Li. I'm heading to the post office to pick up a package. Zhang Wo is inside. You can go in. Tong Yue had memories from his previous life, and he knew that the decision for the college entrance examination was announced in October, as it had been published in the newspaper. Given how significant this was, how did these young people know about it in advance? Did someone in their families have insider information? It seemed that among these young people, there were some with considerable abilities. In his past life, he hadn't thought about these things, just blindly followed them to learn. Now that he had been reborn, he began to question it. Moreover, the news about this year's college entrance examination was only known by the youth in Yue village and mentioned casually by some villagers, even the commune officials. We're unaware of it. Brotherly, still studying? You need to pay attention to your health. You should rest when it's time to rest, otherwise, you'll wear yourself out. And that's a lifelong matter. Tong Yue didn't know how to face Li Jianguo. If he hadn't boasted about his swimming skills with Su Zhongli and mentioned finding the jewelry box, he wouldn't have been tortured to death by Su Zhongli. Chapter 6. Tong Yue's thoughts. There are currently 7 educated youth at the sent-down youth point, 2 female and 5 male. They haven't had any of the messy and dramatic incidents. The 2 female educated youth returned to cook after working until 11 in the morning, while the 5 male educated youth helped them finish their tasks, collaborating pleasantly. The other 3 male educated youth are Du Dongliang, Hu Fuqing, and Wu Guoqing. Among them, Du Dongliang, Hu Fuqing, and Li Jianguo all come from the same city, while Chun Xiangdong and Wu Guoqing are from a large city in the south. Brotherly, I heard there's a self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry that's quite comprehensive. We could find a connection to have it sent over for review. Tong Yue reminded him based on his past life memories. Self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry? I think I've seen that somewhere. Let me write a letter to ask my family about it. You can take these books and study first. Feel free to come and ask us if there's anything you don't understand. Tong Yue bid farewell to Li Jianguo. They still had to go to work as educated youth, and only had time to study in the evenings or on rainy days. They could take leave, but if they didn't work, they wouldn't earn work points, which would reduce their grain allocation. They said that it was their mother's dowry. During the days of the flood, their mother happened to be ill and hospitalized, and no one was watching the house, which led to it being washed away by the flood. Even the dressing table that their mother brought as a dowry was swept away. Now that their mother had recovered and returned home, she was upset about not seeing the dressing table, and her health deteriorated again. To avoid making their mother sad, the 2 brothers searched along the riverside villages for it. Zhang Shan, did your family recover a dressing table during the flood? If you did, please return it. We don't want to be looked down upon by others, and besides, it's the elderly lady's dowry. Now that she is gravely ill, she is longing to see that dressing table. Brother Zhenghua, you've brought the militia to search, and what is the use of saying this to me? Just go in and take a look. Their father called him brother, but his expression showed disdain. Have you taken gunpowder? How can you speak to your brother like that? Xiao Gui, go check inside. If there is no dressing table, come out. Seriously, I just want to help and fulfill the old lady's wish. Besides, who isn't he needed help at some point? Xiao Gui, the militia member, was his lackey and also his nephew. For matters he found inconvenient to handle, he let Xiao Gui take care of them. What are you stealing in my kitchen? Tong Yue strode over and smelled chicken from Xiao Gui's mouth. He grabbed him by the neck and dragged him outside. Let him go. What are you doing, Xiao Yu? Seeing Tong Yue grabbing Xiao Gui's neck like a chick, Tong Zhenghua quickly intervened, as Xiao Gui's face was turning red and he seemed to be struggling to breathe. Tong Yue had often been bullied by Xiao Gui in his childhood, and after his rebirth, he had long wanted a chance to beat him up. Today was a perfect opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip away easily. Their mother smiled awkwardly, first scolding Tong Yue, and then trying to appease the village head. Tong Zhenghua, brushing off non-existent dust from her clothes. Their father, seeing this scene, snorted and went back inside. Tong Yue noticed his mother's fawning expression and felt that she had some leverage in Tong Zhenghua's hands. As for any romantic feelings between them, Tong Yue guessed there couldn't possibly be any. Although Tong Zhenghua was somewhat greedy, he was still quite proper in terms of relationships between men and women. He wanted to establish a positive image in the village. Tong Yue recalled that in his past life, upon returning from school, he heard villagers gossiping that Tong Zhenghua seemed to be lacking in that area, saying he had injured himself during a river incident in his youth. Otherwise, his wife, Wang Tsuolan, wouldn't be so unsatisfied, constantly hinting that he was impotent. After Tong Zhenghua left with the militia, he kicked Xiao Gui on his way out and cursed. You're truly useless. Then he swore and went to search the next house. Once Tong Yue saw Tong Zhenghua and his people leave, he was about to go to his room when he heard his father cursing inside. You wasteful girl, who told you to steal sweet potatoes from the production team? You're making me unable to hold my head up in front of Tong Zhenghua for the rest of my life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left today. Do you blame me? It's for Xiao Yong who wanted to eat sweet potatoes. Am I doing it for myself? Isn't it for you too? Just indulge him. Tomorrow I'll make him go cut pigweed. And if you stop me again, believe it or not, I'll break his legs. My poor Xiao Yong. Your father isn't human, making him. Though their voices were suppressed, Tong Yue could still hear them. He let out a bitter smile. Most of the family quarrels were about this spoiled younger brother. Forget it, there's nothing to miss about this family. It's better to avoid coming back after he leaves. Tong Yue didn't go inside but turned and left this indifferent home. He planned to go to the county town to sell a gold ingot from the jewelry box. He didn't have a single cent on him now. Otherwise, when he got into college, he wouldn't even have money for a train ticket. He needed to prepare early. In his past life, after he got into college, his parents didn't give him money for a ticket because his mother heard gossip in the village that the family treated him poorly and believed that once Xiao Yu left, he wouldn't return. It was better to keep him at home, as he was still a strong labor force who could earn more work points. His train ticket and living expenses were covered by Li Jianguo and the other educated youth. Thankfully, in this era, the state provided subsidies for college students. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have spending money. Yue village is about 10 miles from the county town, which takes about 2 to 3 hours to walk. Now that he has reached the first level of qi refining, he can walk much faster than ordinary people. Chapter 7. Medicinal Material Purchase Station. When Tong Yue arrived in the county town, he saw the dirty and chaotic streets and dilapidated buildings. Reminiscent of what people often said about this county town, a road with 3 bends, a hall exposed to the sky, and a factory spewing black smoke, which summed up the entire county town's appearance in this era. No one could have imagined that years later, this county town would undergo earth-shattering changes. Not only expanding tenfold, but also seeing housing prices in the town reach over 10,000 per square meter. A highway directly connecting to the capital city was also built. Seeing the sign for the medicinal material purchase station at the entrance, Tong Yue recalled that someone in the village was digging various medicinal herbs in the mountains and secretly bringing them to the county town to sell. By the time people discovered it, the herbs around the mountain had been nearly exhausted, forcing them to search deeper into the mountains for more. In this era, it was quite normal for people to kill and rob for money, especially in rural areas, where cases of robbery and murder were nearly impossible to solve. He thought, why not also go to the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs? It could earn money and provide some game to supplement his nutrition. Banlan root, 3 cents per pound. Huangqi, 13 cents per pound. Lianxiao, 12 cents per pound. The purchase price for dried medicinal materials was indeed several times higher, but it required a larger quantity of dried herbs, and some herbs needed to be processed. He found it troublesome and didn't want his family to know he was digging for herbs, so he didn't look too closely. Tong Yue asked a middle-aged man at the counter for confirmation to avoid digging up herbs that weren't purchased here. My surname is Li, and I'm in charge of purchasing medicinal materials. These types of herbs need to be delivered by October this year. The price is 1 T change. You can bring as much as you have now. Which village are you from, young brother? This year, the medicinal herb procurement station's purchasing task has increased several times. But it coincidentally encountered a flood that washed away the only bridge from Shisanlapu commune to the county town. Villagers from several nearby villages who gather herbs cannot come to sell their herbs. The station manager asked Li Fugue to find a way to quickly collect the herbs and complete this month's task, which left Li Fugue worried. Yue village is located east of the county town and is over 100 miles away from Shisanlapu. Although both communes are under the jurisdiction of the county, the villagers in the 2 communes hardly interact, and due to the information gap, no one in Yue village knows about the procurement station situation. I am from Yue commune, and today I came to the county town for business. Seeing the herbs being procured, I thought about the medicinal herbs in the mountains near our village and came to inquire. No, we received a notice from the hydrological station and made preparations in advance, so the flood passed smoothly. Little brother, I have an idea. I want you to be responsible for the herb procurement in Yue commune, but it's a temporary position, with a salary of only 18 yuan per month and no other benefits. If you do well, you can be promoted to a permanent worker at the herb procurement station, with not only a salary increase, but also various benefits from the unit. What do you think? By the way, I still don't know how to address you, little brother. Huh, there's such a good opportunity. Tong Yue was taken aback. He knew that in this era, as long as one worked diligently, there was a good chance of becoming a permanent employee. My name is Tong Yue, but I am currently studying, so I might not have that much time. Manager Li, how about this? I'll have my elder brother come instead. He has also studied at the elementary level. It's just that his family is poor. so he could only attend junior high. He can do calculations, is literate, and he is married. So he is not as impulsive as young people and won't cause trouble for the unit. He will definitely do a good job collecting herbs. Tong Yue is preparing for university entrance exams. Although his relationship with his elder brother isn't great, they are still family, and blood ties run deeper than water. It's better to let his elder brother have this opportunity. Hearing Tong Yue call him manager, Li Fugui felt happy. This young man knows how to speak. The old station master had informed him a few days ago that after completing this year's herb procurement tasks, he might get promoted to a deputy station master, which is a deputy manager position, a cadre at the department level. That is fine. When will you bring him over? I want to see what kind of person your elder brother is. Li Fugui pondered for a moment and then smiled in agreement. Tong Yue was speaking based on his past experiences with some people from various units. And he didn't expect to hit the nail on the head with what Li Fugui was thinking. After leaving the herb procurement station, Tong Yue didn't go to any other places. There's south only this one road in the county town, and there's nothing much to browse. Besides, he has no money in hand. Looking at the sky, it was already late afternoon, and he would just be in time for dinner when he got home. When the sun set, Tong Yue returned home and first glanced at his elder brother. Noticing that his elder brother was not as indifferent as usual and even smiled at him, which startled Tong Yue. It felt as if his elder brother knew he was going to be a temporary worker. These days, Tong Yue often brought back some wild chickens and rabbits, so the family could have meat to eat, especially since Tong Yue was good to his two nieces. Both his elder brother and sister-in-law noticed it, and felt that Tong Yue was much more agreeable than before. After dinner, their father went out to chat with others, while their mother and sister-in-law tidied up the house. His younger brother Xiaoyong ran out to play, and the two little nieces were playing in the yard. Brother, I have something to tell you. Tong Yue pulled on his elder brother's arm and walked to the vacant lot next to where they were going to build a house. What is it? Tong Jun was puzzled, not understanding what he wanted to say. The person in charge of the herb procurement station, Mr. Li, is thinking of setting up a herb procurement point here and wants to hire a temporary worker with a salary of 18 yuan per month. I told him to let you do it. Do you want to take this job? How much? 18 yuan. Upon hearing this, his elder brother was stunned. He didn't think about anything else and just focused on the 18 yuan salary. You should know that working on the collective land all year round, no matter how hard one works, the income is only about 100 yuan or so, and after deducting expenses for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, every household cannot save any money in a year, let alone with sick family members needing to borrow money for medical treatment. Well, do you want to take this job? If you want to do it, come with me to the county town tomorrow. If you don't want to do it, forget it. And just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm not stupid. If there is such a good opportunity, why wouldn't I take it? By the way, how do you know the person in charge of the herb procurement? Don't let them cheat you and fool you. You don't need to worry about how I know him. You'll find out when we go to the county town tomorrow. By the way, don't let this out. Let us settle it first, and then we'll secretly dig some herbs for a few days before telling the villagers about the herb procurement. Chapter 8. Elder Brother S. Job Tong Yue didn't go to the mountains to cultivate that night. He took a cold shower and went to bed early. After several days of continuous cultivation, he felt a bit tired and thought it would be good to rest well. That night, after the children fell asleep, Tong Jun and his wife lay on the Kong and talked about the temporary worker job at the herb procurement station. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'll go with Xiaoye to the county town tomorrow. Don't let it slip out. Once the job is confirmed, we'll tell the villagers. I'm not stupid. How could I go around telling the villagers about this? It's all thanks to Xiaoye. You should stop giving him a hard time and saying unpleasant things. After all, he is your own brother, and he is thinking of you when there is good news. I just can't stand him not working and eating so much. What is the use of studying every day? It's better to earn some work points in the fields, so when year-end calculations come, the family can get a bit more money. The next morning, before it was light, the two brothers went out with a few bags. Tong Jun took out an egg from his pocket and handed it to Tong Yue. Tong Yue didn't say anything. He took the egg, broke the shell, and ate it in a few bites. The morning air in the mountains was fresh, but in the sheltered areas, there was a bit more dew. Tong Jun knew where various wild medicinal herbs were abundant in the mountains. Brother, do you know where there is a lot of buplurum and astragalus? These herbs are valuable. Don't collect those Isatis tinctoria, they're not worth much. Buplurum and astragalus are further ahead in the mountains. There are often wild boars there. And I've heard there are wolves as well. We didn't bring a gun, just a machete. So it could be dangerous if we encounter a wild boar or a wolf. Tong Jun shook the machete in his hand. feeling a bit uneasy about fighting against wild boars and wolves. Tong Yue said a few irrelevant things, and Tong Jun curled his lips, but didn't say anything more. Following the mountain path ahead, the buplurum on this slope had never been dug before, and after just 2 or 3 hours, the brothers filled 4 bags, each containing about 100 gene of buplurum. Tong Yue then went to cut 2 tree branches as thick as his arms to use as a carrying pole, giving one to his elder brother. He first tried carrying 2 bags to see how it felt, and found it wasn't too difficult. Tong Yue nodded and said, "Good. Let us go to the county town now to confirm your job. We'll come back here to dig herbs in the afternoon." Seeing his elder brother walking ahead, the sweat on his back soaked through his coat, leaving a layer of salt stains after it dried. Thinking about how hard it was for his elder brother, who had elderly and young ones to care for and had contributed a lot to the family, and he wasn't even helping with the field work. All that pressure was on his elder brother, which inevitably made his elder brother have a negative opinion of him and not give him a good face. With the constant whispers of influence from his sister-in-law, the mother's favoritism towards her preferred son, and her disregard for her own daughter, he couldn't help but feel ashamed at this moment, thinking that he would definitely be dissatisfied if he were in her shoes. He resolved to help his elder brother more when he had the means. Around noon, the 2 brothers arrived at the medicinal herb purchasing station just as Li Futong was about to finish work. They saw Tong Yue and a strong man they had met yesterday, bringing in 4 cloth bags. Li Futong hurried over. "Tong Yue, you guys came quickly. What are these herbs?" The smell of chaihu. "Follow me to the backyard warehouse to weigh them," he replied. "Hello, Manager Li. This is my elder brother Tong Jun, who is 27 this year. Look at his strong physique. He can carry 200 to 300 pounds of herbs without breaking a sweat over dozens of miles." As Tong Yue walked alongside Li Futong towards the backyard, he introduced his elder brother. This young man looks strong. I mentioned to the station manager yesterday that if your elder brother can do arithmetic and is literate, we can test him after weighing the herbs. If he passes, we can handle the paperwork for him to become a temporary worker here." Li Fuguwei looked at Tong Jun's sturdy body and was quite satisfied at first glance. A temporary worker for purchasing herbs not only needs to be able to do arithmetic, but also needs to have a strong physique, as they will inevitably have to lift and carry herbs for loading onto vehicles. To put it bluntly, they were essentially looking for a strong laborer who can do arithmetic. Hearing Li Futong's words, Tong Jun felt a surge of joy, showing a simple smile on his face. What Tong Yue said yesterday was true, and he wondered how this kid got to know Manager Li. It seemed he should treat this younger brother better in the future. Upon reaching the backyard, Tong Yue saw a large open area filled with various herbs, next to a row of large warehouses stacked with bags of processed or dried herbs, with a strong medicinal aroma in the air. After weighing the 4 cloth bags, they totaled 567 pounds. After deducting the weight of the bags, it was exactly 560 pounds. The middle-aged man who handled the weighing wrote up a ticket, and Li Futong took the 2 brothers to the finance room, had them sign, and after they received the payment for the herbs, he led them to another office where he took out 2 sheets of paper and a pencil. "Just right here. You have 15 minutes to finish, and if you pass, we'll handle the paperwork," Li Futong said, glancing at his watch. Tong Jun felt a bit intimidated when he first arrived at the medicinal herb purchasing station, listening to Tong Yue and Li Futong joking around. He didn't catch some of the references, not knowing where Tong Yue had learned all this. However, seeing Li Futong pleased made him relax, thinking to himself, "I have to be better than this younger brother. I can't let him look down on me." Tong Jun had attended school, and although there were some characters he didn't recognize, he could still do arithmetic, and the exam questions here weren't that complicated, with at most a decimal point. Seeing his elder brother writing the test questions, Tong Yue greeted Li Futong. "Manager Li, you go ahead. I'll check outside." After arriving on the street, Tong Yue went to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Comrade, do you have any liquor and cigarettes without receipts? I can pay a bit more." The saleswoman was a middle-aged woman who was about to finish work and head home. Seeing a young man enter and quietly ask her, she felt a surge of happiness. This young man knew how to handle things and was discreet. Someone had sent cigarettes and liquor to the family, and she was thinking about how to sell them. Now, she could just take from the cooperative and replenish it when she was back at work in the afternoon. Tong Yue bought 2 bottles of Fen liquor and 2 packs of Deqian Min, wrapped them in his coat, and returned to the office of the medicinal herb purchasing station. Li Futong was looking at the test questions that Tong Jun had completed. He had gotten all the arithmetic right, but Tong Jun had left some words blank in the language section. He frowned, contemplating whether to assign the temporary worker position to Tong Yue managerly. This is a small token of appreciation from my brother and me for your help. It's okay if my elder brother doesn't pass the test. We hope you will look after us when we sell herbs in the future. After closing the door, Tong Yue took out the liquor and cigarettes for Li Futong to see and placed them in the small door of his office desk. Ah, Tong Yue, why are you being so polite with me? You guys didn't help me with selling herbs. Tong Yue, right? I'll take you to handle the paperwork. Chapter 9. Selling herbs in the county. A few minutes later, the two brothers came out of the medicinal herb purchasing station, with Tong Yue looking excited as he walked lightly, holding the work clothes and safety supplies issued by the medicinal herb purchasing station. Thanks to Li Futong, even without a recommendation letter from their village, he was able to get his temporary worker paperwork sorted out and receive the safety supplies from the logistics manager. Otherwise, a temporary worker wouldn't have received these. Tong Yue had only eaten one egg since dawn and felt his stomach aching from hunger. He didn't know if he could walk back home. All right, we earn money today. Let us eat at a restaurant. Although Tong Yue was very excited, he also felt very hungry. Upon hearing Tong Yue's suggestion, he immediately agreed. Elder brother, we made 84 yuan today. After deducting the money spent on cigarettes, liquor, and food, we still have 58 yuan left. We can each take 29 yuan. No, the money for cigarettes and liquor is on me. I can't take advantage of you, Tong Yue responded, pulling out 10 yuan to hand to him. All right, elder brother, we're not outsiders. Besides, it's easier for me to make money than you. Buy some candy and snacks for the girls. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll buy some good food for the two daughters. They deserve a treat for being born into this family. After that, the brothers went to the state-run photo studio to take 1-inch photos, which Tong Yue needed for his temporary worker ID, while Tong Yue's photo was for his college application. After returning to Yuha village, the two brothers didn't go home directly, but headed back into the depths of the mountains. Now that they had a way to make money, why return home? Especially Tong Yue, who was full of energy, swinging his hoe without resting at all. When they returned home that night, their mother saw the two brothers and snorted, "You two don't work all day, but are very eager to eat." When the sister-in-law saw Tong Yue return with clothes and safety supplies, she was excited, knowing that this matter was settled. When she heard Tong Yue say they earned over 20 yuan that day, she served them even more diligently. Head of the household, we should treat Tong Yue better in the future. Without him getting you this job, you would still be toiling in the fields for a few cents a day? I know. I used to think Tong Yue was a bookworm, doing nothing all day. I didn't expect him to be so savvy in dealing with people. If he hadn't delivered the cigarettes and liquor today, I might have lost this job to someone else. But when he saw Tong Yue come in with the cigarettes and liquor, securing this temporary worker position, he felt grateful to Tong Yue for helping him at such a crucial moment. He couldn't help but sigh that when it comes to important matters, relying on one's own brothers is the most trustworthy. The next day, before dawn, the two brothers went back into the depths of the mountains, one swinging a hoe and the other clearing herbs. When the sun rose, they came out of the mountains to the place where they had hidden the cloth bags, each carrying 2 bags to the county town. Today, aside from spending a few yuan on meals in the county, each brother earned nearly 40 yuan, which was over 10 yuan more than yesterday. Seeing so much money, Tong Yue felt even more energized, and after eating, he didn't suggest taking a break, but headed out of the county towards the deeper mountains outside the village. After crossing several mountains, he packed the herbs they had cleared in the morning into cloth bags while Tong Yue went hunting for wild chickens and rabbits. By the afternoon, Tong Yue returned carrying 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. Is all this what you hunted? So many wild chickens and hares. How did you manage to catch them? After finishing with the medicinal herbs, my brother swung his hoe and started digging again. When he saw Tong Yue returning with wild chickens and hares, he looked at him in surprise. The wild chickens and hares in the mountains run extremely fast. Without a gun, it's very difficult to catch them. I hit them with stones. When it's too troublesome to read, I practice my aim with stones, and after a while, I've gotten good at it. Tong Yue told a lie. Anyway, his family knew he was studying and had no idea he was cultivating, so he used studying as an excuse. I noticed that since the flood came, you've changed a lot. You're no longer as dazed as before, although you still don't talk much. Every word you say hits the nail on the head. His brother's words moved him. Even his rough and careless brother noticed his change. So his parents and sister-in-law must have seen his odd behavior these days too. It seems he would have to continue acting like in his past life. And once he left this place, no one would suspect him anymore. After the two brothers sold medicinal herbs for 5 consecutive days, Tong Yue earned over 200 yuan. With this money, he had enough for his train ticket and living expenses. Just in time, the photo was also retrieved, and his brother got a work permit, officially starting his job at the medicinal herb purchasing station. After dinner that night, his brother stopped their father, who was about to go out to cool off. "Dad, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" The father paused, took out his pipe, filled it with some dry tobacco, lit it with a match, took a deep puff, and then exhaled 2 streams of smoke from his nostrils. "I'm now a temporary worker at the medicinal herb purchasing station, responsible for purchasing herbs in our commune. When you have time, you can also go into the mountains to dig herbs to sell." This isn't considered speculation. "Look, here is my work permit. You're a temporary worker at the medicinal herb purchasing station? Is that true?" The father was taken aback upon hearing his brother's words. After taking the work permit and seeing the photo and the big red seal on it, he confirmed it was indeed his eldest son and immediately became excited. Good, good. How are you going to collect the herbs? Where will you store them? How will you deliver them to people? Have you thought it through? The father considered these questions thoroughly and quickly asked these few questions. Chapter 10. Hunting wild boars and digging for He Shou Wu. The next morning, the village's loudspeaker announced, "Listen up, everyone. Tong Jun's family is building a house. If anyone wants to help, please go to their house. They will provide meals." After the announcement repeated 3 times, villagers quickly arrived at the house. "The construction has begun. I'm building a large house, and most of the materials are ready." In less than 2 days, a large warehouse of over 100 square meters was built. The missing wood was all purchased in advance by his brother, including rafters and purlins salvaged from the flood. The next morning, the village's loudspeakers sounded again, with the voice of the village chief, Tong Yue, coming through. Following Tong Yue's advice, Tong Jun bought 2 bottles of white liquor and 2 packs of Qingfeng cigarettes, and in the evening, he took them to village chief Tong Yinghua's house to inform him about the medicinal herb purchasing business. After hearing the announcement, the villagers immediately rushed over, asking Tong Jun about the prices and types of herbs being purchased. After Tong Jun answered one by one, the villagers grabbed small hoes, carried baskets and cloth bags, and went into the mountains. The father also entered the mountains with several cousins. They needed to go deep into the mountains to dig herbs, as it was safer with more people. Tong Yue entered the depths of the mountains alone. Previously, he hadn't used the storage ring because his brother was there. But now that he was alone, he stored all the herbs he dug up in the ring. Tong Yue had never gone deep into the mountains in his past life. He had only heard that there were leopards, wolves, and wild boar groups deep in the mountains. Wolves generally did not dare to come to the outskirts of the mountains. The village militia were all armed. A few years ago, during a famine, villagers were on the verge of starvation, and village chief Tong Yue organized the militia to hunt deep in the mountains. They killed many wolves and wild boars, solving the villagers' survival problems and eliminating some potential dangers, which is why the villagers elected him as their chief. A group of over a dozen wild boars walked down the hillside, with the leading wild boar rooting through the ground for plant roots. Tong Yue was about 100 meters away from the wild boar group. He didn't dare to confront them head-on with his current strength. He was somewhat confident in dealing with a single wild boar. But facing several large wild boars was no joke. If the wild boars went wild, even tigers would avoid them. Crackling sounds echoed. Although Tong Yue was a bit far from the wild boar group, he saw one large wild boar raising its head to chew on a piece of He Shou Wu over a foot long, and thought to himself how unfortunate it was that such good herbs were being ruined by the wild boar. When he saw this large wild boar charging towards him, he was startled and turned to run up the mountain. His current spiritual energy was weak, preventing him from using spells. He needed to reach the 2nd level of Qi refining before he could learn a few minor spells for self-defense. As Tong Yue quickly reached the top of the mountain, the large wild boar slowed down as it was running uphill, no matter how fierce it was. It couldn't sustain its heavy weight of several hundred pounds. The large wild boar was panting heavily, glancing back at its wives and concubines below, who were watching it, but hadn't followed. Tong Yue picked up a few small stones. Seeing that the large wild boar was only about 20 meters away, he aimed for its eyes and threw a small stone. Whoosh! Thud! The wild boar climbing the slope suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eye and became dizzy. With a thud, it fell to the ground and let out a shrill scream, rolling down the slope. The other wild boars below, hearing the scream and seeing it roll down the slope, thought it had been killed and fled in fright, not caring about the fallen wild boar. Seeing the wild boar roll down the slope, Tong Yue grabbed his machete and chased after it. After jumping a few times, he reached the wild boar's side. Taking advantage of the fact that the wild boar hadn't stood up yet, he swiftly struck its neck with the machete, and with a slicing sound. The machete easily severed the head of the wild boar. A fountain of foul-smelling blood spurted several meters from the wild boar's neck, and after rolling a few times, it lay still, its mouth wide open, with its sharp tusks moving a few times, likely still thinking of biting him before dying. Tong Yue was surprised at how easily he killed a wild boar. He looked at the machete in his hand, which showed no signs of damage, and murmured to himself, "I didn't expect the spiritual energy to be so powerful. Otherwise, relying solely on this machete wouldn't be enough to cut through the thick-skinned neck of a wild boar." He grabbed the hind leg of the wild boar and felt it weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Then he dragged the wild boar to a small stream by the mountain gorge, using the machete to gut it and clean it up. The water in the stream quickly turned red with the pig's blood. After separating the pig's heart, liver, intestines, lungs, and ribs, he tied them up with a vine and stored them in the ring. Then he found some firewood and roasted a few pounds of pork loin. This time he had brought some salt and seasonings in the ring for cooking in the mountains. After a satisfying meal of roasted wild boar, it was the first time since his rebirth that he felt so comfortable eating. He only stopped when his stomach felt full. After finishing with the wild boar meat, he returned to the place where the wild boar had passed and dug a few times with a hoe, uncovering a fist-sized piece of Chinese knotweed. He was delighted. This Chinese knotweed was worth much more than other medicinal herbs. The area where the wild boar had found the Chinese knotweed had at least 100 pieces, with the larger ones weighing 6 or 7 pounds, and even the smaller ones weighing over a pound. By the time Tong Yue had dug until the sun was about to set, he still hadn't finished collecting the Chinese knotweed in that area. And since it was getting dark, he decided to come back tomorrow to continue digging. Chapter 11. The shocked family. When Tong Yue got home, it was already dark. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw his family moving burlap sacks into the storeroom, with even his younger brother Xiaoyong helping out. "Second uncle, what kind of meat is this?" Two nieces playing in the yard were the first to see him return, with the wild boar meat on his shoulder, and some pig entrails swaying on a wooden stick. "Second brother, where did you get this meat?" Seeing so much meat, Xiaoyong was energized and immediately ran to the kitchen to bring over a cutting board. At that moment, their parents and older brother and sister-in-law also came over. Seeing such a large piece of wild boar meat, and the wild boar head with its exposed tusks, they were all shocked. The older brother checked Tong Yue for injuries, and upon finding none, he relaxed. Seeing the large wild boar, the father was initially concerned about whether Tong Yue was hurt, but noticing his elder son's concern for the younger son, he refrained from checking and instead asked with a worried tone. Tong Yue told a lie, moving his hands and feet to show he was unhurt, which put the family at ease. Even his mother, who usually didn't favor him, had a relaxed expression. Xiaojuan's mother. "You and Huiying should marinate the pork and make it into cured meat. Smoke it for a few more days, otherwise it will spoil in this hot weather. And tonight we'll have the big bones." With so much wild boar meat, the family was even more energetic, busier than during the New Year, with even the two little nieces helping by bringing firewood to the kitchen. After a hearty meal of big bones, everyone had their bellies full. The father and older brother had drunk quite a bit of liquor, and both were tipsy and went to sleep. The mother and sister-in-law had already marinated the wild boar meat, and they would be able to smoke the cured meat tomorrow. In the summer, people tend to sleep late. The heat keeps them awake in the first half of the night, and with mosquitoes buzzing around, they can only sleep after the temperature drops in the second half of the night. Tong Yue arrived at the youth point and saw Li Jiangguo reading under the oil lamp, jokingly saying, "Xiaoya is here. Where did you get such a big piece of meat?" Although his family was wealthy, meat was hard to buy here. To eat meat, one had to go to the county town, and they needed meat tickets, making life difficult for the educated youth. "Xiaoya, where did you get the meat? This is wild boar meat, right? Wow, such a big piece must weigh 6 or 7 pounds. We need to cook it quickly, otherwise it will smell by tomorrow." "Yes, Xiangdong is right. Xiaoman, let us go cook the meat now." The two female educated youths took the wild boar meat from Tong Yue and headed to the kitchen, eager to eat meat. After chatting for a while, Tong Yue noticed that there were no self-study books on physics and chemistry on Li Jiangguo's desk, indicating that his family hadn't sent them yet, so he didn't ask. After some idle talk at the youth point, Tong Yue took his leave. A few male educated youths walked him to the gate and then turned back, all smelling the aroma of the pork. After leaving the youth point, Tong Yue returned home. After his first battle with the wild boar and carrying several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, he felt somewhat tired from walking dozens of miles along the mountain road. The next morning, Tong Yue, along with his father and older brother, entered the mountains. In the morning, The villagers all went into the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs. And it would be after lunch before anyone would come to deliver the herbs. Xiaoya, don't go too deep into the mountains. It's dangerous in there. His father called out to him when he saw him walking ahead. It's fine, Dad. There are plenty of medicinal herbs deep in the mountains, and there's Chinese knotweed, which is worth more than other herbs. I encountered a group of wild boars there, so I need to hurry and dig it out, or it will be eaten by the boars again. The father and older brother knew that Chinese knotweed was more valuable than buplurum, as when their mother gave birth to their younger brother Xiaoyong, she was weak, and their father had gone to the mountains to dig Chinese knotweed to help her recover. Then let us hurry. If we're late, we'll be eaten by the wild boars. The older brother urged when he heard that Tong Yue had found Chinese knotweed. After crossing several mountains, the three of them arrived at the place where the wild boar group had been the day before. They saw that the area had been ravaged by the wild boars, and they felt a pang of regret. If this area hadn't been destroyed, they could have dug up quite a bit of Chinese knotweed. The older brother and Tong Yue wielded their small hoes, while their father picked up the Chinese knotweed they dug up and put it into burlap sacks. After digging for more than 3 hours, they finally cleared the Chinese knotweed from that piece of land. They chose not to dig some smaller Chinese knotweed vines, knowing that in a few years, the area would be filled with it again. When they returned home for lunch, their mother and sister-in-law had already prepared the meals, waiting for the father and sons to come back. Now that there was meat at home and the older brother had a temporary job, the mother was not so harsh on the sister-in-law. She was also much kinder to the two granddaughters, at least in the past few days. Tong Yue heard her call them money wasters. In the afternoon, villagers began coming to their home with willow baskets or bags to deliver medicinal herbs, and the whole family got busy. After having lunch, Tong Yue went to the kitchen and took 2 pieces of cured meat that were being smoked, weighing about 7 or 8 pounds. He wrapped them in an old newspaper and set off alone for the county town. He wanted to sell the hundreds of pounds of Chinese knotweed in his ring and also deliver the 2 pieces of cured meat to Li Futong, as whether his older brother's job could be made permanent depended on Li Futong. He thought it would be good to establish a relationship with him by offering something first. Although Li Futong received grain ration tickets, he only had half a pound of meat tickets each month. People in these units who wanted to eat meat had to buy it at high prices on the black market, and it wasn't guaranteed they could even find any. Upon arriving in the county town, he found a secluded spot, took out the Chinese knotweed from the ring, and went directly to the medicinal herb purchasing station. Instead of going inside the station, he went straight to Li Futong's office, placed the 2 bags down, and listened at the door for a moment. Hearing no voices, he knocked. Come in. Li Fugui's voice came from inside. Busy, Manager Li. Tong Yue pushed open the office door, holding the rolled-up newspaper, and walked in to greet Li Futong. Oh, Xiaoya is here. Did your older brother bring the herbs? Just go weigh them in the backyard. When Li Futong saw Tong Yue enter, he put down his pen, thinking Tong Yue had come with his older brother to deliver the herbs. This is the small wild boar I caught in the mountains yesterday. I made it into cured meat to prevent it from spoiling in the hot weather. So I brought it for you to try, Manager Li. As Tong Yue spoke, he placed the newspaper-wrapped meat on Li Futong's desk. Oh, thank you so much. I've run out of my meat tickets this month, and the kids at home are always drooling at the thought of eating meat. Every day when I get home, they ask if we bought any meat. Here's 10 yuan. Don't think it's too little. Li Futong picked up the cured meat wrapped in a newspaper, waited a bit to estimate its quantity, then placed it into his black synthetic leather bag. He took out 10 yuan from his coat pocket and handed it to him. Manager Li, what are you doing? This is wild boar I hunted in the mountains. If you give me money, I won't deliver it to you. Tong Yue pretended to frown, but then smiled and pushed his hand back. Then I won't be polite. By the way, I happen to have a pen that I'm not using right now, so I'll give it to you. If you don't accept it, then I won't take the cured meat. Li Futong accepted the money, opened a drawer, and took out a black pen to hand it to him. This is fine. Thank you, Manager Li. Tong Yue took the pen, thinking it would definitely come in handy during exams, and he wouldn't have to borrow pens from Li Jiangguo and the others anymore. From now on, just call me Li Gu. I'm not much older than you, so don't call me Manager Li. It sounds bad if others hear. All right, from now on I'll call you Li Gu. I actually came to ask about the price of Hisho Wu. I dug some in the mountains yesterday. Hisho Wu, that's a good thing. A few years ago when we collected it here, it was 1 yuan and 80 cents per pound, but in recent years, we rarely get Hisho Wu. Let me call the station master and ask. Li Futong didn't waste time, picked up the old-fashioned telephone on the table, dialed a few times, and connected to the station master's office to inquire about the purchasing price of Hisho Wu. Chapter 12. Sister is back. After Tong Yue came out of the herbal medicine collection station, he had more than 70 yuan in his hand. Now he had over 300 yuan in his small treasury, which made him quite wealthy in the entire Yuhe village, even in the Yuhe commune. If he added the Hishou Wu he dug this morning, he could earn another 20 or 30 yuan, bringing him close to 400 yuan. 400 yuan wasn't much in his previous life. It wouldn't even cover a meal during gatherings with friends. But in this era, having 400 yuan was a significant amount. Most families didn't even have 10 yuan, and some were still struggling with hunger. In this life, he planned to work hard, kill Su Zhongli, destroy his family, and avenge his past life before living as an invisible rich man. Xiao Yu, where have you been? A woman's voice came from the crowd, and he saw a woman in a patched coarse cloth shirt and white short sleeves walking out from the crowd. It was his sister, Tong Yue. Sister, when did you arrive? Tong Yue asked, and memories of his sister quickly flashed in his mind. His sister was smart in school, but she didn't have the opportunity. The school closed before she graduated from elementary school, which made her cry often as she went to ask when the school would reopen. When she was 22, the villagers started gossiping, saying that such a big girl still wasn't married, wondering if she would stay at home as an old maid. As she got older, it became harder to find a husband. After hearing the gossip, their father, regardless of how much their mother cried, made the decision for her to marry into the nearby Li family. Tong Yue remembered that after he got into university, his sister secretly gave him 10 yuan, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and a polyester shirt. I came over after lunch. Xiao Yu, you've grown taller, and your complexion looks much better than before. Tong Yue looked at her brother, who was now significantly taller than her, with a caring gaze. Tong Yue knew that his sister always came back in the afternoon because their mother didn't want her to eat at home. He took out 100 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into his sister's pocket, afraid she would refuse. He signaled her not to decline in front of others in the yard to avoid any trouble. He hurriedly told her about what he had been doing lately. Really? That's great. Tong Yue felt the thick stack of money in her pocket, and her expression changed. She thought Tong Yue had done something illegal and was about to return the money when she heard his words and immediately showed a look of surprise, knowing that Tong Yue had never lied to her. Yes, it's true. You can let your brother-in-law's family also go to the mountains to dig herbs and sell them to the county's herbal collection station, or they can give them to my brother here. However, my brother's purchase price is 1 cent lower per pound than the herbal collection station. That's the price set by the collection station. Later, her brother-in-law became the village head of Li family shop, and after 2000, he even established a company to develop tourism projects in the village, making a lot of money. Since getting married, her sister seemed to have fallen into a honeypot, living a sweet life. Hearing his sister's words, Tong Yue knew that their mother must have said something bad to his sister. Sister, wait a moment. Tong Yue stopped his sister, who was about to return to her in-laws, turned around, and went to the kitchen to find a piece of newspaper to wrap 2 pieces of cured meat for her, covering it with his coat. He walked over and signaled to her. The siblings walked to the gate. Sister, this is the wild boar I hunted in the mountains. Take it back for Xiao Hu to eat. Mom won't dare to say anything. Hurry up. Don't let anyone see. Tong Yue handed the cured meat to his sister, and when he saw some villagers approaching with willow baskets to deliver herbs, he gently nudged her away. Okay, I'm leaving. Be careful digging herbs in the mountains, and don't make me worry. Tong Yue greeted the villagers who passed by and realized that it had been a while since she last saw her second brother. He had changed so much. No longer the silent boy who only focused on studying. After walking outside the village and seeing no one on the dirt road, Tong Yue took out the money from her pocket, counted it, and was shocked to find 100 yuan. Although her in-laws were well off, they didn't have 100 yuan saved at home. This quiet brother could casually take out 100 yuan for her. This sibling bond moved her to tears. Seeing someone approaching on the main road, she quickly wiped away the tears in her eyes. In the villages near the mountains in the Yuhe commune, it was said that after Tong Jun started purchasing herbs, villagers would go to the mountains to dig herbs during their free time. The timid ones would dig for Ban Lan Jin on the outskirts, while the bolder villagers would team up to go deep into the mountains to find more valuable herbs. As the herbs on the outskirts became scarcer, villagers began venturing deeper into the mountains, where wild animals began to attack them. Some were injured by being chased by wild boars, some were attacked by leopards, and others fled after encountering wolves. Fortunately, no one was killed, which was a small blessing amid misfortune. During this time, Tong Yue earned over 200 yuan again, bringing his total to 500 yuan. Just as he was preparing to go back to the mountains to dig herbs, Li Jianguo came to his house, bringing him a set of self-study books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Xiaoyu, take this set of books to review. I've looked through them, and they're quite similar to what we're studying. Since your foundation is weak, they will be very useful for your studies. Thank you, Li Gu. I'll return it to you after I finish reading. Tong Yue was overjoyed to see that Li Jianguo and the others had really found the set of books. He knew how important they were, as most of the exam questions were selected from them. Chapter 13. Breakthrough to the second layer of qi refining 3 months later. Tong Jun returned from the county after delivering herbs with good news. His temporary job had become permanent. Over the past few months, not only had he completed the herbal purchasing tasks, but he had also exceeded expectations without making any mistakes. With Tong Yue's guidance and through Li Fugui's introduction, he hinted to the station master, and the position of the formal worker was given to him. After dinner, Tong Jun pulled him aside to discuss. Driver, do you have a driver's license? In this way, you should bring some game to Director Liu tomorrow, buy 2 bottles of good wine, 2 packs of good cigarettes, and also take 200 yuan. Then tell Director Liu that you want to work as a driver and learn to drive. You must learn well, otherwise, if the car breaks down on the road, you will have a lot of trouble. Tong Yue knows how desirable it is to be a driver in this era. It's not just a casual gesture to Director Liu. He definitely won't say it out loud. Since he mentioned the driver position, it depends on how Big Brother handles it. Do you understand his meaning? These officials are really greedy. Big Brother has also earned a few hundred yuan in the past few months, and now he is taking it all out for work. He feels a bit reluctant, even a bit pained, showing a conflicted expression. Don't be reluctant to part with this small amount of money now. Once you learn to drive, your salary will increase as well. And when you drive to the provincial city to deliver medicinal materials, you can also help others carry goods on the way back. You should know that drivers can earn quite a bit on the side. Even if you don't help others carry goods, drivers receive allowances for trips. For Director Liu to mention this job to you is clearly to see if you understand his meaning. You must seize this opportunity. 2 days later, Big Brother happily returned home and said, Xiaoyu, the notification has come. Tomorrow I will go to the county transport team to learn how to drive. After Tong Jun returned home, he asked Tong Yue again what Director Liu meant. I delivered the items to Director Liu, but he didn't give me a response. Do you think he finds the gifts too little? Brother, why are you so stupid? How can they look at the things you gave them right in front of you? Just wait and see. Tomorrow I will give you a response. Tong Jun, feeling anxious, went to work the next day. Shortly after arriving at the office, Director Liu personally gave him a letter of introduction to study at the county transportation team. He regretted his previous treatment of Tong Yue in a critical moment. It was still his own brother who helped him. He secretly decided to treat Tong Yue better in the future. During this time, Tong Yue had memorized the entire set of self-study books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After discussing with Li Jianguo and others, he felt more confident about taking the college entrance exam this year. He noticed that his memory had significantly improved. He didn't know if it was due to his rebirth, his soul being stronger than ordinary people, or the effects of his cultivation. He didn't dwell on it, as long as it was a good thing for him. The 7 educated youths at the youth station cheered when they saw the news in the newspaper. Their efforts during this time had not been in vain, and they could finally take the college entrance exam. As deep autumn approached, Tong Yue rarely went to the mountains to cultivate anymore. He found no reason not to go home, as his older brother and father were both trying to talk to him every day, especially his older brother, who would pull him aside every evening after work to discuss learning to drive. Now, Tong Yue could only go to the mountains to cultivate during the day. With more villagers entering the mountains, he had to change the location where he originally practiced. That morning, he felt he was about to break through. The spiritual energy in his dantian was stirring, constantly touching the barrier of the second level of qi refining. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast, pretending not to hear his brother calling him for a meal. After leaving the courtyard, he ran towards the mountains. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a canyon in the mountains, took out a dozen spirit stones, and sat cross-legged to practice his cultivation. As he operated his technique, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones was immediately drawn out, rushing into his body, being refined into spiritual power, entering his dantian, and then flowing into his meridians, impacting the barrier of the second level of qi refining. Crack! A faint sound came from within his body. Just one impact broke through the barrier of qi refinement level 2, and a powerful energy radiated from him, spreading outwards. Nearby bushes and vines danced as if blown by a strong wind, swirling away into the distance. Tong Yue was overjoyed. He had not expected to break through to Qi refinement level 2 so quickly. In the cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, it seemed that one had to practice for 1 or 2 years to break through to Qi refinement level 2, and that was in a sect with abundant spiritual energy. After more than 2 hours, he stood up, and a layer of greasy, dark substance with a sour odor appeared on his body. He took off his clothes and washed himself clean in a small stream, also washing his clothes at the same time. He only had this one set of autumn clothes. If he got them dirty during the day, he would wash them at night, and although they might still be damp in the morning, he had to wear them anyway. People in the countryside did not mind how dirty their clothes were. No one would laugh if they wore the same clothes for 10 days or half a month. Everyone lived like this. While hanging his clothes to dry, Tong Yue took out the jade slip to check it. After breaking through to Qi refinement level 2, he could learn some spells, including wind control, water ball, fireball, wind blade, and dust removal, these few minor spells. The cultivation system of the Tianyuan Ju starts from the Qi refinement period, progressing to Qi refinement level 9, then to foundation establishment, followed by golden core, and then nascent soul. The jade slip did not introduce the subsequent cultivation realms. He began to learn the fireball spell according to the methods in the jade slip, thinking that once he mastered it, he would no longer need to rely on matches. Chapter 14. Learning to cultivate spells by noon. After practicing the fireball spell, a flame the size of a peanut finally appeared in his hand. Although the small flame lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing, it greatly lifted his spirits, filling him with surprise and joy. He then hit a wild chicken with a stone and tried to cast the small flame again, successfully igniting some firewood, which made him nearly jump for joy. By the time it got dark, he was able to produce a fireball the size of a chicken egg. He put on his clothes, filled with happiness, and left the mountains. After digging for medicinal herbs for some time, his father had earned over 300 yuan. With money at home, his mother was no longer as harsh in her words, and upon learning that his elder brother had become a formal worker, she was much kinder to her 2 granddaughters as well. Tong Yue also noticed that his mother occasionally gave the 2 granddaughters eggs to eat. The family entered a brief period of harmony, but unfortunately, this harmonious life came too late for him. He had longed for such a life. Yet he had never felt much warmth in this home. During these days, Tong Yue learned several minor spells. Now he could produce a fireball the size of a room, use wind blade to cut through trees with a trunk the width of a bowl from 20 meters away, cross a ravine of over 10 meters with wind control, and create a huge water ball with water ball. When it was time for the college entrance examination, Tong Yue did not tell his family, but went to the examination site with Li Jianguo and the others. This was the first college entrance examination since the windfall, and the country paid great attention to it. About 5 million people nationwide participated in the examination, and the number of students admitted reached a historical high of over 300,000. He planned not to return after going out. He intended to send money home every month, enough to support his parents in their old age. After entering the depths of the mountains this time, Tong Yue specifically looked for traces of wild boars. The winter mountains were desolate. All the leaves had fallen from the trees, leaving only bare branches. The grass and vines on the ground had turned yellow and withered. Hibernating animals had long hidden away, with only wild rabbits, wild chickens, wild boars, leopards, and other animals still searching for food, preparing to hide when the heavy snow arrived. Soon, he discovered a group of wild boars searching for food in a valley. The leading wild boar was about the same size as the large one he had killed before, accompanied by its family of wives and children, totaling around 16 or 17. Taking advantage of the wild boar being momentarily stunned and not reacting, Tong Yue swiftly struck with his spirit weapon sword, slicing off its head with ease. Following that, he charged into the group of wild boars, swiftly killing 5 more that were still dazed. It was only then that the remaining boars and piglets realized what was happening, letting out terrified squeals and scattering in all directions. Dragging the 6 wild boars to a nearby stream, he smashed the ice, gutted and cleaned them thoroughly, then stored the meat in his ring, not bothering with the heads as he found it too troublesome. As he approached the edge of the village, he found a secluded spot to hide the 4 heads, covering them with some weeds, and took 2 of the boars hanging from a stick, unsteadily making his way home. In the winter rural areas, there were no farm tasks to do, so very few people ventured outside, with villagers huddling by their kangs to keep warm, thus avoiding detection of the wild boars he had killed. "Dad, I killed 2 wild boars in the mountains, and I've cleaned the meat. You can take care of the heads." Tong Yue entered the yard, placing the boar meat in the kitchen and calling out to the main house. His father, Tong Yue heard his call and quickly donned a cotton coat, coming out of the house, followed by his mother and sister-in-law. Is this all wild boar you killed? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? His father was startled to see the 2 boar carcasses, which weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, and immediately scrutinized him. I'm fine. I originally intended to lure 1 wild boar into a pit, but unexpectedly 2 came along. One of them was knocked out by the other falling on it. So I killed both. I just cleaned them up a bit in the stream and brought the meat back. Tong Yue recounted his fabricated story, not caring whether his father believed him or suspected anything. The boar meat was back home regardless. His mother glanced at the abundant boar meat with surprise, but said nothing. His sister-in-law's face lit up with joy. Little Yue, you're really capable. You're much better than your big brother. He hasn't dared to hunt wild boars in the mountains for years, and you've already killed 3 this year. Uncle, is all this meat from our family? The 2 nieces, bundled in thick cotton coats, rushed out from the house, excitedly asking about the meat. Yes, this is all our family's pork. This time, you can eat your fill, but remember, don't go telling others that we have boar meat. Children, you go chop the meat. Let us have the big bones for dinner tonight. I'll go boil the pig's head. Little Yue, you go rest in the house. Dad, I want to take a piece of pork to my sister. Before leaving, Tong Yue wanted to check on his sister. Then take half a piece with you. Your sister sent eggs to the family not long ago. We've taken so much from her over the years. So it's time to send her some meat as well, so she can hold her head high at her in-laws and not be looked down upon. His father was a reasonable man. It was just that the family had been poor in the past, so he had to pretend to be indifferent. Chapter 15. First time in the black market after Tong Yue returned from her family, she informed her husband, Li Monsong, about her elder brother's herbal medicine procurement, encouraging him to go gather herbs in the mountains as well. Li Monsong was the 3rd of 4 brothers in his family, and his father was the village's old secretary. His reputation was high not just in the village but throughout the Yue commune, which was one of the reasons Tong Yue didn't want to fall out with his cousin. Tong Yue. After several months of gathering herbs, Li Monsong earned several hundred yuan, and his brothers also made money alongside him. Li Monsong's mother was very pleased with Tong Yue's hard-working and kind nature, while the other sisters-in-law were quite envious of her. They dared not say anything at home, but gossiped about her outside. Once these sisters-in-law saw that their own families were also making money and heard that Tong Yue's elder brother had secured a formal job, they began to curry favor with Tong Yue. As Tong Yue walked into his sister's yard, he saw a middle-aged woman carrying a basin coming out of the east wing, presumably to pour out foot wash water. Upon seeing the pork Tong Yue was carrying, she was taken aback and quickly called for Tong Yue, who rushed out from the west room. Little Yue, where did you get so much meat? Hearing her sister-in-law's shout, Tong Yue was astonished at the sight of the large piece of pork Tong Yue was carrying and hurriedly asked him. His brother-in-law, Li Monsong, followed her out, along with his nearly 4-year-old nephew, Xiaohu, who hurriedly ran out. The old secretary's parents, living next door, as well as Li Monsong's older brother, Li Manliang, and his wife, the second brother Li Manton from the east wing, and younger brother Li Mani from the south room, along with several children, all emerged from their homes, illustrating how much Tong Yue was valued in her in-law's home. As Tong Yue spoke, his brother-in-law Li Monsong quickly took the wild boar meat from Tong Yue's shoulder, and his older brother Li Manliang came over to help carry it to the kitchen. Little Yue, you're really impressive. Tell me how you managed to catch this wild boar, Li Manton asked curiously. First let little Yue in for some water. It's so cold outside. We can talk inside. Exactly, second brother. You're already this big and still lacking awareness. Little Yue, come, let us go inside with Aunt and warm up a bit. Drink some hot water. Tong Yue chatted with his sister's family for a while in the house, drank a bowl of hot water, then found an excuse that it was getting dark and left his sister's home. The old secretary's family saw Tong Yue off at the gate, and only returned home after he had walked far away. Once back in the house, the old secretary began discussing Tong Yue's mother's actions with his spouse, expressing his disapproval, but knowing it was their family's affair, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. This Tong Yue's younger brother is really capable, daring to go into the mountains to hunt wild boars alone and even killed 2. I heard he studies well and participated in the college entrance examination. Educated people truly are different. The wife of Li Manliang, who lived in the west room, spoke with envy about Tong Yue, wishing her own brother were as capable. Little Yue was previously not very talkative. He would only smile when meeting others, but he has his own ideas and a good head on his shoulders. His older brother Li Manliang added, Look how capable little Yue is, And look at you. You can't even catch a wild rabbit. Last time you said you'd catch frogs, and you fell into the river instead. How can you be so foolish? His sister-in-law pointed at her husband Li Manton's forehead, expressing her dissatisfaction. You're something. Why don't you give me a son so I can hold my head high in front of others? You wasteful woman. All you do is eat. Xiao Shui, you should go back to your family in a couple of days and remind little you not to go into the mountains. Those wild boars can be dangerous. Her brother-in-law Li Mansong also spoke to Tong Yue in the house. Uncle is really impressive. When I grow up, I'll go hunt wild boars for meat too. Little Hu, still young, only thought about eating meat. Living in the south room, Li Mani had just married last year. Today his wife went back to her family and hadn't returned yet. After sending Tong Yue off, he went to his mother-in-law's house at the east end of the village to pick up his wife, so he didn't hear anyone talking in his home. After Tong Yue returned home, as soon as he entered the yard, he smelled a delicious aroma. His elder brother had already come back from work and was helping their father with the pig hair on the pig's head. That evening, the family had stewed big bones for dinner. Tong Yue enjoyed 2 bowls of meat soup with corn buns, feeling very satisfied as he let out a hearty burp. Little Yu, how did your college entrance exam go? Have you received your acceptance letter? My older brother goes to the county transportation team every day to learn how to drive. He has met many people and is also aware of the college entrance exam situation. He doesn't know the results yet, but he estimates there will be news in a few days. How is your driving learning going, big brother? Tong Yue noticed that his brother's hands had several cuts, and there was uncleaned grease between his fingers, guessing that he had started learning how to repair cars. He is currently learning from an experienced mechanic, occasionally driving in the yard, but he is not allowed on the road. I feel that driving is easy, but repairing cars is too complicated. Tong Yue knows that in this era, learning to drive takes about half a year, mainly focused on repairing cars. Otherwise, if a car breaks down on the road, it would be troublesome if one doesn't know how to fix it. Car drivers in this era can disassemble a car completely and then reassemble it, while some experienced drivers can tell where the problem is just by listening to the sound of the car. Unlike drivers in later generations who can only drive and not repair cars. No matter what problems the car has, they would just tow it to a repair shop. Big brother, when you go to work tomorrow, bring a piece of meat to the mechanic who teaches you how to repair cars. That way, he will teach you more diligently. I know that I give the mechanic cigarettes every day, and sometimes I even buy him a pack, just to learn the skills quickly and earn more money driving in the future. My brother has changed a lot in these months. Not only has his horizons broadened, but he also understands many human relationships and is no longer as dull as before. Tong Yue knows that it is the environment that can change a person. Around 2 in the morning, Tong Yue went to the county town, in a remote area, took out a piece of wild boar meat from his ring, covered his face with a coarse cloth, and headed to the black market. He often comes to the county town to sell medicinal materials and had already inquired about the location of the black market. Is this wild boar meat? Tong Yue paid a dime entrance fee, and the guard at the black market entrance looked at the meat he was carrying and asked. Yes, this was just shot yesterday. I came here to exchange it for some money and grain coupons. Tong Yue casually expressed his intention. Wait a moment, let me ask. We will take the wild boar meat. Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. One of the strong men waved to another strong man, and that man turned and ran into a nearby alley. Chapter 16. Admission notice. Tong Yue came out of the black market in the county town with an extra 200 yuan in hand, along with 20 jin of national grain coupons and 2 zhang 3 chi of local fabric coupons. The wild boar meat was sold for 1 yuan per jin. The new year is approaching, and everyone is stocking up on goods. The meat in the state-run butcher shop has long been sold out. People who can't buy meat or have few meat coupons will come to the black market to buy meat, even if the prices are higher. They still want to buy meat for the new year, so the prices of various meats in the black market are rising. The next morning, Tong Yue went back to the mountains to practice. At noon, he ate a wild chicken in the mountains, and in the afternoon, when he returned, he carried a wild boar weighing about 200 jin into the yard. Today he was lucky. He encountered the wild boar group he saw yesterday in the same place, and tried to use the same method to hunt this wild boar. Tong Yue had to lie again. After all, this was his biological father. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother explaining. Don't go again. The wild boar meat at home is enough for the new year. You should stay at home and study. Tong Yue still had 2 wild boars in his ring. He planned to go to the black market again tonight. After processing the wild boar meat, he would wait for the admission notice at home. After the new year, he would go to university, and the day of revenge would not be far away. Today is the president's birthday, and school is on holiday. Little Yong immediately found an excuse that made Tong Yue unable to help but laugh. Slap. Their father raised his hand and slapped him. A handprint immediately appeared on his chubby face, still carrying some pig hair. Little Yong covered his red cheek, tears streaming down his face, obediently walked to the south wall, knelt on the frozen ground, knowing that his father was truly angry enough to break his legs. Hearing their father's anger, their mother hurried out of the kitchen, saying as she walked toward the south wall, "You wasteful woman, it's all your fault for spoiling him. If you dare to pull him up today, I will hit you too." Seeing their father truly angry, their mother dared not go any further toward the south wall, stood in the yard for a moment, then turned back to the kitchen, muttering to herself to find an excuse. Tong Yue couldn't be bothered to watch his mother's performance and turned to find a room for himself. After his older brother returned from work, he finally helped Little Yong up from the ground. Their father was busy with the pig's head, pretending not to see him, which was also giving himself an excuse. He was genuinely afraid that Little Yong would get frozen and would have to take him to the hospital, which would cost money. Little Yong entered the house, took off his shoes, and got onto the comm. After lifting the quilt, he started to complain about him. Tong Yue had long found him displeasing. In his previous life, his relationship with this brother was not good. When he borrowed money from him, he spoke as if he deserved to be lent to, and after lending him the money, he had never called him even once. He was even worse than his two nieces. Little Yong also knew he was wrong, but he relied on his mother's favoritism and still felt that skipping school was not a big deal. He was not the only one in the village skipping school. He snorted coldly, pulled over the quilt, and lay down. A few days later, the village's loudspeaker rang again, calling Tong Yue, Tong Yue, to come to the brigade after hearing the broadcast. After hearing the broadcast twice, Tong Yue knew that the postman had brought the admission notice. In his previous life, his admission notice was delivered to the brigade by the postman, so he was not that excited. In this era, postmen deliver letters to the brigade, and then village officials announce over the loudspeaker for people to come collect their letters, shouting twice to ensure villagers can hear clearly. Li Jiangguo and the others are educated youth, and their letters and packages are sent to the county's educated youth office. The staff at the county's educated youth office will soon deliver their admission notices. "Uncle Zhenghua, are you at the brigade? It's tough in this cold weather. Here, have a smoke." Tong Yue walked into the village brigade and saw Uncle Zhenghua wearing a sheepskin coat that must have been worn for many years. With a cotton hat on his head, hurriedly took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. "Little Yue is here. You can do it. You actually got into university, bringing honor to our Tong family. When you get to university, study hard, and don't forget our Yuha village when you go out." In this time, Uncle Zhenghua's several sons earned a few hundred yuan digging medicinal materials, and after seeing that brother Tong Jun became a formal worker, he tried to make up for the previous relationship with Tong Yue's family, always greeting brother Tong Jun with a smile. "Don't worry, uncle. I am from Yuha village, and we are all from the same ancestor, so I won't forget our Tong family in good times." Tong Yue is now much more eloquent than in his previous life, and his words pleased Uncle Zhenghua greatly. Uncle Zhenghua had learned through various inquiries that after Tong Yue graduated from university, he would definitely be able to become an official, perhaps even a bigger official than the county head. He wanted to build a good relationship with him quickly, so that it would be easier to ask him for help in the future. Tong Yue certainly knew that in this year, most of the university graduates entered various departments, and some even reached the vice ministerial level, with departmental officials scattered across the country. If it weren't for the oppression from the Su Zhongli family, he would have been able to do well in his previous life. At the very least, he would be in a position higher than that of the county head. "Little Yue, why did the brigade's loudspeaker call for you?" Tong Yue was walking down the main street of the village when he encountered a fake linen coming out of his house. He was carrying a dirty wicker basket on his back and holding a manure fork in his hand, probably going to pick up manure. "I went to get a letter. Uncle Ning is going to pick up manure again. Here, have a smoke." Tong Yue took out a box of Dahongpo cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to fake linen. "Oh, this is good tobacco. It would be a waste for me to smoke it. You should give it to someone else." Fake linen saw the Dahongpo cigarettes in his hand and, while speaking, handed it back. "Take it. What is the big deal about smoking a box of cigarettes for your nephew? It's only because it's good tobacco that I gave it to you. I wouldn't give it to anyone else." "All right, then I'll take it. I heard you passed the university entrance exam. Is this the acceptance letter?" Fake linen no longer pushed it away, tore open the envelope, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with a match, taking a deep puff. "Yes, I got into university. This is the acceptance letter. And I'll be going to the capital to study next year." "Great. After going to university, you'll have a job. I don't have much to give you. But here's a little something I fished out of the river. Consider it a congratulatory gift. Chapter 17. The Gathering of Educated Youth. Tong Yue looked at the snuff bottle in his hand. Although he didn't know much about antiques, he recognized that this snuff bottle was a rare item and would definitely be valuable in the future. However, antiques didn't hold much value now. This snuff bottle could only sell for a few bucks. In another 20 or 30 years, when the antique collection craze took off, one wouldn't be able to buy this snuff bottle for less than 100,000. After parting ways with fake Lenin, Tong Yue didn't go home, but directly headed to the Educated Youth Station. On the way, he took out a piece of wild boar meat from his bag. Xiaoyu, did you hunt a wild boar again? Wow, your hunting skills are impressive. As soon as he entered the yard of the Educated Youth Station, Chen Xiangdong, who was stacking firewood, spotted him and, seeing the wild boar meat in his hand, happily dropped the firewood and hurried over to take the meat from him. Tong Yue knew from his previous life that the 7 educated youths at the station had all passed the university entrance exam because they had learned about it in advance and had studied for several months. When Chen Xiangdong heard that Tong Yue received his acceptance letter, he quickly congratulated him, but then a look of anxiety appeared on his face, thinking that if they didn't get into university too, it would be quite embarrassing. Xiaoyu, you really got the acceptance letter? Let me see. It really is an acceptance letter. Congratulations, Xiaoyu. Sigh. Xiaoyu has gotten into university. I wonder if we can too? I think it's about right. If I don't pass this year, I'll continue to try next year. After all, there's no age limit for university. I'll get in sooner or later. Li Jiangguo, you guys are something. All 7 of you educated youths actually got into university. You must have worked hard studying. After receiving their acceptance letters, Chen Xiangdong and others were as happy as children, jumping up and down, and a few of the more sentimental educated youths even had tears in their eyes. Over the past few years in Yue village, working hard in the fields every day and not having enough to eat or wear, they had longed to leave. But the policies didn't allow it. They could only hope to leave by either joining the army or getting into university. Cheers. Let us celebrate that we all got into university. We'll be leaving tomorrow, and the next time we meet will be at university. This was Tong Yue's first time drinking alcohol since being reborn. After downing the wine in his bowl, he immediately felt a bit dizzy and quickly circulated his energy, dissipating the effects of the alcohol, and his mind became clear again. The 8 educated youths drank 6 bottles of white liquor, and surprisingly, the 2 female educated youths each drank a bottle without any issues. The male educated youths, except for Li Jiangguo, all got drunk, starting to shout loudly, expressing their dissatisfaction with their families, perhaps letting out years of accumulated grievances. Why am I sent to the countryside? Why did he get to join the army while I'm stuck here? You're so biased. Chen Xiangdong, drunk, with red eyes, spoke out his grievances. Dongzi, if you're drunk, go take a nap. Don't talk nonsense here. Li Jiangguo pulled Chen Xiangdong up and dragged him to the bed. Xiangdong, who hasn't felt wronged? Usually, it's buried deep in the heart, but now that we're suddenly leaving, the alcohol lets it all out. What is this about? I was fooled by a woman, taking my place in the countryside, while she ran off to marry someone else. Wah. Du Dongliang, as he spoke, began to cry loudly, revealing he had his own story. Hu Fuqing and Wu Guqing pulled him up and also got him onto the bed. Sisters, you can clean up. I'm going home to lie down for a bit. I drank too much. Tong Yue saw that the other educated youths were mostly drunk. So he stood up and pretended to be drunk, swaying as he walked outside. Chung Xiaomin and Li Huiling hurried over to support him. Xiaoyu, can you still walk? Let us take you home. No need. I'm fine. I still know the way home. You all go on with your business. Tong Yue waved his hand, not daring to pretend too much, and walked more steadily. Chung Xiaomin and Li Huiling saw he was walking fine, so they didn't accompany him further. But they kept an eye on him until he turned the corner before returning to the educated youth station. When he got home, he saw his father chopping firewood in the yard, while his mother and sister-in-law were making cloth shoes with his 2 nieces indoors. His younger brother, Xiaoyong, had gone to school. What are you shouting for? His father set down the axe when he saw him return. I went to get the acceptance letter. I got into university, and classes start in March next year. You really got into university? Good, good. The Tong family finally has an educated person. When you have time, teach your younger brother more. Don't let him be like your mother. Otherwise, the child will just be wasted. His father's words made Tong Yue very displeased. Although his father was somewhat strict with Xiaoyong, he still favored this younger brother. He didn't know if he had listened to his mother or believed the village gossip. He is not cut out for school. With you spoiling him, it's a wonder he can learn anything. No matter how much I teach him, he won't learn. Tong Yue spoke without courtesy. If you were stricter with Xiaoyong now, making him study well, you might still save him, otherwise. He'll end up farming at home sooner or later. Just teach him. After all, you're his brother. It's natural for you to care for him. If he doesn't study hard, I won't blame you. That's just his fate. His father's words made Tong Yue feel even more sorrowful. At that moment, he understood that his parents were not listening to village gossip, but simply didn't care about him. Otherwise, why wouldn't they worry that if Xiaoyong's grades improved and he got into university, they wouldn't be afraid he wouldn't come back home? In his previous life, he never understood why his parents were so indifferent to him. Wasn't he their own child? After being reborn, he helped the family with some chores. And only then did his father pay attention to him, occasionally saying a few caring words. His mother was somewhat nicer to him than before, no longer calling him a useless waste, but he could still feel some distance between them. Chapter 18. The murder case in Yuha village. After coming to this realization, Tong Yue felt even less affection for this family, only thinking about getting through the new year at home and leaving next year. In the early morning, he went again to the black market in the county town, sold the remaining 2 wild boars, and conveniently gave the heads to the black market boss. This made him feel that outsiders were better than his own family. He brought back so much wild boar meat, yet he hadn't seen much gratitude from his family. He handed the fabric coupons, and 10 yuan he got back to his sister-in-law, saying, "Sister-in-law, I would like to ask you to make me a new outfit to wear after the school starts next year. Here are the fabric coupons and money for you." "Oh, just give me the fabric coupons. What do we need the money for as a family? Your brother told me long ago to make you a new outfit, but he hasn't been able to get any fabric coupons. You are the one with the ability to gather so many coupons." He knew that his brother's salary and the benefits from the unit over the past few months added up to over 100 yuan. His brother wanted to express gratitude to him and had mentioned this to his sister-in-law, probably feeling guilty. Cheng Xiaoman and Li Huiling gave him some biscuits and candies. Hu Fuqing gave him a military green shoulder bag. Wu Guiqing gifted him 2 bottles of Matai liquor, and Li Jiangguo presented him with a fountain pen. The used bedding and pots and pans were also left to him by the educated youth, who only took their books and a few changes of clothes and rode the village cart to the county town. "Shall you hurry back? We'll see each other again soon." Tong Yue waved goodbye to them, and after watching the cart drive away, he returned to the educated youth point, packed the pots and pans they left behind into a wicker basket, then carried the bundled bedding to the house of fake linen. "Uncle Jingning, these are the things left by the educated youth. After you wash and unpack the bedding, keep it for yourself." Fake linen saw him carrying a wicker basket and a large bundle of bedding and quickly took them from him, showing some worry on his face as he asked, "It's nothing. Whatever she says doesn't matter. These aren't her things. The educated youth gave them to me, and it's up to me to decide who to give them to. You carry on. I'll head back." After returning home, Tong Yue indeed saw that his mother's expression was not good. He didn't know who had told her that he had given the educated youth's things to fake linen, which made her very unhappy. She complained a bit, but was stopped by his father, so when she saw him come home, she only huffed and didn't say anything else about him. "Murder! Murder!" A piercing scream came from San Guzi's house, but it quickly faded away. Bang! Bang! Murder! Hurry, someone! San Guzi's house was murdered. Tong Jingfa held a broken iron basin, banging it with an axe while shouting loudly on the village street. The villagers heard the shouting and ran out of their homes, quickly surrounding San Guzi's house. The brave ones even entered the yard and saw that San Guzi's wife had already passed away. The blood on the ground had frozen. At this time, village head Tong Zhenghua also rushed over with 5 or 6 militia members carrying guns. The militia members loaded their guns with a click and rushed into San Guzi's house. "Village head, San Guzi is dead, and his wife is dead too. The 2 children and his mother are not at home. We don't know if they were taken away or went somewhere else. We should report to the police quickly." A militia member quickly ran out to report to village head Tong Zhenghua, who was maintaining order. Upon hearing that San Guzi and his wife were both dead, the villagers were instantly shocked. Just as they were about to follow Tong Zhenghua into the yard, someone said, "Everyone, don't go in yet. We don't want to disturb the scene and affect the police investigation. Uncle Zhenghua, you should hurry and call the police." Tong Yue heard the shouts and ran over. However, since his house was far from San Guzi's, he didn't dare to use his wind manipulation in the village. By the time he arrived, he saw Tong Zhenghua was about to enter the yard, followed by the villagers, and quickly shouted, "Xiao Yu is right. He truly deserves to be someone who has studied." "My chun'er, Go call them out, and make sure no one enters the yard. I'm going to make a phone call. Upon hearing Tong Yue's words, Tong Yue remembered what the police had said during the meeting at the commune, and immediately told the nearby militia member Mai Chun-er and ran towards the brigade office. This was a murder case in the village. He had to report it quickly. The villagers, upon hearing Tong Yue's words, did not dare to enter the yard anymore. Some ran to the neighboring houses on either side of Sanguzi's, climbing onto walls or rooftops to look into Sanguzi's house. More than half an hour later, several police officers in blue uniforms, with holsters strapped to their waists, arrived at Yue village on bicycles. Some of the police officers might have recognized Tong Yue and came over to ask him questions, while the others entered the yard. Village head, who discovered the murder first. Please have him come over to explain the situation at that time. A middle-aged officer shook hands with Tong Yue and began to inquire. Zhengfa, come over and tell Officer Liu how you discovered that Sanguzi and his wife were murdered. Be sure to be detailed so it can help the police solve the case. Hearing Tong Yue call him, Tong Yue immediately ran over and explained that after he heard Sanguzi's wife scream, he ran out from the house and saw Sanguzi's wife lying in the yard. He detailed everything he saw. Old Liu, looking at the footprints left by the murderer, there were two middle-aged men. Both victims were stabbed to death, and the wardrobe in the house was rummaged through. I guess the murderer was looking for something. The scene was well protected, besides a few militia members. No one else entered. A police officer came out from Sanguzi's house to report to Officer Liu. It seems that village head Tong Yue remembered what we discussed during the meeting at the commune. You did a great job this time. Officer Liu was quite satisfied with Tong Yue's actions. Haha, this was all my nephew Xiao Yu's suggestion. I almost led the militia into the yard. Thankfully, he reminded me. Tong Yue didn't claim the credit for himself this time. He knew the police would inquire with the villagers and would surely learn that it was Tong Yue who had reminded him, which would be quite embarrassing. Oh, your nephew also knows how to protect the scene. What does he do? Officer Liu knew the villagers had no awareness of protecting the scene. They only wanted to watch the excitement. Chapter 19. Tong Yue's speculation. Upon hearing that Tong Yue had been accepted into university, Officer Liu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that a college student could emerge from such a poor rural area. It was important to note that this was the first college entrance examination this year, and for a farmer to get into college was no small feat. However, it had nothing to do with the murder case. He quickly realized Tong Yue's intention. It was subtly telling him that his nephew would also be an official in the future, and perhaps he would manage people like them in the future. This was a great opportunity to build a connection. Several police officers inquired about some villagers and learned from one that two middle-aged men had come to Yue village today. Tong Yue, upon hearing that two middle-aged men had come to Yue village, suddenly remembered that after this year's flood, two middle-aged men had also come to Yue village inquiring about who had fished out a dressing table from the flood. Officer Liu, after this year's flood, two middle-aged men also came to Yue village asking who had fished out a dressing table. They said it was their mother's dowry. Isn't Sanguzi good at swimming? Upon hearing what Tong Yue said, Officer Liu immediately thought that the murderer might have guessed that Sanguzi had fished out the dressing table. Under duress, Sanguzi resisted, and the murderer killed him. Sanguzi's wife tried to run outside to call for help, and the murderer killed her to silence her. My son, who did this? I just left for a little while, and Sanguzi's mother returned with her two grandsons. Upon entering, she saw the bodies of her son and daughter-in-law and cried out a few times before fainting. Tong Yue saw that both of Sanguzi's parents were dead and thought this was different from his past life experience. He remembered that Sanguzi's family of 5 had all been poisoned, and that had happened when he was about to graduate from college. Later, he didn't know how it happened, but the whole family was poisoned. They secretly ate dog meat at night, and the next day, someone went to borrow something from their house and discovered that the entire family had been poisoned to death. Tong Yue had thought of reminding Sanguzi before leaving, telling him not to steal dogs anymore and to be careful of poisoning, but unexpectedly, both Sanguzi and his wife had been killed. Fortunately, they left behind 2 children, who presumably would not be poisoned in the future. Tong Yue guessed that these 2 middle-aged people had given Tong Yue some benefits in exchange for taking the gold ingots and jade hairpin. As for the silver ring, these 2 middle-aged people probably didn't care about it. They only wanted the gold ingots and jade hairpin, which they considered valuable. Thinking of this, Tong Yue felt a chill. It had been almost half a year since the flood, and these 2 middle-aged people had not given up on asking about the jewelry box. Presumably, these 2 middle-aged people had been inquiring about the dressing table along the riverside villages, asking in the villages downstream who was good at swimming and what they had salvaged from the flood. They must have interrogated everyone skilled at swimming in these villages until they finally found Sanguzi's home today. Now that the police had clues about these two middle-aged people, it was likely that they would solve the case sooner or later. But it was just a matter of time. Sanguzi was not well liked in the village. He often stole chickens and dogs and was lazy. But since everyone shared the same surname and saw his poor mother and two children, the villagers came to help. The next morning, Tong Yue also went to help at Sanguzi's house, where he was pulled aside by fake Lenin. Xiao Yu, last night someone broke into my house, brandishing a dagger and asking if I had seen the dressing table. They searched my house several times before knocking me out, and I just woke up this morning. Tong Yue then noticed that fake Lenin's face was pale, and as he spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was also limping, likely because his leg was injured. Uncle Jingning, have you told the village chief about this? I didn't tell him. I don't want to deal with him. Fake Lenin said disdainfully. Oh, Uncle Jingning, this is not the time to hold grudges. You should tell the village chief about this. Otherwise, if someone else in the village gets killed, that would be a real problem. After saying this, Tong Yue pulled fake Lenin to find Tong Yue, who was directing the funeral arrangements, and recounted what had happened last night. These two middle-aged people haven't escaped? They are really bold. It seems they want to interrogate everyone in our village who is good at swimming. I'm going to call the police station now and have the militia captain arrange for the militia to patrol the village tonight. Tong Yinghua's words startled Tong Yue. These two middle-aged people could find fake Lenin, so they definitely wouldn't let him off either. He estimated that they were planning how to capture him. After his initial shock, he felt a sense of anticipation. Now that he had broken through to the second level of qi refining, the spiritual energy in his dantian had greatly increased, allowing him to exert hundreds of pounds of force in a punch, his mind clearer and his body's reflexes faster. Moreover, he knew spells. He could handle not just these two middle-aged people, but even if more strong men came, he could deal with them. Tong Yue could no longer attend to Sanguzi's funeral and hurriedly went to the brigade office to report. Tong Yue then followed fake Lenin to his home. Fake Lenin's wife had passed away, and he had two children. One daughter was married, and one son was in the army, leaving him alone at home. Fake Lenin had heard Tong Yue say yesterday that he should protect the scene, and when he woke up this morning, his messy home was still uncleaned. He thought to discuss it with Tong Yue, estimating that Tong Yue might be helping at Sanguzi's house, so he went directly there and indeed found Tong Yue. Chapter 20. Capturing the murderers on New Year's Eve. After the police station received Tong Yinghua's call, several police officers quickly arrived at Yuhe village, led again by Officer Liu. After inspecting the situation at fake Lenin's home, they questioned him and took notes. Then they whispered something to village chief Tong Yue before leaving with their team. After finishing the funeral arrangements for Sanguzi, several days passed without Tong Yue hearing anyone in the village say that someone else had broken in at night. The sound of firecrackers began to sporadically ring out in Yuhe village. Most families bought some small firecrackers, while some had bigger ones like firecrackers that made loud bangs. The local produce company wasn't selling anything else. His younger brother, Xiao Yong, lit some small firecrackers and then went back inside to warm up. The winters in this era were very cold, especially at night, when temperatures could drop to around -20 degrees. Although the children were energetic, they were still afraid of the cold. After washing his feet, Tong Yue returned to the room and saw that his younger brother, Xiao Yong, was already asleep. He took off his shoes, climbed onto the heated kong, pulled the quilt over himself, and soon fell into a drowsy sleep. Someone had come. It might be those two middle-aged men who had discovered his good swimming skills and come to interrogate him. Tong Yue thought to himself, hiding behind the door, raising the wooden stick in his hand, waiting for the door latch to be opened before launching a surprise attack on whoever entered. Bang! Tong Yue's wooden stick came crashing down, hitting the back of the intruder's head. The person in front heard the noise and quickly turned around, just in time to see a shadow coming at him, hitting his forehead. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as the person was knocked back 2 steps, falling to the ground. Who was out there? Their father, hearing the commotion from the main room, quickly got up, grabbing the only household flashlight, and shone a light in, instantly illuminating the room. Upon seeing his father come out, Tong Yue explained the situation to him, then moved outside and called out to his older brother, who was in the east wing. Their father's flashlight illuminated the two middle-aged men lying on the ground, and he picked up another wooden stick, swinging it with all his might at the arms of the two men. Crack, crack! The sounds of breaking bones echoed. The two middle-aged men, who had been knocked unconscious, were awakened by the pain of their arms being broken and began to scream loudly. Their father saw his older brother running over, handed him the wooden stick, and shone the flashlight on the two rolling middle-aged men on the ground. Crack, crack. The older brother took the stick without saying a word, swung it down. And the sound of bones breaking rang out again as the two middle-aged men instantly fainted from the pain. Help! There's a thief in here. Help! There's a thief. The sister-in-law, who had gotten up with the older brother, saw the two men lying in the main room and ran out to shout. Their mother also got up, while only the younger brother, Xiao Yong, remained fast asleep, completely oblivious to the loud noises outside. On this silent winter night, the sister-in-law's loud cries quickly spread throughout most of the village. The villagers, hearing the shouts, immediately dressed, grabbed their shovels, pitchforks, wooden sticks, and rushed out of their homes. Village Chief Tong Yue also brought a few militia members, armed with guns, running over to Tong Yue's yard, where soon dozens of people had gathered. You guys, go inside a few at a time and drag these two thieves out to the brigade office. We'll send them to the police station tomorrow. Jingshan, is everyone in your family okay? How did you find out these two had broken into your house? After directing the militia, Village Chief Tong Yue turned to ask Tong Jingshan about the situation. It was Xiao Ye who discovered it first. He took down the two men, and I only came out of the east room when I heard noises from the outer room. I woke up with a full bladder and was about to go to the bathroom when I heard the sound of the door latch moving. Remembering what happened at Sanguzi's house a few days ago, I grabbed a wooden stick and hid behind the door, knocking the two men unconscious. Tong Yue fabricated a very normal reason. Otherwise, who would believe that he could be so alert while sleeping, specifically waiting for a thief to come in? When the villagers saw the two middle-aged men being dragged out, their arms and legs in irregular shapes, they felt no pity for them and kicked and punched them. When the two middle-aged men woke up in pain, they were beaten unconscious again by the villagers and were then dragged away by a few militia members to the brigade office. The villagers comforted Tong Yue's family for a moment before going home to sleep. My father and elder brother checked the courtyard gate again before returning to their respective rooms. Waiting for the police to come for inquiries the next day, Tong Yue also went to the bathroom and then went back to bed to sleep. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the villagers all knew that a thief had entered Tong Yue's house the night before. Taking the opportunity to pay New Year greetings to my father, the villagers inquired about Tong Yue's situation. After receiving a call from the village head, Tong Yue, the police on duty at the police station reported that they might have caught the murderer. In the morning, a jeep and two tricycles arrived in Yue village, and village head Tong Yue handed over the two nearly frozen middle-aged men to the police. A few police officers then came to Tong Yue's house to ask about the process of capturing the thief in detail. Since it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, they did not ask Tong Yue to go to the police station to make a record, but instead took his statement at his home. Before leaving, the leading officer praised Tong Yue, saying he was quite clever and had a good head on his shoulders. Doing well, no wonder he could get into university. After saying that, they took the two middle-aged men away. A few days later, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, news came from the police station that these two middle-aged men were indeed murderers. They were from Ningde County, from the upstream area of Yusha River. When the flood came, a family with gold ingots had their house washed away. The elderly woman from that family, seeing her house collapse, cried out that there was a jewelry box in the drawer of her dressing table containing gold ingots and asked her family to find it. While she was crying out, the two middle-aged men heard her and became greedy, searching downstream in the villages. They never found the dressing table, but they did not give up and continued to inquire in the riverside villages until they reached Yue village. Hearing that Sanguzi was good at swimming and often fished things out of the river, they took advantage of the winter when fewer people were outside and broke into Sanguzi's house to interrogate him. Sanguzi himself was not a good person, and seeing that these two dared to enter his house in broad daylight made him even more aggressive. When a few words went wrong, Sanguzi tried to resist. The two middle-aged men had not intended to kill anyone, but Sanguzi was a bit reckless and, taking advantage of being in his own house, went to grab a kitchen knife. In the struggle, the two men stabbed Sanguzi to death, and when they saw Sanguzi's wife screaming, they stabbed her to death as well. Later, they went to the house of fake linen, searched around but did not find the jewelry box. Fortunately, fake linen was old and did not resist, so they did not kill him but only knocked him unconscious. Chapter 21. Arriving at Beijing University, Tong Yue was recognized for his merit in capturing the murderer, and the police department not only awarded him a certificate for bravery but also rewarded him with 50 yuan. Additionally, Officer Liu from the police station said that after he went to university, a commendation letter from the police department would be sent to his university. Tong Yue knew that a policy would be introduced next year allowing for household responsibility system in rural areas, disbanding the collective meal system. Xiaoya, study hard in university. I bought you a pair of leather shoes. Try them on to see if they fit. In mid-February, when Tong Yue was preparing to leave Yuhe village, his sister Tong Yue and brother-in-law Li Mansong came to send him off. Tong Yue took out a new pair of leather shoes and handed them to him. Thank you, sister. If it's bought by you, it will definitely fit. Tong Yue felt a bit emotional. In this family, only his sister cared about him. He tried on the shoes, and they fit perfectly. Tong Yue and Tong Yue pretended not to hear as their father glared at their mother. He took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Tong Yue, taking him to pay for his tuition. Last year, their father earned over 300 yuan from collecting medicinal materials and made a little over 100 yuan from selling the task pig. After the brigade's year-end settlement, their family only received over 30 yuan due to the absence of the elder brother as a strong laborer. After deducting the expenses for the new year, their father had about 300 yuan left. Take this. There's a saying that a poor family has a rich road. Once you go out, you'll be on your own. Without money, you can't even afford to eat. He was also worried that if Tong Yue really got into university, he would leave the family, feeling uncomfortable that they had raised him for so long just for him to leave. Their mother, seeing their father giving him so much money, snorted in anger and went back to the house, not even sending him out of the courtyard. However, his sister-in-law and two nieces did see him off, with the two little nieces reluctantly asking, "Uncle, are you going to a very far place? When will you be back?" "I'll come back after I finish university. You two behave well at home and don't play outside the village. When you grow up, you can also go to university." His elder brother Tong Jun borrowed a bicycle from colleagues at work and took Tong Yue's luggage, leaving Yuhe village under the gaze of their father, family, and villagers. Once he goes out, he won't come back. The family has raised him for so many years, and he just leaves. Isn't that unfair? Yeah. He's grown up and is capable of working, but he's going to university. It's a waste of a strong laborer. There were trains from the county town to Beijing, and his brother bought him a train ticket. Tong Yue didn't mention giving him money or anything. His brother pushed the bicycle all the way to the platform. After this time of working in Tong Yue's guidance, his brother was no longer such an honest and simple farmer. He could speak up and handle things. By March, he would be able to get a driver's license. "Okay, I got it, brother. You should go back to work. I'll write to you when I get to university and send it to your workplace." "All right, take these ration tickets with you and have a safe journey. Be careful on the train, try not to cause trouble, and keep your money and tickets well hidden so that thieves don't steal them." His brother handed him a stack of ration tickets, not waiting for him to respond, and pushed the bicycle away. Tong Yue saw that these were national ration tickets, probably worth over 30 jin, which he guessed his brother exchanged with his colleagues at work. There were 3 trains passing daily from Ye County to Beijing, and he took the midday train, arriving at the Beijing terminal just as dawn broke the next day. The trains of this era were slow, especially the slow ones, stopping at both big and small stations, sometimes needing to let faster trains pass. Having experienced life in his previous life, Tong Yue put his luggage on the luggage rack and found a seat on the train. The train jolted for half a day and night, and by the time it arrived at the south station of Beijing in the early morning, he was exhausted and panting. After getting off the train and exiting the station, Tong Yue saw that the buildings in Beijing were still as they had been in his previous life, with polluted air, swirling sand, and a mix of indescribable odors. It wasn't until after many years of continuous management, following the turn of the millennium, that the environment in Beijing improved significantly. More than half an hour later, Tong Yue arrived at Beijing University. Looking at the school gate before him, it was almost no different from his previous life. "Classmate, are you here to report to?" Just as Tong Yue was lost in thought, he heard someone speaking beside him. Turning his head, he saw a young man wearing a faded coarse cloth shirt with a few patches, holding a cloth bag in one hand and carrying luggage on his shoulder. Smiling at him, "My name is Tong Yue. I came to report to school today. Are you also here to report?" "I'm Gui Yunqing, also here to report today. Let's go in together." The two of them entered the gate with their luggage and soon saw 2 desks not far away, where 2 middle-aged men were sitting in chairs, with a few young people nearby sorting through some documents. Tong Yue knew this was the reception area, so he took out his introduction letter and admission notice and walked over to the desk of the middle-aged men. "Hello, teachers. My name is Tong Yue, and I am here to report. Here are my introduction letter and admission notice. Hello, student. Welcome to Beijing University. Teacher Chun said as he took the admission notice and introduction letter, checked it against a form filled with names, found Tong Yue's name, and after confirming it was correct, took out a blank form, wrote down Tong Yue's name, and handed the admission notice and that form to Teacher Lu beside him. After completing the enrollment procedures, Teacher Lu said to Tong Yue, "School hasn't started yet. After you put your luggage in the dormitory, go to the street and the police station to handle your household registration." "Okay, thank you for the reminder, teacher." Tong Yue respectfully thanked him. The teachers in this era deserved his respect. Guo Yunqing was not in the same dormitory as Tong Yue, and their majors were different. In this life, Tong Yue chose to study economics, which would allow him to work in the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation after graduation. In his previous life, Tong Yue studied architecture and, under the persuasion of his teacher, stayed at the school after graduation, only to later be suppressed by Su Zhongli's family through connections, ultimately having to resign and start a business. In this life, he chose to study economics, and after being assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation upon graduation, he would have the opportunity to go abroad. He thought it was more impressive to deal with foreigners and make money from them than to earn a lot of money domestically. Chapter 22. The first meeting of classmates in Tong Yue's dormitory. No other classmates had reported yet. He was the only one who arrived early. After dropping off his luggage, he chose a bed by the window for easier access at night. After spreading out his bedding and organizing his things, he took his introduction letter and paperwork and went to wait for Guo Yunqing at the university entrance. Guo Yunqing had mentioned that his family lost a lawsuit and the other party had connections in the prosecutor's office, making it impossible to win a just case. He said he would definitely overturn the case for his family after graduating and becoming a judge, which Tong Yue learned later. "Tong Yue, I'm so glad to be with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be familiar with this place at all and wouldn't know how many wrong turns I would have taken." Guo Yunqing expressed his gratitude after they finished handling the household registration. Tong Yue had shared stories about the educated youth with Guo Yunqing on the way, and it was thanks to them that he could smoothly handle his household registration. After returning to the university, it was just noon, and Guo Yunqing insisted on treating Tong Yue to lunch in the cafeteria. Unable to refuse, Tong Yue followed him to the cafeteria. Although Guo Yunqing dressed modestly, he was actually quite wealthy and pulled out hundreds of dollars from his pocket. Later, as Tong Yue got to know him better, he learned that Guo Yunqing's family owned several coal mines. The reason Guo Yunqing dressed this way was to let his classmates know his family was poor, so he could identify who his true friends were and who only approached him for his money. His father had taught him the wisdom of not flaunting wealth from a young age. After lunch, the two parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Tong Yue closed the door, inserted the bolt to avoid disturbances, and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. In the following days, Guo Yunqing would wait for him downstairs to go to the cafeteria together. Every time they got meals, Guo Yunqing would pay for them in advance, making Tong Yue feel a bit embarrassed. Once they became more familiar, they started calling each other Old Guo and Old Tong, often joking around. "I just find you pleasant to be around. When I'm with you, I feel comfortable, both physically and mentally. If I had known this earlier, I would have lived in the same dormitory as you," Guo Yunqing said, surprising Tong Yue. He hadn't expected Guo Yunqing's family to be so wealthy. They were a significant family. "I don't like men. I'm a normal person. Keep your distance from me." "Damn, I don't like men either. I just want to smell your scent." Guo Yunqing laughed and reached out his arm, trying to drape it over Tong Yue's shoulder. "Get lost. I can't afford to offend you, but I can avoid you." Tong Yue quickened his pace, creating distance between them, and the two walked down the campus path, laughing. By the end of the month, all 5 of Tong Yue's dormitory classmates had arrived. These 5 students came from various parts of the country: Li Jigang from the northeast, Lu Chongwei from Hunan province, Chen Yaohui from Guangdong province in the south, Wang Hailong from Jiangsu province, and Feng Jiantao from Shandong province. Among them, Li Jigang, who was from the northeast, was the oldest at 27 years old, already married with a 3-year-old son. The other 4 were all around 21 or 22, with Tong Yue being the youngest at 19 in the dormitory. Li Jigang had family burdens and was quite frugal with food and clothing, trying to save as much of the school subsidy as possible to send back home each month. Lu Chongwei, also from a rural background in Hunan, had many siblings and poor conditions, so he and Li Jigang interacted more, forming a bond. Chen Yaohui and Wang Hailong were both city dwellers with decent family conditions, but they did not look down on Li Jigang and Lu Chongwei. During their first meeting in the dormitory, they treated both of them to lunch and dinner at the school cafeteria. Feng Jiantao also came from a city but had a large family, with grandparents living with him. And he didn't expect much in terms of living expenses from his family. Fortunately, the school subsidy was enough for his own needs. So he didn't often gather with his dormitory classmates. To the classmates in the dormitory, Tong Yue seemed quiet and uninterested in making friends. They all thought he came from a poor family and speculated that he might be a bit insecure, which was why he and interacted much with them. After school started, Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing also came to school, while Du Dongliang went to North Traffic University. Cheng Xiaomin and Li Huiling attended a university in Shanghai. Coincidentally with Chun Xiangdong and Wu Guoqing at the same school. Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing found Tong Yue at school, and the three were happy to meet, sharing stories about their New Year celebrations. At that moment, Guo Yunqing also came to invite Tong Yue to the cafeteria. Tong Yue introduced the three of them to each other, and they became acquainted. With two locals, Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing, four of them decided to eat outside the school. Xiao Yu, when you were in the village, I often ate your food. Today I'll treat you to roast duck at Qianmen, and tomorrow let Zhang Wo treat you to hot pot at Donglishan, Hu Fuqing said, kindly patting Tong Yue on the shoulder and glancing at Li Jiangguo beside him. Big brothers, today is our first meeting, so let me treat you. Please give me some face. Guo Yunqing seems honest and simple on the outside, but he has a lot of schemes. After hearing Tong Yue mention that Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing are both from the capital, he wanted to befriend them and spoke very humbly. How could Guo Laodi treat you? You are all from out of town, and it's your first time in the capital. After Zhang Wo treats you, you can treat him. That's settled. Don't argue with me. Chapter 23, Ex-Girlfriend from the Previous Life. For several days, Tong Yue followed Li Jiangguo and the others, enjoying free meals. Every time they ate, Guo Yunqing would come over to find him, and in the process, he got to know Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing better. Before Guo Yunqing came to the capital to study, his father had instructed him to work hard in school and to make friends, preferably with those from well-off families. Without worrying about money, as long as he made genuine friends, they could help him in the future. The reason he cultivated by Weiming Lake was that after searching for several days in school, he accidentally discovered that the spiritual energy there was stronger than in other places. However, even now, Su Zhongli had not appeared, and Li Jiangguo had not introduced him to Su Zhongli. He didn't know where the discrepancy lay. Nevertheless, he did not ask Li Jiangguo to avoid raising suspicion, since it was Li Jiangguo who had introduced him to Su Zhongli in the first place. And he could not find a reason to inquire about Su Zhongli. So he continued to search for Su Zhongli privately at the university. Once his cultivation improved, he planned to eliminate Su Zhongli's family to prevent future troubles. At noon today, when he went to the cafeteria with Li Jiangguo and the others, Tong Yue had just sat down when he noticed a few female classmates eating at the next table, chatting cheerfully. I really feel that learning a foreign language is so difficult. If I had known, I wouldn't have enrolled in the foreign language department. Ling Shuang, how about you? I heard there are quite a few male students in the finance department. Have any of them secretly written love letters to you? Among these four female classmates, there was a girl with exquisite features and shoulder-length hair, who was his girlfriend in his previous life, Du Ling Shuang, with whom he had dated for over a year but had not confessed. Upon seeing Du Ling Shuang, Tong Yue's eyes were glued to her, and he thought of all the little moments they had shared in the past. The male classmate who looked at her had a hint of sadness and pity in his eyes, which startled her, causing her face to flush. She quickly turned her head away, not speaking to her classmates, and lowered her head to eat. Old Tong, what are you staring at? Your eyes are glazed over. Didn't I call you to eat? Guo Yunqing nudged Tong Yue with his elbow, breaking his gaze from Du Ling Shuang. Oh, I see. You were looking at a female classmate, huh? After Hu Fuqing exposed him, Tong Yue's face turned red, and he didn't explain, knowing that the more he explained, the more Li Jiangguo and the others would tease him. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Xiao Yu, have you taken a liking to that female classmate? Do you want me to find out more for you? After they left the cafeteria, Li Jiangguo put his arm around Tong Yue's shoulders and whispered, It's nothing. Li Ge, don't say that. I just suddenly thought of something else, which made you all misunderstand. Tong Yue quickly defended himself, knowing that with his memories from his previous life, he didn't need Li Jiangguo to investigate. Really? Li Jiangguo was taken aback, feeling that Tong Yue's words were not sincere. Of course it's true. Not long after you left last year, Sanguzi and his wife from our village were killed. I suddenly remembered this while eating today. Sanguzi was killed? The one who was very good at swimming? Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing were also shocked upon hearing this. They knew the villagers from Yuhe village well and were aware of their specialties. It was this Sanguzi. Later, the murderer was caught, and after interrogation, It was revealed that he had gone to San Guzi's house to look for a dressing table salvaged from the flood. Later, San Guzi got into a fight with the two murderers and was ultimately stabbed to death. His wife tried to call for help outside, but was also stabbed to death. Tong Yue briefly recounted the events without mentioning that he had caught the murderer. He told Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing about this murder case to see if he could lure Su Zhongli out with the dressing table incident. Damn, San Guzi was actually killed. I remember he brought us dog meat at the youth point. His dog meat was really delicious. What a pity for good people not living long. Hu Fuqing exclaimed, his face showing shock, followed by a sigh. Hearing his lament, Tong Yue couldn't help but glance at Hu Fuqing, surprised that someone would feel sorry for San Guzi. It seemed that despite San Guzi's shortcomings, there were still people who thought well of him. Yeah, San Guzi did bring us dog meat. I remember he had 2 children and an old mother. Both of them are gone now. What will happen to the kids and their mother? Qingzi, should we send some money back to San Guzi's family? Li Jiangguo confirmed this and then expressed his thoughts. Okay, I'll tell Guoqing about this and also mention it in a letter to Xiangdong and the others, asking them to send some money to San Guzi's family. We can't just enjoy their dog meat for free. Hu Fuqing immediately agreed and then mentioned a few other young intellectuals. How about I also send some money to his family? Guo Yunqing, hearing about San Guzi's family's plight and Li Jiangguo's thoughts, felt compassion and expressed his idea. This has nothing to do with you. You don't owe him anything. But if you want to do a good deed, we won't stop you. Li Jiangguo patted Guo Yunqing on the shoulder, which instantly excited him. Since Guo Yunqing got to know Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing, they had never interacted warmly with him before. Today, after hearing him mention sending money, Li Jiangguo immediately changed his opinion of him. I still have over 200 yuan here. I'll send 200 yuan to San Guzi. Guo Yunqing felt that he had entered the circle of Li Jiangguo and the others, and immediately took out a stack of money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it to Hu Fuqing. Brother Guo is righteous. I, Hu Fuqing, will make a friend of you today. Hu Fuqing took the money, patted Guo Yunqing on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Guo Yunqing was also very excited. During this time, he had learned a bit about Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing's family backgrounds from Tong Yue, knowing that they were not from ordinary families, which made him want to befriend them. However, he understood that these third-generation youths wouldn't recognize him just because they had shared a few meals. Chapter 24. Breaking through to the third layer of qi refining. Ever since Tong Yue saw Du Ling Shuang, he had been thinking about her, looking for opportunities every day to encounter her at school. In this life, he wanted to protect her and prevent tragedies from happening. In his previous life, during his sophomore year, the Southwest Border Campaign began, and Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing were arranged by their families to enlist. He remembered that during that winter of sophomore year, many classmates would go ice skating at Weiming Lake during the lunch break after finishing their meals. The classmates were all terrified and began to scream. In such cold weather, with such low temperatures, none of them dared to go down to save her. Tong Yue saw Du Ling Shuang surface a few times in the lake before starting to sink. He quickly took off his cotton coat and pants, only wearing a pair of shorts, and ran across the lake, then dove in. The icy water numbed his hands and feet immediately. At that moment, a classmate threw him a rope, and Tong Yue hurriedly grabbed it, pulling Du Ling Shuang's body with one hand. With the help of his classmates, he managed to rescue her, and both were soon sent to the hospital by teachers and classmates. After Du Ling Shuang was discharged, her parents came with some gifts to thank him, and from then on, Du Ling Shuang began to interact with him, initially out of gratitude. However, as they spent more time together, Du Ling Shuang discovered that not only was Tong Yue a good student, but he also had a strong and decisive character, which was evident from his willingness to risk danger to save her. Later, Su Zhongli wanted his ring and offered 10 yuan to buy it. When Tong Yue refused to sell it, Su Zhongli began to bully him at school, trying to isolate him. During that time, Du Ling Shuang stayed by his side and even confronted Su Zhongli and others, but her parents forcibly took her away from school, confining her at home. Later, Su Zhongli found someone to ambush him, beating him severely and stealing his storage ring. They also falsely accused him of stealing money at school, damaging his reputation. Although the school later confirmed he was falsely accused and cleared his name at a staff meeting, he was already devastated by the slander, his grades plummeted, and he lost all motivation. After learning he had been falsely accused of stealing, Du Ling Shuang helped him gather evidence to clear his name. But one night she was tricked out of school by her roommates and tragically took her own life after being assaulted by multiple people. Du Ling Shuang's death hit Tong Yue even harder, but it also drew the school's attention, and they quickly uncovered the truth about his false accusation. Though it was too late for Du Lingshuang. In light of your imminent death, the incident with Du Lingshuang back then was orchestrated by me and Li Yinglian. I was the first to approach her. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a spirit, and after absorbing her energy, I broke through to the first level of qi refinement. At that moment, I was filled with joy as I witnessed her struggle before jumping into the river. Sitting alone in a corner of the playground, Tong Yue recalled the tragic experiences of Du Lingshuang in his past life and clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the intensity of his emotions. He silently vowed to protect Du Lingshuang in this life and prevent any tragedy from happening again. After opening his heart, a powerful aura erupted from him, and the spiritual energy in his dantian surged rapidly, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy, which he absorbed into his body and refined into spiritual power stored in his dantian. Pushing towards the barrier of the third level of qi refinement, he quickly calmed himself, took out a spirit stone, and began to circulate his energy. The spiritual power that erupted from his dantian was forcibly gathered, forming a powerful force that once again charged towards the barrier of the third level of qi refinement. Crack! A crisp sound echoed within him, and a stronger aura suddenly emanated from his body, spreading outwards. Tong Yue was delighted. He hadn't expected to break through to the third level of qi refinement so easily in his state of anger and frustration. Based on his training speed, it would have taken him several months to reach the third level, so this was a pleasant surprise. Soon after, he felt a small pawn's illusion about 2 zhang in diameter appear in his mind, which he recognized from the jade slip as his sea of consciousness. With the emergence of the sea of consciousness, he knew he could now use his spiritual sense. According to the jade slip, the spiritual sense had a significant function. It could penetrate walls and see buried objects underground. Anything visible to the spiritual sense could be clearly revealed, and he could also control spiritual tools with it. He quickly took out the jade slip to review it and closed his eyes to familiarize himself with using the spiritual sense in the sea of consciousness. Soon, he felt his spiritual sense observing the scenery within a 30-meter radius, clearly seeing the pebbles on the playground, the shapes of the grass, and even the structure of the ants carrying food. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, flowing through his meridians and acupoints, he realized it was several times stronger than the second level of qi refinement. Seeing that the playground was deserted, he raised his hand and punched towards a dirt slope over 50 meters away. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, dust flying everywhere. And a pit about half a zhang deep appeared on the slope, with nearby weeds and a few small trees being shattered by the spiritual power, turning into a pile of debris scattered around. He then tried the wind blade technique, cutting a tree trunk the thickness of an arm in half from 50 meters away with an invisible blade. While using the wind control technique, he flew over 20 meters with just a leap. The fireball technique, enhanced by spiritual energy, produced a fireball the size of a room. After breaking through to the third level of qi refinement, he could practice techniques such as invisibility, wall penetration, and earth escape, which were only available to those at the third level. In the following days, he practiced techniques in secret while observing Du Lingshuang, intentionally or unintentionally appearing beside her to catch her attention. However, after more than half a month, Du Lingshuang still hadn't noticed him. Little you, I've noticed something's off with you lately. Are you in love with that girl? Chapter 25. The appearance of an enemy from a past life. Tong Yue smiled, revealing a big white smile. Brotherly, you're joking. There's nothing going on. I'm just thinking about some things. There was no need to feel embarrassed. According to your village's customs, one can marry at 18, and at your age, it's normal to pay more attention to girls. However, some girls may seem ordinary on the surface, but their backgrounds can be complicated. So you might end up facing unnecessary trouble if you invest your feelings only to have it end badly. Even if Du Lingshuang didn't have an incident later and wanted to marry you, her parents would need to agree. Otherwise, the marriage would surely be troublesome. In the early hours, Tong Yue saw his roommates in the dormitory sound asleep. So he leapt out of the window and used the wind control technique to head towards Weiming Lake, which was part of his nightly routine. Today, he went to the lakeside to learn a few minor techniques of the third level of qi refinement, including various escape techniques like earth escape, water escape, metal escape, wood escape, and fire escape. He formed a series of complex hand seals with both hands, combining them with the spiritual energy in his dantian, and jumped into the lake. With the enhancement of spiritual energy and techniques, Tong Yue's body merged seamlessly with the water, not creating a single ripple on the surface despite his large frame. And he disappeared from sight. Days passed, and soon it was summer. As July arrived, the school was about to start summer vacation, which lasted only 35 days. Many students from far away chose not to return home, wanting to focus on studying during the break and saving the travel expenses to send money back home. Little Yu, since it's summer vacation, come to our house to play. Dong Xiang and Guiqing are also coming to Beijing. We can gather and meet some new friends. Tong Yue originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Li Jiangguo mention introducing some friends, he thought about whether he could meet Su Zhongli, this scoundrel. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. He said it was no trouble, as there was no need for such formalities between them. Li Jiangguo smiled, unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt, and wiped the sweat from his body. Hey, you, after just a few days of college, are already speaking so elegantly. Hu Fuqing laughed and patted Tong Yue on the shoulder. Unfortunately, he had promised his family to go home for the summer vacation. Otherwise, this would have been a great opportunity to bond with the young men from the capital, but he could only find another chance later. A few of Tong Yue's roommates had learned about his family situation during casual chats. Initially, they thought Tong Yue was just like them, from the countryside, and wanted to spend more time with him. However, when they saw Tong Yue getting close to Li Jiangguo and others, and heard from the side that Li Jiangguo and the others were from wealthy families in the capital, while Gui Yunqing was also from a rich family, their interest waned. So, their relationship with Tong Yue remained that of mere roommates, without any deep connections. Hu Fuqing drove the jeep, taking Li Jiangguo and Tong Yue to the train station to see Gui Yunqing off, even using connections to get him a sleeper ticket, which greatly touched Gui Yunqing. Tong Yue patted Gui Yunqing on the shoulder, and Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing also each gave him a pat. Thank you. We'll meet again in August. You all head back now. Gui Yunqing bid farewell to the few people on the platform, noticing the envious glances from other travelers. Being able to drive a jeep right up to the train station platform, while others could only enter with connections, made him even more excited. After sending off Gui Yunqing, Hu Fuqing drove Tong Yue to the post office to mail a letter home, in which he simply said he wouldn't be going home for the summer vacation and would be studying at school. Recently, his elder brother wrote saying he had obtained a driver's license and was now driving to transport medicinal materials at his workplace, earning over 50 yuan a month, plus driving allowances, totaling about 60 to 70 yuan each month. Additionally, as Tong Yue suggested, he used Li Futong's connections to get his sister-in-law a temporary job at the medicinal material procurement station, responsible for the procurement tasks in the Yuhe commune. While his father was also helping at home with his sister-in-law, life at home was getting better and better, allowing him to focus on his studies. His elder brother did not mention their mother and younger brother Xiao Yong in the letter, knowing that Tong Yue had a poor relationship with their mother and looked down on the pampered younger brother, so he refrained from mentioning them. The letter also mentioned that his sister was pregnant again, and his brother-in-law Li Mansong had also used connections from the county's armed forces department to join the county transport team to learn how to drive. Hu Fuqing dropped Tong Yue off at the school gate. Xiao Yu, when Xiang Dong and the others come to the capital, I'll come to pick you up again. We're leaving now. Okay, drive slowly on the way. Tong Yue got out of the car and reminded him, are you still not at ease with my driving skills? Off I go. Hu Fuqing pressed the gas pedal, and the jeep quickly disappeared from sight. Tong Yue did not go to the dormitory. The weather was so hot, and the dormitory was not air-conditioned like in later years, making it feel like a furnace. He walked directly to the banks of Weiming Lake. Many classmates who were not going home were there, holding various books and notebooks, studying and taking notes in the shade. Tong Yue also found a less crowded spot, took out a book from his ring, sat cross-legged, and on the surface, it looked like he was studying, but in reality, he was cultivating. Although there were many students here, it was very quiet. Everyone was focused on studying, without the romantic distractions seen in later years. In this era, dating was simply not a thing. If male and female classmates had mutual feelings, they would only sit together and talk, and even holding hands had to be done discreetly. Let alone any intimate actions. If anyone saw any intimate behavior, they would be considered to be acting lewdly and might even be arrested. 5 days later, Hu Fuqing drove to the school to find him. Xiao Yu, get in the car. Xiang Dong and the others are here, waiting for you. Tong Yue opened the car door and got in. Hu Fuqing stepped on the gas, and the jeep's engine roared loudly, speeding forward. After more than 10 minutes, the jeep stopped in front of an inconspicuous restaurant. After getting out of the car, Tong Yue habitually scanned the interior of the restaurant with his spiritual sense and felt his anger surge, causing his body to tremble slightly. Chapter 26. Su Zhongli's thoughts after Hu Fuqing parked the car. He saw Tong Yue standing at the entrance, his body slightly trembling, and thought it was due to the excitement of seeing Chun Xiangdong and the others. Let us go. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. And Xiangdong and the others are waiting for you. Hu Fuqing walked over and patted Tong Yue on the shoulder. He had experiences from his past life and was no longer a naive young man who couldn't control his emotions. After seeing Su Zhongli today, he was determined to find an opportunity to deal with him. Wu Guqing and Du Dongliang also came over to hug him. Cheng Xiaoman and Li Huiling warmly took hold of his arms and looked him up and down. Hello, big brothers and sisters. Today we finally meet again. After Tong Yue greeted everyone, he looked at Su Zhongli and another young man, asking Li Jianguo in a puzzled tone. Hello, Songgu. Hello, Sugu. Tong Yue smiled, maintaining a calm gaze towards Song Jianqi, but when he looked at Su Zhongli, a flash of fierce light appeared in his eyes, quickly disappearing. Su Zhongli suddenly felt that this young man named Tong Yue had malice towards him, which puzzled him. He and Song Jianqi had gone out to have fun and happened to run into Li Jianguo and the others. Hearing about the gathering of educated youth in the countryside, he thought that someone who could catch Li Jianguo's eye must have a good family background. So he followed them to check it out and find an opportunity to get acquainted. Su Zhongli was born with a certain talent. His sixth sense was very strong, allowing him to sense whether someone had good or bad intentions towards him. However, feeling malice from Tong Yue today made him doubt the accuracy of his sixth sense. After all, he and Tong Yue had never met before. Today was their first encounter, so how could he harbor malice towards him? With doubts in his heart, Su Zhongli discreetly exchanged a few words with Tong Yue, preparing to test him. Thank you, Su Gu, for thinking highly of me. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Tong Yue said with a humble smile, reaching out to shake Su Zhongli's hand while leaving a trace of spiritual sense mark on him. Then everyone began to drink and eat, sharing stories about their experiences in the countryside, hoeing in the scorching sun, working in the cold wind, and showing the calluses on their hands. They also talked about Tong Yue's swimming skills, being able to swim effortlessly in the raging flood. Did that Sanguzi manage to fish anything out? You'll have to ask Xiaoyu. He is from Yuhe village. At that time, we were all studying at the educated youth point, and the weather was cold. By the time we heard about it, it was already the next day. Li Jianguo pointed at Tong Yue, implying he should explain the situation to Su Zhongli. I didn't find anything. The police searched his house several times and didn't find the dressing table. Later, when the case was closed, it was said that Sanguzi resisted, which led to him being mistakenly killed by the murderer. Tong Yue thought to himself, here it comes, Su Zhongli is deliberately probing. He recounted the entire sequence of events regarding this murder case. Do you know what was in that dressing table? Su Zhongli asked again. I heard there was a jewelry box in the dressing table, containing gold ingots and some silver dollars. After concluding the case, the police posted a notice of execution for the murderer, stating that these two murderers were motivated by greed. Tong Yue didn't tell the truth either. He wanted to see if Su Zhongli would suspect his words and inquire about the murder case in Yuhe village. If Su Zhongli went to Yuhe village to ask about the murder case, it would mean he knew about the jewelry box and what was inside it, which could explain why he had stolen his silver ring in a past life. Old Su is interested in this jewelry box? Did you see some records again? Stop thinking about those nonsensical things. Wait until after graduation to pursue your archaeology career. But just to be clear, you have to get us a few antiques then, haha. Li Jianguo teased Su Zhongli when he saw him inquiring about the jewelry box. Upon hearing Li Jianguo's words, Tong Yue realized that Su Zhongli's major in college was archaeology, which made him understand that Su Zhongli must have seen records of the jewelry box somewhere. This is state property, it can't be taken out. But if there are things to be processed, I will definitely keep some for my brothers. Su Zhongli awkwardly smiled and first said some righteous words, then added a statement that made everyone hopeful. Old Su, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. After all these years of friendship, who doesn't he know who? I don't believe you haven't secretly hidden a few interesting items. Hu Fuqing, having drunk a bit too much, spoke without hesitation, directly exposing Su Zhongli's secrets in front of Chun Xiangdong and the others. Exactly. What Old Hu said is right. Don't think you can hide it from us. Old Song already told us. Everyone has to give at least 2 items, right? 5 items are required. Otherwise, we'll go to your house to take them. Du Dongliang, also having had quite a bit to drink, stood up and pointed at Song Jianqi, demanding from Su Zhongli. Damn, Old Du, I never said that. You're just making things up. Old Su, don't you believe me? Besides, you know what kind of person Old Du is. Song Jianxi, red in the face, quickly stood up to defend himself. Su Zhongli's face turned red and pale. In front of so many people, he couldn't explain anything further, only shot a subtle glare at Song Jianxi, thinking to himself that this guy can't be trusted deeply. All right, old Su won't forget us, let's drink. Li Jiangguo, seeing them arguing, quickly stood up to mediate, raised his glass, clinked with everyone, and downed it in one go. Chen Xiangdong and Cheng Xiaoman, a few outsiders, smiled as they watched their drunken antics, raised their glasses, and clinked with Li Jiangguo. Chapter 27. Su Zhongli takes action after everyone finished eating. Su Zhongli and Song Jianxi excused themselves, claiming they had other matters to attend to. I find Su Zhongli to be too scheming and cunning. Old Li, you'd better avoid him in the future, Chen Xiangdong advised, patting Li Jiangguo on the shoulder. Du Dongliang's words reminded the others of Su Zhongli's gaze at Song Jianxi during the meal, sending a chill through their hearts. I only played well with Su Zhongli when we were kids. This is the first time I've seen him since returning from the countryside. And I didn't expect him to have changed so much. Li Jiangguo hadn't drunk much today, but he also felt that Su Zhongli was different from before. However, he still thought of their childhood friendship and didn't consider other aspects. After Chen Xiangdong's reminder and Du Dongliang's comments, he began to recall Su Zhongli's every move at the table and felt a sense of distance from him. Originally, Li Jiangguo, Hu Fuqing, and Du Dongliang wanted Chen Xiangdong and the others to stay longer, but due to the hot weather and the poor air quality in the capital, Chen Xiangdong and the others decided to head back. They saw them off to the train station and agreed to visit Chen Xiangdong's place next summer vacation. After breaking through to the third level of qi refining, he developed his divine sense, allowing him to deeply memorize the contents of books just by sweeping his divine sense over them while studying. This was much more convenient than studying hard in his past life, giving him more time for cultivation. Under his divine sense, he quickly memorized foreign language words and letters, and by consulting various foreign language dictionaries, he understood the applications of these words and letters. But he still needed to wait until school started to find a teacher to practice speaking. Regarding the matter of Sanguzi's family, don't speak of it outside. If someone asks you, pretend you don't know. This is a murder case. Who knows what other people might be behind these two murderers? Don't get dragged into it. After reading his brother's letter, Tong Yue realized that Su Zhongli was taking action and confirmed that Su Zhongli knew about the items in the jewelry box. Unfortunately, at that time, he didn't know it was a storage ring. He just thought it was an antique ring and didn't realize that it needed a blood oath to recognize its master before it could become his possession. Now that this ring recognized him as its master, it had automatically concealed its shape, making it visible only to those with divine sense. Ordinary people could not see it. 1 month later, in the morning, after practicing by Weiming Lake, Tong Yue returned to his dormitory. As soon as he got there, Li Jigang saw him return and began to inquire. Upon hearing that a middle-aged man was looking for him, Tong Yue immediately thought that this middle-aged man might be sent by Su Zhongli to investigate the situation. Having experiences from his past life, he knew that families like Su Zhongli's employed some people specifically for odd jobs or secretive activities, collectively referred to as family shadow guards. Knowing that there were shadow guards watching him made Tong Yue feel pleased. He was just looking to take revenge on Su Zhongli, but he didn't know where Su Zhongli lived. The reason he didn't ask Li Jiangguo and Hu Fuqing about Su Zhongli's whereabouts was that he didn't want them to suspect he wanted to kill Su Zhongli. Once he killed Su Zhongli, it would definitely cause a stir among these families, and the Su family would come looking for the murderer, leaving no stone unturned. They might trace it back to him through Li Jiangguo and the others. Although he had a good relationship with Li Jiangguo and the others, he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't reveal his inquiries about Su Zhongli to protect their family interests. He was no longer the naive rookie without social experience from his past life. He had decades more social experience than others, knowing how to hide himself in busy places and how to act discreetly. At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Tong Yue felt someone was watching him. After using his divine sense to scan, he saw 2 middle-aged men outside the cafeteria holding a magnified photo of his admission notice, asking students coming to eat if they had seen him. Tong Yue quietly used his divine sense to observe. The 2 middle-aged men quickly found out his location and, after getting their meals in the cafeteria, walked over to sit at a table next to him, eating while staring at him. After they finished eating, the 2 middle-aged men left, not even glancing at Tong Yue as they pretended nothing was wrong, chatting and laughing as they exited the cafeteria. As they passed by Tong Yue's table, He secretly marked them with 2 divine sense impressions before also leaving the cafeteria. After dinner, Tong Yue returned to Weiming Lake, found a secluded spot, and laid out a sheet on the grass like the other students, lying down to cool off. Around midnight, Tong Yue sensed that his divine sense impressions were getting closer, knowing that the 2 middle-aged men were coming to find him. "Kid, come with us for a while." When these 2 middle-aged men appeared in front of him, they reached out and grabbed his arms, lifting him up. "Who are you?" Tong Yue pretended to be scared. And just as he was about to shout loudly, he felt a sharp object pressed against his belly and immediately fell silent, allowing the 2 men to drag him away from the school. Upon exiting the school gate, he saw a jeep parked outside. One of the middle-aged men opened the car door and got in first, while the other pushed him into the back seat, sandwiching him between them. They pointed a dagger at his waist to prevent him from struggling in the car. After driving for more than half an hour, the jeep left the city and arrived in front of a secluded small building, driving straight through the entrance. "Haha, welcome, Tong Yue. We brought you here today because we want to ask you about something. Don't worry, as long as you tell the truth, I won't harm you. I'll even send you back." After getting out of the car, Tong Yue saw Su Zhongli standing in the yard, along with 2 other middle-aged men who seemed to be welcoming him. Su Zhongli first smiled at him a few times before explaining the reason for bringing him over. "Brother Su, it's you. If you needed something, you could have just asked me at school. Why go through all this trouble?" Upon seeing Su Zhongli, Tong Yue felt a surge of joy and deliberately pretended to relax, masking the fear that had been on his face. "I heard you are quite good at swimming and retrieved a lot of things from the flood. There's a jewelry box in a dressing table. I wonder if you've seen it? But remember to tell Brother Su the truth." Chapter 28. Revenge for past grievances. After hearing Su Zhongli's words, Tong Yue smiled slightly and took out the jewelry box from his pocket. "So this is what you wanted? Is it this jewelry box?" At the same time he pulled out the box, Tong Yue raised his hand and unleashed several wind blades, slashing through the necks of the middle-aged men. These men all thought Tong Yue was just an ordinary student, easily killable by anyone, and with the sudden attack, the 5 middle-aged men never expected Tong Yue would kill them. "Su Zhongli, I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but I could never find you. I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. This secluded place is just perfect for your burial." After saying this, a vicious glint appeared in Tong Yue's eyes as he raised his hand to unleash a wind blade, first severing Su Zhongli's legs, and then using spiritual power to seal his vocal cords, allowing him to open his mouth in horror but unable to make a sound. "Su Zhongli, didn't expect this, did you? In your past life, you tormented me like this. Not only did you steal my storage ring, but you also insulted my girlfriend. And in the end, you drove me to death. Now you get to experience the same taste. Don't worry, I will kill your entire family one by one, but sadly, you won't see it. Haha." He then grabbed Su Zhongli's body and threw it beside his head, incinerating both the body and the head into ashes with a fireball. After dealing with Su Zhongli and the others, Tong Yue scanned the building with his spiritual sense and found a basement containing several large wooden boxes. 2 of these boxes were filled with large and small yellow croakers, initially estimated to hold over a ton of gold. The other 5 large boxes contained various treasures, jade, and other valuables, while other boxes were filled with various antique paintings, all wrapped in waterproof tarps. He then went directly to a study on the 2nd floor. After scanning with his spiritual sense, he saw various ancient books on the shelves, and a book on the desk that seemed to be frequently read, with a bookmark inside. He picked up the book, noticing it was meant to be read from right to left, filled with vertical traditional characters. He didn't examine it closely and waved his hand to collect the bookshelf as well. In addition, he found some land deeds for houses and shops from before the liberation in the lower level of the safe, and the names of the owners hadn't been changed. After waking up by Weiming Lake in the morning, Tong Yue, like before, returned to his dormitory with fellow classmates who had left, taking advantage of the cool morning temperature to lie back down and rest. Many students who hadn't gone home spent their summer like this, and Tong Yue naturally didn't want to stand out, blending in meant no one would suspect him. Even so, he would feel a bit nauseous when recalling the scene of the killings, but as he continued to cultivate and improve his mental state, this feeling gradually diminished. "Xiaoyu, do you know? Su Zhongli, the guy we were eating with earlier, has been missing for half a month. His family is now looking for him. They're turning Beijing upside down, and they have even asked me and Lao Hu and Lao Du several times. Missing? A grown man can go missing? Maybe he went somewhere to look for antiques? Didn't he say he was studying archaeology?" Tong Yue pretended not to know, feigning surprise on his face. Before mentioning Su Zhongli's major, His family initially thought he had gone somewhere to look for antiques, but later found out he hadn't left Beijing at all. He just disappeared one night half a month ago. Who cares? It's perfect that he's missing. I never liked him anyway. Hu Fuqing didn't take Su Zhongli's disappearance seriously, instead showing a bit of schadenfreude. Lao Hu, just say this among us. Don't spread it around when you go out to avoid being resented by the Su family. Li Jiangguo cautioned him, but Hu Fuqing didn't take it to heart, showing a hint of disdain. Is the Su family that powerful? Do they dare to hold a grudge against me? Does my family fear them? If things really turn sour, I don't know who will be unlucky. Lao Li, you're being too cautious. Tong Yue had no idea what grievances existed between the Su and Hu families, and he didn't care to inquire about these family matters. If it weren't for the hot weather and many people lounging outside, making it inconvenient for him to act, he would have long since dealt with the Su family. Old Gu sent a telegram saying he would arrive by train this afternoon, and he brought a lot of things. Let's go pick him up at the station. Tong Yue changed the subject. He had received a telegram from Gu Yunqing yesterday, which read like a letter, with 5 sheets of telegram paper sent. But there wasn't much useful content. His family was indeed in the coal mining business and didn't treat money as money. What is he bringing? Hu Fuqing paused for a moment and couldn't help but mumble. What special products? Don't you remember they have coal? He.s. bringing each of us a sack of coal for heating in winter. Ha. After returning home, Gu Yunqing told his father about his situation in Beijing, mentioning that he met a few third-generation young men in the capital through his good friend Tong Yue. Hearing this, his father immediately used his connections to buy him 6 imported watches, asking him to find an opportunity to give them away once he arrived at Beijing University. He also gave him plenty of national food coupons and told him to take along 20,000 yuan. Just before he got on the train, his father reminded him again at the station. Chapter 29. A chance encounter at the library. Hu Fuqing drove the jeep directly to the platform, picking up Gu Yunqing, who was helped by the train staff and carrying 3 large bags. What the hell? What did you bring? It can't really be coal, can it? What coal? These are all local specialties. You'll know when you taste them after going back. Gu Yunqing was a bit dazed by Hu Fuqing's comments and hurriedly began to explain. Let's go eat roast duck. I've been thinking about coming to Beijing to eat roast duck ever since I got home. Gu Yunqing sat in the car, looked at the time on his watch, and saw that it was already 6:30 p.m. He then suggested that he wanted to take this opportunity to treat Li Jiangguo and the others to a meal. The 4 of them ordered 3 roasted ducks, some side dishes, and pancakes, and drank a case of 24 bottles of beer. With their drinking capacity, this amount of beer only made them feel a little bloated. Not drunk. This is a gift I brought for you. See if you like it. This is a Tizot watch from Switzerland. Chengzi, this gift is too valuable. We can't accept it. Tizot. I've never heard of this brand. I only know of Rolex, Seiko, and Citizen. Tong Yue was also surprised to see the watch. He had worn a Tizot watch in his previous life, and upon hearing Li Jiangguo mention the brand, he couldn't help but admire Li Jiangguo's wide knowledge for recognizing a Tizot watch. In this era, the well-known imported watches in the country were only Rolex, Citizen, and a few others. Tizot watches were more common in the south, but still rare in the north. I only have a few sisters at home, and I really wish I had a brother. But things didn't go as I hoped. When I was in high school, many classmates wanted to be friends with me, but they were only attracted to my family's wealth. Later, when I met Brother Li and Brother Hu, I realized that you and Tong Yue are the same kind of people, which made me decide to be friends with you. This little gift is nothing, Brother Li. Just accept it. Gu Yunqing spoke sincerely, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at Li Jiangguo and the others. Hu Fuqing laughed heartily and said, "Haha, that's right. Since we're all brothers now, there's no need to be polite." After returning to school, Gu Yunqing took out several packages of beef jerky, 6 bottles of Lao Bai Fun, Taigu cakes, and various specialties from Shaanxi, giving them to Tong Yue and the other 3. Li Jiangguo and the others thought that since they had already accepted the watch from Gu Yunqing, it would be rude to refuse these items. So they happily took their respective gifts back to the dormitory. Since the start of the semester, Tong Yue had been searching for Du Lingxiang's whereabouts every day. But the school was so large, and there were so many students that he had no reason to go to the girls' dormitory. He could only look for Du Lingxiang in the cafeteria, hoping to run into her during mealtime. In his previous life, he had only met Du Lingxiang at a welcome party for new students in his sophomore year. He remembered that the auditorium was filled with many students. The lighting was dim, and some male classmates began to make a ruckus and whistle as the meeting ended. The crowd started to push and shove, and some students, frustrated by the crowding, began to fight. Du Lingxiang and a few female classmates were also knocked over, landing right next to Tong Yue. and Du Lingxiang lost one of her shoes and hurt her foot in the process. Relying on his greater strength, Tong Yue protected Du Lingxiang as they exited the auditorium. Seeing her injured foot, he carried her to the school's infirmary. After this crowding incident, more than a dozen students were injured to varying degrees, but fortunately, their injuries weren't serious. Besides, people in this era were tough, so it didn't cause much of a stir at school. The school leaders made those who caused the commotion apologize at a school-wide meeting. After Du Lingxiang's injury healed, she came to find Tong Yue to thank him for saving her. As they interacted more, they both developed feelings for each other. However, in this era, dating at school was not allowed, so they had to bury their feelings deep inside, unable to express them. Later, Du Lingxiang was deceived by her roommate, insulted by Su Zhongli and others, and ultimately jumped into a river to end her life. Du Lingxiang's suicide dealt a heavy blow to Tong Yue. His first love was abruptly cut short, and he remained in a daze until graduation. Tong Yue recalled how everything that happened in his previous life was related to Su Zhongli. Now that he had taken care of Su Zhongli in advance, he believed that the tragedies that occurred later would not happen in this life. However, he still worried about Du Lingxiang, as she had a roommate who could betray her at any moment. Without Su Zhongli, there might still be others who would have ideas about Du Lingxiang. Tong Yue made up his mind to protect Du Lingxiang in this life, which was why he was searching for her at school to find opportunities to get close to her. Since the day Du Lingxiang noticed Tong Yue staring at her in the cafeteria, she saw surprise, affection, anger, and a complex gaze of love in his eyes. She didn't understand why this male student looked at her with such a complex expression, feeling that his gaze was not something someone his age should have. It was more like someone her father's age who had experienced many things. A ripple of curiosity arose in Du Lingxiang's heart towards Tong Yue. After that, she hoped to run into him again on campus to see his gaze, but had not been able to encounter him again. After lunch that day, Tong Yue planned to go to the library to look up some materials on lesser-known languages, so he parted ways with Li Jiangguo, Hu Fuqing, and Gui Yunqing. As soon as he entered the library, he saw Du Lingxiang sitting in a corner reading. His heart filled with joy. Du Lingxiang was here. He quickly found a foreign language dictionary on the shelf and approached her. "Classmate, my name is Tong Yue, from the economics department. May I sit here?" Upon seeing Tong Yue's intense gaze again, Du Lingxiang's heart trembled, her face flushed slightly, and she shyly nodded. "You can sit. I'm Du Lingxiang, from the history department." The two sat in a corner of the library, and Tong Yue started to make small talk, deliberately showing concern for Du Lingxiang's daily life. He shared some social development experiences from his previous life and occasionally inserted jokes from that time, making Du Lingxiang giggle behind her hand. Feeling comfortable and happy chatting with Tong Yue, just as they were enjoying their conversation, a female classmate suddenly walked over and said in a sarcastic tone, "Lingxiang, I was wondering why you weren't coming back. Turns out you were here chatting with a boy." Du Lingxiang's face instantly turned a bit awkward. Tong Yue saw that this female classmate had short hair, a pair of peach blossom eyes, slightly prominent cheekbones, a petite nose, thin lips, and a sharp chin, with a mean expression on her face. He felt a chill in his heart, unsure if this roommate of Du Lingxiang was Li Yinglian. After checking out this roommate's background, he would definitely make her disappear from this world. No matter who it was, as long as Du Lingxiang faced any threat, he wouldn't let it go. So, he smiled and stood up, saying, "Your friend is here, so you all chat. I'll take my leave." Chapter 30. The scheming female classmate. He didn't know what Du Lingxiang's roommate said to her, but in the following days, Tong Yue didn't see Du Lingxiang in the library anymore. This made him increasingly wary of Du Lingxiang's roommate. Since he hadn't seen Du Lingxiang during the day, Tong Yue decided to check on her in the girls' dormitory at night. In the early hours of the morning, the campus was quiet. Tong Yue jumped down from the window and used his wind manipulation technique to rush to the girls' dormitory. A few minutes later, he found the dormitory where Du Lingxiang was staying. In a room on the third floor, he saw Du Lingxiang sleeping peacefully. He also saw her 5 other roommates, including the female classmate he had encountered in the library, and on the bed card, he saw that this female classmate's name was indeed Li Yinglian. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of qi refining, it would be easy for him to make Li Yinglian disappear. But he needed to find an opportunity to get close to her. Otherwise, if a female classmate disappeared for no reason, the school would definitely call the police, and the authorities would come looking for the culprit. The best way is to inject a trace of spiritual power into Li Yinglian's body, causing her cerebral artery to rupture. Even if there is forensic identification, it will be considered that Li Yinglian's condition was caused by high blood pressure. In the following days, Tong Yue looked for Li Yinglian in the cafeteria, as there were many people there, and students coming in and out were bound to bump into each other, which was a good opportunity for him to act. Shall we check out the food in other cafeterias? We've been in cafeteria No. 3 for over half a year and haven't tried any other cafeterias. Sure, let's start from cafeteria No. 1 today and try all 6 cafeterias to see which one is better food. Hearing Tong Yue's suggestion, Hu Fuqing immediately agreed. And Li Jiangguo and Guo Yunqing also had the idea of going to other cafeterias, so the 4 of them went to cafeteria number 1 to eat. While queuing for food, he pretended to search his pockets for his meal ticket, letting a few students behind him go ahead. After getting his food, he deliberately ate slowly, waiting for Du Lingshuang to appear. Hu Fuqing and the others had already finished eating and were chatting while waiting for Tong Yue, who was eating slowly, prompting him to hurry up. Nothing. Just thought of some test questions. I'll finish soon. After saying this, he quickly followed some students who were leaving. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there were many students coming and going, and Li Yinglian, probably also hungry, walked at the front with a few classmates entering the cafeteria, inevitably brushing past those coming out. In the following days, the 3 returned to cafeteria number 3, having tried several cafeterias. They felt that the food was about the same, just with different varieties of dishes, but occasionally it was still worth going to try once. Guo Yunqing, while eating, talked to Tong Yue about the food in other cafeterias. I think the food in cafeteria number 5 is great. It's nice to eat there. Many girls eat there. Hu Fuqing had a knowing look on his face and chuckled lewdly. You already have a fiancé, so be careful with what you say. Don't let your mother tiger find out, and tell your grandpa. Li Jiangguo patted Hu Fuqing on the shoulder, and his expression immediately drooped. Oh, Hu Ge has a fiancé. When can we meet her? Guo Yunqing was taken aback for a moment, then joked with Hu Fuqing again. Tong Yue guessed that this was probably due to the marriage arrangements of those third-generation kids or their parents setting up childhood engagements. Yeah, Hu Ge, that's not fair. Keeping it from others is one thing, but keeping it from us is like not considering us as brothers. Tong Yue chimed in. Don't listen to old Li's nonsense. He's joking with you. There's no such thing. Hu Fuqing first glared at Li Jiangguo, then hurriedly explained. How do you know there's not? What if it's true? I see that girl from the Wang family is here. How can you keep it hidden? Li Jiangguo continued to tease, wanting to see Hu Fuqing's awkward expression. While they were eating and teasing Hu Fuqing, they saw students outside the cafeteria running towards cafeteria number 5. Old Zhou, old Lu. I heard a girl fainted while eating in cafeteria number 5. Let's go check it out. A classmate at the entrance shouted to his roommate, who was about to get food. Upon hearing that a girl had fainted, the students in cafeteria number 3 immediately stood up and ran out with their trays. Let's hurry and see, Guo Yunqing said while stuffing food into his mouth. What are you still eating for? I'm going to check it out first. Hu Fuqing said and immediately stood up, taking his tray and running out, using the opportunity to escape their teasing. Tong Yue knew that the spiritual power he had injected into Li Yinglian's body would soon take effect, and he wanted to see the outcome for this malicious woman. He then followed Hu Fuqing out. Li Jiangguo, however, continued to eat calmly, telling Guo Yunqing to slow down. At this point, we won't be able to see anything. There will definitely be many students over there, all gathered around. Unless you squeeze in, you won't see clearly. Besides, with such a big incident, the school leaders must have been notified long ago, and there will probably be security maintaining order. We might as well listen to what others say. Chapter 31. Eliminate the scheming girl. Hu Fuqing and Tong Yue ran to cafeteria number 5 and saw that hundreds of male and female students had already gathered outside, all craning their necks to look inside. Several staff members from the campus security department had already detained 2 cooks and 5 or 6 assistants inside the cafeteria, not allowing them to leave. The head of the education department and several leaders were questioning some female classmates about the incident. Director Chun, it is preliminarily determined that the student named Li Yinglian experienced a rupture of cerebral arteries due to elevated intracranial blood pressure caused by excitement. And there is no indication of food poisoning, but a hospital examination is needed to reach a conclusion. Dr. Liu from the campus medical office conveyed the preliminary findings to the education director. The security personnel, armed with handguns and batons, cleared a path for the ambulance, urging the onlookers to leave the area. Now, her head's blood vessels had been damaged by the spiritual power, with 2 major arteries ruptured, and the blood in her skull had stained half of her head red. Even if she were taken to the hospital, she would not survive, at most. She could hang on until tomorrow before she died. After witnessing Li Yinglian's fate, Tong Yue finally felt relieved and exhaled deeply. The woman who harmed Du Lingshuang in his past life was finally dead, and she would no longer pose a threat to Du Lingshuang. The education director and the school leaders comforted Li Yinglian's roommates before returning to wait for the hospital's results. When Tong Yue saw Du Lingshuang and her roommates come out, he approached and said, "Classmate Du Lingshuang, this was just an accident. Everyone gets sick. It has nothing to do with you. Li Yinglian was just a passerby in your life, and with time, you will forget her." "Oh, it's you. Thank you for your guidance, but I still can't accept it. She was so young and had such a bright future, yet she fell ill like this," she sobbed. In the middle of the night, Tong Yue returned to the dormitory building where Du Lingshuang stayed. After scanning with his consciousness, he saw Du Lingshuang tossing and turning on her bed. The lights suddenly turned on in the girls' dormitory, startling Tong Yue, who quickly used his wind technique to leave. The next day, he heard that the school leaders were aware that the girls were timid and had specifically instructed the dormitory aunt to comfort them if anything happened in the girls' dormitory at night. The next morning, the school loudspeaker announced a gathering for all students, with Principal Liu and several leaders standing in the center of the playground. Therefore, after discussions among the school leaders, it has been decided that at the beginning of each month, students will go to the medical office to measure their blood pressure to prevent any students with high blood pressure from experiencing similar incidents. Wow. High blood pressure is so serious that it can cause blood vessels to burst. I heard Principal Liu say that high blood pressure can also be hereditary. Yes. This is the first time I've heard of high blood pressure. Recently, I felt a terrible headache. Could it be a symptom of high blood pressure? I need to go to the medical office to check my blood pressure right now. After the meeting, students discussed various things, with some timid ones rushing directly to the medical office. "Xiaoyu, do you think our drinking so much will raise our blood pressure?" Hu Fuqing may seem carefree, but he's not very brave and is scared by his high blood pressure. "You're fine, don't worry." Tong Yue patted his shoulder. Situations like Li Yinglian's are rare. Women have those days every month, and the stagnant blood in her body might not have been expelled. When she got excited, it rushed to her head. "What? Is that true?" Hu Fuqing was taken aback and immediately looked at him with a curious expression. "Haha, old Hu. I don't even know how to describe you. Xiaoya is just teasing you. Can't you tell? You silly." Li Jiangguo laughed a few times at Hu Fuqing's reaction and dragged Tong Yue away. Gui Yunqing was also laughing, holding his stomach, and quickly moved a few steps away from Hu Fuqing, fearing that his foolishness would get him into trouble. "All right, Xiaoya. I thought you were the honest one, but it turns out you're the least honest." Hu Fuqing shouted as he chased after them. Every day, when Tong Yue had free time, he would go to the library, hoping to run into Du Lingshuang again. However, for several consecutive days, he didn't see Du Lingshuang in the library, but every night, he would go to the girls' dormitory to look for her. Since the principal personally announced Li Yinglian's condition, the atmosphere in the girls' dormitory had gradually calmed down. After receiving the school's notice, Li Yinglian's family packed up her belongings. As for whether the school compensated Li Yinglian's family, Tong Yue didn't inquire. It wasn't his concern, and Li Jiangguo and the others certainly wouldn't care about a stranger. That night, after the dormitory lights went out, Tong Yue lay in bed, hearing the footsteps of two people coming from downstairs. At first, he thought it was security personnel patrolling, but he soon realized the footsteps were heading towards his dormitory. He quickly opened his senses and saw the two had reached the bottom of his dormitory. One of the figures in black, with a mask, nodded to the other black-clad person, then took a few steps back and leaped up, landing on the windowsill of the second floor, right outside his room. Tong Yue closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, while his senses kept watching the masked figure. The others in the dormitory were all sound asleep. The black-clad person scanned the dormitory, and under the starlight, looked at Tong Yue's bed, revealing a glint of malice in his eyes. Taking the opportunity, Tong Yue cast a trace of his spiritual mark on the masked figure and pretended to have a seizure. Mumbling in his sleep, "Someone died." Who? Who died?" Li Jigang, who was a light sleeper, probably due to being a parent, was immediately awakened. Upon seeing someone sitting up in the dormitory, the black-clad figure quickly jumped down and signaled to his companion to leave the dormitory, running out of the campus. Li Jigang saw that his roommates were still asleep and that Tong Yue was mumbling in his sleep, realizing it was just him talking in his dreams. He chuckled and lay back down to continue sleeping. After feeling that Li Jigang had fallen asleep, Tong Yue leaped out of the window and chased after the two masked figures, crossing over the school wall. He sensed the position of the spiritual mark and followed them into a narrow alley to the north. "Did you see that kid?" Someone whispered in a corner of the alley. "I did, but I feel like he's just an ordinary person with no trace of martial arts." Su Xiao only had a meal with him once. They have no enmity. Su Xiao only suspected he was from Yuha village, which is why he sent someone to catch him. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao and his group have all gone missing, while this kid hasn't been touched at all. Should we capture him for questioning? Let's talk about it tomorrow. We should report what we've found to the family head first. We've been out here gathering information for days, covering dozens of miles, asking a lot of people. I've talked so much and haven't eaten or slept well. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. It's time to go back for a bath and rest to regain some energy. Isn't it better to rest here? A cold voice suddenly interjected. Chapter 32. Temporary translation work. This was the second time Tong Yue had killed someone. He found that after killing these two, he felt no discomfort at all. Seeing the heads and bodies did not make him feel nauseous either. After thoroughly searching the two, he used a fireball technique to turn them to ashes and then employed a wind manipulation technique to return to his dormitory. Everything Su Zhongli had done in life and who he had contacted was already clear. He had only shared a meal with Su Zhongli, and yet these two masked figures had traced it back to him, even discovering that Su Zhongli had sent people to Yuha village, which led them to suspect him. If the Su family were to investigate him again, he might as well wipe them out. Although he didn't know if he had the ability to destroy a family yet, the Su family kept causing him trouble. He couldn't keep guarding against them forever. It would never end. After making this decision in his heart, Tong Yue fell into a peaceful sleep. A few minutes later, he entered deep into the mountains, finding a place with decent spiritual energy. He took out some spirit stones from his ring, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate, in case the Su family sent someone to ambush him. Although his senses could track the bullets' trajectories, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be hit, especially if several people shot at him simultaneously. He would definitely struggle to dodge so many bullets and could be killed. Deep in the mountains, the air was fresh, free from industrial pollution, and the spiritual energy was denser than in the city. Plus, he could absorb the spirit stones, and there was no one to disturb him, allowing him to cultivate with peace of mind. At this rate of cultivation, he estimated that after some more time, he could break through to the 4th level of qi refining. Xiaoye, didn't you study English? Can you translate some documents? Li Jiangguo asked after finishing a bowl of thin porridge during breakfast on Monday morning. If you can translate documents, I have a money-making opportunity for you. Specifically translating documents and some foreign books. The initial rate is 5 yuan per 1,000 characters. If there are no errors in the translations, the price could be higher, depending on your ability. Upon hearing Li Jiangguo's words, Tong Yue felt very grateful, knowing he was trying to help him. Li Jiangguo was aware of his family's situation and also knew he wasn't the type to take advantage of others. The few of them had been eating together every day, mostly with Gui Yunqing paying. Li Jiangguo had also seen Tong Yue fighting to buy meal tickets, and although they received subsidies in college, it couldn't compete with Gui Yunqing's wealth, who always wanted to eat the best in the cafeteria. If this continued, Tong Yue's little subsidy wouldn't be enough. So he found a way for Tong Yue to earn some money. Hu Fuqing realized Li Jiangguo was helping Tong Yue and felt a bit frustrated for not having thought of it sooner. When they went to Yuha village, Tong Yue often brought them vegetables and sometimes even wild game. Although Tong Yue had ulterior motives to learn from them, this goodwill made the educated youth very grateful. Gui Yunqing felt even more fortunate to befriend Li Jiangguo when he heard he was going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was much more powerful than their local government. With just one word from Li Jiangguo, he could gain access, showcasing how strong his family's influence was. Tong Yue went with Li Jiangguo to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director Wang, who managed these documents, smiled when he saw Li Jiangguo and took out a stack of documents, placing them on the desk. Uncle Wang, this is my good brother Tong Yue. He helped us a lot during our time in the countryside, which is why we didn't suffer much. Director Wang naturally understood Li Jiangguo's meaning. Although Li Jiangguo called him Uncle Wang out of respect for his age, he didn't dare to truly regard himself as an elder. So that's how it is. Let's take a look at this document first. If you can translate it, I'll give you all the translation work in the future. Director Wang was also speaking kindly to Tong Yue because of Li Jiangguo. Otherwise, with just his status as a university student, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tong Yue understood that Director Wang was speaking to him this way out of respect for Li Jiangguo. But with his past life experience, he naturally understood the reasoning behind it and humbly said, "Thank you, Director Wang, for giving me this opportunity." After taking a look at the document with his spiritual sense, he picked up a pen and started translating. This document was a test of his translation abilities by Director Wang, so it was only a few pages long. Tong Yue finished the entire translation in just over 10 minutes, and handed the translated document to Director Wang, who was chatting with Li Jianguo. Good. The translation is very accurate, with no mistakes at all. Moreover, Tong Yue translated it quickly, and his handwriting is even better than ours. Jianguo, you really found a good helper for me. After reading the translated document, with its neat handwriting and tidy pages, Director Wang's impression of Tong Yue immediately increased. He believed this was a capable university student, not someone who got in through Li Jianguo's connections. Initially, he thought that even if Tong Yue's translation had some errors, he could just have someone else revise it, as he couldn't embarrass Li Jianguo. He thought he could at least give him a translation fee. But he didn't expect that Tong Yue was so proficient in foreign languages and had strong comprehension skills as well. How about it, Uncle Wang? My brother got into university on his own merit, and his college entrance exam scores are even higher than ours. If he wasn't capable, I wouldn't dare to recommend him to you. Hearing Director Wang's praise, Li Jianguo also chimed in to boast about Tong Yue. By the way, Tong Yue, besides English, do you know any other languages? After seeing the translated document, Director Wang seemed to remember something and asked with a hopeful tone. I've also learned German, Russian, French, Spanish, and a few other minor languages. I just haven't had the chance to practice speaking. I can understand these foreign letters and their meanings, but I'm not good at speaking them. Really? I have a German document here. Can you see if you can translate it? Director Wang, with a hint of doubt and hope in his voice, stood up and took a German document from the filing cabinet in his office and handed it to him. Tong Yue took the German document, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and immediately picked up a pen to start translating. This document was about automobile manufacturing. He knew that after the reform and opening up, Santana began entering the country, first establishing a factory in Huai and later setting up branches in other cities. He didn't expect the country was already preparing for this, estimating it was a sign of the country's reform and opening up. After more than half an hour, Tong Yue handed the translated document to Director Wang. Chapter 33. The thoughts of the roommates Li Jianguo and Tong Yue left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with Tong Yue still carrying a black leather bag filled with documents that needed translation. Xiao Yu, when you get your translation fee, you must treat us. I want to go to Donglishan to eat lamb hot pot. Li Jianguo wasn't being polite with Tong Yue and directly stated his thoughts. Why are you still so stingy? The fee for translating 1,000 words of German is 15 yuan. These few German documents must be over 1,000 yuan. No way. I need at least 3 plates of lamb. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to school. What? 15 yuan per 1,000 words? Wow. Xiao Yu, you're impressive. Lao Gua, should we celebrate for Xiao Yu? Hu Fuqing was quite surprised when he heard about the translation fees and was happy for Tong Yue, hugging Gui Yunqing and suggesting a celebration. Tong Yue didn't want to refuse their kindness, knowing they were trying to help him, but he really didn't need their help. He just couldn't explain the source of his wealth. Today I translated 2 documents, and from these documents, I feel that the country is about to undergo significant changes. Lao Gua, take out your pocket money and buy a few Sihiyuan courtyard houses in the capital. The price of these Sihiyuan will definitely double in the future. After having a drink with the 3, Tong Yue expressed his thoughts, originally thinking of finding a reason for Gua Yunqing to buy the Sihiyuan. Really? Then let's go buy the Sihiyuan on Sunday. By the way, once we buy the Sihiyuan, we can move out and not have to listen to our roommates grinding their teeth and passing gas every night. This is a good plan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Jianguo and Hu Fuqing were a bit surprised upon hearing Tong Yue's words. They had heard from their families that there was an intention for this at the top, but it hadn't been implemented yet. The fact that Tong Yue could think about future events from the translated documents showed that he was indeed not simple. Tong Yue had already thought it through. As long as the Su family hadn't been eliminated, he couldn't take out the things in his ring right now. After taking care of the Su family, he could take out those property deeds to sell on the black market or change hands a few times to change the homeowner's name to his own. However, he was still quite weak right now, so he needed to act low-key, do ordinary people's things, and try not to expose his strength. This was also the reason he was willing to do translation work. In the dormitory, the few roommates saw Tong Yue working on translations. Chen Yahui and Wang Hailong both came from wealthy families and didn't think much of the translation fees. Their families had arranged jobs for them after graduation. Feng Jiantao, who was studying architecture, also wanted to do this temporary translation work, but when he saw that he would have to learn a foreign language, especially German, he backed out and decided to focus on his major. A week later, Tong Yue brought back some translation documents again. Li Jigang and Lu Chongwei waited until there were no other people in the dormitory before expressing their thoughts to Tong Yue. Seeing the two with flushed faces and a bit of unease, Tong Yue understood they were also speaking out of the difficulties their families were facing. That's nothing. However, I translated German. I remember you guys are studying English. Did you learn German too? German? Aren't you translating English? Lu Chongwei was taken aback. He thought Tong Yue was translating English and only noticed the letters on the document, not realizing it was German. Translations for English and Russian are easy to find. Most departments can translate them themselves. Only for German, French, and Spanish, there are relatively few people who understand these languages now. Some units don't have such translators, so they look for temporary translators for documents. Tong Yue first explained to the two, then picked up an untranslated German document, pointed to the letters on it, and explained their meanings. Only then did they realize it was German, and that German pronunciation was also different from English. Actually, if you have time, you can learn these minor languages. If you don't know something, you can check foreign language dictionaries or ask teachers. Since you have the opportunity in college, it's good to learn an additional skill. It will be useful in the future. Tong Yue saw the dejected expressions on the faces of the two and said a few more words. As for whether they would learn or not, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't have that much time to guide their studies. The fact that he shared these words was based on the fact that they all lived in the same dormitory. You're right. I've decided to start learning a few more foreign languages from today onwards. Thank you, Tong Yue. Li Jigang thought of his impoverished family and felt that for the sake of providing a better life for his child and wife, it was worth it to work a little harder. Let's study together, he said. Tong Yue is right. If we don't understand something, we can look it up in a foreign language dictionary, and for anything unclear, we can ask the teacher. Since we have the chance now, learning a few more foreign languages won't hurt. After making up their minds, they were filled with enthusiasm, studying foreign language books whenever they had time. Even skipping physical education classes. They studied every night until the lights went out. Tong Yue also admired their spirit. He had spiritual awareness and learned things quickly. But these two were just ordinary people. Yet their motivation for learning was almost comparable to the ancient scholars who worked hard at their studies. As autumn turned to winter, the year was coming to an end, and the school began to break for winter vacation. The university students were preparing to go home for the new year. Before winter set in, Gui Yunqing bought 3 sets of 2-entry courtyard houses and 1 set of 3-entry courtyard houses. He originally wanted to buy another 3-entry courtyard house, but he didn't have that much money left. Just as well, this courtyard house was somewhat dilapidated and needed repairs, and under Hu Fuqing's belittlement, he didn't buy it. After the winter vacation started, Tong Yue moved into one of Gui Yunqing's 2-entry courtyard houses. This courtyard had been newly renovated, with complete furniture and kitchenware. Moreover, before leaving, Gui Yunqing helped Tong Yue store some cabbages, potatoes, radishes, rice, and flour, which were enough for him to eat until the start of school. It can be said that Gui Yunqing was really good to Tong Yue. After working as a translator for a few months, Tong Yue had saved up over 2,000 yuan. On the day he received his salary, he treated Li Jiangguo and a few others to a meal at Donglishan. Chapter 34. Records in Ancient Books. The winter in the 49 city was bone-chilling, especially after the 20th day of the 12th month, when a heavy snowfall began. People going to work didn't even dare to ride bicycles for fear of slipping on the road. They had to take the bus or walk to work. Tong Yue originally wanted to buy some meat today, but the heavy snow had started falling since the morning, and soon everything was covered in a blanket of white. The new year was approaching, and although he was the only one at home and wasn't preparing any other New Year goods, he thought he should at least have some meat. With nothing else to do, he began to sort through the items in the ring. First, organizing the items related to cultivation. Looking at the many spirit stones in the ring, he thought they were enough for his cultivation, and he didn't need to worry about running out of spirit stones for now. Among the dozen or so jade slips, he found slips for alchemy, weapon refining, formation techniques, and cultivation methods. He had read some cultivation novels and knew that these jade slips were essential for cultivators. He didn't know who the owner of this ring was or what realm they had cultivated to. Just relying on a few cultivation novels couldn't determine the owner's level of cultivation, since the authors of such novels were not cultivators themselves. They merely relied on their imagination. Thinking of Su Zhongli, he took out the books from the bookshelf in that small building to check. Most of these books were rare editions, and many of them were from the spring and autumn and warring states periods, or even earlier. At that time, paper had not yet been invented, so these books were likely transcribed from bamboo slips by later generations. The books recorded many legends of cultivators, including an early version of the Tao Te Ching, which was later passed down, as well as the Luban book, Mosey's Matrices, and so on. Even with his spiritual awareness to check these books, It took him nearly 2 days to finish reading them. The main reason was that these books were in traditional Chinese characters, and he had to consult a dictionary. If they had been in simplified characters, he probably could have finished them all in less than half a day. Later, he saw the ancient book placed on his desk and found a bookmark that mentioned a jewelry box. This jewelry box was the personal belonging of a young lady from an official family during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties. It was said that this young lady had an affair with her guard. There was also a legend that this ring was left behind by a preaching Qi practitioner and, after several dynasties, was obtained by a guard. It was later rumored that the family of Sanguzi was killed over this jewelry box. He then had the thought to send the family's dark guards to Yuhe village to inquire and finally learned about Tong Yue. However, he wasn't sure if Tong Yue had obtained this jewelry box, so he thought about capturing him to interrogate him about its whereabouts. After reading these books, Tong Yue realized why Su Zhongli had wanted to steal this ring in his previous life. It turned out he had been searching for this storage ring all along. He then thought that with Su Zhongli's cruel and selfish character, he must have destroyed all the clues once he discovered that this ring belonged to a cultivator. After staying at home for 2 days, Tong Yue saw that the snow outside had stopped. He raised his hand to cast a wind-clearing technique, sweeping the accumulated snow from the inner courtyard and the roof into a pile in the front yard's corner. Stepping out of the courtyard and onto the street, he saw cleaners clearing the snow. In the winter streets of the north, the scenery was desolate. Only after the snowfall did the bare branches of the trees get covered in snow, resembling blooming pear blossoms. Tong Yue looked at this scene and suddenly recalled a poem. As if a spring breeze came overnight, thousands of trees and millions of pear blossoms burst into bloom. A sight unseen in the south. The large trees lining the streets had branches that seemed meticulously carved by nature, crystalline and beautiful. Especially with the faint sunlight after the snow reflecting off the branches, casting colorful rays of light, dreamlike and ethereal. He saw the children who had been let out of school playing and laughing under the trees, shaking the branches to let the snowflakes fall, shouting joyfully as if they were in a fairy tale world. Meanwhile, the elderly sat warm indoors, looking through the windows at this snow-covered world, their faces beaming with satisfaction. This snowfall in the 12th month, although it hadn't come by the end of the year, still brought the celebratory omen of auspicious snow heralding a good harvest, making the northern winter no longer monotonous, but full of poetry and warmth. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he saw a sign that read, "No unauthorized beating of customers." Tong Yue chuckled at the quirks of this era. Under the indifferent gaze of the sales clerk, he took out his meat ticket and hurriedly bought 2 jin of pork, leaving quickly, fearing he might lose control and hit someone. In the dead of night, Tong Yue covered his face with a black cloth, left the courtyard, and used the wind technique to cross several alleys, arriving at the entrance of the black market, where he was stopped by 2 burly men in military coats. "Buying or selling?" "Buying," Tong Yue said without elaborating. "If you're buying, you need to pay 5 cents. You know the rules, right? If you hear the whistle, run. We won't take responsibility if you get caught." "Understood." Tong Yue paid the 5 cents and entered the black market, hearing the 2 burly men behind him stomp their feet and mutter, "This guy's in great shape. Wearing just a light shirt in the dead of winter. I'm nearly freezing to death." The snow in the black market had been cleared away. The sellers spread out torn cloths or mats on the ground, displaying various items for sale. There was white flour, rice, eggs, various smoked game, freshly hunted wild boar meat, wild chickens, and wild rabbits, as well as frozen pork, beef, and mutton, sugar cubes, cigarettes, and alcohol. Tong Yue released his consciousness and swept across the area, noticing that the items here were more complete than those in a supply and marketing cooperative. From bicycles, televisions, and washing machines to needles and threads, almost everything could be bought here. The black market was crowded, with people jostling each other, yet there was hardly any noise. Most buyers carried cloth bags, and some even had flashlights, illuminating the stalls as they walked by, stopping to ask prices for items they needed. Chapter 35. Buying cigarettes and alcohol in the black market. Now that Tong Yue had money in hand, although the prices in the black market were a bit high, he wasn't short on cash and didn't mind the expense. He bought 5 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of lamb, and 10 pounds of pork, discreetly stowing them in his ring when no one was watching. He then spotted some Maotai liquor for sale, and naturally Wun Ti let the opportunity slip by, knowing that if these bottles were kept for decades, their value would multiply, especially since no liquor tickets were required here. Squatting in front of the liquor stall, he saw several bottles placed on a tattered mat, including Shifeng, Funjiu, Wulianya, and and Maotai, as well as Erguo too. He pointed at the Maotai bottle and asked the stall owner, who was wearing a military coat, "How many bottles do you have?" The stall owner replied in a muffled and hoarse tone, clearly pretending, "I have 26 bottles here. And if you need more, I can get some more. How many do you want?" "That many? Buy these 26 bottles first, and I'll see how many more I can get. Wait a few minutes. I'll be back quickly," Tong Yue said, and after the stall owner waved his hand, a person in a military coat and a cotton hat came running over, the hat flaps covering half of his face. "Hey, buddy, want some cigarettes?" The man asked Tong Yue as the stall owner hurried away. "I have filtered cigarettes. Even if you don't smoke, it's still impressive to take some out." As the saying goes, cigarettes pave the way, alcohol builds bridges. When the brothers gather, how can it be without cigarettes? "What brands do you have?" Tong Yue casually inquired. "I have Zhonghua, Chahua, Yinyan, and Hongtashan. Zhonghua is a bit more expensive, while Chahua, Yinyan, and Hongtashan are cheaper. How about buying a few packs to take back? It would look good when socializing with your friends," the man said. "Chahua, Yinyan, and Hongtashan are selling for 150 a pack, but if you buy a carton, I can sell for 120 a pack. How about 2 cartons of each to try?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately ran off, disregarding the liquor stall. Just 10 seconds later, he returned with an old newspaper, which clearly wrapped the cigarettes. Tong Yue had already seen the cigarettes with his consciousness. He quickly paid, opened a pack of Chahua cigarettes, took one out, and put it in his mouth, when suddenly, with a crisp sound, a small flame flickered toward him. "This lighter is $10, authentic American goods, seized on the battlefield," the man said. "You're generous. I can't be stingy either. Here is a bottle of aviation kerosene for you." He pulled out an intravenous bottle filled with aviation kerosene from his military coat. A few minutes later, the stall owner pushed a cart over, loaded with 5 boxes of Maotai liquor. After Tong Yue checked for any damage and found none, he happily paid. The stall owner then produced 2 worn-out burlap sacks, and along with Tong Yue and the cigarette seller, they helped pack the liquor into the sacks. "Goodbye. I'll come to you next time for liquor," Tong Yue said, tying the mouths of the 2 sacks together and slinging them over his shoulders as he left the black market. This guy had quite a bit of strength. Those 6 boxes of liquor weighed nearly 200 pounds, yet he walked as if it were effortless. "Today, we sold all the Maotai. Contact me quickly to get more. Let us make some extra money during the new year," the stall owner said. "No problem. I'll contact you tomorrow. You keep an eye on the stall," the other replied. After a brief discussion, they each returned to their respective stalls. After squeezing through the crowd out of the black market and into an alley, Tong Yue stowed the sacks in his ring. Just as he was about to exit the alley, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Hey, buddy, wait a minute. Huh? Where are the things you were carrying?" 3 burly men in cotton hats ran up and blocked his path, but they paused, realizing he wasn't the person they were after. "Son thief, are you here to rob? Then hand over everything you have." Tong Yue detested robbers the most. After all, people had worked hard to save money to buy New Year goods in the black market, and these thugs wanted to rob them on the way. "Is this how you let people celebrate the New Year?" he said, raising his hand to throw a punch and delivering 2 kicks. The 3 burly men didn't expect Tong Yue to strike first, but before they could even swing their daggers, they were knocked away by his punch and kicks. They crashed into a wall in the alley, their daggers falling to the ground, and all 3 simultaneously coughed up blood and fainted. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the alley as Tong Yue kicked and broke the legs of the 3 men, ensuring they would spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. After searching them, he found 3 daggers, over $30, and some various receipts. Then used his wind control technique to leave the area. Back at the courtyard, Tong Yue checked the time on his watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. He didn't practice and simply lay down to sleep. In a 2-courtyard house located on the black market side, Lu Wu, the person in charge of managing the black market, was known as Fifth Master in the underworld. Upon hearing from his subordinates that 3 burly men had attempted a robbery but were left severely injured, he immediately flew into a rage. "Get those 3 blind fools and bury them outside the city. How dare they cause trouble on my turf? They're simply asking for death. Also, find out who those 3 were chasing. That person is also ruthless. Be cautious when you see him in the future," he ordered. Several subordinates left, immediately scattering to gather information, some heading into the black market, while others went to the alley exits. The black market quickly learned that the 3 burly men were following the person who bought liquor. They speculated that the thugs saw the buyer carrying so many items and assumed it would be an easy target, not realizing that the liquor buyer had companions. likely more than one. Otherwise, how could they have taken down the three burly men? After his subordinates shared their speculations with Fifth Master Lu, he pondered for a moment. With the new year approaching, all sorts of characters were emerging. You all work hard and ensure strict vigilance to maintain the safety of the black market, if necessary. Chapter 36. Advancing to Formation Master. The next day, after Tong Yue woke up and washed his face, he planned to go out for breakfast. When he reached the entrance, he noticed a letter under the threshold. He picked it up, finding that it wasn't sealed. Pulling out the paper, he saw only a few lines written on it. After reading the brief message, Tong Yue realized that the battle in the southwestern border would commence next year. However, he remembered that Li Jiangguo and the others were supposed to enlist next year. Why was it ahead by several months? Could it be that his rebirth had caused some changes? In his previous life, he knew that after Li Jiangguo and the others enlisted, he never saw them again and had no idea what happened to them later. When he resigned, he didn't meet Li Jiangguo and the others either. After moving to the south, he completely lost contact with them. After Li Jiangguo and the others left, he didn't have many friends in college. And then he was suppressed by Su Zhongli, along with the tragic death of Du Lingshuang, which hit him hard, causing him to graduate in a daze. It was only when he saw the introduction of the refining jade slip that he realized that the spiritual tools he crafted also required various formation patterns to be engraved on the tool embryo to unleash their power. To engrave these patterns on the spiritual tools, he needed to learn about formations and how to carve them. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to engrave the various patterns on the spiritual tools. The subordinates of Fifth Master in the black market also couldn't find out the whereabouts of Tong Yue, as people who came to the black market usually covered their faces or changed their appearances to avoid being recognized and causing trouble. The young vendor selling cigarettes had stocked up on a lot of good liquor the next day, but never waited for Tong Yue to come back for more. So he had to sell it little by little. Fortunately, it was near the new year, and some families would buy good liquor to entertain guests. So the liquor he had stocked didn't result in a loss. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, the sound of firecrackers outside woke Tong Yue, who was studying formations, and he realized the new year was approaching. He was quite confident in cooking and making dumplings. As he had lived alone during his time at university in his previous life, the New Year's Eve dinner was quickly prepared: dumplings with pork and green onion filling, potato stewed beef, stir-fried lamb with scallions, sweet and sour cabbage, and meatball soup. Looking at the fragrant 3 dishes and a soup on the table, Tong Yue felt a surge of emotions. In his previous life, he had gone home for the new year and had only 2 steamed buns, a piece of pickled vegetable, and a cup of hot water for his New Year's Eve dinner in the dormitory. After the new year, Tong Yue continued to study formations at home every day. He didn't visit the temple fairs in the capital or go out to see the festivities. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, he learned to set up a gathering spirit formation. So he no longer had to worry about spiritual energy leaking when using spirit stones. 3 days later, his formation skills broke through to the level of a first-level formation master, and he could set up some low-level formations, such as defensive formations, isolation formations, confinement formations, and confusion formations. After breaking through to the level of a first-level formation master, it was as if he had opened a door in just 10 days. His formation skills advanced to the level of a second-level formation master. By the end of the Lunar New Year, he was already touching the threshold of a third-level formation master, needing just one opportunity to break through to that level. After breaking through to the second-level formation master, he began refining a spiritual long sword from the ring, while simultaneously studying the various formation patterns engraved on it. It was through understanding these patterns that his formation skills advanced so rapidly. One day, while he was studying formation techniques, he heard someone knocking at the door. Upon opening the door, he saw it was a postman. "You are Comrade Tong Yue, right? Here is a telegram for you. Please sign here." After sending off the postman, Tong Yue opened the telegram and saw it was indeed from Guo Yunqing. "I will arrive in the capital tomorrow morning, and I have quite a lot of things with me. Don't forget to pick me up at the station." Tong Yue smiled and casually placed the telegram on the 8 immortals table in the living room. The next morning, after having breakfast, Tong Yue took the bus, changing twice along the way, and finally arrived at the train station, where he bought a platform ticket at the ticket counter. Checking the time on his watch, he estimated that the train Guo Yunqing was on was about to arrive, so he headed to the platform. After waiting a few minutes, Guo Yunqing's train pulled in, and he saw Guo Yunqing again carrying 2 large bags and wearing a bulging military backpack around his neck. "Hey, old Tong, why are you the only one here? Where are Li Gu and the others?" Guo Yunqing asked when he saw only Tong Yue came to pick him up. Li Gu and the others have all gone to join the army. They left before the new year. I think it was arranged by their families since there's going to be a war over there. Tong Yue replied as he took his bags and pointed in the southwest direction. Oh, I see. They are going to earn merit and will come back to arrange work, Guo Yunqing said, showing his cleverness. After hearing Tong Yue's explanation, he quickly understood why Li Jianguo and the others had gone to join the army. It was nicely put as going to protect the country, but everyone knew they were going for personal gain. Just know it, don't spread it around. Besides, with military merit, it'll be helpful for us in the future, right? Tong Yue reminded him quietly while carrying the luggage toward the exit. Hey, do you think I don't know this? We only talk about it among ourselves. I wouldn't say such things to others, Guo Yunqing replied. After hearing that Li Jianguo and the others had joined the army, Guo Yunqing felt a bit disappointed at first. It was hard to make friends with this generation, and before he could deepen his relationship with them, they all left. However, upon hearing Tong Yue's words, he felt happy again. Li Jianguo and the others would definitely be arranged for government positions after they returned. The higher their positions, the more helpful it would be for his own future. Moreover, since Tong Yue had a good relationship with him, Li Jianguo and the others wouldn't forget about him because of Tong Yue. After Guo Yunqing returned home for the winter break, he told his father about his friendships with Li Jianguo and the others at school, mentioning that their relationships were quite good. Guo Fushan, who could open a private coal mine at home, was indeed a bold and meticulous person. Although he had little education, he was smart and eloquent, and he had connections with many officials in their county. He often thought about how he had suffered from a lack of education in his life. He could be wealthy, but even a small clerk could decide whether his coal mine could continue operating. Therefore, he was determined to raise his son to become an official in the future, not to amass wealth, but so that once his son had power, no one in the county would dare to bully him. Guo Yunqing could do anything at home, as long as he didn't neglect his studies. If his exam scores dropped, he would face a severe beating at home. Guo Fushan wouldn't care that he was the only son and would discipline him strictly, even arguing with his wife over it without compromise. According to what you said, in the future, you should build a good relationship with Tong Yue at school. Don't look down on others just because your family is wealthy. Having more friends means more paths. Even if this friend can't help you later, at least he won't harm you. Chapter 37. Crafting protective talismans. After the university semester began, students from all over the country returned to school, diving into their studies with great dedication. Now, only Guo Yunqing and Tong Yue were eating together. It was no longer as lively as before. In Tong Yue's dormitory, his roommates had also returned, and everyone took out local specialties to share with their roommates. After receiving the specialties from his roommates, Tong Yue took out the Taigu biscuits that Guo Yunqing had given him and shared them with a few roommates, saying they were from a friend for everyone to taste. As for the beef jerky and fungio that Guo Yunqing gave him, he didn't take them out. Since the semester started, Tong Yue had been jumping out of the window almost every night to use his wind control technique to visit Du Lingshuang in the girls' dormitory. As winter passed and spring came, months went by like this. During this time, aside from studying and translating documents, Tong Yue focused on studying formations and went deep into the mountains on Sundays to learn about refining. To test the effectiveness of the protective talismans, he went deep into the mountains on a Sunday, placed the talisman in front of a rock wall, and used spiritual power to wrap stones and launch them at the talisman. Tong Yue hurried over to check the talisman and saw that a third of the formation patterns on it had been destroyed. He estimated that after 2 more hits, the talisman would lose its effectiveness. Then he took out his pistol and fired a shot at the talisman. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the talisman erupted with a burst of white light once more. However, he soon realized that the stone wrapped in his spiritual power was much more powerful than the bullet from the pistol. To test the stone wrapped in spiritual power, he picked up another stone and shot it at the wall, enveloping it in his spiritual energy. He estimated that the power of this stone could rival that of a heavy machine gun bullet. He looked at the deep hole left in the mountain wall and spoke to himself. He fired 2 more shots at the wall, and after seeing the pistol bullets hit the wall, they only left 2 shallow marks of less than 3 millimeters. Both bullets were deformed upon impact. In his past life, he had never been to Li Jianguo's country, and after he began cultivating in this life, his temperament changed. So he never intended to go to Li Jianguo's country and didn't bring it up with him. Director Wang, I want to ask you something. After submitting the translated documents, Tong Yue approached Director Wang's desk. What is it? Go ahead. I want to ask where Li Jianguo's country is. Didn't he go to the army last year? I have something to send to him, but I don't know which unit he's in, so I was thinking of sending it to his family. This is related to their safety. Tong Yue was afraid that Director Wang wouldn't tell him, so he specifically mentioned that this item was very important. Oh, I see. You don't need to go to his house. It's not convenient to go in and out. I'll give his father a call and ask. After Director Wang finished speaking, he picked up the phone and dialed, and at a department level like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the call connected almost instantly. Hello, this is Wang Jinyong from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please connect me to Minister Li. I have something to tell him. Soon. There was a voice on the other end of the line. Tong Yue didn't specifically listen to the contents of the call, but took out an envelope, put in 3 crafted talismans, and wrote the usage instructions on a piece of paper. Seeing that there was glue on the desk, he sealed the envelope. Tong Yue, wait here for a moment. Minister Li will send someone to pick up the items. After Director Wang hung up the phone and saw Tong Yue holding an envelope, he didn't ask what it was, knowing that some things shouldn't be inquired about. Knowing them would be worse than not knowing at all. Tong Yue saw Director Wang take out a tea canister and hurriedly went over to bring the thermos. Filling Director Wang's cup with water and pouring himself a cup as well, a fragrant jasmine scent quickly spread throughout the office. He often came here to deliver translation documents, and the two had become quite familiar. Tong Yue was also observant of Director Wang's preferences, so their relationship grew increasingly better. The water quality in the city of Cigio is poor, and most people prefer to drink jasmine tea to dilute the astringent and bitter taste of the water. Tong Yue, if you have some free time, you could translate some foreign classics. It could help you earn some extra income. If you're interested, I can help you make some contacts. Director Wang's words caught Tong Yue off guard for a moment. Translating foreign classics could earn more money than translating documents. But then he thought, why not write a book himself? That would be more profitable than translating documents and foreign classics. And once his book was published, it would provide a long-term source of income. He then considered the future development of the army, thinking why not write about the special forces novels he had read in his past life? If the military saw it, perhaps they could establish special forces ahead of time. In his past life, it was only after the Gulf War that the country had a correct understanding of special forces and began to establish them in major military regions, which was much later than foreign countries. Director Wang, I want to write a book myself. Once I finish it, I'd like your guidance to see if I can find a publisher for printing. You want to write a book? What genre? Director Wang was also taken aback by his words. He thought Tong Yue was too young and had little social experience to write anything substantial. I plan to write a military-themed book. I've been brainstorming about it for a while. I was originally thinking of writing an outline first and then asking you to review it. Since you brought it up today, I decided to mention it. This year, the reform and opening up would begin, and many new foreign things would gradually appear in the country. People's thoughts were becoming more open, and there were more and more people pursuing new things. If he could write a few blockbuster books from the future, it would surely cause a sensation in the country. As for accusations of plagiarism, that was not possible at all. The book he wrote would be his own, and besides, those authors from his previous life probably hadn't been born yet, so who would dare to claim he was plagiarizing? Then he thought about the popular songs from his past life. If those hit songs were released early, they would surely make a fortune. Chapter 38. The money-making plan. Li Jiangguo's father was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Public Security, and Li Jiangguo was his youngest son. Ever since he sent him to the army last year, he had been worried about this youngest son. Having come from a war background, he knew the cruelty of war. Today, after receiving a call from Wang Jinyong at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and listening to the contents of the call, he sent his secretary to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to pick up the items. After the secretary handed him the envelope, Deputy Minister Li felt the contents inside, which seemed to be a few pieces of jade, but he didn't pay much attention to it, as long as it wasn't contraband. He had the secretary send it to the unit where Li Jiangguo was stationed. When Li Jigang saw that he had returned with translation documents, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. During this time, Li Jigang and Lu Chongwei were also diligently learning minor languages. But they didn't have Tong Yue's spiritual awareness and didn't possess the same flexible and clever mind as a cultivator, so their learning of these minor languages was somewhat slow. Now, the two of them could roughly read some foreign documents, but translating them was still quite difficult. Old Li, take a look at these documents and see if you can try to translate them. If there are any words you don't know how to translate, you can ask me. Really? Thank you so much. Li Jigang took one of Tong Yue's documents and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, knowing that Tong Yue was helping him, with sincere appreciation showing in his eyes. Seeing how meticulously Jigang was in his work, Tong Yue nodded secretly. He was a responsible man and would surely achieve great things in the future. He wrote about how to evacuate in emergencies, various tactical rules, and how to survive in the wild, how to find food and identify poisonous food. He documented the special forces training methods he had seen from novels, TV shows, and movies in his past life, as well as various combat experiences of special forces. The title of this book was Special Forces Decapitation Operation, and it had about 1 million words. Spring arrived, and after the meeting in December last year, the pace of reform and opening up began to unfold across the country. People's lives gradually started to improve significantly, and soon terms like 10,000 yuan households and new rich would emerge. However, communication in this era was too slow, information wasn't flowing, and transportation wasn't developed. Moreover, this matter was being handled privately by the Su family, so it would take time for them to contact him again. Tong Yue decided that when the Su family contacted him again, he would take the opportunity to eliminate them. He originally wanted to take the initiative, but he didn't know where the Su family's gathering place was. Tong Yue wrote at an astonishing speed, managing to write over 10,000 words daily. With the memories from his past life, he didn't need to think about the plot, and this was also supported by his spiritual energy. An ordinary person would struggle to write a few thousand words without their hand getting tired. During this time, Guo Yunqing had developed a crush on a geography major classmate, Su Yue. Although he usually joked around with Tong Yue and could talk fluently, he was completely clueless about how to approach a girl he liked. Lao Tong, how can I start a conversation with Su Yue? Give me a way, brother. First, find an excuse and pretend that you also like geography. Ask her some questions about the geography class. If she asks you why you like geography, just say it's a personal hobby. Also, don't let her know that your family is wealthy, otherwise she might have a bad impression of you. But I don't like geography. I don't even understand what is taught in geography. How can I ask her questions about it? Go to the library and find some books on geography. If you study a bit, you'll know what to ask. You need to have a spirit that is unafraid of hardship and sacrifice to win a girl's heart. What if she ignores me? Even good girls are afraid of clingy boys. Be shameless and find opportunities to meet her every day. Show yourself at critical moments. If nothing else works, find a few troublemakers to harass her, and then you can be the hero who saves her. She'll like you, right? Get lost. I won't do such despicable things. Besides, if she finds out about it later, I'm done for. Love is selfish. Using some tricks is also proof that you love her. Besides, if you don't act first, someone else might take Su Yue away, and then it will be too late for regrets. Tong Yue first joked with him before sharing various methods he had seen others use to pursue girls in his past life. Some were sincere, while others were despicable. But the goal was to win the girl over, and it all depended on how Guo Yunqing chose. Wow, Lao Tong, you are amazing. You can think of so many ways to pursue female classmates. Why don't you pursue them yourself? After listening to Tong Yue, Guo Yunqing gave him a thumbs up, but then asked a question that was hard to answer. I don't have the heart to pursue girls right now. I need to focus on studying. Besides, if someone reports me for being a pervert, my studies will be ruined. Tong Yue found a reluctant excuse, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to get to know Du Lingxiang. Should he save her at the welcome party like in his past life? It is now early summer, and there are still a few months until the welcome party. Although he goes to see Du Lingxiang sleeping peacefully every night, this is just his unrequited love. He needs to think of a way to meet her so that they can develop their relationship step by step. While Tong Yue was thinking of ways, the opportunity soon came. After they left the cafeteria, Guo Yunqing planned to use Su Yue's interests as a starting point. So he took Tong Yue to the library to find geography books and study first. When they entered the library, Tong Yue saw Du Lingxiang again. He ignored Guo Yunqing and walked directly to Du Lingxiang's spot. Du Lingxiang, we meet again. Du Lingxiang was checking some materials when she felt a shadow and then heard a boy speaking. She looked up and saw Tong Yue in front of her. Oh, it's you, Tong Yue. Why do you have time to come to the library today? Tong Yue pushed aside a boy sitting next to Du Lingxiang with his butt and sat down next to her. What are you doing? The boy, named Dong Shijun, was also trying to get close to Du Lingxiang. He hadn't spoken to her yet, nor did he even know her name. After being pushed aside by Tong Yue, he stood up, angrily pointed at Tong Yue, and yelled to attract Du Lingxiang's attention. Chapter 39. Meeting Du Lingxiang again, Dong Shijun was stared down by Tong Yue and suddenly felt as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. Fear surged from his heart, and he turned pale. He quickly turned around and stumbled out of the library, nearly falling over. While Du Lingxiang was reading, she noticed that Dong Shijun, although holding a book, was not looking at it, but was constantly glancing at her from the corner of his eye. She understood the boy's intentions. When Tong Yue came over, it was just when she was feeling uncomfortable. Seeing Tong Yue push away the annoying boy and excuse himself by saying he was taking his spot, she secretly laughed. This boy named Tong Yue really knows how to come up with excuses. It's okay. My sleep isn't very good. I sometimes think of her. Du Lingxiang understood that Tong Yue's question was about Li Yinglian's sudden illness. After hearing Tong Yue's words, she recalled how Li Yinglian often said provocative and harsh things in the dormitory, causing the relationships among the roommates to be quite tense. Who did you hear that from? We haven't heard anything like that in our dorm. The more Du Lingxiang thought about it, the more she felt that after Li Yinglian left the dorm, the relationships among the other roommates had become closer. When they joked around, no one mocked each other, and she didn't hear Li Yinglian's harsh words anymore. Tong Yue knew about Li Yinglian's reputation in his past life. She was very jealous, sharp-tongued, and greedy, often engaging in behaviors to elevate herself at the expense of others. She was jealous of Du Lingxiang's good family background and beauty, and many classmates liked to get close to her. That's why Su Zhongli took advantage of her, deceiving Du Lingxiang out of school, and ultimately, after being humiliated by Su Zhongli and others, she took her own life. Du Lingxiang sat next to Tong Yue and felt that the aura around him was very pleasant. He had a fresh and pure scent, and sitting next to him felt like being in nature, allowing her to breathe freely and feel incredibly comfortable. No need to be polite. We're classmates, and it's only right to help each other. Tong Yue waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. I'm okay. It's not too difficult. I've taken some time to learn a few minor languages to lay a good foundation for graduation assignments. Du Lingxiang looked at him with admiration, becoming even more curious about him. Well, I've learned German, French, and Spanish. Seeing Du Lingxiang's gaze, Tong Yue seized the opportunity to boast. This was a chance for a girl to remember him, and with his past life experiences, how could he not seize it? Du Lingxiang looked at Tong Yue and spoke with a hint of shyness, her face slightly flushed. When Tong Yue heard Du Lingxiang's words, he excitedly reached out his hand, wanting to hold Du Lingxiang's little hand. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that in this era, even after a couple is engaged, they could only secretly hold hands when no one was watching, and he dared not make any other intimate gestures, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Uff! Du Lingxiang laughed, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She was also amused by Tong Yue's actions, and seeing the awkward look on his face made her a bit reluctant. She used the book in her hand to shield her little hand, and secretly reached out to hold Tong Yue's hand for a moment before retracting it. After holding Tong Yue's hand, Du Lingxiang's face instantly turned crimson, feeling a rush of heat throughout her body. She didn't even know what had gotten into her to boldly hold a boy's hand. Let's go outside. There are too many people here. It would be bad if someone finds out. Although their hands only touched for 2 seconds, Tong Yue felt exhilarated. In his past life, he had also secretly held Du Lingxiang's hand, and it was after knowing her for several months that he dared to do so. By the time he wanted to take things further, he received the tragic news about Du Lingxiang. Okay, I'll put the book back. You wait for me outside. Du Lingxiang stood up and took the book to the shelf. After sitting for a while, Tong Yue noticed Du Lingxiang pretending to look for books on the shelf, smiled slightly, and stood up to walk out of the library, forgetting to greet Guo Yunqing. Do you have class in the afternoon? As they walked side by side into the woods by Weiming Lake, Tong Yue asked Du Lingxiang when he saw there were no people around. In this era, when college students have mutual feelings for each other, they will secretly come here to talk. The timid ones might hold hands discreetly, while the bolder ones may hug each other, but anything more excessive is avoided for fear of being seen by classmates and reported to the school for being inappropriate. I have no classes this afternoon. How about you? Do you have to go to class? When Du Lingxiang heard Tong Yue's question, she thought he still had classes in the afternoon and showed a hint of disappointment on her face. I have no classes either. How about we go out and take a stroll? Tong Yue didn't want to waste the opportunity to be alone with Du Lingxiang. He had already planned to go shopping until evening and then have dinner with her, aiming to win her over as soon as possible. But how to get out of the school gate now? The security personnel are all around. Du Lingxiang had a cold exterior but a strong inner nature. She usually wore a frosty expression that made her seem hard to approach, giving off a vibe of keeping people at a distance. However, she also had a sense of adventure and excitement inside her, especially when she was with someone she didn't dislike. Her true self would show. It's okay, just follow me, Tong Yue said, taking her hand and walking towards the wall. Du Lingxiang let him hold her hand without resisting. She didn't want to either. Feeling the warmth from his hand made her head feel a bit dizzy. Are you going to climb over the wall? It's too high. I can't go up there. It's too dangerous. Let's just forget it and try again on Sunday. Du Ling Shuang saw the tall wall, with shards of glass planted on top. And didn't he want to see Tong Yue get hurt or take risks? Don't worry, I can do light work, and I'll take you over. After saying that, without waiting for Du Ling Shuang to believe him, he put his arm around her shoulders and used his wind technique to leap over the wall, landing outside easily. Du Ling Shuang had never seen such a magical thing before and exclaimed in surprise. Tong Yue quickly covered her mouth, feeling her soft lips and the comfortable sensation, and momentarily forgot to let go of her hand as he noticed her chest rising and falling rapidly from the shock. Oh, you almost suffocated me. Du Ling Shuang pushed his hand away, took several deep breaths, and then looked at Tong Yue with dissatisfaction, only to find him staring at her chest, blushing slightly as he quietly said, "Pervert." Chapter 40. The first shopping trip. Hearing Tong Yue say that, Du Ling Shuang didn't think much about him staring at her anymore. Instead, she asked in surprise, "How did you learn to do light work? Do you know any other martial arts?" "I learned from an old Taoist priest in a temple when I was young. He said I had a unique bone structure and was a rare talent for martial arts. So he taught me martial arts and also some traditional Chinese medicine. By the way, this amulet is for you." "This is an amulet? The kind drawn by Taoists? Why isn't it drawn on yellow paper?" "This amulet is different from others. It might hurt a bit." Without much explanation, Tong Yue took Du Ling Shuang's hand, pulled out a dagger, and before she could struggle, he cut the tip of her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the amulet. "Ouch!" Du Ling Shuang screamed in pain, but then she saw her blood absorbed into the amulet, as if it had never been stained at all. "Is this real? I feel like I have a connection with this amulet, like it's a part of my body." "Of course it's real. Would I lie to you? Let's leave here first." "Huh, why can't I see my wound anymore? And suddenly, I feel very comfortable in my body. Could it be because of the amulet?" It now seemed that Du Ling Shuang also had spiritual roots. According to the introduction in the Jade Tablet, she had a wood spiritual root among the 5 elements. As they spoke, they left the area by the wall and headed into the alleys. Du Ling Shuang was quite familiar with the terrain of the city and guided Tong Yue through several alleys. When they saw no one around, they didn't know who reached out first, but they secretly held hands, feeling like thieves, with a hint of shyness on Du Ling Shuang's face. Once they reached the main street, they kept about a meter apart, no longer daring to get close. "Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Tong Yue noticed Du Ling Shuang's flushed face, but in public, he didn't dare to touch her forehead and could only ask with concern. "I'll go buy a bottle of soda. It's just what you need after walking around." "Wait a moment." Tong Yue quickly ran to a nearby supply store and bought 2 bottles of Beibingjiang soda. "I have my parents, an older brother, an older sister, and a younger brother. My relationship with my family isn't very good, except for my sister who cares about me. The others don't pay much attention to me. In that family, my presence feels as if I don't exist. Do you not go home during the holidays? It's lonely to be alone." After hearing about Tong Yue's family situation, Du Ling Shuang thought of him as a rural person whose family didn't care about him, who got into university through his own efforts but was still looked down upon by his family, and it made her heart ache slightly. But then she thought of her own family situation. Though better than Tong Yue's, she was a girl with no status in her family. If she hadn't gotten into university, she would probably have been arranged to work by now, and in a few years, she would be forced into a marriage for the family. "What about you? Are your family members good to you?" Tong Yue noticed a hint of pity in Du Ling Shuang's gaze towards him, which made him feel a bit comforted. He wanted to know more about her family members and their situation, and whether they would agree to her dating him. "My family has my grandfather, parents, 2 uncles, 1 aunt, 2 older brothers, 1 older sister, and 2 younger brothers. They treat me well, but I don't feel the warmth of home. My sister married off unwillingly for a family alliance. She said she was very happy, but I can see from her dazed eyes that she isn't as happy as she claims. After visiting my brother-in-law's family, she forced a smile." After listening to Du Ling Shuang's narrative, Tong Yue understood that her family, like many others, arranged marriages for their women. From the moment they were born, their destinies were decided. Of course, there were some women in families who didn't have to marry off, for various reasons. They were unattractive, had strong abilities and influence in the family, belonged to a powerful family that didn't need alliances, or were the only daughter and thus favored. In this life, Tong Yue had become strong, and he secretly vowed to protect Du Ling Shuang, not letting her be forced into marriage by her family. However, the premise was that Du Ling Shuang had to like him. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to put his warm face against the cold but and wouldn't unilaterally invest without any return. In their previous life, although they both had mutual feelings, it wasn't to the extent of being in love to the point of dying for each other. Du Lingshuang might not be able to withstand the pressure from her family or other reasons that could separate them. As they chatted and laughed, they ended up eating dinner at a small restaurant around 6 in the evening, with Du Lingshuang insisting on paying first. Xiaoyu, let us meet by Weiming Lake tomorrow afternoon. As they approached the school gate, Du Lingshuang set the time and place for their meeting, quickly walking a few steps ahead of Tong Yue and entering the school gate first. When Tong Yue heard Du Lingshuang invite him, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that she was interested in him. Watching her hurriedly leave, he stood still, gazing at her until she entered the school before slowly making his way forward. Tong Yue, can you check the documents I translated? Is there any mistake? As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Li Jigang handed him the translated documents. After Tong Yue received the document, he scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it was mostly correct, with no significant errors. It was much better than the initial translation, and he admired Li Jigang's efforts. He purposely flipped through the document again. Indeed, it was mostly accurate, and he decided to translate like this in the future. This was thanks to Chong Wei, who pointed out a few mistakes. Li Jigang, while happy, did not forget to acknowledge Lu Chongwei's contribution, showing that he was not a thankless person and conducted himself with integrity. Old Li is just being humble. I didn't help much. Chapter 41. Breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refining. The next day at noon, after coming out of the cafeteria, Guo Yunqing patted Tong Yue on the shoulder and said, Old Tong, I'm going to find Su Yue to discuss some issues. Following your advice, I can talk to her now. I'll head out first, and we can discuss it in detail tonight at the cafeteria. After saying this, Guo Yunqing didn't walk with Tong Yue, but turned and ran towards the classroom, probably because Su Yue was waiting for him there. Tong Yue shouted fiercely, then smiled and walked towards Weiming Lake. Leaning against a large tree, Tong Yue used his spiritual sense to check the various items in his ring. On the refining rack, he discovered several blue robes, all genuine magical garments that had been refined but not yet worn. One of them was a spiritual garment, likely prepared by the ring's owner during the qi refining period. He thought that this spiritual garment was just right for his current cultivation level. Planning to remove the restrictions on it later in the evening, refine it, and change it into his current clothing style. After that, he wouldn't need to buy clothes anymore. I miss you. Just seeing you makes me very happy, Tong Yue said casually. Last night, after returning to the dormitory, Du Lingshuang lay on her bed, touching the cool amulet on her chest, thinking about Tong Yue's handsome face. How nice it would be if her marriage partner were Tong Yue. Being with someone she liked would surely bring happiness in this life. She thought about her family, knowing that Tong Yue was from a rural background. They would definitely not approve of her being with him. How would she face her family and fight for her happiness? She couldn't end up like her sister, becoming a sacrifice for the family. Although Du Lingshuang pretended to be disdainful, her heart was sweet. She walked over to Tong Yue, gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, and playfully scolded, You only know how to make people happy. I don't know, but I feel very secure and comfortable when I'm with you, Du Lingshuang said softly, her face turning even redder as she lowered her head. Tong Yue felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Du Lingshuang was also interested in him. He tightened his grip on her hand a little more and said, Lingshuang, I'll always make you feel this way. Is it a family marriage? Don't worry. As long as you truly want to be with me, no one can obstruct your happiness. Xiaoyu, although we haven't known each other long and have only met a few times, I feel like we've known each other forever. As if it's that kind of fate at first sight you mentioned. Du Lingshuang didn't finish her sentence, possibly out of shyness, as girls in this era were not very open about love and feelings. I feel the same way, as if it's destined. Perhaps we had some regret in a past life for not being together, which is why we met again in this life. Since both had classes in the afternoon, their lunch date was short. They agreed to meet again, here tomorrow, and then parted ways. After Tong Yue started secretly dating Du Lingshuang, he felt fulfilled, excited, and busy every day. In his past life, he was oppressed by Su Zhongli and lived uncomfortably. After leaving his job, he was busy with business. And aside from casual flings, he never truly dated anyone. In this life, after becoming strong, he first dealt with the two nuisances, Su Zhongli and Li Yinglian. And now no one could stop him from being with Du Lingshuang. As for the family marriage issue, he didn't take it to heart. At worst, he would take Du Lingshuang and leave. If they dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't mind dealing with them. As his own strength grew, his attitude towards ordinary people changed. He no longer looked down on them. Fortunately, He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and his cultivation method wasn't one of slaughter. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what this world would become. Soon, summer vacation was approaching, and students began to leave the school. The other roommates in the dormitory had gone home, leaving only Li Jigang, Lu Changwei, and Tong Yue. After Tong Yue submitted the translated document, he gave all the translation fees to Li Jigang. Since it was his translation, Tong Yue didn't take any of it. He had money now and looked down on such things. Li Jigang declined a few times, but seeing that Tong Yue genuinely wanted to give him the money, he accepted it, holding the translation fee with tears of excitement in his eyes. After a long time, he managed to say, "Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's celebrate." "Great. Let's celebrate old Li's hard work, which has finally paid off." Tong Yue knew that if he didn't go for dinner, Li Jigang would have worries in his heart. Although the translation fee wasn't much, since he had this intention, he couldn't let Li Jigang down. Guo Yunqing had also gone home, and Tong Yue was still the same as before. He took him to the station. Du Lingshuang was also going home. Before leaving, she mustered her courage and kissed Tong Yue's cheek, then ran away with a flushed face. After summer vacation, Tong Yue moved into the courtyard to live. Aside from going to the dormitory every week to get the translation documents from Li Jigang, he spent his time cultivating and writing novels at home. With more free time, he wrote novels much faster. During the day, apart from eating, he was writing. And at night, he would take out spirit stones to set up a gathering spirit formation for cultivation. About half a month later, he noticed that his dantian was filled with spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy in his meridians and acupoints was showing signs of impacting the barrier of the fourth layer of qi refining. Without any pills, he could only continue compressing the spiritual energy in his dantian, making it more solid and pure, laying a good foundation before attempting to break through. There are 9 layers in the qi refining stage. Layers 1 to 3 are the early stage, layers 4 to 6 are the middle stage, and layers 7 to 9 are the late stage, corresponding to the natural law of the number 9. Breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th layer is a hurdle, and breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer is another hurdle. Each breakthrough can be challenging, and cultivators in the qi refining stage often use pills to aid their breakthrough. However, on this planet with thin spiritual energy, not to mention pills, even spiritual herbs are hard to find. The only way to break through is through the accumulation of spiritual energy in the dantian. And only when he could no longer suppress the energy would he attempt to break through. On the evening of the 5th day, Tong Yue felt the spiritual energy in his dantian about to explode. He immediately used the wind control technique to fly deep into the mountains. After several minutes, he landed at a spot deep in the mountains where he often cultivated, took out spirit stones, and set up a gathering spirit formation before sitting cross-legged to practice the Tian Yuan Ju cultivation method. The spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation quickly enveloped him as he operated his technique, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that entered his body. After refining the spiritual energy into spiritual power, it was stored in his dantian. The spiritual power that was about to explode in his dantian surged with the influx of more spiritual energy, instantly erupting into a massive wave of spiritual power, which, under the operation of his technique, crashed against the barrier of the 4th layer of qi refining. Crack! A crisp sound came from within his body, like the sound of an eggshell cracking. With just one impact, it broke through the barrier of the 4th level of qi refining. Immediately, this massive spiritual power surged as if it had found an outlet, crashing towards the meridians and acupoints of the 4th level of qi refining, filling each new acupoint. Chapter 42. Internal discord in the Su family. As dawn broke, Tong Yue stabilized his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining. Seeing the impurities expelled from his body reappear, he raised his hand to cast a cleansing technique, washing his body clean. He then took out the spiritual artifact robe from his ring and sat cross-legged again to circulate his cultivation method, first removing the restrictions on the spiritual artifact robe before beginning to refine it. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Tong Yue returned to the courtyard, wearing a gray jacket on his upper body and black pants resembling suit trousers on his lower body. Previously, when he was at the 3rd level of qi refining, he could use the wind blade technique to produce at most 30 wind blades before the spiritual power in his dantian would be depleted. Now, he could produce 50 wind blades, and there was still power left in his dantian, with the distance of the wind blades exceeding more than double that of when he was at the 3rd level. The speed of his wind control technique had also increased by more than double, reaching a height of about 20 meters. The next day, He woke up full of energy. After feeling the surging spiritual power in his dantian, he took care of personal matters and washed his face at the sink. In the living room of a 3-entry courtyard house in the city of Sijiacheng, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression sat in the main seat. He was Su Yaowu, the head of the Su family, and Su Zhongli was his third son. Have you found out about Zhongli's whereabouts? Su Yaowu glanced at the few people in the living room, his tone carrying a hint of anger and a glimmer of hope. These individuals were the key figures of the Su family, the backbone of the family. Among them, some were responsible for overseas businesses, while others dealt with domestic matters. The middle-aged man sitting on the left, Su Yaowen, was in charge of managing the Su family secret guards, and he was a martial arts expert himself, with 2 bulging temples indicating his deep cultivation. I suspect Zhongli has encountered misfortune. I've long told him to be low-key and not too ostentatious, but he wouldn't listen. What the elder brother said is true. It's also our fault for not educating him properly. If we had managed him earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Moreover, while these 2 brothers appeared to be discussing him, they were actually provoking his rebelliousness, encouraging him to continue being arrogant, with the goal of ruining him. The other Su family members were indifferent to Zhongli's life or death. They all had their own sons. Whether Zhongli lived or died was only beneficial for them. They were thinking about the 2 remaining sons of Su Yaowu dying instead. Elder brother, we have already lost 6 of our secret guards for Zhongli. If any more guards get into trouble, I worry. Yaodong is right, elder brother. I disagree with sending out more secret guards. We can't afford such a big loss. If you insist on continuing the search, then let the official authorities handle it. I believe someone is secretly targeting our family, depleting our secret guard strength. Once our family's secret guards suffer heavy losses, they might take action. Yeah, this is very possible. Elder brother, you must think twice. Otherwise, our family might be swallowed up. Some key figures of the Su family spoke more subtly, while others were very direct. Although Su Yaowu was the head of the family, he did not dare to alienate those around him. At least 2 of his sons did not agree with his ideas. All right, once these 2 secret guards return, I will ask the official authorities to intervene. We will no longer use the family's secret guards. Su Yaowu could not refute them. After all, this was a personal matter, and he had guessed that someone might be secretly targeting the Su family. Tong Yue was unaware of the Su family's movements. If he knew about Su Yaowu's plan to seek official intervention, he would have eliminated this family long ago, as he did not want the authorities to trace him. Fortunately, Su Yaowu was still waiting for the secret guards' news and had not withdrawn them, nor sought official involvement, which gave him an opportunity and allowed the Su family to suffer a catastrophic disaster, leading to their removal from the 6 major families in Sijiacheng. During the summer vacation, after returning home, Du Lingshuang was constrained by the family's rules and was not allowed to go out to prevent encounters with bad people. With a large influx of educated youth returning to the city, jobs in the city became more competitive, and the idle educated youth became unemployed young people. Later, these educated youths turned into street thugs, and fighting became commonplace. The public order in the city began to deteriorate, and the police were overwhelmed with arrests. Du Lingshuang initially couldn't find an opportunity until more than half a month passed, when she finally managed to sneak out to meet Tong Yue. Before the summer vacation, Tong Yue had already brought her to the courtyard and told her that he would be living there after the break. Xiangshuan, why do you have time to come out today? Tong Yue was writing when he heard a knock on the door. After scanning with his spiritual sense, he saw Du Lingshuang wearing a beige dress and white sandals, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. He quickly ran to open the courtyard door, welcoming her in. I finally have a chance to come out today. Usually, they don't let me go out. Xiaoyu, I miss you so much. Du Lingshuang pounced into his arms as soon as she saw him close the door, no longer shy. I miss you too. Let us go inside and cool off. Tong Yue wiped the sweat from her forehead and pulled her into the main room, as the weather outside was too hot. First, drink some water. Tong Yue poured a glass of cool boiled water and handed it to Du Lingshuang. Thank you. This room is really cool. Du Lingshuang took the cup, took a sip, and felt that the temperature inside was much lower than outside, by over 10 degrees. Tong Yue could adjust his own temperature using spiritual power and was not afraid of any heat or cold. The aura he emitted caused the temperature around him to drop. This is because I can adjust my body temperature after cultivating my internal energy. Chapter 43. Protecting Du Lingshuang. The two sat together, neither speaking first, savoring this brief reunion. As their figures gradually drew closer, their lips finally met in an awkward kiss. Tong Yue had past experiences in romance, while Du Lingshuang was kissing for the first time and appeared somewhat inexperienced. Under Tong Yu's guidance, she gradually became more familiar, and their kisses grew passionate. However, Tong Yue held back at the last moment. He did not want Du Lingshuang's family to notice anything when she returned. Du Lingshuang's face turned crimson, and her earlobes felt hot. After separating from Tong Yue, she looked at his handsome face and said with tender eyes, "While I was attending evening self-study, I saw two classmates kissing in the corner of the corridor, and I was so scared that I ran away." After finishing her sentence, Du Lingshuang patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. Ah, that protruding headlight. Although she had just been violated by Tong Yue, Du Lingshuang instinctively gasped, her face immediately turning bright red. This is a normal reaction. You'll get used to it later. Tong Yue felt Du Lingshuang's heartbeat, which was much faster than usual. "I like you, Lingshuang. After we graduate from university, let's get married, okay? You don't need to worry about anything. I'll take care of everything." After the two made a private vow to each other, they became unrestrained, spending time together in the room, whispering sweet words until after 5 in the afternoon. When Du Lingshuang finally left the courtyard, "Xiangshuan, where have you been? Aren't you not allowed to go out? You are disobedient. It's so chaotic outside now. If something happens to you, how will you get married in the future?" As Du Lingshuang just walked into the front yard, she was reprimanded by her uncle. "Du Guozhu, this time you can let it go, but if you do it again next time, I will tell your grandfather and lock you up. I haven't committed any crimes or violated family rules. You can say whatever you want. Am I not entitled to personal freedom? This is feudal thinking at work and should be overthrown." Du Lingshuang spoke to Du Guozhu without courtesy. She had long known her uncle's intentions, who strongly supported family marriages. "How can you little girl, talk like that? Just wait." Hearing Du Lingshuang say she would overthrow him, Du Guozhu was startled and quickly found an excuse to leave. Ever since Du Lingshuang visited once, she would come to the courtyard every afternoon to meet Tong Yue, and their relationship became increasingly close and caring for each other, having done everything except for the last step. Tong Yue also secretly escorted her home after she left each time. The summer vacation passed quickly, and university was about to start again. Tong Yue and the others were promoted to their sophomore year. Guo Yunqing also returned to university and found Su Yue in the classroom, with intentions beyond just academics. Continuing their discussions. During the summer vacation, Li Jigang translated some documents and earned over 100 yuan, greatly relieving the pressure at home. Lu Chongwei also started translating documents. But since he was just beginning, he needed Tong Yue and Li Jigang's guidance for some unfamiliar words. After school started, new students enrolled, and from this year on, the National College entrance examination was changed to June, with admissions in September, no longer like the previous December exams leading to enrollment in March of the following year. The university's welcome party was about to begin, and Tong Yue recalled that in his previous life, Du Lingshuang was injured at the welcome party. Knowing this in this life, he would naturally not let Du Lingshuang get hurt. Guo Yunqing and Tong Yue followed their classmates to the auditorium, where he searched for Du Lingshuang's position, while Guo Yunqing also looked for Su Yue. Having known Su Yue for a few months, they developed mutual feelings and often secretly dated, but Guo Yunqing followed Tong Yue's advice and didn't mention his family situation, only telling Su Yue that he came from an ordinary family. He, however, learned all about Su Yue's family situation, indicating that girls in this era were still quite honest. At the welcome party, students performed some programs, sang several songs from this era, and recited some poetry. Since it was the first welcome party, not many programs were prepared, and the event ended in just over an hour. Just like in his previous life, some students began to whistle and cheer after the meeting ended. With many people in the auditorium watching the programs and the temperature being high, many students wanted to go out for fresh air, causing a crowd. Tong Yue's consciousness scanned the area and saw Du Lingshuang and her roommates being pushed around, on the verge of falling. He quickly squeezed through to her side. Once his spiritual power was released, the surrounding students were pushed aside, and Tong Yue quickly walked over, wrapping his arm around Du Lingshuang's shoulder to protect her as they left. Du Lingshuang was jostled and unsteady on her feet. As the students behind her surged forward, she stumbled and was about to fall. In a panic, she realized that if she fell, she would definitely be trampled by the students behind her. Just then, a hand reached out and held her shoulder. She was about to say thank you when she felt the fingers of the hand that held her shoulder brush against her chest. She was immediately shocked, thinking a classmate might be taking advantage of the chaos to be inappropriate. Just as she was about to break free from the hand, she caught a familiar scent and calmed down, feeling sweet inside, knowing it was Tong Yue who had come to save her. With Tong Yu's protection, they quickly squeezed out of the crowd and reached outside the auditorium. That was so dangerous. If you hadn't come in time, I would have fallen. After stepping outside, Du Ling Shuang spoke with lingering fear, patting her chest, and even though it was nighttime, Tong Yue could see her trembling. You are the person I love the most. How could I let you get hurt? In this life, I will protect you. Tong Yue looked at her affectionately, recalling how in his previous life, he was framed by Su Zhongli for stealing money, and Du Ling Shuang had found many classmates to defend him and provided evidence that he was falsely accused. He remembered being scorned by classmates and taken away by school leaders for questioning, fearing that if they couldn't find evidence of his innocence, he'd have to confess at a university meeting. During those days, he had suicidal tendencies, thinking about proving his innocence through suicide, with only Du Ling Shuang believing he hadn't stolen money. At that time, seeing Du Ling Shuang's sunken eyes and haggard appearance, but with a determined look, encouraging him to stay strong, she said she would soon find evidence. It was Du Ling Shuang who found the evidence that cleared his name, which made Su Zhongli decide to ruin her, using Li Yinglian's jealousy and greed to lure Du Ling Shuang out. Chapter 44. The new book is published in this life. Thanks to Tong Yu's presence at the welcome party, Du Ling Shuang was not injured, and the other students only had minor scrapes. Overall, it was considered a success. The school leaders gave a serious reprimand to a few students who caused trouble, which would be recorded in their files for graduation, likely affecting their future job placements. After the new students enrolled, military training followed, with new students gathering on the playground every morning to board military vehicles for training in the military camp. But this had nothing to do with Tong Yue and the others. This book is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. He took the manuscript of the first volume along with Li Jigang's translated documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find Director Wang. Director Wang, this is the book I wrote. Please see if there are any modifications needed and give me some guidance. After submitting the translated documents, Tong Yue took out the manuscript and handed it to Director Wang. Moreover, special forces not only require physical fitness, but also proficiency in using various advanced weapons, including mastery of aircraft and tanks. They must be skilled in electronic devices, know how to survive in the wild, infiltrate enemy lines, conduct decapitation operations, and rescue comrades and hostages. Seeing Director Wang ignoring him, Tong Yue made himself 2 cups of tea, handed one to Director Wang, and placed a box of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes on his desk, then sat on the sofa and slowly began to drink his tea. After reading a dozen pages, Director Wang took a sip of tea and, upon reaching an exciting part of the book, lit up a cigarette. Not bad. This book is well written. I don't know how you came up with so many advanced things in it that I've never even heard of. I will contact the publisher right away. I think it will be published soon. Tong Yue watched as Director Wang dialed the National Publishing House's number and felt a sense of joy. The National Publishing House is a state institution, but he quickly thought that with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs power, the National Publishing House didn't mean much. The person on the other end of the line said an editor would come over tomorrow morning, so Tong Yue planned to return tomorrow morning. Knowing it was almost time to get off work and that Director Wang would likely take the manuscript home to read, he bid farewell and left. After having dinner with Guo Yunqing waved to Tong Yue as he exited the 3rd cafeteria and went to the 4th cafeteria to wait for Su Yue. After the trumpet of reform and opening up sounded, people's lives became more colorful, and the clothing styles on the streets were no longer limited to the previous monochromatic black and gray, especially those fashionable young people wearing bell-bottom pants and t-shirts, riding bicycles with one hand while holding a boombox in the other, blasting pop music from Hong Kong and Taiwan, zooming past on the streets, and drawing people's attention. The next morning, Tong Yue took a leave and rode the bicycle bought by Guo Yunqing to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When Tong Yue arrived, they were waiting for him. Let me introduce you. This is Director Chun from the publishing house, and this is Editor Liu. Hello, Director Chun. Hello, Editor Liu. I took a leave and rushed over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tong Yue shook hands with both of them and explained briefly. It's all right. If it weren't for Director Wang saying you're in college, we would have thought you were middle-aged. Your book is excellent, with many exciting contents and fresh things we've never seen before. We decided to publish it. How should we sign this contract? After reading the book, Director Chen felt that in this era of cultural and entertainment scarcity, the book would definitely become a hit once published and immediately discussed it with Editor Liu. I wrote this book with the intention of publishing it, but I won't sell the copyright. We can calculate the commission based on the book's sales, and we can negotiate the percentage. Tong Yue knew that once the book became popular, It might be adapted into a TV series or a movie, and he definitely wouldn't sell the copyright, unlike the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light in his past life, who sold the copyright for such a low price and regretted it later. Director Chun and editor Liu exchanged glances. They initially thought of buying out the copyright, after which all profits from the book would belong to the publishing house, but they didn't expect this student named Tong Yue to be more shrewd than them, directly refusing to sell the copyright. What do you think the book should be priced at? And what percentage of the commission do you want? The book is priced at 10 yuan, and the commission will be calculated at 4 points. 10 yuan is an acceptable price, but 4 points for the commission is a bit much. We need to go back and discuss it with the president. Also, what name do you plan to use for the author, your real name or a pen name? Director Chen pondered for a moment. He had high hopes for this book, but he couldn't accept Tong Yue's terms for now. After all, he was just a director, and there were vice presidents and other leaders above him. Let's go with a pen name. I'll use the pen name Ling Yu. After thinking, Tong Yue picked up a pen and wrote down the 2 characters Ling Yu, which contained 1 character from Du Ling Shuang's name and also part of his own name. In the following days, Tong Yue made several trips to the publishing house to finalize the contract. The first volume of the book would have a commission of 3 points, and they would print 10,000 copies for the initial run, with plans to print more if the sales were good. As for the commission for the second and third volumes, it would depend on the sales of the first volume. The National Publishing House had several printing plants as subsidiaries. Once the contract was signed, the publishing house quickly issued a notice to the printing plant, and the printing plant soon began typesetting and printing. On the eve of National Day, September 29th, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the founding of the country, this book appeared in major Xinhua bookstores across 49 City as a gift for the nation's birthday. The next day, September 30th, the book instantly became a hit. On the streets, in schools, workplaces, and factories, people were discussing this book. Have you read the book Special Forces, Decapitation Operation? Decapitation Operation? The title sounds exciting. Where can I buy it? It's available at Xinhua Bookstore. Many people are buying it. It's sold out in our local bookstore. I'm planning to check the bookstore in the Northern District after work. Chapter 45. Unhappy Gui Yunxing after the National Day holiday. The major Xinhua bookstores in 49 City were crowded with people, all there to buy this book. In this era of entertainment scarcity, the contents of this groundbreaking book were refreshing, especially the term Special Forces in the title, which intrigued many. After seeing the training methods of the Special Forces, people gained a deeper understanding of them. However, the training for our military's reconnaissance soldiers was too simplistic. They couldn't use many new weapons and electronic devices, and many had never even seen them. For example, the sniper rifles captured on the battlefield were not developed by our military, but were rather the 79-style sniper rifles that were imitated after being seized on the battlefield, and they had not yet been equipped to the army. Once the National Publishing House saw the book's explosive popularity, they immediately arranged for the printing plant to work overtime and print another 100,000 copies. Although Tong Yue knew the book would be a hit, he didn't expect it to be this explosive. However, the more books sold, the more money he would make. Once he had money, he planned to buy a courtyard house and move out of Gui Yunxing's courtyard house. Tong Yue, have you read this book? Special Forces, Decapitation Operation is really thrilling and exciting. It portrays the hard training and brave intelligence of iron-blooded soldiers. I've read it a long time ago. It's my book, but don't go around telling others. I'm only telling you because we're friends. Really? You wrote it? Wow. Hurry up and show me the second and third volumes. I'll show them to you after lunch. Just give them back to me after reading. Make sure no one else knows, especially your Su Yue. He didn't go looking for Su Yue, but followed Tong Yue back to the dormitory. Only after getting the manuscript of the second volume did he realize that this was indeed Tong Yue's book. Old Tong, you're amazing, but you're not being fair. You only show me the book now. Do you really consider me a good friend? Tong Yue made an excuse, which made Gui Yunxing even more dissatisfied and look at him disdainfully. Good friends should share, even if the publishing house can't publish it. I can help you find a private publisher. You really have to treat me tonight, or else this friendship can't continue. That's more like it. Tonight, I'm taking Su Yue out to dinner. Do you want her to bring her roommate along so I can introduce you? Seeing Tong Yue's expression, Gui Yunxing's anger dissipated. He also knew Tong Yue's character. He didn't want to trouble others when he had difficulties, and he was even planning to introduce one of Su Yue's roommates to him. Tong Yue didn't mention that Du Ling Shuang had already agreed to be his girlfriend, pretending they had just met recently to avoid Gui Yunxing's complaints. Hearing that he knew a female classmate, Gui Yunxing immediately became interested his eyes sparkling as he kept asking questions. Her name is Duling Shuang. She's from the finance department and looks okay. But with my conditions, it's good enough if someone is willing to date me. I shouldn't be picky. Duling Shuang? Isn't she the one with shoulder-length hair who looks cold and unapproachable? You know her? Tong Yue didn't expect Gui Yunqing to know Duling Shuang as well. Who in the university doesn't know her? Duling Shuang is just like her name. Her personality is as cold as frost. Besides her few roommates, she hasn't smiled at anyone, and some say she was born without the ability to smile. Who would dare to date her? Hearing Gui Yunqing's evaluation of Duling Shuang, Tong Yue felt delighted. He had seen Duling Shuang's warm and cheerful side during their dates, where she always smiled brightly. Her cold demeanor at school was just an act. No way. I think she's really nice. Tong Yue was speaking the truth, but Gui Yunqing didn't think so. Old Tong, would you feel comfortable being around a cold face every day? Do you have a masochistic tendency? I advise you to withdraw early to avoid getting hurt later. Let's talk again after we meet tonight. Please help me observe from the side. Tong Yue secretly felt delighted. He estimated that after seeing Duling Shuang's other side tonight, she would probably not advise him to leave. After the reform and opening up, it had not yet been implemented in the countryside, which required a process. But in the cities, especially in the capital, individual businesses like restaurants had started to appear in people's eyes. Although the prices of dishes in private restaurants were higher, the service was better than that in state-run restaurants. One would not suffer from the disdain of waitstaff, and the taste of the dishes was also good, making people feel comfortable while eating. After school in the afternoon, Gui Yunqing and Tong Yue walked out of the school gate first and waited for Su Yue and Duling Shuang to come out. Some male and female classmates from well-off families also left the school in groups to go out for dates and meals. Is this your friend Tong Yue? A girl with two short braids, a delicate face, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a beige dress, walked out of the school gate and, seeing Gui Yunqing and Tong Yue standing together, asked, Yue, this is my good friend Tong Yue from the economics department. Old Tong, this is Su Yue from the architecture department, and also my girlfriend. Gui Yunqing introduced the two. Hello, Su classmate. Hello, Tong classmate. Your surname is quite rare. Calling you classmate feels a bit awkward, so I'll just call you Yuge from now on. Su Yue's personality was carefree and unconcerned with details, which could be heard from her speech. Otherwise, who would say such things upon meeting a stranger for the first time? However, she managed to find a less awkward way to address him. If you don't mind, you can just follow old Gu and call me old Tong too. Tong Yue corrected her quickly, feeling that calling him Yuge was inappropriate since he wasn't sure how old Su Yue was. All right, from now on, I'll call you old Tong. By the way, are you waiting for someone here? A male classmate or a female classmate? Seeing that the two were still not leaving even after she arrived, Su Yue guessed there was someone else coming and, like Gui Yunqing, continued to ask. They're coming. They're coming. Just as Tong Yue was about to say they were waiting for a female classmate, he saw Duling Shuang walking over and quickly waved to her. Huh. Is this the cold-faced classmate Duling Shuang? My goodness. Duling Shuang actually came over. Su Yue saw Tong Yue waving at Duling Shuang. She knew Duling Shuang, but had never spoken to her. She felt that Duling Shuang was hard to approach, hence her exclamation. Have you been waiting long? Duling Shuang smiled slightly upon seeing Tong Yue. Chapter 46. Destroying the Su family. The four of them arrived at a private restaurant near the university and found an inconspicuous corner. Ling Shuang. This is my good friend Gui Yunqing, and this is his girlfriend Su Yue. Hello, Du classmate. Hello, Su classmate. So, Du classmate, how did you meet old Tong? And you don't seem as cold as others say. We met at the welcome party. It was very chaotic in the auditorium. If it weren't for Tong Yue saving me, I would have definitely been trampled and injured. We've known each other since that day. The reason I pretend to be cold is that I don't want to be approached by others. So it was a case of a hero saving a beauty. Does that mean Ling Shuang is going to repay him with her body? Su Yue teased with a laugh. I do have that idea, but I don't know what Tong Yue thinks. Of course I'm willing. Ling Shuang, be my girlfriend. Seeing Duling Shuang say that, Tong Yue took the opportunity to clarify the matter in front of Gui Yunqing and the others. All right. Wishing you everlasting happiness. Cheers. Gui Yunqing, having witnessed the two become a couple, immediately raised his glass. I wish you everlasting happiness too. Tong Yue and Duling Shuang raised their glasses, and the four clinked their glasses together and drank the beer in one go. Tong Yue lay on the bed, and after circulating his energy for a week, the effects of the alcohol dissipated completely. Who is there? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Two men in black, originally intending to leap upstairs to check Tong Yue's location, were discovered by the security personnel, who shouted, causing the two men in black to turn and run towards the wall. Stop. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. Several security personnel, initially thinking they were students, chased after the two when they saw them fleeing, and then they heard the sound of bullets being chambered. The security personnel didn't want to shoot at night to avoid alarming the students and causing panic on campus. By the time they reached the wall, the two had already disappeared, so they stopped chasing and just increased their nighttime patrols. A few minutes later, Tong Yue caught up with the two men in black, following them through several alleys and streets until they entered a courtyard. In the main house of this courtyard, the light was bright, and Su Yaowu, the head of the Su family, was sitting there with 6 others, some smoking and some drinking tea, clearly waiting for someone. Reporting to the head of the family, "The operation has failed. Please punish us." The two men in black entered and bowed to Su Yaowu, who was sitting in the middle. "Tell me how it failed." Su Yaowu's face instantly darkened when he heard the operation had failed and that they hadn't captured anyone. "We had just reached the dormitory building where that Tong Yue is when the security personnel discovered us, so we had to escape. We plan to go again tomorrow night and ensure we capture him. No need for you to bother going again. I'll send myself to your door." The front door of the living room suddenly opened, and a young man appeared in the living room. "Take him down," Su Yaowu shouted loudly. As the two men in black turned around, they felt a sharp blade of energy sweep past, and 2 heads fell from their necks. Internal energy turned into a blade? "You're an internal martial arts master. Just right for me to have a good time with you." Su Yaowu was shocked to see the 2 dark guards' heads severed by the invisible blade energy. Relying on his deep martial arts skills, he immediately stood up from his chair, his 10 fingers forming into eagle claws, and pounced at Tong Yue. "Come on." Tong Yue raised his hand and threw a punch, simultaneously channeling the spiritual energy in his dantian, wrapping his fist to form a protective shield of spiritual energy. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the living room, and Su Yaowu was instantly sent flying back. Bang! With a muffled sound, his body crashed into the wall, creating a human-shaped dent, and he fell down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Puff, puff, puff. Tong Yue raised his hand and shot out several blades of wind. The ordinary people in the living room couldn't dodge the invisible blade light at all, and they were all cut in half without even having time to scream. The rich smell of blood immediately spreading. Bang! After eliminating the people in the living room, Tong Yue walked up to Su Yaowu, and in his terrified eyes, he raised his leg and kicked his neck, breaking it. After taking care of these 7 people, Tong Yue spread out his consciousness to check and saw that there were several women in the east and west wing rooms, and 12 middle-aged men living in the front yard. From their clothing, he knew they were all dark guards of the Su family. He first turned the bodies in the living room to ashes, then used a water cleansing technique to clean up the bloodstains before heading to the east and west wing rooms, crushing the necks of the women and throwing their bodies outside, setting them on fire until they turned to ashes. In the back room lived an old man, probably Su Zhongli's grandfather. Tong Yue didn't spare him either. He understood the principle of cutting the grass to remove the roots to avoid future troubles. In the back room, he also discovered the Su family's basement, which was filled with more than 30 large wooden boxes. Among them, 7 large boxes contained gold ingots, big yellow fish, and small yellow fish. 12 large boxes were filled with silver dollars, while more than a dozen large boxes contained antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jade, and jewelry. After thoroughly searching the outer courtyard, Tong Yue also searched the main courtyard and found some gold and silver treasures. In Su Yaowu's bedroom, he discovered a safe containing several $1,000s, 2 handguns, and a few pieces of jade. He then found a hidden room behind the bookshelf, where he uncovered more gold bars, antique calligraphy and paintings, and over $50,000, along with over $100,000 and more than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars in an iron cabinet. After cleaning out the main courtyard, he proceeded to the inner courtyard, where several middle-aged women, likely family members of Su Zhongli's uncles, and a few young men and women resided. Tong Yue didn't care who these people were. Anyone living in this courtyard was a target for him. After searching the inner courtyard, he obtained more money and jewelry before heading to the rooms of the hidden guards. Although these guards were skilled, they had no chance of resistance against a cultivator like Tong Yue and were all easily killed in their sleep. From their rooms, he surprisingly found 30 handguns, over 1,000 matching bullets, and some daggers and bayonets. The financial haul wasn't substantial, but there were more than a dozen blank introduction letters, likely for the guards to fill out for travel somewhere. Chapter 47. buying 2 courtyards a week after the Su family's extermination. They were discovered by a postman who alerted the authorities. The police inspected the Su family's courtyard several times and concluded that the Su family likely fled to avoid enemies, leaving the city altogether. In that era, without surveillance, many cases went unsolved, and officials couldn't trace where the Su family had gone or what means of transportation they used, making it a cold case. In any case, after eliminating the enemies, he wouldn't act again unless absolutely necessary. He preferred to be an invisible rich man and focus on his cultivation. After this book became a huge hit, the publisher printed 500,000 copies, and after taxes, he earned over $1 million, providing him with a legitimate source of income. Once Guo Yunqing learned of Tong Yue's earnings, he insisted on being treated, acting like a lord at the cafeteria, waiting for Tong Yue to serve him. What does landlord mean? Guo Yunqing asked while eating. Tong Yue recalled a character from a movie in his past life and casually replied, "If there's a landlord, then there should be a landlady too. They must come as a pair. Get lost." Guo Yunqing joked back. "After we finish eating, I'll take you to find Husan. He knows who is selling courtyards. But he's a bit shady and charges higher fees than others. Still, he can always find you a suitable place." To Guo Yunqing, Tong Yue's money was insignificant. His family already had hundreds of millions. He looked down on Tong Yue's million. Husan was the 3rd child in his family, and Tong Yue didn't care about his full name. Husan seemed to be in his 20s and had a trustworthy appearance. There was a 2-entry courtyard that had been repaired by the state after the political rehabilitation, which was considered a subsidy for his family. However, he wanted US dollars to travel abroad. "How much US dollars do you want?" Tong Yue had heard in his past life that those who sold their courtyards to go abroad often regretted it. $800, equivalent to 4,000 yuan. But that's the state exchange rate. Ordinary people need to show their units overseas dispatch documents and go through layers of scrutiny before they can exchange at the bank. Buying dollars on the black market is much faster, but it's dangerous, and you could lose your life. The price is high. If you know someone, you can buy a dollar for just over 6 yuan. Tong Yue knew that at this time, it wasn't yet the era of going abroad. When the tide came in the 80s, the black market price for dollars would rise even higher, reaching 12 yuan at its peak, making it hard to obtain. "I have plenty of houses and shops. Just tell me which district you want to buy in, and I'll find it for you," Husan confidently guaranteed. The 3 then rode bicycles to check out several courtyards, including 1-entry, 2-entry, and 3-entry courtyards, while also looking at some shops along the way. Tong Yue remembered the locations of a few shops and decided to buy them. Not wanting to acquire too many courtyards to avoid drawing attention, 2 or 3 would suffice. "I'll come find you tomorrow. We'll exchange money and handle the transfer," Tong Yue pretended to contemplate before bidding farewell to Husan and leaving with Guo Yunqing. "Old Tong, are you going to the black market tonight? I think it's better to just go with Husan. Spending a bit more for safety is worth it." Guo Yunqing assumed Tong Yue was heading to the black market for dollars and hurriedly advised against it. "I'm not going to the black market. I'm going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find Director Wang. He will definitely have a way." "How did I forget that? You should have said so earlier. You made me worry for nothing. You owe me a roast duck for the scare." "All right, roast duck it is. Should I call your girlfriend to join us?" Tong Yue smirked slightly and casually asked him. "Better not. Riding a bike with her would draw attention. We can bring her back a duck after we finish." In the following days, Tong Yue bought 2 2-entry courtyards and 3 shops of about 100 square meters each from Husan. Through Husan's connections, he also transferred the land deeds he had obtained from Su Zhongli to his name and completed the property paperwork. Husan received a handsome referral fee, and Tong Yue acquired 5 shops, 2 3-entry courtyards, and 1 2-entry courtyard, making both parties very pleased. After concluding the deal with Husan, he was gifted 2 bicycle tickets, one for a women's Phoenix brand bicycle and one for a men's permanent bicycle. On Sunday morning, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiang went to the Dongxiamen shopping mall, used the bicycle tickets, and bought 2 bicycles. "Xiaoya, where did you get so much money? Did you borrow it from Guo Yunqing?" Du Lingxiang asked as they exited the store, pushing her bike. In front of the salesperson, she didn't directly question Tong Yue, wanting to give him face. "Not at all. This is all my earnings, and the bicycle tickets were given by Director Wang." Tong Yue still hadn't told Du Lingxiang about his writing. When they were together, they were too busy being romantic to discuss such matters. "You work so hard translating documents. Reluctant to buy even a piece of clothing, yet you bought me a bicycle. Do you know how much that hurts my heart?" Du Lingxiang, moved to tears, took out a pink wallet from her pocket and offered him the few dozen yuan inside. "Really, you don't need to. I have plenty of money. If you don't believe me, let me take you somewhere." The two rode their bicycles to the newly bought courtyard, and Tong Yue took out the keys to unlock the door, bringing their bicycles into the yard. Du Lingxiang followed in confusion, and after Tong Yue closed the door, he locked it to prevent anyone from entering unexpectedly. Inside the main room, Du Lingxiang saw two books on the desk, which were the nationwide hit Special Forces decapitation operation. These two books she saw in the dormitory. Her roommates had read them, but she didn't like reading books about war, so she lost interest after flipping through a few pages. Did you see these two books? They were both written by me, and I've earned over $1 million in royalties, with more than $1 million expected to come in before the new year. Tong Yue's words left Du Lingxiang stunned. She knew her family was wealthy, but she didn't even have 100 yuan on her. Hearing Tong Yue mention so much money, her brain immediately stopped functioning. Hey, are you dumb? Tong Yue waved his hand in front of Du Lingxiang's eyes. Is what you said true? Du Lingxiang came back to her senses, grabbed Tong Yue's hand tightly, and asked intermittently, Of course it's true. Look, this is my passbook, Tong Yue said, pulling out the passbook to show her. Chapter 48. Rescuing someone from the ice cave. Du Lingxiang was saying harsh words, but when she bit down, it landed on Tong Yue's lips, and the two embraced passionately, kissing for a long time before they finally let go. Wifey, take a look at our house. What else are we missing? We've bought everything, and we'll move in after the winter break. Du Lingxiang acted like the lady of the house, checking everything in the main room, then went to the kitchen to see what was lacking, carefully taking out a piece of paper to jot it all down. Du Lingxiang's plan was to tell her family about her relationship with Tong Yue when she was in her senior year. If they didn't agree, she wouldn't go back. Tong Yue rode his bicycle to Du Lingxiang's doorstep and then turned to leave. After his array cultivation level rose to a level 3 array master, the speed at which he carved array patterns increased significantly. Without a furnace in hand, he temporarily used a large iron pot instead, enveloping it with spiritual energy so he didn't have to worry about damaging it. It took him all night to refine 9 array flags. During the process of carving the array patterns, some flags collapsed, forcing him to refine new ones. Although the large iron pot was surrounded by spiritual energy, it had already melted into iron water. It seemed he still needed to find materials to refine a furnace. He wondered if there were suitable materials for making a furnace on this planet, or if he could check the black market for antique furnaces to transform into a refining furnace. Looking at his watch, it was already past 7, and Tong Yue locked his front door and headed toward the university. In the classroom, the sound of students stomping their feet could be heard almost constantly, and some students had frostbite on their hands and faces, especially the cracks on their hands that looked very painful, and they felt extremely itchy once they warmed up. Despite the harsh conditions, the students were still diligently studying, with no one taking leave, all absorbing knowledge to lay a solid foundation for their futures. He had already started writing his second book, planning to write a science fiction novel titled Interstellar Fleet, Part 1, intending to finish it and then find foreigners at the embassy to publish it abroad, as making money from foreigners was the hard truth. After all, there were still more than a decade or two before foreign sci-fi films would emerge, and even abroad, no one would accuse him of plagiarism. He also planned to change the name of Harry Potter a bit, though the content wouldn't change too much. After all, the foreign author who wrote Harry Potter had just started middle school, so there was still time. On the afternoon of the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, Du Lingxiang, encouraged and urged by her roommates, went ice skating at Weiming Lake with them. He didn't dare to use his wind control technique in front of everyone, so he had to take off his cotton shoes and unbutton his spiritual attire, preparing to rescue her in time to avoid frostbite like in his past life. Just as he was getting ready, he heard the loud shouts of his classmates. Those skating were all running toward the shore. Tong Yue knew something was wrong. Someone fell into the lake. Help! The female students shouted, while the male students all moved away from Weiming Lake. No one dared to jump into the lake to save someone in such cold weather. Tong Yue quickly took off his clothes, only wearing shorts, and slid over the ice. His spiritual sense scanned the area, and he quickly found Du Lingxiang struggling in the icy lake water. The cotton coat and pants she was wearing became even heavier after soaking up the water, which accelerated her sinking. At that moment, Du Lingxiang felt a deep sense of despair, thinking of all the moments spent with Tong Yue. She was unwilling to drown like this, but felt powerless to turn back, sensing her cotton clothes becoming heavier, as if someone was pulling her down from the bottom of the lake. Splash! With a loud sound, water splashed everywhere as Tong Yue jumped into the lake. With his spiritual energy protecting him, he felt no chill from the icy water. He swam over and grabbed Du Lingxiang's cotton coat, seeing her face turn purple, realizing it was the result of oxygen deprivation. Tong Yue didn't dare to delay. He blocked Du Lingshuang's mouth with his own, feeling her lips were cold and lacking warmth. He gave her a few breaths, then wrapped her body with spiritual energy to protect her heart meridian. In her oxygen-deprived brain, Du Lingshuang felt oxygen coming from his lips, and she quickly gasped for a few breaths. Then she felt warm, as a comforting aura enveloped her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of familiar eyes, Tong Yue's eyes, which she had seen countless times. "It's okay, I'm here," Tong Yue told her with his eyes, while still blocking her mouth. Du Lingshuang excitedly reached out her hand, wrapped her arms around Tong Yue's neck, and began to kiss him passionately. Tong Yue knew they couldn't stay in the lake for long, so he quickly signaled her with his eyes that it wasn't the time for kissing. He held on to Du Lingshuang's cotton coat and swam toward the hole in the ice, first lifting her onto the ice surface, then pushing her a few meters away before climbing out of the lake himself. Du Lingshuang's roommates, seeing Tong Yue jump into the lake, all ran to the edge of the ice hole, waiting for them to come out while loudly shouting to provide them with the location of the exit. When they saw Du Lingshuang emerge from the lake, several roommates immediately helped her up and carried her toward the dormitory. "Wait, there's still someone." Du Lingshuang hurriedly stopped her roommates. The few roommates turned back and saw Tong Yue had also climbed up, but there was no time to thank him. They hurriedly carried Du Lingshuang out of Weiming Lake to change clothes in the dormitory. After Tong Yue came up, he withdrew his spiritual energy, and immediately a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin, his face turning pale, and his lips turning purple. A male classmate had already run over with his clothes, saying, "Dude, you're really something, I admire you." Tong Yue put on his clothes, wiped his slightly frozen hair, and shook his head. "This lake water is really cold. I need to go back to the dormitory to warm up. Goodbye." "Hey, which department are you in?" the guy shouted from behind. "I'm from the economics department. My name is Tong Yue," Tong Yue replied while running. Soon, the incident of Du Lingshuang falling into the ice hole and Tong Yue jumping into the lake to save her became known to the school leaders. Chapter 49. School's reward. The next morning, all faculty and students gathered on the playground. The principal and school leaders had already arrived early. "It's cold now, so I'll be brief. Yesterday, some students went ice skating at Weiming Lake and fell into the ice hole. Our school's student Tong Yue, in a critical moment, jumped into the icy cold water to save a classmate. His heroic deed is something we should all learn from. Additionally, starting today, the school issues a statement that students are not allowed to go ice skating at Weiming Lake. Violators will be dealt with according to school regulations." Meeting adjourned. I heard that a classmate named Tong Yue saved that cold-faced girl Du Lingshuang. I wouldn't dare jump into the lake. I'd defreeze to death even in a cotton coat. I really admire this guy for daring to jump into the water. The cold-faced girl falling into the icy water really matched her icy expression. I just don't know if this guy Tong Yue can use his warmth to melt this cold-faced girl. It's a pity I can't swim, otherwise, I would dare to jump in too. The school's rewards are really generous, and after graduation, they will definitely assign you a good job. It's all Du Lingshuang's fault for not paying attention while skating. How could she fall in? Now we can't go skating anymore. The classmates had all sorts of opinions. Some admired him, some were jealous, and others complained. When the roommates returned to the dormitory, Lu Chongwei looked at Tong Yue and started talking. At that time, I didn't think much, just wanted to save her. Now that I think about it, I'm a bit scared. Tong Yue explained a bit, noticing that his roommates looked at him with concern and no one had a malicious glint in their eyes, which touched him a little. Next time something like this happens, don't be so impulsive. What if something goes wrong? Chen Yaohui also added. During lunch, Guo Yuncheng found him, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, "Dude, if you hadn't really jumped into the lake, I would have suspected you two were acting. One falls into the water, and the other saves them. What a coincidence. I thought if I didn't save her, she would drown." At that moment, I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to save her. Otherwise, I would regret it for life. I really admire your love. You care so much for each other that you'd risk your life. To be honest, I couldn't do that. Even though my relationship with Su Yue is good, I wouldn't go that far. After listening to Guo Yuncheng's words, Tong Yue thought to himself that if he had gone through his past despair, he would probably do the same. After lunch, Tong Yue separated from Guo Yuncheng and returned to his dormitory to rest. Du Lingshuang and a few roommates came to thank him with some gifts. "Thank you, Tong Yue, for saving me yesterday. Please accept this little something, otherwise I would feel bad." After returning yesterday, with the help of several roommates, Du Ling Shuang changed out of her wet cotton clothes and drank some ginger soup made by the cafeteria chef, then lay down to rest. Actually, Du Ling Shuang felt quite well. She didn't know that Tong Yue had infused a bit of spiritual energy into her body to help her dispel the coldness inside. However, she was still a bit shaken. She was supposed to meet Tong Yue last night, but her roommates Wen Ti let her go out. And they even brought her food. These roommates also felt a bit guilty. Du Ling Shuang didn't want to go skating, but couldn't resist their insistence. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Don't take it to heart, Tong Yue said, looking at Du Ling Shuang with a hint of affection, not wanting to show it in front of so many people. Du Ling Shuang wanted to throw herself into his arms, her eyes almost overflowing with tears, making those nearby think she was moved. I'm Du Ling Shuang, from the finance department. I'm Tong Yue, from the economics department. The two pretended to meet for the first time in front of their roommates, and with the opportunity of saving her, they now had an excuse to meet again. Thank you for saving Ling Shuang, Tong Yue. We sisters would like to treat you to dinner as a token of our gratitude. Please don't refuse. Lu Kaixia, the oldest of Du Ling Shuang's roommates, was already married. Her husband was also a youth sent to the countryside, and they helped each other out there, eventually marrying after developing feelings over time. Later, they both got into university, but they didn't attend the same one. No need. This little thing isn't worth mentioning. Please don't take it to heart. Tong Yue didn't want to have dinner with these girls. He was still thinking about comforting Du Ling Shuang. No way. We have to go. Otherwise, people will say I'm ungrateful, Du Ling Shuang said, giving Tong Yue a meaningful glance. Last night in the dormitory, Lu Kaixia, as someone who had been through this, talked to Du Ling Shuang about Tong Yue. You were held by Tong Yue in the water. Although everyone knows he was saving you, the reputation will spread. I think Tong Yue is a good guy. He is kind-hearted, brave, and handsome. I think you should date him. If it goes well, you can get married after graduation. Oh, that one do. The school doesn't allow dating. And I don't know him well. Du Ling Shuang was surprised. Could Lu Kaixia have already noticed her relationship with Tong Yue? That is impossible. When they were on dates on campus, they avoided being seen. Just date secretly. Many students are dating in school, you just don't know about it. As for not knowing him well, you can get to know him through dating. Just think, who would jump into the lake to save you on such a cold day? That alone shows his good character. After hearing Lu Kaixia's words, Du Ling Shuang felt secretly delighted. Isn't this just the opportunity she needed? If people find out she's dating Tong Yue, they would likely understand. After all, it's a matter of life-saving grace. And it's normal to owe him a debt of gratitude. She definitely couldn't miss this chance. Seeing the look in Du Ling Shuang's eyes, Tong Yue understood her thoughts and agreed. Since you were so insistent, I will respectfully accept. However, it would be better if just the two of us from our dorms got together to avoid misunderstandings. Chapter 50 Du Ling Shuang arrives. The combined number of students from the two dorms was 11. However, Li Zhigang didn't join. He was married and didn't want to get involved, making an excuse to translate documents. During dinner that evening, Guo Yunsheng came to the dorm to find Tong Yue. Hearing that Li Zhigang said the two dorms were gathering for dinner, he ran off to meet Su Yue instead. Du Ling Shuang had some money in her wallet, enough to cover the meal. She originally didn't want to use Tong Yue's money, but after Tong Yue slipped her some cash, he went off to talk to his roommates. Everyone sat at the dining table, and Lu Kaixia intentionally arranged for Du Ling Shuang and Tong Yue to sit together. The roommates from both dorms noticed Lu Kaixia's intention, leading to some jealousy and envy among them. Among Tong Yue's roommates, some were jealous that he could be close to such a beautiful girl as Du Ling Shuang, while Lu Chongwei envied him. Human hearts are hard to gauge. However, on the surface, everyone seemed happy at the gathering. Due to the cold weather, everyone drank white liquor, a local specialty called erguo tu. The girls only had one cup to express their gratitude to Tong Yue, and then they stopped drinking. Ever since the two dorms had their gathering, Du Ling Shuang began to seek out Tong Yue from time to time, sometimes even visiting his classroom. The classmates all understood that Du Ling Shuang had feelings for Tong Yue. Among these students, some hoped to see them become a couple, while others didn't want to see them together. Yet Du Ling Shuang always maintained her cold expression, not even glancing at him, which only intensified his desire to win her over. He decided to take action to make Dong Shijun voluntarily drop out. Winter break was approaching, and all the students were gathering on the playground for a school assembly. Taking advantage of the crowd, Tong Yue tapped Dong Shijun on the back, infusing him with a bit of spiritual energy, ensuring that when he got home, he would be bedridden for at least 2 or 3 years. After sending Du Lingshuang home, Tong Yue went to the publishing house to publish the second volume of that book as a New Year gift. Director Chun of the publishing house issued a notice to the printing factory, ordering an initial print run of 500,000 copies to be sold across major cities nationwide. When Tong Yue returned to school to pack his things, he received a letter from his older brother at the reception. The content of the letter was simple, reflecting his brother's lack of education and inability to express himself, as he only wrote about important matters. The letter did not mention their parents or younger brother Xiaoyong, as his brother knew that Tong Yue did not want to see them. The 60 yuan he sent was intended as a monthly allowance of 5 yuan for their parents' retirement, and he planned to give more as the currency appreciated. As for how the money would be used, that was up to his father. After receiving the money, his sister-in-law would definitely mention it in the village, letting the villagers know that he was sending money home, leaving no reason for his parents to claim he was unfilial. In his previous life, he often sent money to his father, but no one in the village knew, and his parents kept quiet, allowing the villagers to say he had forgotten his roots, which tarnished his reputation in the village. The next morning, Du Lingxiang arrived at the courtyard. As soon as she entered, she rushed into his arms, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with excited tears. Tong Yue picked her up and took her to the main room, where they began to kiss until Du Lingxiang felt breathless and pulled away, saying she wouldn't go home tonight and would stay here with him. Is it okay for you not to go back? Tong Yue was pleasantly surprised. He knew Du Lingxiang couldn't just stay away from home. I told my family I was going to a classmate's house for a few days, and they agreed. Du Lingxiang looked at Tong Yue with love in her eyes. She had long decided that if Tong Yue wanted her tonight, she would give herself to him. Aren't you afraid your family will ask about you at your classmate's house? You shouldn't argue with your family just to accompany me. That wouldn't be good for you. Tong Yue thought about it more deeply. Perhaps Du Lingxiang's family already suspected she was in a relationship and were looking for evidence. If they found proof, they might take action against her or force her into an arranged marriage. I'm not afraid. Even if my family finds out, I still want to be with you. As for arranged marriages, I won't listen to their plans unless you don't want me anymore. Then I will leave on my own. That won't happen. In this life, I only want you. If your family opposes us or harms you, I will make them understand the consequences. No one can touch my woman. After saying this, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Tong Yue's eyes. Anyone who dared to oppose him and Du Lingxiang would face dire consequences. He had killed many people and no longer held any reservations about taking more lives. I want to be your woman, to be your woman for life. No one can separate us. Otherwise, I would rather die. Having been together for a long time with Tong Yue, Du Lingxiang was no longer concerned about him calling her his woman. Instead, she openly acknowledged that she wanted to be his woman, his beloved. As they exchanged sweet words in the room, they kissed passionately, but when it came to the final step, Tong Yue held back. He thought about how Du Lingxiang couldn't lose her virginity now, and recalling what Su Zhongli had said in his previous life. He suspected that Du Lingxiang might have a purine body. Currently, he did not have any foundation establishment pills, so he planned to wait until he reached the 9th level of qi refinement before merging with Du Lingxiang, using her pure yin body to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This wasn't selfishness. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his strength would grow, allowing him to better protect Du Lingxiang. Moreover, by then, Du Lingxiang would be more open with him and would not betray him. He envisioned them cultivating together, becoming a pair of immortal lovers. Du Lingxiang was diligent, wearing a satisfied smile as she began tidying up Tong Yue's room, cleaning it thoroughly, even making the window glass shine like new. Tong Yue went to buy a roast duck from a nearby shop, along with some beef, cabbage, white radishes, and potatoes, as there were no other vegetables available in winter during that era. In the afternoon, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiang went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities: towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and so on. Tong Yue even bought Du Lingxiang a box of skincare cream. They acted like a married couple, discussing which items were better and more practical, while even the sales staff looked at them with envy, thinking their relationship was much better than their own homes with hot-tempered men. Previously, during their passionate kisses, they had not thought about such trivial matters. And with the coal stove heating the kitchen, she didn't feel cold at all. You know formations? Is it Zhuge Liang's Bagua formation? Du Lingxiang's understanding of formations was limited to having heard of Zhuge Liang's Bagua formation. She had never heard of any other formations. It's not the Bagua formation. It's something I learned from an old Taoist. They know a lot, such as astronomy, geography, yin and yang, the 5 elements, star divination, ghost catching, talismans, and feng shui. These are all skills of Taoists. Du Lingxiang, being a finance major, interpreted formations in a way that was practical and economical. I could probably earn over 5 million, maybe even more. I'm starting to write science fiction novels again, and when I sell this novel abroad, I want to make money from foreigners. Wow, can you really earn that much? Darling, you're so capable. I haven't earned as much money as you in my finance studies. You can't abandon me in the future. In the afternoon, while Tong Yue was writing, Du Lingxiang boiled water to make tea for him and busied herself in the kitchen, where her cooking skills were quite good. In the main living room of the Du family's courtyard, 3 middle-aged men sat, with a sturdy old man with white hair sitting in the main seat, his expression grim. Eldest, look at the daughter you raised. She actually ran off to fool around with some wild boy. This is embarrassing for our Du family. Hurry and bring her back to avoid causing a ruckus in the city. Otherwise, no one will want her for an arranged marriage. Dad, what should we do about Lingxiang when she comes back? The third brother, Du Guozhu, said with a hint of glee. This girl disrespected herself and deserved a good scolding when she returned. The Du family was considered a third-rate family in the city, and without the support of the main branch, their branch barely qualified as a family. Du Guoqiang was indecisive, following whatever his father said. Moreover, since Du Lingxiang was a girl, he didn't care much. His sons were already a handful, and he had no time to worry about his daughter. Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng were both nearing 30 and were smarter than their father, not as old-fashioned. Besides, after Tong Yue graduated from university, he would be assigned a job working for the state. What a good son-in-law. How could their father not think about that? Only listening to the grandfather's words. At his age, he was already out of touch with the changing times. Dad, think about it again. I think it's fine for my sister to marry Tong Yue. Just think, after Tong Yue graduates, he will definitely be assigned a job, and he will be working for the state. If my sister enters into an arranged marriage, what good will it bring our family? Even if there are some benefits, how much can our family gain from it? It will only benefit our 2 uncles, who have contributed nothing and will get the benefits. Why should our family give up my sister for their gain? Du Dongxing's words stunned Du Guoqiang. He hadn't expected this son to think so deeply. He wasn't like this before. Could it be he had developed some independent thoughts? Just bring her back first. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to your grandfather. Explain? Your own daughter. Why do you need to explain to others? Don't you understand the principle that it's not the responsibility of the younger generation to take care of the older generation? At your age, you still don't get it? If you want to go, you go. I'll wait outside with my brother to avoid you getting hurt and having no one to take you to the hospital. I found out that this Tong Yue is actually a good friend of Li Jianguo, Hu Fuqing, and Dong Liang. Even Li Jianguo and the others regard Tong Yue as a brother. Think about it. Dong Liang from the main branch. His status in the family is that of the heir, which is much stronger than yours. The second son, Du Dongfeng, was very angry. He had long been dissatisfied with his grandfather's favoritism towards his 2 uncles and directly argued with his father at the front door. What? This kid is still good friends with Dong Liang. How did he get mixed up with Li Jianguo and Hu Fuqing? What is his background? Du Guoqiang knew about Li Jianguo and Hu Fuqing. Both of them were third-generation descendants who could crush the Du family in every aspect. Otherwise, the main branch wouldn't let Dong Liang follow Li Jianguo and the others. The place where Li Jianguo, Hu Fuqing, and Dong Liang went to the countryside was right in Tong Yue's village, and Tong Yue helped them a lot during their time there, which made Li Jianguo and the others very grateful to him. Even when it came to college entrance exams, it was Li Jianguo and the others who helped Tong Yue. Moreover, when Tong Yue was in college, it was almost always Li Jianguo and Hu Fuqing taking care of him, not even letting him spend money on meals. Think about it. Could they do this without a deep friendship? You should know what kind of characters they are. Du Guoqiang was also left without a plan after hearing his 2 sons' words. He didn't know what to do, but he didn't dare to go against his father's orders. The fear of his father had been deeply engraved in his heart over the years. In the end, he steeled his heart. Since he was already here, he might as well see his daughter and check out this kid named Tong Yue's character. Let's go in and take a look first. Knock on the door. When Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng saw their father's change in tone, they knew their words had somewhat changed their father's mind. Tong Yue was writing, while Du Lingxiang was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the knock on the door, she used her spiritual sense to check and saw 3 people at the door, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. Lingxiang, there are 3 people outside. I suspect your family has found this place. Let's go out and take a look. Upon hearing this, Du Lingxiang's face changed drastically. Tong Yue's guess was indeed correct. Her family was secretly monitoring her whereabouts. No wonder they agreed so readily when she said she was going to a classmate's house. It turned out they had already begun to suspect that she was dating someone outside. She felt ridiculous for thinking she had deceived her family. Chapter 52. The attitude of the Du family father and sons. When the door opened, Du Lingshuang saw her father and two brothers. Her face turned pale, and she didn't say a word, while Tong Yue completely ignored the three of them. You must be Lingshuang's family. Please come in. It's cold outside. Let's talk inside. He didn't know that this was still Tong Yue showing him some pressure since he hadn't caused a scene at the door. Otherwise, the aura radiating from him would have sent Du Guiqiang flying. After entering the main room, the three of them were somewhat surprised by the full set of antique rosewood furniture. Du Lingshuang went to make tea for her father and brothers, while Tong Yue took out a box of cigarettes, sharing them with the three. And he also lit one himself. The four of them started smoking in the living room. After taking a puff, Du Guiqiang introduced their family. Moreover, if a family relies on marriage alliances with women to develop, that family will never last long. It still needs to rely on its own efforts. Only by becoming strong can the family survive. While this was true, the family currently needed external assistance and could only rely on marriage alliances temporarily. In fact, I don't want Lingshuang to enter a marriage alliance. Her sister has not been doing well since her marriage, and she still hates me for it. But my father is forcing me. What can I do? Previously, when Du Lingshuang was in school, he thought she still had more than 2 years to graduate. He was hoping that maybe during those 2 years, the family would improve, and she wouldn't need to enter a marriage alliance. Tong Yue's words made Du Guiqiang ponder, while Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng's eyes brightened as they immediately thought of the benefits of living separately. So this Tong Yue, right? I want to ask, how did you buy this courtyard? Where did you get the money? If it's inconvenient to say, just forget it. Consider it as if I didn't ask. Do you see this set of books? I wrote it. I used the manuscript fee to buy this courtyard. This book is yours. Du Dongsheng and his brother were both taken aback. They had read this book and found it refreshing. What kind of person can write such a book? They looked at the author's pen name, which was Ling Yu, just one character different from their sister's name. My pen name is Ling Yu, which combines Ling Shuang and my name, and I put her character first because she is the most important in my heart. This was the first time Du Lingshuang heard Tong Yue explain the origin of his pen name, and she was so moved that she tightly held his hand, her body trembling slightly. Du Guiqiang thought about it and decided he couldn't sacrifice his youngest daughter's happiness for the family's benefit. His eldest daughter still hated him to this day. He couldn't let his youngest daughter hate him too. Otherwise, he would be a complete failure as a father. Even if he had to face his father's reprimands, he wouldn't bring his daughter back. Please rest assured about this. I cherish Lingshuang and wouldn't dream of bullying her. Tong Yue quickly expressed his stance. Dad, big brother, second brother, don't worry. Tong Yue would definitely not bully me. Just a few days ago, I was ice skating on the Weiming Lake at school and accidentally fell into the ice hole. All my classmates ran away, but it was Tong Yue who risked his life to save me. He didn't care about his own safety at all. How could he bully me? Du Lingshuang spoke with tears in her eyes, recounting her experience of falling into the ice hole. What? You fell into the ice hole? How's your body now? The 3 Du family members were all shocked and quickly asked. They all knew how dangerous it was to save someone in that cold lake water. If things went wrong, they could lose their lives as well. Thanks to Tong Yue saving me in time, we are both fine. All right, just for this, I can rest assured to hand Lingshuang over to you. Du Guiqiang had no doubt that Du Lingshuang was lying. This matter could easily be verified at school. If Tong Yue was willing to risk jumping into the cold lake to save his daughter, then what was there to worry about? The 2 Du brothers looked at Tong Yue with admiration. This guy really risked his life to save his sister, and this was true love. They knew they couldn't do the same. After Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang sent the Du family father and sons off, they tightly embraced each other. As long as her father no longer forced her into a marriage alliance, she could ignore what her grandfather and uncles said. After dinner, the 2 washed up and lay on the bed. Du Lingshuang was too shy to open her eyes, but after waiting for a while and noticing no movement, she opened her eyes and saw Tong Yue staring at her. Her face turned red, and she shyly hit Tong Yue. Let me hold you while you sleep. I can't let you lose your virginity yet. We can wait until after we get married. When Du Lingshuang heard Tong Yue's words, she felt a bit disappointed, but also moved. Those who went to college were aware of physiological knowledge, and she knew Tong Yue was worried about her getting pregnant and affecting her studies. She extended her hand and tightly hugged Tong Yue, saying, whenever you want, I'll give it to you. After all, I won't marry anyone else in this life but you. After Du Guiqiang and his 2 sons returned home, The old man saw that they hadn't brought Du Lingshuang back and immediately flew into a rage, smashing a teacup on the ground. Why didn't you bring that girl back? Why bring her back? She's my own daughter. Can't I make the decision? If you keep pressuring me like this, then let's just separate and live our own lives. I've sacrificed too much for this family, and Yu Shuang still hates me. You all benefit and are happy, but this is at the cost of my daughter's happiness. What have I gained? Eldest, second, let your sons marry into our family. It's also for the benefit of the family. Let's see if you dare to do it. Du Guoqiang vented all the grievances he had suffered over the years and the resentment of his daughter. Seeing his father's aging face and trembling figure, it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. You ungrateful child. Uffed. Old Master Du's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't argue back, feeling a pain in his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad, are you okay? Eldest brother, hurry and take Dad to the hospital. Second brother Du Guotai and third brother Du Guozhu quickly supported the old man, but shouted for Du Guoqiang to take their father to the hospital. If it were before, Du Guoqiang would have taken his father to the hospital without hesitation in such a situation, but now that he had awakened, he naturally wouldn't listen to his two younger brothers. Guotai, Guozhu, you two quickly carry father to the hospital. I'll tidy up and come right away. Oh. The two brothers were stunned for a moment. Isn't this something the eldest brother should do? Why should they be the ones to take him to the hospital? What are you talking about? Bastard. Hurry up. If you delay the treatment, do you want your father to die in your hands? Chapter 53. Shopping at the black market again with old Master Du hospitalized, the matter of Du Lingshuang was temporarily set aside. Brothers Du Guotai and Du Guozhu saw their eldest brother becoming assertive and no longer dared to say anything openly, only able to engage in small schemes behind the scenes. In order to ensure Du Lingshuang ate well, Tong Yue opened the door after she fell asleep at night and used his wind manipulation technique to go back to the black market. He bought 10 pounds of pork for making dumplings during the new year, 10 pounds of beef shank for making braised beef, and 20 pounds of lamb for hot pot. He also noticed there was some hairtail fish for sale, which is a rare seafood, so he bought 10 pieces. Soon, he saw the liquor seller and remembered the wine he bought last year. He walked up to the stall and asked, "How much for the Mao Dai? I want a lot." The young man selling liquor had stocked up on a lot of Mao Dai after meeting a big client last year who said he would return to buy wine. But he almost got stuck with it. Fortunately, it sold out before the new year. This year the stall owner was smarter. Fearing that if the person didn't come to buy, he would be stuck with the inventory, he asked for a deposit up front. At least 10 boxes. If you can take 10 boxes, the price can be lower, 13 yuan a bottle, with 12 bottles in a box. What about Wuliangya? What's the price? Tong Yue noticed that there were more varieties of empty liquor bottles at his stall than last year, including Baijiu, Muddled Donkey, Luzhou Laojiao, and so on. Seeing that he was about to introduce them one by one, Tong Yue quickly raised his hand to stop him, pointing at the Mao Tai, Wuliangya, and Luzhou Laojiao bottles on the stall. Good. You're straightforward. I will definitely try to get more for you. The stall owner took 10 large notes, excitedly patting his chest and assuring him that this was a big business deal, and if it succeeded, they could have a good year. This stall also had snuff bottles, small porcelain vases, and various jade ornaments, jade hairpins, jade pendants, and peace charms. These things were casually priced at 5 yuan each. The stall owner saw Tong Yue stop at his stall and began to introduce them. Tong Yue knew that antiques weren't worth much in this era, and few people bought these things. It would be years before the antique collecting craze arrived, making these items skyrocket in value. Alchemical furnace? Are you a Taoist? Oh, no. Wait. Letting you talk more? Slap yourself. The stall owner slapped his own mouth. Okay, just tell me if you have any. I want any antique furnace. Tong Yue quickly stopped his actions. Otherwise, the stall owner might say something he didn't want to hear. He was not patient enough to listen to the stall owner's nonsense. Yes. If you're not afraid of trouble, follow me to take a look. All right, I'll buy a few small items from you first, so as not to delay your business. Tong Yue picked out 2 jade hairpins, 3 snuff bottles, and a few jade ornaments. These were all common items and likely passed down, not tainted by foul water. After handing over the money to the stall owner, the owner saw that Tong Yue sincerely wanted to buy a furnace, so he packed up and left the black market with him. The stall owner originally wanted to chat more with Tong Yue, build a relationship, and sell more items, but seeing that Tong Yue ignored him, he stopped talking. The two passed through several alleys and arrived at the front of a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. Don't laugh at me. All the ancestral houses have been sold off, and only this courtyard is left. The stall owner opened the courtyard door, perhaps feeling at home, and wasn't afraid of Tong Yue knowing his background. Speaking in a somewhat awkward and lonely tone. That's quite normal. Every dynasty has its rise and fall. For the last dynasty to fall to this point, you are still doing okay. If it were another dynasty, you might have been exterminated. You're right. We should thank the party and the government for not pursuing us. Tong Yue found this statement somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it on some TV show, but it only crossed his mind briefly before he stopped thinking about it. His spiritual sense had already swept through the entire courtyard. This was a 2-entry courtyard, and under the large wardrobe in the west wing, there was a basement. Not very large, but inside were 8 camphor wood boxes filled with gold ingots and silver bars, with dozens of exquisite vases beside them. Wow, so many good things hidden here. Does the stall owner know? However, looking at the wardrobe, there were no signs of movement. So this stall owner probably didn't know about the things left by his ancestors. Tong Yue followed the stall owner without showing any signs and entered the east wing, where he saw various furniture, all made of rosewood. The intricately carved big bed had a layer of dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived in this house for a long time. The stall owner was lying, deceiving himself by saying that this was the only 2-entry courtyard. This was not his residence. Then he thought again that the stall owner couldn't possibly bring him to his own home. Where's your furnace? Tong Yue noticed that on the chairs beside the 8 immortals table, only one chair was clean. The dust on the other chairs hadn't been wiped, further confirming his guess. The furnace is in the east wing. Do you see this courtyard? Are you interested in taking it? The stall owner's words stunned Tong Yue for a moment. He came to buy a furnace, and this stall owner actually wanted him to buy the entire courtyard. You want to sell this courtyard? What's the price? If it's reasonable, I might buy it. Tong Yue didn't expose his lie, but directly asked about the price of the house. 5,000 yuan. Including all the furniture inside and several furnaces in the east wing, along with these small items I'm carrying. That's too expensive. I bought a 2-entry courtyard in Dianmen, which was repaired by the government and returned for only 4,005. Then how much do you want? The stall owner was also quoting a sky-high price. Waiting for Tong Yue to negotiate, he knew that business deals couldn't be settled in one conversation. 3,000 yuan, and we can transfer it tomorrow. You can also take the small items on you. I don't want those. Tong Yue quoted a price. His spiritual sense had already swept through and seen the several furnaces in the east wing, which were indeed alchemical furnaces used by Taoists. But from the aura on the furnaces, they were probably over 100 years old. For 1,005, it can't be any less. I still have a lot of rosewood furniture here. For 1,000 yuan. If it's any more, I don't want it. This courtyard still needs to be repaired, which will cost several hundred more. Looking at these pieces of furniture, they are worth at most 3,500. Transaction confirmed. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will wait here for you to transfer the ownership, and we won't leave until we see each other. However, do you think you could leave a deposit? Sure. A deposit of 100 yuan is fine. I'm not worried about you not coming. Tong Yue took out 100 yuan and handed it to the vendor. Not asking for a receipt, he used his wind manipulation technique and leaped over the wall. The vendor originally thought of tricking Tong Yue, but seeing him flying over the wall from more than 20 meters away startled him, and he quickly abandoned the idea of deceiving Tong Yue. Chapter 54. Stingy Du Lingshuang. When Tong Yue returned home, he put the items he bought in the kitchen pantry, then went back to the main room and saw Du Lingshuang still sleeping soundly, her delicate face, long eyelashes, and rosy lips slightly parted with her breathing. He took off his clothes and lay down beside her, kissing her soft lips. In her sleep, Du Lingshuang instinctively wrapped her arms around Tong Yue's waist, snuggling closer to him and resting her long legs on him. The next morning, Du Lingshuang got up early, seeing so much meat in the kitchen cabinet. She guessed that Tong Yue had gone to the black market last night. You go, wake up. The sun's already shining on your backside. After moving in with Tong Yue, she called him whatever came to mind. Hey, big sister, what delicious food did you make? Tong Yue spoke in a northeastern dialect, which he learned from Li Jigang. He also learned to speak in the dialect of Hunan from Lu Chongwei and in Shaanxi dialect from Guoyunqing, making his language skills quite diverse. After they finished eating, Du Lingshuang washed the dishes while Tong Yue prepared to buy the courtyard to avoid any delays, fearing that the hidden treasures might be discovered, which would be a huge loss for him. All right, be safe outside and come back early. I'll make you braised pork for lunch. Du Lingshuang, looking like a virtuous wife, tidied up his clothes, kissed him, her eyes filled with affection. Tong Yue pecked her on the lips, and they walked out of the main courtyard hand in hand. Living with Tong Yue these past few days made her feel that this was the happiest and most joyful time of her life. Tong Yue kept an eye on the time, and arrived at the alley from last night. He saw a wooden sign nailed to the wall, with the black brush strokes somewhat blurred, but he could still vaguely make out the original words, Hat Alley. He thought it was better not to carry those clanging items to another black market, as they might get caught by patrolling police halfway. After exchanging greetings and confirming everything, Tong Yue used his spiritual sense to check and saw that the wooden box in the treasure room was still there, with no signs of being disturbed. They then went to the nearby Dongzaimen Housing Management Office to complete the transfer procedures. After busying for over an hour, they completed the transfer, and Tong Yue returned to the courtyard with the vendor to hand over the money. After counting the money, the vendor happily took the cash and handed him the key to the main gate before leaving. He felt secure only with the treasures stored in the ring, as he didn't live there. Who knew if anyone would discover the treasure room? If those treasures were stolen, it would be a huge loss for him. After lunch, Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang went out, first finding a cooperative silk shop. "You go, why are we here? Are you buying something?" Du Lingshuang looked at the sign of the silk shop, knowing that things there were expensive. "Your pajamas are all torn. Let's buy a few new ones here. Silk pajamas are comfortable to wear, and they look good on you," Tong Yue said seriously, glancing at Du Lingshuang's figure. "Ugh, stop talking and turn your head." Du Lingshuang didn't push him away on the street, thinking about the scenes from their time together at night, her face showing a hint of shyness as she spat at him playfully. Once inside the shop, two female attendants greeted them. "Do you two want to buy silk? I'm looking to buy a few sets of silk pajamas for my partner and some underwear. Do you have ready-made items?" Tong Yue avoided saying girlfriend to prevent misunderstandings, directly referring to her as his partner. "We have plenty of ready-made items. Please follow me to select." The attendant had a good attitude, possibly hired privately, earning both a salary and commission. Seeing the sign prohibiting male customers, Tong Yue waited outside, while Du Lingshuang followed the attendant inside to try on clothes. Currently, the country hadn't abolished fabric coupons, but in this cooperative silk shop, as long as you made up the price difference with coupons, you could buy silk products. This was a form of private income in cooperative shops, and everyone understood it. The officials sent by the government would also turn a blind eye since everyone had relatives and friends involved, and with limited coupons, people would just pay in cash. Seeing the silk prices so high, Du Lingshuang was reluctant to spend money and only bought a cheaper set of pajamas, skipping the underwear. Tong Yue wanted to give Du Lingshuang the best, especially since he wasn't short on money. Noticing that she only bought one set and that the silk wasn't the finest, he told the attendant to pick the best pajamas in her size and get 3 sets, along with 3 sets of the best underwear. The attendant was initially displeased that Du Lingshuang chose a cheap set, but as soon as she heard Tong Yue's request, she happily turned to fetch the pajamas. "Why buy such good ones? One is enough to wear. You're just wasting money." Du Lingshuang wanted to stop him, but seeing that the attendant was already fetching the items, she complained to Tong Yue, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. "We're not short on money, so why be so stingy? I just want to buy you the best." Tong Yue patted her shoulder, looking at her with affectionate eyes. "You'll spoil me like this. Besides, having money doesn't mean spending it recklessly. What if we run out of money later?" Du Lingshuang, who studied finance, wanted to make their money grow so they could live well in the future. Tong Yue's lavish spending touched her, but she also felt pained about spending so much. "This little money is nothing. If it's gone, I can earn more. As long as you're happy, that's what matters." Tong Yue comforted her a few times, and Du Lingshuang's eyes glistened with tears. If they weren't outside, she would probably have jumped into his arms. Since her mother passed away when she was young, no one had ever treated her so well or cared for her as much, not even her closest sister, who didn't pamper her like Tong Yue did. The silk pajamas and underwear cost over 200 yuan, making Du Lingshuang feel another pang of heartache, almost reaching out to pinch Tong Yue's waist. Tong Yue didn't care about the money at all. He had made a windfall that morning, and after coaxing and reassuring her that he wouldn't waste money in the future, he left the silk shop with Du Lingshuang. Chapter 55. Du Lingshuang's cultivation. After returning to the courtyard, although Du Lingshuang was a bit angry, she still took the initiative to go to the kitchen to cook. Tong Yue secretly smiled, washing the newly bought pajamas and underwear, hanging them up, and releasing a bit of spiritual energy to raise the temperature in the room to dry the clothes. "Darling, do you think it looks good?" Du Lingshuang changed into the new silk pajamas and appeared before Tong Yue. She wrapped her arms around Tong Yue's neck, responding passionately, and soon got lost in a deep kiss. If Tong Yue hadn't supported her body, she would have collapsed in softness. "Take me. I want to be your wife." Du Lingshuang's face flushed, looking at Tong Yue with sultry eyes, encouraging him to take the next step. Ling Shuang, it's not the right time yet. I want to tell you something, so don't be surprised. What else are you hiding from me? Tell me your reasons for not wanting me now. Ling Shuang sat up and looked at Tong Yue, not understanding why this man could remain calm while saying such things. According to Lu Caixia, her boyfriend couldn't wait to pounce on her as soon as she got home. Cultivating immortality? Are you really cultivating immortality? Ling Shuang was shocked, never expecting Tong Yue to say such things. She thought he was delirious from a fever. It really is immortality. If you don't believe me, watch. After Tong Yue finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot out a fireball. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, the fireball grew larger, and the temperature in the room rose. Ling Shuang screamed in fright, quickly pulling the blanket over her head. She had never seen a fireball erupting from someone's hand and thought Tong Yue was possessed by a ghost. Are you really Tong Yue? When is my birthday? What color do I like? What snacks do I like the most? You were born on September 22nd. You like light purple, and you love cookies. You said that when you were a child, the first thing your mother bought for you was cookies. You're right. I believe you. But how can you cultivate immortality? Can you shoot such a big fireball? Do you know any other immortal techniques? Can you fly to the sky? I told her everything about how Tong Yue found the jewelry box in the flood and accidentally discovered the cultivation technique, except for the fact that he was reborn. This storage ring has merged with me. Let me take it off for you to see. Tong Yue took off the storage ring. Ling Shuang then saw that the ring was just an ordinary silver-white band, with nothing special about it. Tong Yue then demonstrated how to store various items from the room into the ring. Ling Shuang's eyes widened in shock, and then she happily hugged him. With this storage ring, we won't have to carry things when shopping anymore. Darling, teach me the cultivation technique too. All right, sit cross-legged like I do. Tong Yue sat cross-legged on the bed, and Ling Shuang followed his posture. Tong Yue extended his finger and tapped her forehead, transmitting the Tianyuan Ju technique to her. Ling Shuang felt information flowing from Tong Yue's finger into her mind. First, feel the qi sensation. Once you have the qi sensation in your dantian, follow the method of the technique to circulate it through your meridians. You have spiritual roots, and you'll soon be able to sense the qi sensation. After listening to Tong Yue's instructions, Ling Shuang immediately began to feel the qi sensation. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and it was quiet outside, perfect for calming her mind to sense the qi. Seeing her with her eyes closed, Tong Yue took out 2 spirit stones and placed them in her hands. Checking the time, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. So he used the wind control technique to leave the courtyard and headed to the black market to find the wine vendor. The black market opens early in winter. In summer, people only show up in the early hours. Tong Yue arrived at the black market and went straight to the wine vendor's stall. Hey, how much wine did you manage to get? Hey, you're here early today. I thought you'd come in the middle of the night. 10 boxes of each. Where should we make the delivery? The vendor, feeling relieved upon seeing Tong Yue, exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to business. How about that abandoned courtyard outside? Tong Yue pointed to a nearby courtyard where the walls had collapsed, ensuring there was no one hiding around to make the vendor feel secure about the transaction. Sounds good. I had my eye on this spot too. You picked well. A few minutes later, the vendor arrived with a card in the courtyard. Tong Yue used his spiritual sense to scan the wine boxes, seeing that the bottles were intact and there were no broken bottles or fake wine. After exchanging money for goods, Tong Yue asked the vendor, who was about to leave with the cart, "Can you get these types of wine again?" "Of course. That's easy. How many boxes do you want? I'll have them for you by tomorrow. Whatever you can get, I'll take. As long as you bring it, you won't lose your money." After Tong Yue demonstrated a few stacks of cash to the vendor, he put them back in his pocket. "All right. Tomorrow at 10:30, we'll trade here again. So you don't need to look for me in the black market." Once the vendor left with the cart, Tong Yue waved his hand, storing the 30 boxes of wine, and used the wind control technique to return to the courtyard. Just after leaving the dilapidated courtyard, 2 men in black cotton coats approached. "The transaction here is finished. Let Fifth Master know, and we'll come back tomorrow night." When Tong Yue returned home, he saw lights on in the kitchen and quickly scanned with his spiritual sense, noticing that Ling Shuang was boiling water in a large pot. "What are you boiling water for?" "Oh, did you break through to the first layer of qi refinement?" Tong Yue walked to the kitchen door and asked just as he caught a whiff of a sour smell coming from Ling Shuang, which was the odor of impurities being expelled from her body. He was familiar with this smell and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't know I would smell so bad. This stinks." After Tong Yue left, Ling Shuang had felt the qi sensation and began cultivating according to the technique. With the spirit stones left by Tong Yue, She absorbed the spiritual energy from the stones, refining it into spiritual power, and quickly broke through to the first layer of qi refinement. After detecting the smell on her body, she opened her eyes but didn't see Tong Yue and guessed he had gone to the black market. When Tong Yue returned, she had just gone to the kitchen to boil water, preparing to clean herself up. No need to boil water, just take off those dirty clothes. You, turn your back. Although Du Ling Shuang wanted to give herself completely to Tong Yue, she felt shy about undressing in front of him. If they were in bed, she wouldn't feel this shy, as that was a place of intimacy, but standing in the kitchen made her a bit embarrassed. I've seen you before, hurry up. I can't eat you. Tong Yue raised his hand and conjured a water ball that appeared in front of Du Ling Shuang. Chapter 56. Going to the black market to buy wine the next day, Tong Yue opened his eyes to see Du Ling Shuang lying in his arms, her pajamas unbuttoned, exposing her delicate collarbone. He felt blood rush to his face and quickly circulated his technique to suppress the rising heat. Is this a test of my composure? This won't do. Sooner or later, I won't be able to hold back. I overslept today. Why didn't you wake me up? Du Ling Shuang sat up and nudged Tong Yue, wanting to get up to cook. Tong Yue wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her back into his embrace. In a few days, it's New Year. Are you going home for the New Year? Tong Yue hugged Du Ling Shuang, remembering that today was already the 26th day of the 12th month. Du Ling Shuang had long since lost the desire to return to that cold and unfeeling home. While others were happily celebrating the New Year, she felt no joy. Then let's buy a few roasted ducks today, and some beef jerky, and see if we can find a place that sells hot pot. We can have lamb hot pot for the New Year. More spending? Maybe we shouldn't go. Come on. Wife, it's not like we don't have money. Why do you care about these worldly things? Once your cultivation improves, you can fly and go anywhere. What do you want that you can't have? After breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement, Du Ling Shuang was no longer afraid of the cold weather outside. But she still put on cotton clothes and pants to avoid being seen as a monster by others. In this newly opened era, various items were not as abundant as in the future, and the two only bought some things that were available in the capital. When the two returned home, the snow had already fallen heavier, covering the ground in a blanket of white, hiding the original earthy color. Tong Yue took out the lamb, cutting it into the shape of lamb rolls, while Du Ling Shuang had already boiled the copper pot. Tong Yue lit the charcoal, and Du Ling Shuang prepared the sesame paste, adding chive flowers. The two worked well together, sitting at the dining table to enjoy hot pot lamb. After dinner, Tong Yue took out dozens of spirit stones and set up a spirit gathering array in the house, and the two sat cross-legged to cultivate. I thought you might not come after it snowed, but I didn't expect you to be so punctual. I'll go get the wine, Tong Yue said. He used his spiritual sense to check the wine bottles, confirming everything was correct before paying and receiving the goods. This is all I could get before the New Year. If you want more wine, you'll have to wait until after the holiday. After the vendor collected the money, he told Tong Yue he was out of stock. It's fine. If you have it, I'll buy it. If not, then forget it. I think this wine should be enough. Tong Yue wasn't in the business to make money. He wanted to acquire some famous wines during this era to keep for later, as the wines from this time were much better than those from later generations. After confirming the payment, the vendor and another person pulled away their cart. Come out. It's pretty cold hiding there, Tong Yue called out towards the north. Friend, you have good eyesight and a keen sense. We mean no harm. We just saw you buying so much wine and wanted to do business with you. We have all the wines you need, and the prices are cheap. Are you interested? Oh, then let's trade here tomorrow night. I'll take as much as you bring. Tong Yue replied, waving his hand, and the dozens of boxes of wine on the ground instantly disappeared. Farewell. He then used the wind control technique, disappearing without a trace in a few leaps. The two men in black were shocked to see the dozens of boxes of wine vanish with a wave of his hand, leaving them stunned. Then they watched Tong Yue say two words and leap into the air, disappearing instantly. After more than 10 minutes, the two men in black finally came to their senses. Old Guai, was that real just now? I feel like I was dreaming. Of course it's real. I heard that Taoists have a spell called 5 Ghosts Transporting Technique. I suspect that person is a Taoist, and his lightness skill is quite high, comparable to that of Li San the Swallow. The other man, Old Guai, shared what he knew. We should hurry back and tell Fifth Master about this, so none of our brothers inadvertently provoke him. Otherwise, our black market will be finished. Tong Yue revealed his abilities in front of the two men in black to intimidate them into not having any other thoughts. He was capable of killing, and bullets might not even hit him. After returning to the courtyard, he sat next to Du Ling Shuang and continued cultivating. Lu Wu, who managed this black market, also came from a rough background. He had some skills, gathered a few younger brothers, and established connections in higher circles to open this black market. After hearing what old Guai and Ma Si said, he realized this was a master. Originally, he opened the black market for profit and had no intention of engaging in black-on-black crime. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. So let's prepare more wine tomorrow night, and also send him a few antique furnaces. No one wants those anyway. So we might as well give them to him and build a friendship. He guessed this person must be a Taoist or have some connection to Taoists. Otherwise, why would he buy old Sua's alchemy furnace? Lu Wu's subordinates had already gathered all the necessary information about the vendors who frequent the black market. They had long known about Tong Yue buying the alchemy furnace. They just didn't know he had also purchased his courtyard. The next morning, after finishing their cultivation, Tong Yue felt that the spiritual power in his dantian had increased again. He estimated that with a bit more cultivation, he could break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Du Ling Shuang was cultivating quickly. She estimated that after another month, she could break through to the 2nd level of qi refining. This was likely due to her pure spiritual root and being in the early stages of qi refining, making it normal for her to cultivate faster. Since they started cultivating, they had also stopped eating breakfast. Previously, Du Ling Shuang made breakfast, and Tong Yue only ate a symbolic amount, mostly watching her eat while claiming he was full when she asked. This led Du Ling Shuang to doubt her cooking skills, thinking Tong Yue ate so little because her breakfast wasn't good. After Du Ling Shuang began cultivating, she realized Tong Yue was just keeping her company during breakfast. Chapter 57. Spirit Tool Alchemy Furnace. At 10 o'clock at night, Tong Yue returned to the courtyard where the white wine transaction took place. Noticing the snow on the ground had been cleared, and there were hundreds of boxes of wine, with Maodai being the most abundant. In the adjacent open space, there were also 3 alchemy furnaces over a meter tall. Tong Yue was momentarily stunned. How did they know I wanted to buy an alchemy furnace? This made him pleasantly surprised. Although he didn't find the tool furnace, this alchemy furnace would do. Finally, he saw a spirit tool on this planet. Ma Si and old Guai, upon seeing Tong Yue arrive, stared at the alchemy furnace, feeling even more convinced that 5th Master was right. This person was indeed a Taoist. How many boxes of wine are there? How much does it cost? And how much for these 3 alchemy furnaces? Old Guai had already calculated the price before coming, and Lu Wu directly rounded it down. Old Guai handed a slip to Tong Yue. Considering the spirit tool alchemy furnace, Tong Yue took out a protective talisman for exchange, wrote down the talisman's usage on a piece of paper, placed it in an envelope along with the talisman, and then handed over 5 bundles of money. Thank you on behalf of 5th Master, old Guai said, carefully putting the envelope in his pocket. Ma Si nodded at the 5 bundles of cash, bowed to Tong Yue, and then left with old Guai. About 10 minutes after Tong Yue left, Lu Wu returned with Ma Si and old Guai, finding the ground empty. He was even more convinced that this was the Taoist spell, which transported away so much wine and the alchemy furnace. After returning home, Tong Yue took out the spirit tool alchemy furnace from his ring, noticing a layer of greasy dirt on the surface and signs that it had been scrubbed with a wire brush. It seemed someone had cleaned this alchemy furnace, possibly thinking it wasn't worth much, so they tossed it aside. To avoid disturbing Du Ling Shuang's cultivation, Tong Yue went to a room on the west side of the main house. After sitting cross-legged, he sprayed a blood arrow onto the alchemy furnace, using his techniques to start refining the restrictions on it. After more than an hour, he successfully refined the first restriction on the furnace, which suddenly erupted with a burst of white light, illuminating the room brightly and appearing even more dazzling at night. This was indeed an alchemy furnace for cultivators. It seemed that the person called 5th Master truly gifted him a good item, and when he faced difficulties later, he could lend a hand. After Lu Wu returned home and locked the door, he took out the protective talisman from the envelope. It was a thin piece, resembling jade, but not quite. About the size of a walnut, with a small round hole on it, likely for threading a fine string. Can withstand 5 gunshots? Lu Wu exclaimed after reading the contents on the paper. He quickly thought of the basement. He wouldn't be afraid of the gunshots echoing there. In the basement, he placed the protective talisman upright on a wooden box, took out a handgun, and stepped back a dozen paces. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at the talisman. A muffled bang echoed in the basement. When Lu Wu saw the bullet hit the talisman, a burst of white light erupted from it, then dissipated completely. He hurried over, picked up the talisman, and saw a fine line appear on it, while the bullet that fell on the ground was already deformed from the impact. Seeing this situation, he immediately regretted it, realizing that the amulet could really stop bullets. Oh no, a mistake, what a pity. Lu Wu raised his hand and slapped himself, feeling heartbroken as he held the amulet, biting his finger to let his blood drip onto it. He watched as his blood completely soaked into the amulet. Du Lingxue had been cultivating all night. When she opened her eyes and saw Tong Yue sitting beside her, she smiled slightly and blew a breath of air at him. After refining the alchemy furnace, Tong Yue came to the east room, sat down beside Du Lingxue to cultivate. Upon sensing her aura, he opened his eyes and saw that her face was only an inch away, blowing air at him. He embraced Du Lingxue, stood up, walked to the bed, quickly took off his clothes, wearing only a pair of shorts, and pressed her down on the bed to kiss her. At first, Du Lingxue giggled, but after Tong Yue blocked her cherry lips, she quickly responded. After kissing for a while, they embraced each other and fell asleep. This was what they had agreed upon the day before: to cultivate at night, rest in the morning, get up at noon to cook, and in the afternoon, Tong Yue would write, while Du Lingxue reviewed her textbooks. As the new year approached, the impatient children, after buying firecrackers, started to set them off one by one, and the sound of firecrackers echoed through the alley from time to time. On New Year's Eve, Tong Yue and Du Lingxue prepared 8 dishes and a soup: braised pork, stir-fried lamb with scallions, hot and sour shredded potatoes, deep-fried ribbon fish, stir-fried cabbage with shredded meat, soy sauce beef, fried peanuts, spicy tofu, and radish rib soup, along with dumplings filled with beef and scallions. Wife, Happy New Year, cheers. Tong Yue opened a bottle of Wuliangye, and the aroma of the liquor wafted through the air as they raised their glasses and clinked them together. Darling, spending New Year with you this year makes me so happy. Although I haven't married you yet, in my heart, I am already your wife. I want to drink the cup of wedding wine with you. After drinking a cup of wine, Du Lingxue's rosy cheeks showed a hint of blush, and tears of excitement welled up in her eyes as she filled 2 glasses with wine from the bottle. Tong Yue also raised his glass, and their arms crossed as they drank it all in one go. Now that we've finished the wedding wine, isn't it time for a kiss, my love? Tong Yue set down his glass, walked in front of Du Lingxue, and lowered his head. Du Lingxue raised her head to meet him. It was New Year's Eve, and the two of them had drunk more than 2 bottles of white liquor, ate a lot of dishes, and finally had a few more drinks with the dumplings. Chapter 58. Du Lingxue's sister. On the morning of the first day of the new year, they were awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Fortunately, with the isolation formation, the room was warm, maintaining a temperature of around 20 degrees. Otherwise, they would have been frozen awake long ago. Ah, that's comfortable. Tong Yue opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power in his dantian. He didn't expect that not cultivating last night would result in even more spiritual power than when he was cultivating. It seemed that sometimes a balance between work and rest was necessary. He placed peanuts, sunflower seeds, milk candies, and a few large apples on a plate and took them to the 8 immortals table in the living room, resembling a New Year celebration. Whether to paste couplets or not didn't matter. This year, it was fine to skip it. He thought he hadn't pasted couplets when he spent New Year alone before. Tong Yue didn't care about these things, but Du Lingxue was used to pasting couplets every year. Yesterday, they were too busy cooking and making dumplings, and during that time, they forgot about the couplets. I'll put them in the ring and take them out next year to paste. They'll be as good as new. This year, the new year was celebrated by Tong Yue and Du Lingxue, making it the happiest and most joyful year they had spent together over the years. On the afternoon of the second day of the new year, Tong Yue was writing, and Du Lingxue made him a cup of tea. Just as she picked up a book to read, she heard the sound of the doorbell outside. Big brother, sister, what brings you here? Come in. After opening the yard door and seeing the 2 people, Du Lingxue was momentarily stunned, but still invited them in. Sister, this is Tong Yue, my partner. She turned to Tong Yue and said, this is my sister, Du Yueshuang. So it's Tong Yue. I heard from my brother that you saved Lingxue in the ice cave. I only found out today that you saved her. This is just a small token of appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. You're too polite. Lingxue is my partner. Saving her is the right thing to do. Let's not talk outside. Please come inside. Tong Yue said as he took the gift box and gestured for them to enter the house. Grandpa disapproved of Du Lingxue dating, so he had their father bring her back. After hearing Tong Yue's words, their father finally woke up to reality, and when he returned, he made Grandpa so angry that he fell ill and was hospitalized. Du Yueshuang didn't expect such a big thing to happen at home. She didn't want to return to this cold and emotionless home. If it weren't for the second day of the new year being a time to return to her maternal home, She wouldn't have wanted to come back at all. On the way, Du Dongsheng had told Du Yueshuang about Tong Yue's situation, including how her sister fell into the ice cave and how Tong Yue risked his life to jump into the lake to save Du Lingxue. Thinking of Tong Yue being so young, so wealthy, and that he would be assigned a job after graduating from university, and most importantly, that he loved her sister so much, Du Yueshuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly that her sister was luckier than her to meet someone like Tong Yue. She had found the right person. When Du Lingxue saw her sister visiting, she quickly greeted them, making tea, offering them sunflower seeds and peanuts, peeling apples for her sister, and handing her brother-in-law a cigarette. Du Yueshuang exchanged glances with her brother, Du Dongsheng, indicating that she had something to say to her sister. So he went aside to talk with Tong Yue. Tong Yue, I want to see your courtyard. Can you take me for a tour? Du Dongsheng found a clumsy excuse. Hearing this, Tong Yue was taken aback, thinking there was nothing to see in the courtyard, but he still stood up and led Du Dongsheng out of the main room. First to see the east wing. After the two left, Du Yueshuang quietly asked Du Lingxue, "You've been living together for more than 10 days. Hasn't Tihi touched you at all?" Hearing her sister's question, Du Lingxue's face turned red. How could she say such things? Du Yueshuang, being someone who had been through it, noticed that her sister hadn't lost her virginity yet, which made her unable to help but ask. No, he said he would wait until we get married before being together. Does he have a problem in that aspect? Otherwise, how could a vigorous young man like him resist a beauty like you? Or is he hiding some illness and making excuses? Oh, sister, what nonsense are you talking about? He has no problem in that area. He's very strong. Du Lingxue's face flushed. She felt how strong Tong Yue was when she hugged him, and she worried that she couldn't handle it. If that's the case, then Tong Yue is indeed a gentleman. You must cherish him. Good men are hard to come by. Don't bully him or throw a tantrum. Don't worry, sister. Tong Yue saved my life and treats me so well. How could I bully him? It's just that he spends money a bit lavishly, and sometimes I argue with him about it. Spending money lavishly? What has he bought? I heard from my brother that he has earned a lot of money, several $100,000. Thinking about it, I'm happy for you. Spending a little money is nothing. Don't be so stingy. Everything he buys is for me. He hasn't spent much on himself. Du Lingxue thought about it. Almost all the money Tong Yue spent was on buying things for her, while he hadn't bought much for himself. She felt both touched and ashamed, realizing that she hadn't been caring enough about Tong Yue's life. Du Dongsheng looked at the two-entry courtyard and saw the various complete furniture inside, along with 2 brand new bicycles, one of which was a women's model, knowing it belonged to his sister. He felt envious of her. She had a bicycle in this courtyard before even getting married, and it would be enough room for her once she had children. This was already several levels higher than his own situation. Thinking about his own age, still living with family members, and not even owning a house. He worried about the future. If they were to separate and live on their own, he might not even get a house. Tong Yue was unaware of what this future brother-in-law was thinking. While showing Du Dongsheng around the courtyard, he noticed a few issues that needed fixing and planned to address them in the spring. The two sisters shared some heartfelt conversations, and seeing her sister so happy in her new life reassured Du Yueshuang. Before leaving, Du Lingxuang slipped her a stack of money, which Du Yueshuang quickly declined. But Du Lingxuang insisted on pushing it into her pocket and nudging her out the door. Du Lingxuang knew her sister was not doing well. She had no job and had to ask her brother-in-law for money, who had little say at home, had to support the children, and had to hand over part of his salary each month, leaving him with very little. Chapter 59, Finding Foreign Partners After the New Year, the 1980s began, and the policy of reform and opening up was implemented nationwide. Rural life began to improve as farmers started to receive land contracts. However, the cities were becoming increasingly chaotic, with many educated youth returning from the countryside unable to find jobs, wandering the streets aimlessly, and fights breaking out constantly. After the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Tong Yue took his manuscript to the friendship store, hoping to find a foreigner to sell it to. These foreigners were there to make money. As long as it could earn them a profit, they would be willing to engage in business. He didn't have high hopes, knowing it wouldn't be easy to find such a person among them, and that he would need to filter through the foreigners. The friendship store sold various foreign goods, from imported appliances to chocolate, perfume, clothing, hats, and daily necessities. However, to buy anything there, one needed foreign exchange vouchers. Some foreigners, who were about to leave, would sell their vouchers because they found it troublesome to go to the bank, and the rates for selling vouchers there were often better than what the bank offered. These foreigners in the country were not fools. They were quite savvy, knowing how to profit from the situation. A few locals were struggling to communicate in broken English while using gestures, and the two foreigners were equally confused about what they were saying. After listening for a while, one foreigner noticed that one of the locals was holding a foreign exchange voucher and quickly pointed to it, asking if they wanted to buy it. "Hey, Tom, are you going to the Great Wall?" Tong Yue, observing the locals talking to the foreigners, suddenly heard someone speaking American English nearby. He quickly walked over to greet the foreigner. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" The foreigner, named Robert, was visiting Long Country with his friend Tom. They had heard about the mysterious Eastern giant and decided to travel together. Upon hearing familiar language and seeing a young person from Long Country, they struck up a conversation. Tong Yue began to boast about himself before handing over the manuscript he had written in English. After Robert took the manuscript and read a few pages, he became captivated by the content. This sci-fi novel was even more thrilling than an adventure story, featuring alien creatures, interstellar battleships, armored warriors, antimatter weapons, and space-time travel through black holes. Oh my God, this is truly a sci-fi novel. You are indeed a well-known writer. I believe this book will cause a sensation if published in our country. Hey, Tom, I have something to discuss with you. As Robert was engrossed in the manuscript, Tong Yue snatched it back from him. He gave Tong Yue a thumbs up and called over his companion, who was busy exchanging foreign exchange vouchers. Tom, focused on making money by exchanging vouchers, didn't he have time for Robert and assumed he was also trading with the local. "Hey, buddy, I'm busy. You go do your thing." "Oh my God, you're going to pass up such a good opportunity? It seems this is God's arrangement to make me rich." After saying that, Robert ignored Tom and walked aside with Tong Yue to continue their conversation. "Dear writer, may I take the book for publication? How will we split the profits? Are you selling the copyright as well?" "I want to sell the copyright. We can split the profits 60 to 40, with me getting 60 and you 40. Besides Long Country, you can sell this book in any country in the world. Just think about it. Selling in so many nations means the costs are almost negligible. How much can you earn from one book? 60 to 40? My God, I've been working hard all this time and want to earn as much as you? It should be the other way around. 60 for me and 40 for you would be more reasonable." Robert was quite shrewd. While Tong Yue was speaking, he was already calculating how many copies could be printed and in which countries they could be sold. He believed that as soon as this book was released, it would definitely become a hit, so he tried to negotiate a better deal. Tong Yue, with his experiences from the future, although he had never dealt with foreigners, had heard and seen much more than Robert could compare to. "The 60 to 40 split I mentioned 1T change. If you don't want to make money, I'll find someone else. I'm sure many people would be eager to make money if you don't seize this great opportunity. It seems you have a grudge against the dollar and don't like it." Tong Yue's insinuations about making money were aimed at igniting Robert's desire. "Additionally, I can go to Hong Kong and meet more foreigners. There are many more foreigners there than in Long Country, and it's easier to find partners." Tong Yue fanned the flames further. Robert knew that many Americans were in Hong Kong and understood that it was an easy place for Long Country people to visit. "You're right. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. How do we sign the contract? At the embassy? Or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?" After hearing Tong Yue's words, Robert quickly understood that he could not give up this seemingly profitable business and immediately agreed. Seeing Robert's agreement, Tong Yue felt relieved and decided to act quickly. The two first went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find Director Wang. Upon hearing that Tong Yue's book would be published abroad, Director Wang was overjoyed. This could earn foreign exchange for the country and must be strongly supported. Moreover, if this matter succeeded, he would have political achievements and might even get a promotion. So, Director Wang took the lead and went to the American embassy. Under the supervision of the three parties, Tong Yue and Robert signed a contract, with the ambassador stationed in Long Country also signing and stamping the contract with the embassy seal. Director Wang also signed and stamped it with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs official seal, confirming that the contract would take effect from that day, and they even had it notarized. Robert, eager to return home to make money, didn't he wait for his companion Tom and immediately bought a plane ticket to Hong Kong, then planned to transfer back to his country from there. Before leaving, he handed over all his foreign exchange vouchers to Tong Yue. Chapter 60 Breakthrough to the fifth layer of Qi refinement. Tong Yue followed the cart driver, pulling the washing machine back to the courtyard. When Du Lingxiong saw that he had bought a washing machine, she immediately surrounded the single-tub washing machine and began to examine it closely. She carefully touched this part and that part, as if afraid of damaging the washing machine, which made Tong Yue find her behavior somewhat amusing. "How do you know so much? Did someone tell you when you bought the washing machine?" It was the salesperson who told me when I bought it. By the way, did you find the foreigner? And how did you get this washing machine ticket? Du Lingxiong suddenly remembered to ask him about the manuscript. As for this washing machine, it was bought at the friendship store. That foreign guy gave me his foreign exchange coupon when he left, and I even bought you a watch. Hurry up and try it on. Thank you, dear. I really like it. Du Lingxiong put on the watch, her eyes filled with joy, and gave Tong Yue a kiss. I'm glad you like it. Let's go eat. Seeing that Du Lingxiong was happy, Tong Yue was also very pleased and wrapped his arms around her slender waist as they headed to the kitchen. Tong Yue, you have a telegram. The postman shouted loudly outside the door. I'm Tong Yue's partner. Give it to me. Du Lingxiong introduced herself, took the pen from the postman, signed her name, opened the telegram envelope, and saw that the content was indeed sent by Guo Yunqing. School was about to start, and Guo Yunqing sent a telegram asking Tong Yue to pick him up at the station. That night, the four of them went to a restaurant for dinner. Tong Yue treated them to a welcome meal. When Guo Yunqing learned that Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong lived together, envy immediately appeared in his eyes as he turned to look at Su Yue, who was talking to Du Lingxiong. Su Yue also found out that Du Lingxiong was living with Tong Yue and felt very envious. She and Guo Yunqing were in a passionate romance, having already crossed boundaries and were inseparable. Hearing Guo Yunqing say this in front of Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong, despite her straightforward personality, she felt a bit shy and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. However, seeing Guo Yunqing's hopeful gaze, she nodded in agreement. Why would it be a problem for you guys to be together? How could it be a problem for us? Don't look at me. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Even though we live together, we are still separate. If you don't believe me, ask Lingxiong. Tong Yue noticed the look on Guo Yunqing's face, as if to say, don't joke with me. I'm not stupid enough to believe that you can live together and stay disciplined. Du Lingxiong nodded and quietly pulled Su Yue aside. And as Su Yue listened, her expression grew more and more surprised. I say, girl, you really are something. I admire you. Su Yue gave Du Lingxiong a thumbs up, continuously praising her. Is it really true? Old Tong, do you have a problem with your body? If you can't, go to the hospital for a checkup. If you're sick, you need to treat it early. Guo Yunqing said this while his eyes couldn't help but scrutinize Tong Yue. Get lost. I'm practicing my youthful skills. I can't break through yet. Tong Yue pushed him playfully, joking around. All right, you keep practicing. We're leaving, don't rush us. After leaving the restaurant, Guo Yunqing and Su Yue headed back to his courtyard, while Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong headed home. Dear, let's be together too. I don't want others to think you're sick. Hearing them say that about you makes me feel very uncomfortable. Don't listen to them. Just be yourself. We need to have a plan, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Do you still want to achieve immortality? Ordinary people can live a maximum of 100 or 80 years. We want to live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. By the time they all die, we will still be alive, and when we reach our cultivation goals, we will have plenty of time together. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't forget my original intention because of others' opinions. From now on, we will always be together. Before school started, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong had already discussed and decided to move out and not stay in the dormitory anymore, as too many people in the dorm would affect their cultivation. Guo Yunqing saw that Tong Yue was no longer living in the dormitory and discussed moving out with Su Yue. The two were currently in a passionate and affectionate moment. How could they bear to be apart? So they also moved out of their respective dormitories. The things they did were decided privately. Only their roommates knew they had moved out, while others were still unaware. Of course, over time, they wouldn't be able to hide it. However, with the reform and opening up, people's thoughts began to open up as well, especially among the youth, who were the first to embrace this change. Moreover, they were about to enter their third year. The school authorities also knew that some students were secretly dating. Everyone was an adult now, and it was hard to control them. As long as nothing serious happened, the school would turn a blind eye, pretending not to know, unless someone reported it. Then the school would take action. On the second day of the second month, Tong Yue felt that he was about to break through. During the day in the classroom, he sensed a faint tendency for the spiritual power in his dantian to explode. That night, while Du Lingxiong was cultivating, Tong Yue left the courtyard, using the wind control technique to rush deep into the mountains. Arriving at the place where he had previously broken through, Tong Yue took out a pile of spirit stones and set up a gathering spirit formation, sitting cross-legged to operate his cultivation techniques. Once the spiritual power in his dantian was no longer suppressed, it erupted instantly. This massive spiritual power exploded from his dantian, entering his meridians and converging into an even more powerful force, crashing against the barrier of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within his body as this immense energy struck the barrier blocking the 5th layer of qi refinement. A powerful aura emanated from Tong Yue, spreading outwards. The ground, sand, stones, and withered branches were blown around by this overwhelming aura. After Tong Yue broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, he first sensed the spiritual power in his dantian, which was several times stronger than before. After scanning with his divine sense, he found that he could see more than 200 meters away, more than doubling the strength of his previous divine sense. Chapter 61. The sci-fi novel is published. When Tong Yue returned home, he saw that Du Lingxiong was boiling water in the kitchen again. He did not expect that Du Lingxiong had also broken through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement that night. I'm back. Quickly take off your dirty clothes. I didn't tea. I went to the mountains to break through. Now I am at the 5th layer of qi refinement, Tong Yue said as he cast a water cleansing technique, helping Du Lingxiong wash off the greasy impurities on her body. As Du Lingxiong cleaned off the greasy impurities, she asked Tong Yue, not minding his wandering hands, taking the opportunity to enjoy her own tofu. Today in the classroom, I suddenly felt that the spiritual power in my dantian was about to explode. By the time I practiced in the evening, I felt I could hardly suppress it. So I went to the distant mountains to break through. Really? Then let us go practice in the deep mountains this Sunday. Half a month later, Du Lingxiong diligently practiced and learned several small spells over 2 Sundays. At night, she also practiced spells in the courtyard until the spiritual power in her dantian was exhausted before stopping. On Tuesday morning, Director Wang from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called the school, asking Tong Yue to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Haha, Tong Yue is here. I have good news for you. Your sci-fi novel has been published. According to your contract, each book is priced at $5, and it has caused a great sensation in more than a dozen Western countries. That's great. My purpose in writing is to earn money from foreigners. Tong Yue took the remittance slip, glanced at it, and saw many zeros on it. Converted to Dragon Country currency, it amounted to over 10 million. Well done. Your book has brought millions of foreign exchange to the country. Therefore, the country has decided to exempt you from half of your personal taxes, and the bank will issue you a tax exemption certificate. Tong Yue bid farewell to Director Wang and went to the National Bank to handle currency settlement. Upon hearing of his arrival, the bank president personally came to receive him and had the bank manager assist him with setting up a savings account. Amid the envious gazes of the president and the manager, Tong Yue left the National Bank and rode his bicycle back to school to continue his classes. After school in the afternoon, Tong Yue and Guo Yunqing rode their bicycles to the school gate to wait for Du Lingxiong and Su Yue to come out. I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to deliver documents. We're having dinner together on Sunday, and this time I'm treating. You decide where to eat. Although Guo Yunqing knew that Tong Yue was making money from writing, he still believed that Tong Yue didn't have as much money as he did, as he often ended up paying when they went out to eat. Let me tell you, I just finished writing a new book, and it has been published abroad. This time, I made all dollars, which is over 10 million in Longwa currency. Don't tell anyone else. I'm only telling you because we're good brothers. Wow, really? You've quietly made so much money. Don't worry, I haven't even told Su Yue. Over 10 million is a huge sum for an ordinary person. But for Guo Yunqing, it was still less than the pocket money of his family. Although he was a bit surprised, he didn't envy Tong Yue. What are you two talking about? Getting so close together. Su Yue arrived first at the school gate and saw Tong Yue and Guo Yunqing straddling their bicycles and talking closely, as if sharing some secret. It's nothing. Old Tong said we're having dinner together this Sunday, and we're just discussing where to eat. Let us go. Guo Yunqing and Tong Yue waved goodbye and rode off with Su Yue. A few minutes later, Du Lingxiong also came out of the school gate, sitting on the back seat of Tong Yue's bicycle as they returned home to the courtyard. Wife, I have good news. My sci-fi novel has been published abroad. Guess how much money this book made? Really published? I guess it should earn more than the domestic version, right? Is it 10 million? 10 million? Du Lingxiong, who studied finance, quickly calculated the exchange rate between dollars and Longwa currency and was shocked when she heard the figure of 10 million. That's 10 million. I just heard about people having 10,000 yuan, but I've never seen anyone actually have it. That's right, my wife is smart. No wonder she studied finance. She guessed it pretty close. Here, a reward. This is a bank savings book. Why is it in my name? Is it 100,000? You actually saved 1 million? Am I that valuable? Du Lingxiong looked at the number on the savings book and started crying with excitement. Hey. Why are you crying? Tong Yue quickly hugged her to comfort her. You're too good to me. I'm just so emotional. Du Lingxue wiped her tears and kissed Tong Yue around the neck. After dinner, Du Lingxue cleaned up the house while Tong Yue sat at his desk, continuing to write. This time he was working on the Terminator series, and he had already written half of the first part. After finishing her chores, Du Lingxue tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, soaked their underwear in a basin, and made a cup of tea for Tong Yue, placing it on his desk. She did these things every day and had become accustomed to taking care of Tong Yue. No one would have expected that the always cold Du Lingxue at school could be so gentle and considerate at home. Spring quickly passed, leading into early summer, and the weather became increasingly hot. After Du Laozu fell ill and was hospitalized last year, he never recovered. He did not expect that his useless eldest son would dare to contradict his wishes. His authority in the family was challenged, and coupled with years of hard work leading to illness, his health deteriorated rapidly. The other two sons, seeing that he was nearing death, came to the hospital every day, clamoring for a division of the family assets without caring about his health. They made many unreasonable demands and even insisted that he write a will, which deeply saddened Du Laozu. He was so furious that he could not catch his breath, and he passed away. After Du Laozu's death, the Du family first notified the current head of the first house, Du Guoxuan, who was Du Dongliang's father, and then informed relatives and friends in the city. Du Lingxue was also taken home by her elder brother from school. As soon as she entered the house, two uncles and her aunt, Du Shui, blocked her. You money-losing thing. You made your grandfather so angry, and you still have the face to come back. The two uncles were hesitant to hit her, but Aunt Du Shui, relying on her in-law's power, reached out to slap Du Lingxue. Stop. If you dare to touch her, I will never acknowledge you as my sister again. Du Guoqiang, in the morning hall, saw his two younger brothers and sister scolding his daughter, and when his sister was about to slap her, he hurried over to stop it. What do you think you are? You don't want to acknowledge me as your sister? I don't want to acknowledge you as my brother either. If you hadn't allowed this money-losing thing to find a wild man, would father have died from anger? You're talking nonsense. After all these years, you know how biased father was. Why is it only I who pay, and you all benefit? What have you contributed? And if you keep speaking ill of Lingxue, I'll slap you to death. Get lost. Chapter 62. Chaos in the morning hall. Du Shui did not expect that this useless elder brother would dare to hit her, and she was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Old Lu, you bastard, are you just going to watch me get hit? Why don't you come and hit him? Although Du Shui was fierce, she was not someone who didn't know the limits. Calling her husband was also a way to step down. She didn't dare to cause trouble in front of her father's morning hall. If this got out, not only would the Du family be a laughingstock, but the Lu family would also be ridiculed. I think I should first slap you, you useless one. With a loud slap, Du Dongsheng raised his hand and slapped Du Dongwei. His aunt scolded her sister, so she couldn't hit her. But she couldn't help but retaliate against her cousin who dared to speak like that. You dare to hit me? Xiaosheng, come here. Du Dongwei called his younger brother, Du Dongsheng, to rush in and fight with Du Dongsheng. The two sons of the second uncle, seeing their cousins fighting, exchanged glances and then joined in. But instead of fighting, they held each other back. One hugged Du Dongsheng and the other hugged Du Dongfeng, letting Du Dongwei and Du Dongxing hit their brothers. Du Guoqiang wanted to step in to break up the fight, but was held back by his two younger brothers. The kids are just playing. What do you want the elder to do? Du Lingxue saw her two younger brothers being knocked down and her two older brothers being beaten by her cousins. Although her relationship with her two brothers wasn't great, she couldn't just stand by and watch outsiders beat them. The chaotic scene suddenly quieted down, leaving only 4 people lying on the ground, screaming in pain. It hurts so much. They're killing someone. Get out of the way. Du Guoqiang raised his hand and slapped his third brother, Du Guozhu. Earlier, when the 4 of them were hitting others, he didn't see you trying to stop it, but were blocking me. Now that your kids are suffering, you jump out. The second brother, Du Guotai, was very scheming. He always played the good guy at home and only encouraged the third brother to stick his neck out. But he never took any benefits himself. You guys are really something, fighting in front of the morning hall. You're really embarrassing the Du family. The elder brother is here. You should judge the situation. It's all because of this money-losing thing that found a wild man, which made father so angry that he died. Seeing his cousin Du Guoxuan arrive, Du Guozhu hurried over to complain. Du Guoxuan had already learned the reason for his second uncle's hospitalization while he was in the hospital. It was because his cousin Du Lingxue was dating someone, and the second uncle wanted to arrange a marriage for his granddaughter, Du Lingxue, so he naturally wouldn't agree to it. This was the reason that made him so angry that he ended up in the hospital. Although Tong Yue was born in a rural area, he managed to get into university through his own efforts. Recently, I heard that the novel Special Forces decapitation operation was written by him. He earned several million from the royalties of this book. For such a capable person, it's a blessing for Du Ling Shuang to consider him as a partner. Isn't it worth asking her second uncle about it? He only listens to his useless son. However, this is not the only reason Du Guoxuan values Tong Yue. As a ministerial-level official, he does not care much about Tong Yue's wealth, but rather his mystery and strong abilities. A few days ago, his son Du Dongliang wrote to him, saying that their unit was ambushed by the enemy, and a grenade exploded right next to him. He thought he would either die or be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, at the moment of the explosion, a white light protected his body, and he came out unscathed. But the talisman around his neck shattered. This talisman was given to Li Jianguo and the others by Tong Yue. After reading his son's letter, Du Guoxuan was shocked. What kind of talisman can withstand the shrapnel from a grenade explosion? It seems that Tong Yue is not as simple as he appears. He is a young man with hidden depths. He originally intended to personally thank Tong Yue, but was delayed by official duties. Today, after finishing his work, he received the news of his second uncle's passing. He thought that with his second uncle gone, Du Ling Shuang would surely return for the funeral. So he planned to connect with his niece before seeking out Tong Yue. After dismissing Du Guoxuan bowed and paid his respects at his second uncle's morning hall. Once he came out, he walked over to Du Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, I heard you have a boyfriend named Tong Yue at university. Do you know he is good friends with Dongliang? Has he mentioned it to you? Uncle, why are you asking about this? Du Ling Shuang replied. Tong Yue told me he has a few good friends, including Dong Liang, Zhang Wo, and Fuqing. He said he met Dong Liang when they were in the countryside. Du Ling Shuang was puzzled as to why her uncle was asking about Tong Yue. Did Dong Liang mention something to him, asking him to take care of Tong Yue? Tong Yue is a good kid. Although he was born in the countryside, he works hard and is ambitious. You can't give up on such a good young man halfway. You must treat him well. Du Ling Shuang thought to herself, do you need to remind me? I've already decided that I will only marry him in this lifetime, and no one can separate us. I know, uncle. Tong Yue treats me very well, and I will never let him down. Good, good. With this relationship, Tong Yue is no longer an outsider. This Sunday, you take him to my house to play and get acquainted. It's settled. Du Guoxuan's words left Du Ling Shuang a bit confused about his intentions. She thought about going back to tell Tong Yue about this and see what he had to say. The three brothers of the Du family, along with Du Shui, Du Dongsheng, and the other cousins, were all surprised to see Du Guoxuan, the head of the main branch, speaking so amiably with Du Ling Shuang. They were all wondering why Du Guoxuan valued Du Ling Shuang so much. Could it be that he wanted to arrange a marriage? Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng exchanged glances, realizing that this was likely due to their cousin Dong Liang mentioning Tong Yue to their uncle, prompting him to speak privately with his sister. Once they understood, they looked at their father, who had a surprised expression, and the two brothers secretly smiled bitterly. Their father had missed a great opportunity. He should have quickly built a good relationship with their uncle so that he could help them later on. After all, it wouldn't take much to ask for help, and they wouldn't need to rely on their sister's marriage for that. After finishing their grandfather's funeral, Du Ling Shuang returned to the courtyard and relayed her uncle's words to Tong Yue without any alterations. What do you think my uncle wants you to go to his house for? He said it's to get acquainted, and that we will be family in the future. What does that mean? I suspect it might be related to the talisman. Dong Liang and the others are on the battlefield, where bullets are unpredictable and they can't avoid being hit. Chapter 63. The elder brother has a son. Tong Yue guessed correctly. Du Guoxuan wanted to leverage the relationship with Du Ling Shuang. Although Du Dongliang was considered a good friend of Tong Yue, Du Guoxuan knew that Dong Liang did not have the same close ties with Tong Yue as Li Jianguo and Hu Fuqing, who were even closer. In particular, Li Jianguo treated Tong Yue like a younger brother, and Du Guoxuan had already investigated their relationship thoroughly. Moreover, this was just the initial foreign exchange revenue. There were still millions of dollars in foreign exchange to come in soon, adding up to tens of millions of dollars. No wonder the country placed such importance on him. Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng, upon hearing their uncle Du Guoxuan's words, realized that they were benefiting from their sister's connections, which was why their uncle was helping them with job placements. The two brothers were not foolish. They were at least much smarter than their father. From what they heard from their uncle, they deduced it was related to Tong Yue. Without the relationship between Tong Yue and their sister, they would not have been able to enter such a state-run enterprise. Upon arriving at the ministry compound, The guards had already received notice from Deputy Minister Du. When they reported their names, the guards allowed them to enter. Auntie saw Du Ling Shuang and smiled, pulling her over to ask questions, appearing very affectionate. Previously, during the holidays, this aunt wouldn't even look at them. So this is Tong Yue. Dong Liang often mentions you when he comes back. You helped them a lot when they were in your village. Please sit down. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. I have a good relationship with Dong Liang and the others in the countryside. After coming to university in Beijing, they have also been very supportive of me. How are they doing over there? Oh, Dong Liang wrote to me a few days ago. He said he owes his safe return to the talisman you gave them. Duke Wishuan sighed and shared the contents of Dong Liang's letter with Tong Yue. After hearing about Dong Liang's letter, Tong Yue understood Duke Wishuan's intention for Du Ling Shuang to visit his home. Moreover, he didn't want Dong Liang to be in danger. After all, he respected the soldiers who protect their country. Duke Wishuan took the talisman, feeling reassured. Nothing was more important than protecting his son's life. And he had even more faith in Tong Yue now. And he also realized how significant this matter was. Although they were atheists, when it came to the safety of their son's life, they put everything else aside. After having lunch at Duke Wishuan's home, they took their leave. Before departing, Auntie gave Du Ling Shuang many gifts, including clothes, leather shoes, and silk scarves, filling both her hands. This is the warmth of human relationships. Wealth can create distant relatives. As long as you are useful and powerful, you can connect with anyone. Once you fall from grace, even your own brothers may look down on you. Just look at how your uncles behave. Yes, you are right. I understand now. I used to be muddled, only focusing on my studies and not thinking about anything else. Now it seems that people are just this realistic. In early June, Robert sent over the commission for the later stages of the book and wrote to Tong Yue, saying he would come to Longhua in October. Tong Yue's savings had reached over 15 million, and the sources of this wealth were legitimate and traceable. The first book of his Terminator series had been completed, and he was currently writing the second part. He hoped to finish the third part before Robert arrived in Longhua. By then, when Robert came to Longhua, he could take the whole series back for publication, allowing him to earn another substantial profit. He estimated that the first part of Terminator would soon be made into a movie, which would surely bring in even more in terms of copyright fees and cinema shares in Europe and America. Before the summer vacation arrived, Du Ling Shuang broke through to the third level of qi refinement, which made Tong Yue feel pressured. At this rate of cultivation, Du Ling Shuang would soon catch up to his level of cultivation, so it seemed he also needed to work hard. After Du Ling Shuang broke through to the third level of qi refinement, she also derived a sea of consciousness and gained spiritual awareness. But her spiritual awareness was somewhat weaker than Tong Yue's, only reaching a distance of 30 meters. Tong Yue speculated that it might be due to his rebirth. With the combined souls from 2 lifetimes, his innate soul was naturally stronger than Du Ling Shuang's. After the summer vacation began, Guo Yunqing didn't return home, but went to northeast China with Su Yiwei. They would be entering their 3rd year when school resumed, and it was time for both parents to know about their relationship. Du Ling Shuang also didn't go home. However, her brothers, Du Dongxing and his sibling, would come to see her with their families on Sundays. Her sister, Du Yue Shuang, would also come to the courtyard. But her 2 younger brothers were much younger than Du Ling Shuang, so they didn't have much affection for each other and had hardly visited her. Du Ling Shuang's father also hadn't come to see her, focusing instead on dividing the family assets with her 2 brothers, who argued almost daily, claiming the division was unfair and that they were at a disadvantage. Tong Yue also sent money home every 2 months, sending 10 yuan each time, and even during holidays. He wouldn't send more. He sent more money to his sister, giving her 100 yuan whenever he sent money to his parents. As for his older brother, Tong Yue didn't send him any money. His brother was living well now. Both he and his wife were formal workers, and his brother had a driving job with subsidies. The couple's combined income exceeded 100 yuan a month, classifying them as well-off in this era. Recently, his brother wrote to say that his sister-in-law had given birth to a son, which left Tong Yue somewhat puzzled. He speculated that perhaps he had changed his brother's life, allowing him to have a son. Originally, his brother was just farming at home, and his sister-in-law's 3rd child was also a girl. Now that his brother had become a formal worker with a good driving job, and his sister-in-law was also a formal worker, their living conditions had improved, even affecting their health, and they had missed the time for his sister-in-law's 3rd pregnancy. Chapter 64. Refining the Spiritual Artifact Robe after the summer vacation began. Tong Yue found a few odd jobs and renovated the courtyard, replacing the doors and windows that needed changing in the front and main courtyards. and replaced the severely worn blue bricks on the ground with blue stone slabs. He had initially planned to do the renovations in spring, but since he and Du Lingshuang were in class every day, they had no time to supervise the workers at home, so they decided to wait until summer vacation. The courtyard where Tong Yue lived was located in the crescent alley of Dightonman Street, relatively close to Dongzhimen, but a bit far from Beijing University, about 10 kilometers away. At night, Du Lingshuang lay in Tong Yue's arms and said, "Dear, I've been working hard on my cultivation these past few days. But why does it feel like my speed has slowed down a lot compared to before? The refined spiritual energy is also less than before. What's going on?" Tong Yue thought about his own cultivation process and replied, "That's quite normal. Previously, you were in the early stage of qi refinement, so it was normal for the cultivation speed to be fast. Now, you're approaching the 4th level of qi refinement, which is the mid-stage of qi refinement, and it will slow down. Every cultivation stage has its hurdles. Tong Yue didn't have any qi refinement pills in hand, so he could only rely on cultivation time to accumulate spiritual energy in his dantian and compress it to lay a solid foundation for breaking through. The previous fast cultivation speed was due to being in the early stage of qi refinement. It's like school. First-grade topics are easy, but second-grade ones are more difficult, and the topics get progressively harder. Once Du Lingshuang breaks through to the 4th level of qi refinement, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Wife, now that you have spiritual awareness, you can refine this spiritual artifact robe. Once you refine it, you can wear it and change it into any style of clothing with your mind. This spiritual artifact robe can protect you from harm, and you won't need to do laundry anymore. Just wash your underwear." Du Lingshuang took the spiritual artifact robe, and as for how to refine the spiritual artifact, Tong Yue had already taught her before, and she had also looked at the introduction in the jade slip, so there was no need for Tong Yue to tell her again. Seeing Du Lingshuang starting to refine the spiritual artifact robe, Tong Yue checked again in his ring, but didn't find the materials for crafting a storage ring. Although he didn't know what these materials were for or what they could create, he knew they were of a higher grade than the materials for crafting a storage ring. The ring mostly contained spirit stones, and there weren't many other items. It was likely that the original owner of the ring wasn't proficient in alchemy, artifact forging, or formations, possibly thinking that with enough spirit stones, they could buy anything, so they exchanged the herbs or materials they found for spirit stones. But this was just Tong Yue's speculation. No one knew what the original owner's thoughts truly were. The energy and violent shock waves produced by explosions could cause some meteors in flight to deviate from their trajectories, and these meteors would pass through the atmosphere and fall to the planet. Tong Yue was still a student and needed a letter of introduction to travel far, so he didn't have time to search for meteors across the country and could only look for opportunities in the 4-9 city area. After Du Lingshuang refined the spiritual artifact robe and put it on, she used her mind to change it into a dress style and then happily switched between various styles like a little child. Tong Yue drew a style of a super short skirt from the future on paper and said, "Wife, try wearing it like this." Du Lingshuang glanced at the style of the super short skirt, and after using her mind to transform the spiritual artifact robe into a super short skirt, her pair of fair, delicate long legs were exposed, instantly making Tong Yue's eyes shine, and he couldn't help but reach out his hand. "Ah, so itchy." Seeing the sparkle in Tong Yue's eyes, Du Lingshuang felt secretly delighted. This guy actually liked looking at her long white legs. The two were in a passionate moment, gazing at each other when suddenly they heard someone knocking on the door outside. Both were taken aback, and Tong Yue quickly used his spiritual awareness to check. Finding that it was the mailman again, Du Lingshuang hurriedly used her mind to change the super short skirt back into a dress. While she was willing to let Tong Yue see her long legs and even touch them, she didn't want anyone else to even think about it. "Hello. Thank you for your hard work." Tong Yue signed for the telegram handed to him by the mailman. "For the people, it's no trouble at all. It's my duty," the mailman said before riding away on his bicycle. Tong Yue noticed that the shirt on the mailman was soaked with sweat, leaving a ring of salt stains. The telegram was sent by Guo Yunqing, saying that he and Sui Wei would arrive in the capital tomorrow morning and asked Tong Yue to buy 2 train tickets for them to Jin province for the afternoon. As he was worried about not having enough time, it seemed that their relationship had progressed. Sui Wei was going to meet Guo Yunqing's parents. These two were quick in their actions. He wondered if they would last long. Tong Yue handed the telegram to Du Lingshuang and added a statement that puzzled her. "Why can't they last long? Don't you believe in them?" "That's not it. I just feel they're a bit too impulsive. Without experiencing the rainbows, how can they face the storms? If they find out they're incompatible after getting married, they might end up divorced. Bah. You're just talking nonsense about them. Divorce isn't that easy. Instead of wishing them well, you bring up divorce. Tong Yue then remembered that in this era, the divorce rate was very low. Unlike in his previous life where it was open, and couples could just divorce whenever they wanted. In this day and age, even if two people feel incompatible, they will make do with each other and rarely mention divorce. If they were to divorce, they would be laughed at. This is not something we need to worry about. Let's just go with the flow. Anyway, after we get married, I won't divorce you unless you want a divorce. Don't say such things. I would never divorce you. So don't even think about leaving me. Chapter 65. Liang Jian's thoughts. Gui Yunqing and Su Yiwei got off the train and saw Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang coming over with their luggage. The train left at 2:30 p.m., just in time for lunch before boarding, so there's no need to go home. Su Yiwei wore a happy smile and chatted with Du Lingshuang beside her. It's normal for trains to be delayed. The weather is cool in the northeast. While here it's so hot it feels like our bodies are about to dry up. I brought you some ginseng. Make some soup to nourish your body. You've been eating well these past few years, but you haven't gained any weight. Yes, my parents have agreed. We'll get married after we graduate. How about you? Are you crossing any lines now? Hey, let me tell you. Doing that is really addictive. The feeling is almost heavenly. If I had known it would be this good, I would have gotten old Gu into bed a long time ago. You big pervert, and a female pervert at that. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Nonsense. You're the one like that. I could just choke you, you female seductress. After having lunch at a nearby restaurant, Su Yiwei gave Du Lingshuang some northeast specialties, pine nuts, hazelnuts, black fungus, and half a pound of deer antler. Gui Yunqing gave Tong Yue 2 3-dan ginseng roots he bought in the northeast. Su Yiwei has 2 younger brothers. Back in the day, when they were encouraging educated youth to go to the countryside, Su Yiwei's maternal grandfather used connections to send her to her grandfather's home in the countryside, which is also her hometown. So, Su Yiwei's experience in the countryside was not much different from living in the city. After seeing Gui Yunqing and the others off on the train, Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang rode their bicycles home. When they reached the alley, they saw Du Yueshuang and a man standing in the shade in front of their house. Sister, brother-in-law, what brings you here? Don't you have to work today? Haven't you checked the calendar since your vacation? Today is Sunday. We don't work. So I came with your brother-in-law to see you. In this era, most men have their hair styled in a 3, 7 or 4, 6 part, while those with crew cuts are mostly soldiers, and the bald ones are mostly former prisoners. There are some jokes people often tell here. In 1965, dating was in vogue, and those with disabilities were out of luck, while those with a good hairstyle had hope. Hello, my name is Liang Jian. Liang Jian's father is a district chief. Originally, he planned to marry into the Du family because Du Yueshuang's uncle, Du Guoxuan, was a minister and could help him out. However, Du Guoxuan had long been disappointed with the Du family. He saw that his second uncle's family was unambitious and only wanted to use the family girls for alliances to gain support from in-laws, which had spread outside. Once Du Guoxuan stopped caring for his second uncle's family, Liang Jian lost hope, so he wasn't as nice to Du Yueshuang before marriage. The old man, Du's intentions were guessed by the Liang family. They also wanted to use the marriage to build a relationship with Du Guoxuan, which is why they agreed to the union. So, while the old man Du was scheming against others, others were scheming against him too. Besides, Du Yueshuang wasn't that pretty. If she could keep the Liang family in check, they would let the benefits flow to the Du family. After the failure of this marriage, the old man Du turned his attention to Du Lingshuang, who was much prettier than Du Yueshuang. Almost every family in the city knew that the Du family had such a beautiful girl. Additionally, with Du Guozhu's promotion and Du Guotai's secret efforts, several second-tier families' young men remembered Du Lingshuang and were waiting for her to graduate from university to propose. The reason Liang Jian came to Tong Yue was that he saw that both of his brothers-in-law's jobs were arranged by Du Guoxuan. After some inquiries, he learned that this was Du Lingshuang's doing. He didn't understand why Du Guoxuan valued Du Lingshuang so much. Did he want her to marry someone? Thus, he thought about using his connection with Du Lingshuang to get Du Guoxuan to arrange a good job for him too. Today, when Du Yueshuang came to see her sister Du Lingshuang, he took this opportunity to come along and even bought a watermelon as a gift. Seeing Du Lingshuang today, Liang Jian thought she was even more beautiful than before, and she was exactly the kind of girl these big families liked. He felt he was right in his assumptions. However, when he saw Tong Yue, this handsome young man, and realized he was Du Lingshuang's partner, he felt something was off and that his assumptions might be wrong. Liang Jian's internal thoughts seemed slow to describe, but it was only a matter of seconds before the group entered the courtyard, walking to the stone table under the grape trellis and sitting on the stone benches. Du Yueshuang hadn't seen her sister in a while, and since today was Sunday, she came to see Du Lingshuang. Liang Jian also said it had been a long time since he saw his sister-in-law, so he came along to check on her studies. Lingshuang, I heard you went to your uncle's house recently. Could you mention to him when you go back that he should arrange a better job for your sister? She is too tired working at the factory. After the four sat down and exchanged some small talk, Liang Jian began to speak, and his tone was like that of an adult teaching a child. The reason Liang Jian didn't mention his own job was that he wanted to arrange Du Yueshuang's job first before bringing up his own. After all, Du Yueshuang was also from the Du family. Mention it to uncle? Brother-in-law, don't joke around. How could I talk to my uncle? The last time I went to my uncle's house was a coincidence, and in front of outsiders, he couldn't lose face and just let me sit for a bit. Upon hearing Liang Jian's words, Du Lingshuang understood what he was thinking. She didn't mention that her uncle only let her visit because of Tong Yue. She quickly made up a lie to brush it off. She looked down on Liang Jian from the bottom of her heart, mainly because he treated her sister poorly and was very calculating, always looking for shortcuts. Calling him brother-in-law was just to give her sister face. When Liang Jian heard Du Lingshuang say this, disappointment immediately showed on his face, but he was good at pretending. His expression quickly returned to normal, although both Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang noticed it. Chapter 66. Robert is back after Du Yueshuang and her husband drank tea for a while. Liang Jian noticed Tong Yue took out some cigarettes to entertain him, which still had filters. He smoked a few heavily before they took their leave. Your brother-in-law is very scheming. Your sister can't outsmart him. They don't have any feelings for each other. I think it might be better to get a divorce. Divorce isn't that easy. If the news gets out, people will point fingers at us on the street. Sigh, what is wrong with you today? Why do you keep suggesting others get divorced? I just see them as being incompatible and not being on the same wavelength. It's not like we have such a tacit understanding. What is the point of living like this? You're right. I've noticed that too. But it depends on what my sister thinks. If she doesn't want a divorce, it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Forget it. This isn't something I should worry about. Let's eat watermelon. We shouldn't waste it since we brought it. No one disturbed them anymore, and it continued like this until the start of university. Guo Yunqing told Tong Yue that his family was very satisfied with Su Yue. The four of them had a meal together and then went back to their own homes. After the university started, Tong Yue and the others were all in their third year. They did not attend the welcome party held at the university. After more than half a year of cultivation, Tong Yue felt that the spiritual power in his dantian had increased significantly, and he hoped to break through to the 6th level of qi refining before the year ended. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refining was a hurdle. Without the aid of elixirs, one could only rely on compressing the spiritual power in the dantian until it reached its limit before breaking through. Therefore, after listening to Tong Yue's explanation, Du Lingshuang was not as eager to break through as before. Robert arrived a few days earlier than expected, reaching Long Country at the end of September. After taking Tong Yue's science fiction novel back with him, he published it in over a dozen countries and made a fortune. Director Wang had now become Secretary Wang. When he received a call from Robert at the embassy, he was overjoyed and immediately called the university to ask Tong Yue to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since he was going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs anyway, he also went to the dormitory to grab the documents translated by Li Jigang and Lu Chongwei. Haha, Tong Yue is here. That guy named Robert arrived this morning. He called me as soon as he got to Beijing and asked you to meet him at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Upon hearing that Robert had arrived early, Tong Yue complained about him. Don't take them seriously. Be firm when you need to be. These foreign devils are spoiled by certain people. As long as you let them make money, they would even call you dad. Tong Yue waved his hand dismissively, leaving Secretary Wang dumbfounded by his words. Oh dear Mr. Tong. It's so wonderful to see you again. I'm so happy. When Robert arrived at the office and saw Tong Yue, he was excited to give him a hug. Tong Yue pushed him away before he could get close, saying, Don't get too hands-on. Let's talk business. Why are you so excited? Robert didn't mind Tong Yue's attitude. He saw him as a god who could help him earn dollars, so he didn't care what Tong Yue did as long as it helped him make more money. Secretary Wang had just reminded Tong Yue when he saw him push Robert away, and Robert didn't show any signs of anger. He finally believed Tong Yue's words. These foreign devils are indeed shameless. Mr. Luo, welcome to Long Country. Our previous collaboration was very pleasant. By the way, you know I'm a well-known writer. Today I brought a new work. I wonder if you're interested in collaborating again. Oh my god, are you serious? Let me see it. I believe Mr. Tong, this great writer, won't disappoint me, Robert exclaimed, then smiled and flattered Tong Yue as he took the manuscript from him. The Terminator? That title is very intriguing. Let me check the content. Robert was surprised when he saw the title and began to read the manuscript. When he saw that the content was about an 800 series robot from the future appearing on this planet through a time-space channel, he became very interested. The robot looked exactly like a human, but its skeleton was made of steel. Its purpose was to kill the mother of the rebel leader to prevent the rebel leader's birth, while the rebels also sent someone through the time-space channel to protect the mother of the rebel leader. Upon reaching this point, Robert's interest surged. But he first thought about how if the book could be made into a movie simultaneously, it would surely be a hit. This book consists of 3 volumes, divided into 3 parts, each with a different storyline. If you're interested, we can sign a contract as per our previous agreement. Additionally, if you're interested in turning this series into a movie, we would need to sign a movie rights agreement and a theater revenue sharing contract. Robert did not expect Tong Yue to propose such stringent conditions, not only a movie rights agreement, but also a theater revenue sharing contract. After considering for a while, he started discussing the theater revenue share and movie rights with Tong Yue. Eventually, they agreed that the first part of the Terminator would be split 50-50, while the second part would follow the previous 40-60 split, with the third part having the same split as the second. Tong Yue knew that the first and second parts would be the most profitable, while the third part might not do as well, but why refuse free money? The two signed the contract under the supervision of the Embassy of the Beautiful Country and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Long Country, and they had it notarized. Mr. Tong, I wonder what genre your next book will be. After signing the contract, Robert was curious about Tong Yue's new work, as he happened to have a plan in mind. For my next book, I'm planning to write about Jurassic World, focusing on the dinosaur era. I think after you read Jurassic World, you'll definitely be interested in making a movie about dinosaurs. Chapter 67. Robert's gift. This time, Robert came to Long Country, bringing Tong Yue a double-door refrigerator, an 18-inch color television, a camera, and some small gifts like a pen, a lighter, and a Swiss Army knife. Tong Yue accepted everything without hesitation. Robert made a lot of money from his book, so what was a little gift? Besides, he had gifts to return. Peking duck from Bianyufang, 8 kinds of Beijing snacks, and a box of ergwo liquor. After school in the afternoon, Gui Yunqing and Tong Yue went to the school gate to wait for Du Lingxiang and Su Yue to come out. Du Lingxiang came out with Su Yue, chatting and laughing as they walked, and Du Lingxiang occasionally playfully hit Su Yue. Male classmates in the campus were shocked to see the usually cold and serious Du Lingxiang laughing and playing with a girl. She had never smiled at boys before. Du Lingxiang attracted attention during class, and when going to the cafeteria, leading some classmates to develop crushes on her. But she would throw away love letters without even looking at them. Only when Du Lingxiang saw Tong Yue did her expression soften, although she never smiled at him. However, some observant classmates noticed that although Du Lingxiang never smiled at Tong Yue, her eyes always carried a hint of a smile when looking at him. Only Gui Yunqing and Su Yue knew how affectionate Du Lingxiang and Tong Yue were. Sometimes Gui Yunqing wondered, even though Tong Yue saved Du Lingxiang, they didn't know each other before, yet she was truly set on marrying him. Wife, I'm giving you a surprise today. Look at what we have at home. What is this? Did you spend money again? Du Lingxiang took out a short sword about half a foot long from her backpack and opened the wooden box. Oh, this is a refrigerator. It's so big, bigger than the one at Uncle's house. Where did you buy it? This is a gift from Robert. He also gave me a color television and a camera. Maybe he couldn't wait and came early. The contract has already been signed. Wow, this TV is so big. It's my first time seeing such a large television. Back in Grandpa's room, there was only a 14-inch black and white TV, and Grandpa treated it like a treasure, not letting anyone touch it. By the way, did you buy an outdoor antenna? Tong Yue placed the refrigerator in the kitchen and the television in the living room, planning to set up an outdoor antenna on Sunday, although there weren't many TV stations in this era and not many programs available. The only domestic film is from Lakai, and the photos taken with it are somewhat distorted. Tong Yue is not interested in television. He hardly watched it in his previous life, but Du Lingxiang enjoys watching TV. However, she refrains from watching it at night to focus on her cultivation, only watching during the day regardless of what is on. By the 3rd year of college, Tong Yue had already finished all his textbooks, and with Du Lingxiang's newfound spiritual awareness, her studies have become much easier. Their grades have always been among the top in their class. During the National Day holiday, They took a 2-day break and rode their bicycles to the suburbs. Near the 49 city, there is the Yinshan mountain range, where they planned to cultivate and hunt some game. After leaving the city, Tong Yue noticed the sparse pedestrians on the main road, so he put away their bicycles. And they both used the wind control technique to fly along the small paths deep into the mountains. After about 10 minutes, they arrived in the mountains. And the wind control technique was faster than a car. It was Du Lingshuang's first time using the wind control technique outdoors, and with Tong Yue guiding her. They easily navigated over small ditches and patches of forest, significantly increasing their speed. Once they reached the foundation establishment stage and learn how to fly with swords, their flying speed will surpass that of airplanes, making it possible to go to the moon. Yes, we need to work hard on our cultivation and aim to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible so that we can travel abroad then. As October arrived, the animals in the mountains had become plump. They quickly hunted a few wild rabbits and chickens. During this time, they also discovered a group of wild boars. But Tong Yue did not take action. Instead, he had Du Lingshuang kill 2 large wild boars to help her get accustomed to the smell of blood. After all, if she could not even kill animals, how would she dare to kill people in the future? Du Lingshuang was surprisingly immune to the smell of blood. She did not feel nauseous at all when she saw the blood spurting from the wild boar's neck. Moreover, she was not disgusted and even carried the large boar's head, saying she would make pig's head cake from it to add a dish to their dinner table. Later, Tong Yue learned that she had visited the city's slaughterhouse to buy animal organs and had seen workers killing pigs and sheep there. When they reached their previous cultivation spot, Tong Yue took out the array flags to set up a defensive formation and used spirit stones to arrange a gathering formation. They then sat cross-legged inside the defensive formation to cultivate. They cultivated until the evening, during which Du Lingshuang prepared 2 beggars' chickens. They decided not to return home, as the air in the mountains was fresh and the spiritual energy was denser than in the city, so they planned to go back the next day. Just after they finished eating the wild chicken, they heard a few crisp gunshots in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The mountains were silent at night, and the animals that had been active during the day had already gone to sleep in their nests. The gunshots echoed far away. Quickly extinguish the fire. You stay here, and I'll go check the situation, Tong Yue said, not wanting Du Lingshuang to follow him. With the defensive formation protecting her, he was not worried about her safety. Chapter 68. The treasure site deep in the mountains. Tong Yue used the wind control technique to rush toward the location of the gunfire. At night, he could use his spiritual awareness to check without needing a flashlight. A few minutes later, he saw 2 beams of flashlight moving back and forth in a valley ahead, along with 3 men carrying rifles. 2 of them were lifting 2 wolves with sticks. Baka, little wild, why aren't you shining your flashlight on the road? What are you shining it over there for? Could it be the Japanese? What were these 3 Japanese doing deep in the mountains? Were they looking for the treasure left behind before? Tong Yue had seen many news articles in his previous life, saying that after surrendering, the Japanese left behind a lot of gold and silver treasures looted from Dragon Country, and since they surrendered unconditionally, they could no longer take these things with them. So they hid them in the nearby mountains, waiting for an opportunity to retrieve them later. Since he had discovered these 3 Japanese, Tong Yue decided to follow them. Fortunately, he had learned Japanese before and could understand their language. Let's talk about it in a few days. If we can't find the treasure site, we'll just go out. Winter is coming, and it will snow here, making it even harder to find the treasure site. We can only go back home and come again next spring. Matsuda-kun is right. We need to speed up our search in the next few days. These 3 Japanese had been in Dragon Country for more than half a month, wandering around the mountains looking for the treasure left by their father. Due to the decades that had passed and the 3 years of natural disasters, the bark of the trees in the mountains had been stripped away for food. The injured wild wolf had escaped, and they planned to take the dead wolf back to roast it. During this more than half a month, their supply of compressed biscuits was almost finished, so they were hunting for game in the mountains. Tong Yue followed the 3 Japanese and saw them enter a natural cave. 2 of them began to skin and cut the meat, while the other one went to a nearby stream to fetch water with a broken jar. Afterward, he grabbed his body and walked into the bushes, searching his body first, finding some Dragon Country currency, a watch, a pen, and a piece of paper that looked somewhat old, but it was only a third of it. He shot a fireball and turned this Japanese into ashes. Is the meat ready? I've brought the water, Tong Yue shouted as he approached the cave entrance with the jar, fearing the 2 Japanese might suddenly shoot at him. All right, wash the meat clean before roasting it. Little wild, Go find some dry branches, he heard the other Japanese say as he went to gather firewood, which made Tong Yue feel relieved. He took the jar and entered the cave, suddenly reaching out to grab Yamamoto's neck, and with a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. In each backpack, there were not only pistols, but also 3 grenades and 2 boxes of matching bullets, as well as some yen and dollars, a few changes of clothes, 2 daggers, a lighter, and toilet paper. These 3 Japanese were well prepared. Tong Yue casually stored the 3 backpacks into his ring, then shot another fireball, turning the Japanese named Yamamoto into ashes. Before long, footsteps could be heard from outside. Come quickly, we've been waiting for you. Tong Yue walked out of the cave and saw Little Wild carrying some dry branches, walking over. He reached out as if to take the branches from Little Wild's hands, but instead grabbed his neck. Little Wild, seeing someone come to take the firewood from him, did not even think about who it was, only noticing a blurry figure. Then he felt a large hand gripping his neck, and just before he died, he heard the sound of his throat bone cracking. Little Wild did not even feel the pain before Tong Yue crushed his throat bone. After taking care of the 3 Japanese, he collected everything they carried and shot out another fireball to turn Little Wild's body into ashes. He then took out the 3 treasure maps he had found, pieced them together, remembered the treasure map's location, and casually shot a flame to turn the 3 maps into ashes. After checking the terrain nearby, he found that the position he was standing in was somewhat low. So he used the wind control technique to leap to the top of the tallest tree to survey the terrain of the mountains. Under his spiritual awareness, he soon found the location of the treasure map, but instead of looking for the treasure map, he returned to Du Lingshuang. Did you find anything? Who fired the gun? Are you all right? Du Lingshuang hurriedly asked him as soon as she saw him return, even reaching out to check if he was hurt, especially since there were gunshots earlier. I'm fine. There were 3 Japanese. Tong Yue recounted what had just happened. So you killed those 3 Japanese? That's great. Why didn't you call me over? I also want to kill some Japanese soldiers to practice. Tong Yue originally thought that Du Lingshuang would be scared upon hearing that he had killed someone, but to his surprise, she became excited and complained that he didn't bring her along. This left Tong Yue a bit confused. Why wasn't Du Lingshuang afraid of killing? Instead, she wanted to kill Japanese soldiers, which wasn't her usual character. Why do you want to kill Japanese soldiers so much? Aren't you afraid of death? The Japanese have killed so many of our Longwa people. Shouldn't they be killed? Besides, what's there to be afraid of in killing Japanese soldiers? They aren't even human. It's less uncomfortable than when you see the blood flowing out while killing a wild boar. All right. I will definitely give you the chance to kill Japanese soldiers in the future. For now, let's start practicing. Tomorrow we'll go treasure hunting again. Tong Yue knew that in this era, people of all ages, regardless of gender, would want to kill Japanese soldiers upon hearing about them. Unlike some young people in his past life who acted like sycophants and forgot the hatred of their ancestors, they were truly unworthy descendants. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Du Lingshuang urged Tong Yue with her spiritual sense to stop practicing and quickly find the treasure location, which was the priority. The two soon arrived at a valley, which Tong Yue had seen from the top of a big tree the night before. In this valley, there was a vertical cliff about several dozen meters high. Next to this vertical cliff, at a height of 2 or 3 meters from the ground, there was a cave blocked by a large stone. In fact, it wasn't a single large stone, but several small stones cemented together to block the cave entrance, with vines hanging down from the cliff perfectly covering the cave opening. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these hanging vines had been deliberately led over from the crevices in the cliff. Both Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang possessed spiritual senses, and they quickly discovered dozens of large wooden boxes inside the cave, as well as more than a dozen iron cabinets wrapped in oil paper. Chapter 69. Refining storage rings for safety's sake. Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang first used their spiritual senses to control their spiritual swords to cut open the stone blocking the cave entrance. They also used the spiritual swords to sever the connection between the detonator and the explosives before finally cutting through the stone at the cave entrance. After waiting for about 10 minutes, once the foul air in the cave had dispersed, they used the wind control technique to leap into the cave entrance. Inside 2 of the iron cabinets, there were various ancient books, most of which were related to traditional Chinese medicine, and there were quite a few medical prescriptions as well. These treasures had been scavenged or robbed during times of war, judging by the amount of gold and silver. The ancestors of these 3 Japanese soldiers must have held significant positions, as ordinary soldiers wouldn't have been able to acquire so much. Moreover, It would only be officials who could have soldiers transport such large wooden boxes into the mountains to hide them. Perhaps the soldiers who transported these boxes were also killed by the ancestors of these three people, as only the dead could keep secrets. Tong Yue quickly grabbed a piece of the void stone and took out a jade slip to check. After confirming that it was indeed a void stone, he felt immense joy and promptly stored it in his ring. He glanced at the materials in the ring and thought that with such a large piece of void stone, he could use the materials in the ring to replace the other two types, as these materials were all high grade and should be sufficient for refining a storage ring. With this in mind, he took out the void stone and cut off a piece the size of an apple with his spiritual sword. He then cut small pieces from the other two types of metallic or materials. The steps for refining artifacts are similar to those for alchemy. First, the materials are transformed into liquid, then impurities are removed, and the liquid is refined to its purest form. After that, the liquid is condensed into a mold using spiritual sense, and various array patterns are engraved on the mold. A storage ring requires defensive arrays to prevent it from being shattered by the opponent's attacks during a battle. With protective defensive patterns, the storage ring is less likely to be smashed by an adversary. The void stone itself possesses spatial properties, so when Tong Yue was refining the storage ring, he only needed to expand the space of the void stone itself, and then engrave stabilizing patterns inside the ring's space to secure it. He would then engrave defensive patterns on the outside, and the storage ring would be successfully refined. Most of the items in these iron cabinets were various ancient paintings and calligraphy, likely stored in iron cabinets to prevent moisture. They were wrapped in oil paper and then covered with a layer of waterproof oilcloth to ensure that the damp air in the cave wouldn't penetrate the iron cabinets. With a loud bang, the ring in Tong Yue's hand exploded into powder, and he was blown backward out of the cave, landing several meters away before stabilizing his stance. Fortunately, he was protected by his spiritual artifact robe, and a white light flashed across it, blocking the impact from the explosion. Upon hearing the explosion and seeing Tong Yue fly out of the cave, Du Lingshuang hurriedly followed him out. Seeing that he had landed safely, she felt somewhat relieved. But worried that he might be injured, she forgot to check his condition with her spiritual sense and began to feel around his body. "You scared me to death just now. What if something happened to you? What are we going to do? Let's not refine artifacts anymore. Let's go home, okay?" Du Lingshuang had a trace of fear on her face, and her eyes showed concern, speaking in a pleading tone. "It's nothing to worry about. Besides, I have my spiritual artifact robe to protect me. I'm fine." Tong Yue reassured her and leaped back into the cave to gather the iron cabinets before cutting another piece of void stone. This time, he chose a piece of wood attribute or material along with a piece of metallic attribute material instead of using the metallic materials again. The explosion earlier had been caused because he detected a sharp aura within the metallic materials, which couldn't coexist with the spatial aura of the void stone. Forcing the array to merge the three materials had resulted in a violent conflict, triggering the explosion. This time, using wood attribute materials would neutralize the sharpness. With the experience from the first refining, the second refining process was much faster. In less than half an hour, he held a storage ring in his hand. He expanded the space within the ring to the size of a football field, with a height exceeding 100 meters. Seeing that Tong Yue was refining again, Du Lingshuang didn't try to stop him this time. She knew that he had a stubborn personality. No matter how difficult the task was, he would persist in doing it. She liked this aspect of him, just like the saying goes, "Nothing is difficult in the world as long as one is willing to climb." "Wife, this storage ring is for you. After bonding with your blood, you can use it." Tong Yue happily emerged from the cave, holding a silver-white ring adorned with intricate patterns. "You were refining the storage ring when it exploded? I would rather not have this storage ring than see you get hurt." Du Lingshuang took the ring, threw herself into Tong Yue's arms, hugged him tightly, trembling with excitement, and tears glistening in her eyes. All right, it's nothing. There are risks in everything we do. Should we just stop doing things? How can we continue to practice when we encounter difficulties in the future?" Tong Yue gently patted her back. The two returned to the place where they had previously cultivated. Du Lingshuang then dripped blood on the ring to acknowledge its ownership, putting it on her left hand's ring finger and deliberately showing it off. "I heard that wearing a ring on the ring finger signifies that the person is married, so anyone who understands this won't come to bother me again. After my birthday next year, we will go get our marriage certificate." Tong Yue calculated the days. It was now October, and in about half a year. By March next year, he would turn 22. "Really? I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." Du Lingshuang jumped up in excitement. After being out for a day and having this big event happen, they stopped cultivating. Tong Yue took out most of the gold and silver treasures from the ring and let Du Lingxiong store them in her ring. Chapter 70. The human heart is hard to gauge after busying themselves for half a day. Tong Yue finally reorganized the items in the ring into categories. Du Lingxiong looked at the gold and silver treasures, antique paintings, several $1,000s, and over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, along with several thousand Dragon Country currency. Tong Yue also sighed inwardly. Ever since he started cultivating, acquiring worldly wealth had become incredibly easy. He obtained things that would take ordinary people a lifetime to acquire without any effort at all. He also chased away a money leopard and caught over a dozen wild goats, which Du Lingxiong stored in her ring after butchering them in the creek, as she usually cooked at home. In the past 2 days since the holiday began, they had harvested a lot in the deep mountains: wild boars, wolves, wild rabbits, chickens, and mountain goats. This meat would be enough for the two of them to last until the new year. I bought a wild goat caught by villagers. We'll roast goat meat for dinner tonight. You go buy 2 boxes of beer. Yue and I will help Lingxiong skewer the meat. Or else she'll be too slow on her own. That lazy guy Gui Yunqing directly bought 10 boxes of beer and had a cart driver deliver them to Tong Yue's house. What the heck? Why did you buy so much beer? Tong Yue exclaimed when he saw the cart driver unloading so many beers. Fine. You decide, but I not only bought a goat, but I also got a wolf. Stewing wolf meat should taste good too. I reckon wolf meat is similar to dog meat. Hearing about the wolf meat, Gui Yunqing got excited but mentioned wanting the wolf skin. It's already been skinned. You can take it, but you'll need to find someone to tan it. That's easy. Just look for a shop that sells skins. They have masters who specialize in tanning animal skins. As long as you pay, they can help you with it. Can your dad buy carpets? You really have a good dad. Ask him if he wants another son. I'll recognize him as my godfather. Get lost. My dad only needs 1 son, and you want to share the inheritance? Don't even think about it. The taste of the wild goat is really delicious, especially that distinct goat smell, which is stronger than the mutton sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Tong Yue didn't expect that Su Yue, a girl, would actually like this goat smell. Du Lingxiong was not very fond of it, and didn't eat much of the skewers. Gui Yunqing was from Jin Province, near Inner Mongolia, and was used to eating beef and mutton from there, so he was already accustomed to the goat smell. Tong Yue, on the other hand, automatically filtered out the goat smell and enjoyed the tender roasted goat meat with beer. After about 2 hours of eating, Gui Yunqing and Su Yue were both drunk. Seeing them in that state, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong had to lift them and place them on the heated Kong in the east wing, covering them with a quilt. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold this season, and the alcohol would dissipate in their bodies, so they wouldn't freeze at night. The next morning, Su Yue woke up first. Seeing Gui Yunqing asleep beside her and the somewhat unfamiliar furniture in the room, she remembered that they were at Tong Yue's house. Lao Gua, wake up, wake up. Su Yue pushed aside Gui Yunqing's arm resting on her and pinched his nose. Gui Yunqing finally opened his eyes. Don't mess around. Let me sleep a bit longer. We're at Lao Tong's house. What are you still sleeping for? Hurry up, or they'll laugh at us. Su Yue pulled Gui Yunqing's arm, forcibly getting him up. We drank too much last night. I guess Lao Tong saw we couldn't go back, so he let us sleep here. No worries. You go buy breakfast. I'll wash my face and use the restroom first. After Gui Yunqing got up, the effects of the alcohol wore off quickly, and he soon figured out what had happened. Today we have to go to school. Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong had cultivated until midnight last night, so they got up a bit earlier today. How much did we drink last night? Gui Yunqing sat at the dining table, eating youtiao and soup dumplings, and finally asked Tong Yue. Over 2 boxes, and you insisted on drinking baijiu later, which added up to almost half a jin of baijiu. What the heck? We drank so much. No wonder we couldn't go back. I can't drink that much in the future. This was at your house. If it were outside, it would have been embarrassing. What is the difference between my place and yours? I have plenty of rooms. You can sleep wherever you want. If we were drinking outside, I wouldn't let you drink that much either. Right. Your house is just like mine. We'll continue drinking tonight. After breakfast, Du Lingxiong and Su Yue cleaned up the dishes while Tong Yue and Gui Yunqing rode their bicycles, taking Du Lingxiong and Su Yue to school. As October began, the temperature started to drop, leaves on the branches fell, leaving only bare branches, and people began to wear thicker clothes. After the reform and opening up, some small vendors appeared on the streets, and some young people secretly sold electronic watches, calculators, and cassette tapes of Hong Kong and Taiwan songs at the mall entrance. Tong Yue's roommates, Li Jigang and Lu Chongwei, had earned some money translating documents during this time. Lu Chongwei saw classmates selling electronic watches at school, which could sell for dozens of yuan each. After a few days of inquiry, he wanted to get into this business, thinking it was faster to make money than translating documents. Li Jigang advised him, as they often worked together on translations and their relationship grew closer. Lu Chongwei would share his thoughts with him. Lao Li, how much can you earn translating documents? Look at Tong Yue. He doesn't do it anymore. I guess he found an easier way to make money, which is why he gave us the translation work. Lu Chongwei's words implied some dissatisfaction with Tong Yue. Li Jigang, having experienced many things, could easily pick up on the undertone in his words, which created a rift in their relationship. Li Jigang remembered that Tong Yue had helped him, and he would always cherish that friendship. If it hadn't been for Tong Yue helping him find this temporary translation job, his family's living conditions would still be impoverished. He also couldn't afford to buy toys for the kids or clothes for his wife during the new year, nor could he give his parents money. All of this was thanks to Tong Yue's help. Lu Chongwei had also earned some money, but he was thinking about making big bucks and had already forgotten how Tong Yue guided him in translating documents. Now he even blamed Tong Yue for not pulling him up when there was a chance to make big money. The human heart is hard to gauge, and greed is insatiable, as seen in Lu Chongwei. Li Jigang didn't know what Tong Yue was doing or why he stopped translating documents. Later, when he saw Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong joking together, he assumed Tong Yue was in a relationship and didn't have time for translations anymore. And he even tried to advise Tong Yue. You are still young, and there's no rush to date or find a partner. Besides, whether you and Du Lingxiong can develop a relationship is still uncertain. She is only interacting with you to repay your life-saving grace. So don't let this delay your ability to earn money. Li Jigang was kindly advising him, and Tong Yue understood in his heart that if he were an ordinary person, he might have listened to Li Jigang's advice. Chapter 71. Preparing to go home for the new year on Christmas Day abroad. The book Terminator began its full release in European and American countries. Some readers, upon seeing the author's name, immediately became interested, as they had previously read the book Starship Troopers. After reading the book synopsis, the readers quickly bought the new book to enjoy at home. However, they encountered the leader of the human resistance, as the 800 robots traveled back in time to kill the resistance leader's mother, preventing the leader's birth. This book quickly garnered interest and caused a sensation in European and American countries. Seeing the book's excellent sales, Robert immediately notified the printing factory to print an additional 3 million copies to distribute across Europe and America. Tong Yue guessed that Terminator would definitely be a hit, but he didn't expect it to explode in popularity. This was largely due to the success of Starship Troopers, which had made many readers remember him. While Terminator was becoming a sensation, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiong were deep in the mountains, breaking through their cultivation levels. The spiritual energy in his dantian had been compressed to the extreme. With just one push, the energy erupted, breaking through the barrier of the 6th level of qi refining. After releasing his spiritual consciousness, he could see nearly 400 meters away, more than double that of the 5th level of qi refining. Tong Yue thought to himself that it seemed effective to cultivate without the aid of elixirs. Even though the speed was slow, the foundation was solid. Before the winter break, Tong Yue received a letter from his elder brother, asking him to come home for the new year. His brother mentioned that his little nephew was already over a year old and had learned to walk and talk, yet had not met his second uncle. Your second brother is studying outside and doesn't come home. You have money but don't care about him, leaving him all alone and miserable during the new year. You're such an irresponsible big brother. Tong Yue, with memories from 2 lifetimes, had long figured out the villagers' personalities. They would envy those with money while being indifferent to those without, and the old ladies were used to gossiping. In families without a strong will, after listening to outsiders' gossip, the couple would often fight when they got home. His father was also indifferent to family matters, only working hard in the fields to earn work points. And he favored his younger brother, Xiaoyong, in his heart. However, in this life, since his elder brother had a son, it was uncertain whether his father would still favor his younger brother. But his mother would definitely favor the youngest son. Tong Yue was very clear about this. When he was born, it happened during a time of famine, and the family was already struggling to make ends meet, yet he was born. His mother almost wished to give him away or abandon him. After contemplating, Tong Yue decided to go home and take a look. If the family had improved, he might consider visiting more often in the future. If it remained the same, he wouldn't return. Only his sister had protected him. He remembered when he was a child and went out to play. Upon returning home, His mother scolded him for not working and beat him with a stick. It was his sister who blocked the stick with her body, allowing their mother's blows to fall on her back instead. He saw his sister in pain, tears streaming down her face as she tightly hugged him, shielding him from their mother's punishment. From that moment on, he vowed to protect his sister when he grew up. Should he go back during the winter break or wait until just before the new year? Du Lingxiang had heard about his family situation, so she never asked him about it in front of him. Let's go back on the 25th of the 12th lunar month. After the new year, we'll come back. I mainly want to see my sister. I miss her. All right, I'll buy some rare items to give to my sister then. Du Lingxiang also knew that Tong Yue was closest to his sister. Anyone who treated Tong Yue well would also be regarded as family by Du Lingxiang. Are you going home for the new year this year too? That's right. If you don't go home for the new year, it's like wearing fine clothes without showing them off. You should check in on your family. During lunch, Tong Yue mentioned to Gui Yunqing about going home this year. I mainly want to see my sister. I don't really miss anyone else. Your sister treats you really well, unlike mine, who is always scheming behind my back to get more of the family fortune. Tong Yue recalled that in his past life, some wealthy families had brothers fighting over inheritance, and some ruthless ones even secretly harmed their relatives just to monopolize the family wealth. Put on this talisman. It can save your life in critical moments. This thing works? All right, I'll listen to you. Gui Yunqing quickly took it after seeing Tong Yue's serious expression. Drop a drop of blood on it, wear it around your neck, and never take it off, even when showering. Jian Gua and the others wear them. They can withstand 5 bullet shots. Wow, is it really that magical? Since they all wear it, I won't take it off either. Hearing that Li Jiangua and the others wore talismans, Gui Yunqing immediately took out a small knife to prick his finger and let a drop of blood fall on the talisman. He saw the drop of blood merge with the talisman and immediately felt a connection between it and his mind, causing him to open his mouth to shout. But Tong Yue quickly covered his mouth. Wow, where did you get this talisman? Do you have more? I want to take one home for my parents to wear too. Oh, and give one to Su Yue as well. Hey, do you think this is like selling cabbages, 2 cents a pound? Let us discuss it next year. Just don't let it slip out. Fine, I'll give you another one. Otherwise, if Su Yue sees the talisman hanging around your neck tonight, she'll definitely come asking me for one. Tong Yue thought about how they both lived together, and at night they might be up to no good. Gui Yunqing's secrets couldn't be hidden from Su Yue. Moreover, with Su Yue's boldness, she would definitely come to ask for one. You should have taken it out earlier. Otherwise, you know how strong-willed my wife is. You're smart. I'll give you a surprise tonight. Chapter 72. Gui Yunqing and Su Yue in the afternoon. Before school was out, Gui Yunqing finished class early and left, skipping the self-study period. Today, Su Yue rode her bicycle and returned home with Tong Yue and the others. When they reached the door, they saw Gui Yunqing waiting outside, chatting with a cart driver while smoking. Is this a Sanyo tape recorder? Is it powered by both electricity and batteries? How about it? Isn't this a surprise? Gui Yunqing stood up, no longer chatting, and lifted the cardboard box from the back of the bicycle. Is this what you call a surprise? This is indeed a surprise. Do you have any tapes? Du Lingxiang unlocked the door, and Tong Yue pushed the bicycle with one hand while reaching into Gui Yunqing's pocket with the other, pulling out 2 boxes of tapes. This is what you call a carpet. It feels really nice to the touch, and my feet won't get cold standing on it. Du Lingxiang untied the cloth strips, revealing a large roll of wool carpet inside. Tong Yue opened the cardboard box and saw that it was a dual cassette tape recorder. After plugging it in and inserting a tape, he pressed the play button, and the speaker immediately echoed with sound. Sweet, sweet, you smile so sweetly, just like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Upon hearing the gentle song, Du Lingxiang immediately recognized who sang it. To lay down this carpet, Tong Yue even had to cut a few centimeters off the wood at the bottom of the door, otherwise the door wouldn't open. Wife, from now on, we can sit on the carpet to practice at night. No need to sit on the mat anymore. Du Lingxiang took off her shoes and even her socks, revealing her fair and delicate little feet. After walking back and forth on the wool carpet a few times, she couldn't help but praise it. What is this? Is it something good? It looks like jade, but not quite. Where did you get this? Su Yue spoke freely at home, letting go of herself completely, with her northeastern accent, but she would speak Mandarin at school. Gui Yunqing whispered mysteriously, pulling out a dagger that Tong Yue had given him, gesturing it towards Su Yue's fingers. Hey, you woman, you don't recognize a good person's heart. Can I still kill you? Gui Yunqing quickly dodged Su Yue's outstretched hand, afraid he might accidentally cut her. Is this real? Seeing Gui Yunqing's serious demeanor, Su Yue didn't snatch the dagger away. She knew Gui Yunqing wouldn't lie to her. Despite their playful teasing at times, they both acted seriously when it came to important matters. Of course, just try it and you'll know. Look at the one hanging around my neck. I had to talk to old Tong for a long time to get it back. Others can't get it. Huh. Why do I feel a connection with this amulet? Su Yue pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the amulet. Seeing the blood merge into the amulet, she immediately felt a connection in her mind. This amulet can withstand 5 bullets. You mustn't tell anyone, not even your roommates. This thing can save your life at a critical moment, understand? I understand, dear. You're the best to me, the closest. Having a friend like old Tong is truly your blessing. Of course, I met old Tong on the first day of registration. Later, I found that old Tong is strong-willed and decisive. He doesn't seem humble just because he comes from the countryside, but instead is full of confidence. Even Li Jiangguo and the others are willing to approach him. You don't know who Li Jiangguo is, right? Let me tell you, Li Jiangguo and the others are. Where are Li Jiangguo and the others? Why haven't I seen them at school? Su Yue was surprised to hear that Li Jiangguo and the others were from 3 generations of elite families. Her parents held some official positions. But compared to these elite families, they were far behind, so she quickly asked. They all went to the army, arranged by their families. We spent more than half a year together, and I got along well with them. I think by the time they come back, they will definitely have been promoted. You need to maintain a good relationship with them. Although our family has money, we have no power or influence and could still be bullied. My parents can't help much. It all depends on our generation. I know. Before coming to school, my dad told me to make some sincere friends. Although old Tong has no money or power, Du Lingshuang does. Look how good she is to him. She seems to want to give him her heart. Su Yue only saw that Du Lingshuang was good to Tong Yue and thought it was a way to repay Tong Yue's life-saving grace. But she didn't understand Du Lingshuang's family background and never mentioned her family matters when talking to her. Du Lingshuang's uncle is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Public Security, and Du Dongliang has a good relationship with Tong Yue. Du Dongliang is Minister Du's son. So they have this connection. Du Lingshuang really keeps her mouth shut. I thought our relationship was good, but I didn't expect to know nothing about her family background. This is not her fault, as Du Lingshuang's character is such that she doesn't like to show off, which is probably why old Tong likes her. Actually, I feel old Tong is very mysterious. Just take this amulet. If someone knows it can withstand bullets, wouldn't those elite kids all come to curry favor with him? Despite her outwardly carefree demeanor, Su Yue was very shrewd. Otherwise, how could she have found Gui Yunqing, the rich heir? What you said makes sense. But old Tong told me he learned all this from an old Taoist when he was young, and the things the Taoist knows are quite mixed. Like your shamans over there, very mysterious. Don't think too much, just maintain a good relationship with old Tong. It's time for us to do our part. Let's see who concedes first this time. On the afternoon of the 25th of the 12th lunar month, Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang boarded the train with 2 bags. It takes an overnight train from the capital to the county town where Tong Yue is located. At this time, trains were slow, and tickets were tight before the new year. There were more thieves on the train, and Tong Yue saw several groups of thieves squeezing in and out on the train. Not knowing if they succeeded, he didn't bother with these trivial matters. After getting on the train, Tong Yue let Du Lingshuang sit by the window while he took the seat by the aisle. This was Du Lingshuang's first time taking a train, mainly because her family had no relatives in other places, and she went to university in the capital. Seeing so many people on the train, she was very curious, and once the train started, she looked out the window at the scenery. The train stopped and started until after 10 o'clock the next morning, arriving at the county town more than an hour later than scheduled. As soon as they walked out of the station, they heard someone calling him, little you. Over here. Tong Yue looked in the direction of the voice and found that his brother-in-law, Li Monsong, had come to pick him up. Brother-in-law? How did you know I was coming back today? Tong Yue respected this brother-in-law, mainly because he treated his sister very well, and they had never quarreled in their lives. I heard from your brother that your sister asked me to pick you up. This young lady is. Oh, brother-in-law, this is Du Lingshuang, my girlfriend. Her family is from the capital. Lingshuang, this is my brother-in-law. You should call him brother-in-law too. Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Du Lingshuang. Li Monsong, having served in the army and seen the world, did not show the awkwardness that rural people often display when meeting city folks upon seeing Du Lingshuang. Of course, sending gifts with money is a given, but it's crucial to find someone who can get things done. It's worse if you spend money but can't find someone capable of handling it, ultimately ending up with nothing. This kind of thing is not uncommon. The vehicle that brother-in-law was driving was a Isuzu truck, which could seat 3 people comfortably. After being away from home for 2 years, Tong Yue felt a surge of emotions returning to his familiar doorstep. Brother-in-law still had to go to work. After dropping them off at the village entrance, he turned back. It's hard to turn around in the village with a truck, so Tong Yue didn't let him go into the village, planning to visit his sister the next day. Oh, uncle is back. Although the 2 nieces hadn't seen Tong Yue for 2 years, they recognized him at a glance, mainly because Tong Yue hadn't changed much. He had just grown taller, and his skin was a bit fairer than when he was at home. His appearance hadn't changed much. Bigya, Arya, are you on vacation? Both girls were now in school. Bigya was in the 3rd grade, and Arya had just entered the 1st grade. Ever since his brother listened to Tong Yue's advice and started as a temporary worker, then learned to drive, and later followed Tong Yue's suggestion to make his sister a formal worker, now the whole family blindly trusted Tong Yue's words. As soon as the 2 girls ran over, they stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at Du Ling Shuang, who was following Tong Yue. They had never seen anyone as beautiful as Du Ling Shuang. The women in the countryside, working hard in the fields, all had rough skin and didn't know how to dress up. How could they compare to someone like Du Ling Shuang from the big city? Anne Er's 2 little girls timidly called out to Du Ling Xue. Hearing the girls call her Anne Er made Du Ling Xue feel a bit shy, so she quickly took out a bag of milk candies and 2 boxes of snacks, handing them to the little girls to cover her embarrassment. Thank you, Anne Er. You look really beautiful, just like in the paintings. Really? Then I'm truly honored. Hearing that she was beautiful made Du Ling Xue very happy, and she patted the heads of the 2 girls. Mom, I'm back. Tong Yue saw his mother in a daze and greeted her. Hello, Auntie, I'm Du Ling Xue, Tong Yue's girlfriend. Du Ling Xue introduced herself as well. She had heard Tong Yue talk about his mother, but out of politeness, she introduced herself. Ah, good, good. It's cold outside. Hurry and come in. His mother was momentarily stunned, showing a hint of an awkward smile. She hadn't expected her not-so-favored second son to bring back such a beautiful daughter-in-law, who even greeted her. Tong Yue and Du Ling Xue returned to their room and found that it wasn't as messy as before, perhaps because the new year was approaching. The house had undergone a thorough cleaning. Otherwise, the place where his younger brother, Xiaoyong, lived was hardly better than a pigsty. After he left home, the room had been occupied by his younger brother alone, so now that he was back, where was he supposed to stay? If it were just him, it would be fine, but there was also Du Ling Xue. He quickly used his spiritual sense to scan the area and saw that the originally large room used for storing medicinal materials had been renovated, divided into 2 bedrooms and a living room. Uncle, my dad said your house is over there, built this autumn. He said you can live here when you come back. The eldest girl followed him into the house and pointed to the house on the west side while telling Tong Yue. Great, then let's live in the west side. Tong Yue glanced at the house he had lived in for over 10 years, feeling a bit reluctant, then took his luggage and led Du Ling Xue to the west side. The house there had new doors and windows, and the roof was covered with newspapers. By the window was a clay kong, covered with a straw mat and a new kong quilt. There was a cabinet at the head of the kong containing his old bedding, all washed clean. And the room was quite warm. Tong Yue guessed that his older brother knew he would be coming home for the new year, so he had his sister-in-law tidy up the place during her free time. I've never slept on a clay kong before. Su Yue said it's very warm to sleep on. Du Ling Xue saw the clay kong in the room, reached out to touch the kong quilt, and felt it was indeed very warm. Grandpa, uncle is back. A voice from outside was heard from the second girl. Tong Yue looked through the window and saw his father, wearing a half-cotton jacket and holding a little boy wrapped in his arms, walking back from outside. Dad, I'm back. This is my girlfriend, Du Ling Xue. This must be my little nephew. Tong Yue brought Du Ling Xue outside to introduce her to his father. The little boy in his father's arms opened his big eyes, looking at the 2 of them. His father might have been seeing his eldest grandson. Or possibly because of the improved living conditions after the household contract system was implemented. At least they could now eat fine grains. His complexion looked much better than before. It's good that you're back. Take her inside. It's cold outside. Don't let her freeze. His father didn't say much, as he didn't know how to talk to girls. Although he already had a sister-in-law, seeing a city girl like Du Ling Xue still made him feel a bit inferior. Du Ling Xue noticed the little boy looking at them and took out some milk candies to give to him. The child's face immediately lit up with a smile upon seeing the milk candies, and he took them and stuffed them into his mouth. Wait, you have to unwrap the candy wrapper first before you can eat. Tong Yue quickly stopped him, unwrapped the candy, and then put it into his mouth. The child was so happy after eating the milk candy that his eyes squinted with joy. Uncle and Auntie, it's time to eat. While Tong Yue and Du Lingxue were tidying up in the room and taking out some things they had brought back from the ring, they heard the eldest girl calling them from outside. Lunch consisted of steamed buns, millet porridge, and a large bowl of mixed vegetables made with cabbage, vermicelli, and tofu, with a few slices of fatty meat added. I didn't know you were coming back today, so we just prepared something simple for lunch. His father sat at the dining table, explaining this to them. This was mainly because Du Lingxue was present. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have spoken like this. His mother was holding the little nephew and feeding him, and it seemed that after having the eldest grandson, the parents knew how to take care of the eldest brother's family now. Tong Yue didn't ask why his younger brother Xiaoyong didn't come home for lunch, and no one else mentioned it. Du Lingxue, however, found the mixed vegetables very tasty. These steamed buns are better than what you buy, and this tofu tastes better than what they make in the city, and the millet porridge has a nice layer of oil on top. Chapter 74. The town's market. After lunch, Du Lingxue helped to clear the dishes, and his mother didn't stop her. His father, holding his eldest grandson, looked at the hard-working Du Lingxue, then glanced at Tong Yue, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Perhaps he was also happy for Tong Yue. Dad, this afternoon we're going to the town to buy some things. Is there anything we're missing at home? Your elder brother said they would get some items for the new year at their unit, so he didn't let me buy any New Year's goods. Now that you're back, just see how it goes. The two little girls each took one of Du Lingxue's hands and led her out, chatting away as they walked, while Tong Yue followed behind them. So Xiao Yu is back. How's university? How many more years do you have? Xiao Yu is back. Going to the city is really different from staying in the village. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Oh, eldest and second girl. Who is this you're holding? This is my Aunt Air, my uncle's wife. They're back for the new year. Xiao Yu is back. Is this your wife? She is really pretty. You guys don't understand this. In the city, this is called having a girlfriend. By the way, city girls are indeed prettier than rural girls. Look at this girl. She is so fair, has such black hair, and her clothes have no patches. Your chubby brother can eat well, but if he wants to go to university, he still needs to work harder. What else can you think? That biased one used to look for trouble with Xiao Jun when he didn't have a son, but now that Xiao Jun has a son, look at her face. It's changed immediately, every day calling out my eldest grandson. Oh, how adorable. It's really disgusting. She used to treat the second son poorly. But now that she sees the second son is doing well and brought back such a beautiful girlfriend, she must regret it now. There's always gossip among villagers. Some envy Tong Yue, some are jealous of him, and there are even those who talk behind his back. That's just how it is in the countryside. The women gossip about everything every day. In some shops in the town, pop songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan were playing loudly, making it hard to hear anything over the music. It attracted many young people who stood by the shops listening to the music, some even jotting down lyrics while listening. Tong Yue and Du Lingxue held on to the two little girls, worried they might get lost in the crowd, and first went to the meat stall to buy 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of beef, seeing someone selling candied hawthorn. They also bought 2 sticks for the 2 little girls. There were clothing stores in the town, and they went in to buy the 2 little girls new clothes. Then bought them each a pair of cotton shoes, along with some sunflower seeds, candy, and biscuits, preparing to head home. A few local delinquents hanging around the market, upon seeing such a beautiful woman as Du Lingxue, had their eyes widen. A few of them immediately squeezed through the crowd, hoping to take advantage of the situation. These delinquents were imagining that if they could just talk to this beautiful girl, maybe she would take a liking to them, and that would mean their lives weren't wasted. Tong Yue saw the young people squeezing over and immediately knew what they were thinking. He slightly released his aura, and the nearby crowd instantly felt a gentle, yet powerful force pushing them aside. The few small thugs also staggered back a few steps. Tong Yue and Du Lingxue carried their things and led their 2 nieces out of the crowd, walking towards the dirt road leading to Yuhe village. The thugs, seeing Du Lingxue and the others leaving, hurriedly followed. Wait, you took the wrong things. Get lost. Tong Yue was too lazy to talk to them. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have turned them to ashes with a fireball long ago. With a shout, Tong Yue directly injured their internal organs. The 3 of them felt as if they had been struck hard in the chest with a hammer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow, Uncle is so powerful. The 2 nieces saw the thugs chasing after them, and, upon seeing they didn't look like good people, were frightened to the point of turning pale, tightly holding on to Du Lingxue's hand. They didn't expect that just a shout from their uncle would make them spit blood, and they immediately cheered up. After returning home in Yuha village, they saw that their elder sister-in-law had already come back from work and was riding a new bicycle. Although the model was a bit heavy, it was considered a luxury in the village. Little Yu is back. This must be my sister-in-law. She's really pretty. People from the city are different from us country folks. Their elder sister-in-law had become a formal worker. She spoke more confidently and dressed like a worker from the county, showing a significant change from her time in the village. She knew that it was all thanks to Tong Yue's suggestions that both she and her husband had jobs, ensuring them a pension after retirement, which meant they had security for their later years. Therefore, upon seeing Duling Shuang, she was very warm and welcoming. Hello, I'm Duling Shuang. Hi, let's talk inside. It's too cold outside. You don't want to catch a chill. The elder sister-in-law led Duling Shuang to the east room, and the two nieces followed. Tong Yue put the things he bought in the kitchen. In the afternoon, the elder brother also came home from work, having bought a roast chicken and some pig head meat. With the new year approaching, vehicles were rarely dispatched from work, and the tasks before the new year had long been completed, so he was just resting at the driver's station. The elder brother had a restless personality and sometimes helped his colleagues with things, maintaining good relationships with them at work. Little Yu is back. Was it Full Warehouse that picked you up? He called me and said you brought your partner back. You must treat her well. Younger brother Xiao Yong also came home. He had grown taller but still spoke arrogantly, not caring if there were guests at the table, and directly took a chicken leg first. Their father glared at him, but the boy pretended not to see and didn't talk to Duling Shuang. The elder brother's gaze was filled with anger, wishing he could slap him. But in front of Duling Shuang, he had to hold back. Tong Yue didn't care about this younger brother at all and treated him like a stranger. However, Xiao Yong, relying on his mother's pampering, looked down on everyone. When he saw the watch on Tong Yue's wrist, he reached out to grab it. Second brother. Your watch looks great. Give it to me. Why should I give it to you? Get lost. Tong Yue swatted his hand away. Mom, I want a watch too. Buy me one like that. Okay, I'll buy it tomorrow. Their mother immediately agreed. What do you need a watch for? You're so young. Your elder brother doesn't even have a watch at work. You're not getting one. Their father glared at their mother and picked up his chopsticks to hit Xiao Yong, but seeing that Duling Shuang was watching, he put them down again. Xiao Yong noticed his father was angry and didn't say anything more. Since the birth of this nephew, their father had been hitting him more than before. He was afraid of getting beaten, so he thought he would wait until no one was around to secretly talk to his mother. Chapter 75. Giving ideas to the elder brother after an unpleasant dinner. Duling Shuang and the elder sister-in-law went to talk in the room while Tong Yue and the elder brother sat in the living room smoking. This kid Xiao Yong is finished. He's spoiled by his mother. He doesn't listen to his father, and with his mother protecting him, he's almost gone bad. I've heard from people in the village that he often skips school. Tong Yue didn't listen to his elder brother's nagging and didn't want to hear about younger brother Xiao Yong. With their mother protecting him, no one could control him. The elder brother took the Seiko watch, seeing it was almost new, thinking Tong Yue bought it for him, and stood up to go to the room. Forget it. This was a gift from a friend. What money do you need? I specifically brought it back for you. Tong Yue remembered how his elder brother had worked hard to support him through school. Although he felt dissatisfied in his heart, he never said anything hurtful. It was just that the elder sister-in-law often complained, which was quite normal in the countryside. Generally, sisters-in-law were not nice to their brothers-in-law. The elder brother happily checked the time with him and put on the watch, then mentioned the housing allocation at work. If you want a house, you can go find the leaders and buy a house from them. In this way, the leaders will receive money, and your relationship with them will improve. In the future, if there are any benefits, they will think of you. This isn't something you need to worry about. Tomorrow, when you go to work, just find the leaders and casually mention that you want to buy a house. Ask if they have any suitable ones. Once you buy a house in the county, you can transfer your household registration there and let Dia and Arya go to school in the county, which has much better education than in the countryside. As for these old houses at home, you can keep them to live in after retirement. Or you can just get rid of them and ask Tong Jinghua for a piece of land to build a new house later. Tong Yue knew how valuable rural household registration would be in the future, but it was only the 1980s now, and it was the time when commercial grain was valuable. Moreover, after the elder brother retired, with a pension, there would be security. It didn't matter where the household registration was. Sister Tong Shui had given birth to a son, raising her status in the family. Her husband Li Mansong's parents were eager to support her. Yesterday, I heard your brother-in-law say you brought your partner back. This must be my sister-in-law. The two nephews looked at Tong Yue but didn't dare to speak. When Tong Yue left, his elder nephew Li Feng was only 3 years old, and didn't remember much. After 2 years, he had no memory of Tong Yue. Du Lingshuang gave Sister Tong Yue a lady's watch, a pair of leather shoes, a wool scarf, and a women's coat. Seeing so many gifts, Sister Tong Yue was moved to tears, praising Tong Yue for finding such a good partner. Tong Yue also gave his brother-in-law a watch and took out some milk candies, snacks, biscuits, cakes, and a big pile of treats, making the two little nephews excitedly circle around him. Brother-in-law Li Mansong's parents insisted on keeping them for dinner after seeing Tong Yue brought so many things, but Tong Yue found an excuse to politely decline. Before leaving, Tong Yue took out a stack of money and stuffed it into Tong Yue's pocket, not waiting for her to say anything, and pulled Du Lingshuang away. When Tong Yue returned to the room and took out the money to count, she was shocked to find it was 1,000 yuan. Although Tong Yue had sent her money before, it was always 100 yuan at a time, which already felt like a lot. Now with so much money, how could she not overthink it? Could it be that Tong Yue did something illegal outside? That evening, when Li Mansong returned home, Tong Yue told him about the money. Husband, how could Xiao Yu have so much money? He had sent me several hundred yuan before, and now he's taking out so much money again. I don't think Xiao Yu is that kind of person. He is very steady in his actions. These money are probably earned by him, as it's easier to make money in the city than in the countryside. He is also a college student, intelligent and educated. So making money shouldn't be too hard. It might also be money from his girlfriend. From the way she carries herself, she doesn't seem like a girl from an ordinary family. After Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang left his sister's house, there weren't many people on the streets in winter. The villagers stayed home, huddled on their kangs, and seeing that there was no one around, the two of them used their wind magic to rush into the mountains behind. In the mountains on their side, there were wild rabbits, wild chickens, wild boars, and so on. They went to the mountains to hunt a few wild rabbits and chickens, just in time for the new year to add some dishes to the family table. In the afternoon, when they came out of the mountains, Tong Yue was carrying 8 wild rabbits, 13 wild chickens, and a wild goat he pulled out from his ring. When they returned home, his sister-in-law was already off work. Her workplace had a holiday today, and she had come home early after receiving the benefits from her job. Xiao Yu, you came back and caught so much prey. Your brother went hunting in the mountains on Sunday, and didn't he even catch a feather? Seeing that Tong Yue had brought back so much wild game, his father quickly asked his mother to boil water and prepare it. His younger brother Xiaoyong was not at home again, and Tong Yue didn't bother to ask where he had gone. In the evening, when his brother came home, he talked to Tong Yue. The method you mentioned really works. Our deputy station master wants to sell his house, a 3-bedroom apartment, for 1,500 yuan. Once the house is divided next year, it will be directly transferred to me. It turns out I'm not the only one doing this. Lao Gao and Lao Lu in our unit are doing the same. So I told you, it's not complicated. Do you have enough money on hand? When the new house comes, you'll need to renovate and buy furniture. You can take this 1,000 yuan first. Okay, I'll take it first. I'm also worried that the money in my hand won't be enough. I'll slowly pay you back after I get my salary with your sister-in-law. By the way, how do you have so much money? His brother realized to ask after taking the money. I earn 300 to 400 yuan every month by studying and helping those units translate foreign documents. My girlfriend's family also has money, so I rarely spend any, and now I've saved up a few thousand yuan. Translating documents pays that well? It seems studying is indeed good. With education, making money is easier. In the future, I want my 2 nieces to study hard and strive to get into college. After listening to his explanation, his brother couldn't help but sigh, and he started to pay more attention to the education of his 2 daughters. Next year, we really will buy a building. Xiao Yu, you've earned so much money while studying. We need to let our 2 daughters also study well and eventually get into college. His sister-in-law and brother lay on the calm, discussing the house. When they heard that Tong Yue had given them 1,000 yuan, his sister-in-law was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Just thinking about moving into a building next year made her feel delightful. Celebrating the new year in the countryside is livelier than in the city. Now that people's living conditions have improved, every household buys firecrackers for the new year, and the entire Yuhe village is filled with smoke. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the young people in the village went out of their homes to visit the elders. His brother also took Tong Yue and his younger brother Xiaobao to pay New Year's greetings to their uncles. Originally, his sister-in-law, as the daughter-in-law, was supposed to go with them to pay New Year's greetings, but since Du Lingshuang came, she stayed home to talk with her. When Tong Yue went to pay New Year's greetings to Uncle Lenin, he also brought some cigarettes, alcohol, and candies for him. But he didn't give anything to the other uncles. When they went to Sanguzi's house, he left 50 yuan for San Guzi's old mother, as it's not easy for her to take care of her grandchildren. When the old lady saw Tong Yue come to pay her New Year's greetings and gave her so much money, she had tears in her eyes and insisted that her grandson bow to Tong Yue. Chapter 76. The debtors came knocking on the second day of the new year. His sister's family came back to their parents' home. His mother saw that the gifts brought by Tong Yue were quite a lot, and she welcomed them with a smile, also giving each of her 2 grandsons a dime as New Year's money, which was considered generous after so many years. At noon, the men sat at one table and the women at another. The food was quite lavish, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but the taste was slightly lacking. And the wine was the fungio that Tong Yue had bought. However, his father pretended not to see it. Tong Yue glanced at his father and didn't he know what he was thinking. He didn't he know how to teach Xiaoyong. He was already so big and should understand some things by now. His sister also noticed that Xiaoyong had run out. She was not like her brother. And since Xiaoyong was this big, he still didn't he understand anything. If this continued, the villagers would definitely talk. How old is he? A teenager. At the age when he knows nothing. He'll be fine when he grows up. You can't stop him from eating. His sister-in-law glanced at Du Lingxiang, revealing a wry smile. She had seen through this mother-in-law, and fortunately, after moving next year, she wouldn't have to come back to see them. So let the mother-in-law handle it. Is Tong Yong at home? When will he pay us back? He said he would pay before the new year. And now that the new year has passed, we haven't seen him. 5 or 6 young men came in from outside, wearing military coats, their waists bulging as if they were carrying knives or daggers. This is the IOU, a total of 120 yuan. This is the debt he borrowed from us after losing a bet. Since we often play together, we didn't charge him interest. Where's the IOU? You say Xiaoyong borrowed money, but there must be evidence. You old man, don't you know who we are? Come here. Someone is killing. His mother saw the shiny knife and immediately shouted loudly. Put down the knife first. Let us talk. The few people at his brother's table saw that they were moving their knives and quickly went out of the room. His father grabbed a wooden stick. Tong Yong borrowed our money, saying he would pay before the new year, but we haven't seen him at all. Yesterday was the first day of the new year, not a day for debt collection, so we could only come to find him today. So it's like this, then you can go find him. If he doesn't pay, just chop off his hands, cut his fingers, and if that doesn't work, dig out his kidneys and sell them to pay off the debt. No, I'll give you the money, just don't chop off his hands. Old man, go get the money. Hearing Tong Yue's words and seeing that the young men were holding knives and daggers, his mother immediately shouted at his father. Take it, damn it. You can chop him if you want. I don't want this son anymore. Just take him away. His father raised his hand and slapped his mother, then pointed at her and began to curse. His sister-in-law pulled Du Lingxiang and Tong Yue to leave, and the 2 nieces also ran after them. His brother and brother-in-law Li Mansong exchanged glances and turned to take Tong Yue away. Let them go find Xiaoyong. At such a young age, he has already learned to gamble and even dared to borrow so much money. If it weren't for the mother's indulgence, would he dare to borrow money to gamble? Uncle, don't say that. It's illegal to arrest people. Besides, our money didn't come from the wind. It's all saved up from frugality. Please, be kind and return the money to us. We promise not to lend him money again. Damn it. We'll talk about it later. His father knew that if he didn't give the money, these young men would make a scene at home, which would be a disgrace. He turned and went back into the house to get the money, giving it to the young men. Look at what kind of child you've raised. He actually dared to borrow money to gamble. If I don't break his hands and feet today, I won't be surnamed Tong. Father vented a few words before angrily leaving the house. Mother quickly followed him out, wanting to find Xiaoyong and make sure he hid well, lest the old man find him. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him this time. Didn't she see how everyone in the house was hiding far away? If Xiaoyong wasn't managed properly, he would be ruined in the future. As the elder brother, he should discipline him more. Brother-in-law Li Mansong took a puff of his cigarette and started to discuss how to discipline Xiaoyong. Me? Before I could even say a few words to Xiaoyong, my mother defended him and accused me of meddling. My father is also a man of few words. I want to see how they handle this. The elder brother smiled bitterly. He had thought about managing Xiaoyong, but he couldn't get past their mother's defense. So how could he discipline his younger brother? If there were no parents around, being the elder brother would mean he could just beat Xiaoyong, and outsiders wouldn't say anything. It's normal for brothers to discipline each other. But now that the parents were still alive, it wasn't his place to manage his brother. I won't be coming back to this home anymore. I will send money back every month on time. If you all want to visit the capital city or drive through the 49th city, just come to my house. I bought a courtyard there. You bought a courtyard? You're still in school. Where did you get all that money? Upon hearing about the courtyard, brother-in-law Li Monsong also wanted to ask how Tong Yue got the money, so he could report back to Tong Yue. I self-studied German, French, and so on at university. Through Li Jiangwo's connections, I translated documents for some units in the capital, and I get paid according to the word count of the translations, earning several hundred yuan a month. Li Jiangwo. Isn't that the one who came to the countryside with us? The elder brother knew about Li Jiangwo and the other educated youth. Yes. These educated youths have significant connections in the capital. The leaders of some units give them face, and he introduced me. It seems that Li Jiangwo and the others are quite decent. With their support, we can rest assured about you studying in the capital. Tong Yue's words were a mix of truth and lies, but the elder brother and the others wouldn't investigate. That night, Xiaoyong didn't come home for dinner either. It's likely that after mother found him, she informed him of the situation, scaring him so much that he didn't dare return home. No one knew where he was hiding. The next morning, Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang said goodbye to their family, preparing to return to the capital. The elder brother, sister-in-law, 2 nieces, and a nephew sent them to the village entrance. Father looked at him with eyes that seemed to want to say something, but he didn't speak. Dad, take care of yourself. You can't rely on Xiaoyong anymore. You need to keep a backup plan and take care of your eldest grandson more. Tong Yue exchanged a few words with his father, slipped some money and a watch into his pocket. After all, this was his biological father. Blood ties can't be severed. And in that moment, he felt soft-hearted again. Be careful outside. If you don't want to come back to this home, then don't. Chapter 77. Income of $10 million on the morning of the 4th day of the new year, the two returned to their home in the courtyard. Du Lingshuang didn't take to heart what had happened in Tong Yue's family. Tong Yue only had one younger brother who was going down the wrong path, while her family had 2 uncles and 4 cousins, each of whom was even more troublesome than Tong Yue's brother. Since I got into university, I haven't thought about going back. If it weren't for the letter from my elder brother, I really wouldn't have planned to return home. I originally thought that after 2 years of not coming home, the situation would change, but it turned out to be no different from before. Forget it. Let us not talk about that. Let us tidy up the house. After staying for 7 or 8 days, the house was protected by a barrier, so there was no dust. The two simply cleaned up and then sat cross-legged on the carpet to practice. In the following days, they returned to their previous lifestyle habits, resting in the morning and after lunch. Tong Yue would write, while Du Lingshuang would brew him a cup of tea and then practice spells. After the 5th day of the new year, the national factories and units began working again. It wasn't like in the past life when they would only start work on the 7th day of the new year, and university wouldn't start until after the Lantern Festival. On the morning of the 8th day of the new year, Du Dongsheng rode his bicycle to the courtyard to find him. Tong Yue, my uncle called and said for you to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director Wang is looking for you. Come in and take a break. It's so cold outside, and they made you run all this way. I won't go in. I'm still working and just took a short break to come out. I'll come back when I have time. You should head over soon. After Du Dongsheng finished speaking, he rode away. Tong Yue went back inside, told Du Lingshuang about it, and then rode his bicycle to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is the manuscript fee Robert sent you. This time you've generated $10 million in foreign exchange for the country. Minister Liu plans to arrange for you to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after you graduate. Great. Just hearing that is enough for me. I've benefited from you. They will soon remove the deputy from my title. Director Wang's attitude towards Tong Yue became increasingly friendly. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. One was promoted, and the other became wealthy, with a pleasant cooperation. There's a small matter. Can you help me exchange some dollars? A relative of mine is going abroad. What is the problem? Just tell me how many dollars you need. I'll mention it to President Chun. It shouldn't be a big issue. $2,000. It can be a bit higher than the bank rate. No problem. I'll bring the dollars to you tomorrow morning, calculated at the bank rate. If it's higher than the bank rate, that would be embarrassing for me. Tong Yue thought to himself that if it was higher than the bank rate, then what was the difference from the black market? He didn't rely on this to get rich anyway. Besides, there were still some dollars in the ring, so it was just right to give them to him. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, Tong Yue went to the National Bank, exchanged the dollars for Dragon Kingdom currency, and deposited it in his savings account. Now he had over 60 million Dragon Kingdom currency in hand. Once the next 2 installments of Terminator came out, he would have over 100 million assets. If he could turn all 3 Terminator films into movies, the money would probably come in like a gale. Did Robert send you the manuscript fee? How much did you earn this time? As soon as Tong Yue returned, Du Lingshuang guessed it, looking at him with hopeful eyes. After settling at the bank, my savings book increased by 50 million Dragon Kingdom currency. And Director Wang told me I would be arranged to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after graduation. This was personally stated by Minister Liu. 50 million? Dear, you're amazing. And your job is also secured. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a great unit. Hearing about so much money and that his job was arranged, Du Lingshuang immediately got excited and hugged his arm, cheering. Actually, I haven't thought much about the job. With so much money, it's enough for us. Why bother working hard? Cultivating diligently is the right path. You're right. We should focus on our cultivation. Immortality is the goal we pursue in this life. The next morning, Tong Yue went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs again, took $2,000 to give to Director Wang, and exchanged it for 10,000 Dragon Kingdom currency at the bank rate. Riding his bicycle back, he pondered whether to participate in work after graduation and what to do about Du Lingshuang's job. If both of them didn't work and stayed home every day to cultivate, he felt unwilling to waste his second chance at life. Thinking about the Plaza Agreement in a few years and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, he didn't want to miss the opportunities to make money from these foreigners. Additionally, there were many money-making opportunities from significant events that occurred internationally in his previous life, yet having so much mundane money was of no use. It couldn't buy spiritual stones or elixirs. After a long struggle, he returned to the courtyard without disturbing the resting Du Lingshuang, as he planned to make lunch for her. Since Du Lingshuang moved in with him, she had mostly been the one cooking, and he had rarely cooked. He first steamed a pot of rice, then made boiled beef, stir-fried lamb with scallions, shredded potatoes, and sour spicy cabbage, and finally prepared a pickled vegetable and shredded meat soup. After he finished these dishes, Du Lingshuang just woke up, smelling the aroma of the food. She walked into the kitchen and saw that Tong Yue had made lunch by himself. She felt sweet in her heart and smiled happily. You just finished cooking as I woke up. What great luck I have in food. Tong Yue affectionately scratched her prominent nose. Finding such a good man like you, who can earn money and cook, isn't that just the fortune I cultivated in my past life? Speaking of earning money, I have 10,000 yuan here. Take it and use it. Tong Yue handed her a bundle of cash. Is this money exchanged for US dollars? Where you keep it? I don't use much money. Besides, I still have quite a bit here. All right, then I'll just keep it for now. Tong Yue didn't say anything more and went back to writing. The new book he was writing was part of the Jurassic World series, divided into 3 parts. According to his memories from his past life, he knew that once this series was adapted into a movie, it would definitely become a huge hit. Chapter 78. 2 roommates fight on the night of the Lantern Festival. Du Lingshuang felt that the spiritual power in her dantian had been compressed to the extreme. She felt it could no longer be contained, and there were faint signs of an impending breakthrough. Tong Yue quickly took her deep into the mountains to prevent her from causing a huge disturbance at home after breaking through. In the middle of the night, Du Lingshuang broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. After school started, the roommates all returned to school. Tong Yue noticed that Lu Chongwei no longer looked at him with gratitude. Instead, there was a hint of jealousy in his tone when he spoke. His words left Chun Yaohui confused, but Wang Hailong caught on and exchanged glances with Li Jigang and then shared a smile with Feng Jiantao. Tong Yue didn't pay attention to Lu Chongwei's words. He was busy packing his things. After moving out, he still had some items left in the dormitory and had come back to retrieve them after school started. Old Lu, what do you mean by that? Even though we live in the same dormitory, I feel like we have nothing to do with each other. What the hell are you trying to say? Hey. I didn't say that about you. I heard there are people who pick up gold and silver, and there are also those who pick up curses. I'm really speechless about you. Lu Chongwei quickly explained, but his later comments were joking with Chun Yaohui, which Chun misunderstood as Lu mocking him. You scoundrel. Giving face and not wanting to be slapped, huh? Let's go? To the playground. Whoever doesn't go is a servant. Lu Chongwei was also angered by Chun Yaohui's insults. And since Chun brought up his shortcoming, he couldn't hold back anymore and turned to storm out of the dormitory towards the playground. Wang Hailong, who had a good relationship with Chun Yaohui, hurriedly followed after the two left, while Feng Jiantao was just there to watch the excitement. Li Jigang had a hint of guilt on his face and said to Tong Yue, I'm sorry, I didn't expect Lu Chongwei to be this kind of person. I was trying to get him to translate more documents. How could he think so poorly of others? I gave you both my translation work. But it turns out he's really the ungrateful wolf that Chun Yaohui said he was. If Chun can see it, can't the others in the dormitory? You just keep doing your thing. I believe you're not that kind of person. If you really don't want to do this anymore, you can do something else. I remember you're in the physics department. You must know a bit about electronics. Why not learn to repair recording machines and televisions? After all, you'll graduate in a year, so you have plenty of time. The profit from repairing electronics is still decent. Li Jigang's eyes lit up at Tong Yue's words. He knew that recording machines and televisions were entering workers' homes, but repairing electronics was still a weak point now. You're right. I really admire you. I don't know how you thought of all this. Tong Yue smiled. He had memories from his past life and naturally knew how profitable repairing electronics could be. Even replacing a small part, like a diode, could earn dozens of yuan. He remembered in his past life that just opening the back cover of a color TV would cost 50 yuan, regardless of whether it was repaired or not. The two sat on the bed discussing this, not caring about the fight between Lu Chongwei and Qin Yaohui. Most of the conversation was from Tong Yue. While Li Jigang occasionally raised questions about repairing electronics. With his past life memories, Tong Yue could answer all of Li Jigang's questions about future societal developments and how to solve those problems. Outside, the playground was crowded with students, including juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, mostly boys, but with a fair number of girls as well. Du Lingshuang was also pulled by Su Yue to watch the excitement, but after arriving at university, she reverted to her previously cold demeanor. She recognized Tong Yue's roommates, but wasn't familiar with them and hadn't spoken much. Seeing the two fighting in the playground were actually Tong Yue's roommates, she looked around and didn't see Tong Yue. She didn't understand why these two were fighting in the playground. After arriving at the playground, Lu Chongwei and Qin Yaohui, both young and hot-headed, immediately started fighting without a word. Neither of them knew how to fight. They just swung their fists wildly in a fit of passion. By the time Wang Hailong and the others arrived, the two were already at it. They quickly rushed over to break it up. Since Wang Hailong had a good relationship with Qin Yaohui, he naturally didn't pull Qin away but grabbed Lu Chongwei's arm. Old Lu, stop fighting. We're all roommates. Let us talk it out instead of fighting. Qin Yaohui took advantage of Wang Hailong holding Lu Chongwei's arm and rushed up to throw a few punches at Lu Chongwei. Just as he was about to hit again, teachers and security personnel from the university came running over. What is happening? What is going on? Come with me to the office and explain. After a few teachers arrived, they pulled apart the two, both of whom were bruised and bloodied. The security personnel saw it was just two students fighting and not outsiders causing trouble, so they didn't arrest them and let the teachers take them away. During lunch, Du Lingshuang and Su Yue specifically came to find Tong Yue, along with Guo Yunqing, to ask about the fight between the two roommates. Tong Yue then explained to them why Qin Yaohui and Lu Chongwei had fought. Hey, this is all because of your misplaced compassion, causing trouble. Next time you encounter such things, try to interfere less. Roommates or not, after graduation, everyone will go their separate ways. You might not even have the chance to meet again. If you get along, continue the friendship. If not, then forget it. After listening to Tong Yue's account, Guo Yunqing was also a bit angry. Seeing Tong Yue's displeased expression, he held back a smile and patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. This kind of person deserves to be broke. He doesn't know how to be grateful. He is really an ungrateful wolf. Su Yue also angrily chimed in. After this incident, you can see this person's true nature more clearly. When helping others in the future, observe more whether this person is worth helping. Not everyone can be helped. Du Lingshuang also advised him a few words. Tong Yue, however, didn't take the matter to heart. He just felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Chapter 79. The explosive sci-fi movie. Qin Yaohui and Lu Chongwei were brought to the office. The teacher clarified the reason for their fight, scolded both of them, gave them a disciplinary action, and required them to write self-criticisms in their respective classes. However, the incident was not recorded in their files, so there would be no blemish on their records when it came to future job assignments, and the matter was considered resolved. When the two returned to the dormitory, Lu Chongwei moved to another dormitory, the one where the classmate who sold electronic watches lived. He knew he couldn't stay in his original dormitory, as everyone was aware of his poor character, and he felt ashamed to face his roommates in the future. Tong Yue observed Lu Chongwei for several weeks and learned about several malls he frequently visited. So he reported to the police station that there were individuals speculating and reselling electronic watches, calculators, and tapes. With the locations of these speculators identified, the police set up an ambush at the mall entrances. In the past few weeks, Lu Chongwei had made about 100 yuan, feeling it was much faster than earning money by translating documents. Today, with good weather, he bought more stock from his classmates, thinking about making more money, and headed to the mall with his backpack. Liu Chongwei's reselling of electronic watches got exposed, and the school could no longer protect him, resulting in his expulsion. He was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison, while his classmate received a 6-year sentence. While in custody, Liu Chongwei suspected Chen Yaohui had reported him and harbored deep resentment, planning to settle the score with him after his release. The instigator, Tong Yue, felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Liu Chongwei was arrested. His mind became clearer, and his cultivation level increased, nearly breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. In a distant Western country, the movie Starship Troopers was being released and caused a sensation upon its debut. Cinemas in Europe and America screened it continuously. When people entered the theaters, they were captivated by the interstellar battles, space-time black holes, advanced laser weapons, plasma guns, antimatter cannons, and bizarre alien creatures engaging in fierce combat with humans. The special effects used to depict these alien beings made the movie even more realistic, stunning audiences and eliciting continuous screams in the theaters. Robert, upon seeing the data from these cinemas, became even more excited, shouting in his office, and immediately felt inspired to start the production of Terminator. He quickly contacted the director of Terminator and the director of Jurassic World, bringing them both into his company. Starship Troopers maintained its popularity in major cinema chains in Europe and America for 2 months before its hype gradually declined. Tong Yue was unaware that Starship Troopers had been released and that it had become an explosive hit. Sometimes the two would be affectionate, but they had not yet taken the final step. Although their passions occasionally flared, they held back for the sake of a smooth foundation in the future. As early summer arrived, most of the courses for the 3rd year were completed, and students spent most of their time in self-study classes, feeling more relaxed. With the opening up of the reform and opening up policy, more and more students were secretly dating and pursuing relationships at school. After her cultivation, Du Lingshue's figure became even more perfect, her skin fairer and more delicate, and her originally stunning beauty became even more impeccable. At Capital University, Du Lingxue began to be referred to as the first beauty, and more classmates secretly wrote love letters to her. Some classmates even dueled in the woods to win her favor, with the victors allowed to pursue Du Lingxue, while the losers withdrew, reminiscent of medieval knights. Some classmates, relying on their prominent family backgrounds, directly presented gifts to Du Lingxue in the classroom, on campus, or beneath the girls' dormitory. However, Du Lingxue ignored them completely, refusing their gifts. If someone blocked her path to present a gift, she would turn and walk away or bypass them without saying a word, maintaining her cold demeanor. Old Tong. Today I saw a classmate giving Du Lingxue a beautifully packaged gift box containing a lady's watch. Guess what? Du Lingxue didn't even glance at it, and treated that guy like air, walking straight past him. I saw that guy's face look terrible. He might have some bad intentions. So you should remind Du Lingxue. During lunch, Gui Yunqing mentioned this to Tong Yue. Tong Yue was aware that someone had written love letters to Du Lingxue and given her gifts, but they were all small trinkets worth only a few dozen yuan. He didn't expect that someone would start giving her watches now. Don't worry, they won't dare do anything at school. Just relax. Tong Yue continued, eating nonchalantly. Du Lingxue was now at the 4th level of qi refining, and even ordinary martial arts experts couldn't defeat her. Besides, Du Lingxue also had spiritual awareness. So if any boy tried to pull any tricks, she wouldn't be fooled. Gui Yunqing didn't know that Du Lingxue was cultivating, nor did he know that Tong Yue was also a cultivator. However, he had a good relationship with Tong Yue and was genuinely concerned about Du Lingxue, which is why he reminded him, once we leave the school gate, be careful on the road. If not, we can walk together these days. Let's have dinner at your place tonight. Haha, it's settled. Chapter 80. Scheming pursuers after school in the afternoon. Tong Yue and Gui Yunqing exited the school gate. Gui Yunqing nudged Tong Yue and said, "Look, that guy has been waiting at the gate all along. Those people next to him are likely troublemakers, probably planning to follow Du Lingxue." Chen Shuliang's father, Chen Jinliang, was the deputy director of an industrial ministry subsidiary, holding some power in the capital. Originally, Chen Shuliang's scores were insufficient to enter university, but his father pulled strings to get him into Capital University. He had also researched Du Lingxue's family background. When the old master Du was alive, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Du Lingxue. However, after hearing about the old master's passing, he realized the Du family was no longer a prominent family, which sparked his interest in pursuing Du Lingxue. Seeing Tong Yue and Gui Yunqing waiting for Du Lingxue at the gate, Chen Shuliang decided to teach Tong Yue a lesson to make him retreat and leave Du Lingxue alone. He signaled to several local troublemakers beside him. These troublemakers were unemployed, and Chen Shuliang gave each of them 10 yuan to follow him. Before Tong Yue could say anything, Gui Yunqing reacted, "You scoundrel. Relying on numbers, huh? Let's meet at Dongxiamen Stadium at 8 tonight. If you don't come, you're just a coward." A bald young man from the group, likely the leader, agreed but proposed a condition. Du Lingxue is not a commodity. How can you use her as a bet? It's her freedom to like whom she wants. How about this? You all come at once. If you're still standing after 3 seconds, I'll bow down and apologize to you. Hey, you're quite the braggart. One of the troublemakers replied. Since we're at a standoff, we'd better go for it. Bang. Tong Yue placed one leg on his bicycle, and with a swift movement, his other leg kicked out, sending all 5 troublemakers flying 6 meters away. From the moment they attacked to being kicked away, it took less than 2 seconds. The 5 troublemakers fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in their chests, likely suffering from internal injuries. Even getting up was painful, and having often mixed in society. They had seen martial artists before. Now, realizing they had been kicked away, they understood that Tong Yue was a martial arts expert. Gui Yunqing saw that Tong Yue didn't even get off his bike and just used one leg. Those 5 young men were kicked away in an instant, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. The leg technique was impressive, truly incredible. He didn't expect there would be a martial arts expert in their school. The students at the school gate saw this scene and immediately gasped in amazement. Not far away, Chen Shujiang saw his hired thugs being kicked away almost instantly, and his face changed in fright. He didn't expect Tong Yue to know martial arts. Now he was pondering to himself that Tong Yue was too strong a competitor. It seemed he couldn't use force against him in the future and would have to rely on power to deal with him instead. Seeing Chen Shujiang's changing expression and flickering gaze, Tong Yue knew this guy was probably thinking of some bad ideas again. Naturally, he wouldn't let this instigator off easily. With a flick of his foot, a small stone flew out and lightly hit Chen Shujiang's back, like a leaf blown by the wind, just grazing him slightly. Chen Shujiang felt the touch of the small stone, and by the next morning, he couldn't get out of bed. After going to the hospital for an examination, they couldn't find any illness, and for the time being, he could only lie in bed, waiting until next year when the spiritual energy dissipated before he could recover. Watching Du Lingxiang get on Tong Yue's bicycle, after the two left the school gate, Chen Shujiang glared at their backs with resentment, thinking about how to tell his father to get Tong Yue expelled from school. What just happened? Why were so many people gathered at the school gate? Du Lingxiang sat on the back seat of the bicycle, and since there were many people on the street, she held onto Tong Yue's clothes. When they reached a less crowded alley, she wrapped her arms around Tong Yue's waist, resting her little head on his back, feeling his breath. A few thugs were looking for trouble, arranged by that classmate of yours, and I kicked them away. That classmate won't be coming to school tomorrow. You used underhanded tactics again. Don't let it turn deadly, or the school will definitely investigate. It won't. At most, he'll be lying in bed for over a year. And by then, we'll have graduated. If he looks for trouble after he recovers, we'll just take him out. Old Tong, come to your house this Sunday and teach me some martial arts. I won't say I can fight many people, but I at least need the ability to protect myself. The next day at lunch, Gui Yunqing made this request to Tong Yue. Practicing martial arts is quite hard. I don't know if you can stick with it. I definitely can, don't worry. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll stick with it, Gui Yunqing hurriedly assured as he put down his chopsticks. All right then. I'll first teach you some basic combat techniques. You could also practice military boxing. When the new students have military training, you can learn from the instructor. Is military boxing useful? I want to learn your leg techniques. I want to see how impressive your leg skills are, fast as lightning, moving like a fierce tiger. Wow. Gui Yunqing said while raising his leg to demonstrate, kicking over the dining table, causing food containers and plates to fall to the ground. Damn. Are you going to let anyone eat? Tong Yue looked at him somewhat speechless and casually cursed. Just get another serving of food. Why are you getting so worked up? Seriously, you overturned the dining table and still have a reason? Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. Sai, tell me, how much money do you have now? Why? Do you need money? Gui Yunqing was somewhat puzzled. He knew Tong Yue had money, but he didn't understand what he meant by asking how much he had. I'm planning to take a trip to Port City during the summer vacation to buy a few houses there. It will help me earn more money in the future. Once you have a house in Port City, you'll have an identity there. Isn't there reform and opening up now? If you invest in the country, then you're considered a Hong Kong businessman, which comes with many benefits. Really? Then how do we get to Port City? Gui Yunqing immediately became interested when he heard about buying houses in Port City. Smuggling. How else would we go? With our university student status, we can't go through official channels to enter Port City. Smuggling? Are you trying to drown me? I can't swim. Fool. Smuggling is done by boat, not swimming across the ocean. Oh, you should have said that earlier. I thought smuggling meant swimming across the ocean. You didn't ask. I thought you knew about smuggling by boat. Chapter 81. Lu Junwei's thoughts. Tong Yue originally wanted to take Gui Yunqing to Port City to make money. As a cultivator, he thought smuggling to Port City would be easy, but Gui Yunqing didn't think so. With so much money at home, why risk his life to smuggle? Since Gui Yunqing was afraid to go to Port City, Tong Yue stopped persuading him. After hearing Gui Yunqing's words, Tong Yue also felt that it wasn't suitable to go to Port City now. They could always go later. After dealing with Qin Shujiang, Tong Yue thought no one at the university would pursue Du Lingxiang anymore. But unexpectedly, someone else appeared. Lu Junwei was from Du Shui's in-laws family. Ever since Du Shui was hit by Du Guiqiang at the old man's funeral, she held a grudge. During a gathering of the Lu family's younger generation, she saw Lu Junwei, the third generation of the Lu family, and had an idea. She deliberately said in front of Lu Junwei that her niece, Du Lingxiang, was very beautiful and a university student. If Lu Junwei could marry Du Lingxiang, it would be a close family connection. Upon hearing about Du Lingxiang's beauty, Lu Junwei didn't take it to heart. He was currently dating a girl from a cultural troupe. Since the educated youth who had gone to the countryside had all returned to the city, they were all out of work, running to the street office every day to inquire about job opportunities. The street office had no choice. The factory's recruitment quotas were limited, and they couldn't arrange jobs for all the educated youths in the area. Some educated youths had already married locally and returned to the city with their wives. Some of these educated youths took over their parents' jobs, but they didn't report it to the street office, waiting for the street office to assign them another job. Such deceptive phenomena were common at the time. Later, when the street office discovered this, they conducted a census of the educated youths in their respective areas. After receiving the task, Lu Junwei went to the courtyard for registration. When he saw Du Lingxiang's appearance, he was instantly amazed. After checking Tong Yue and Du Lingxiang's student IDs and registering Tong Yue's household registration, he asked what their relationship was. We live here to study quietly, and the school didn't say we couldn't live off campus. Besides, I have so many houses here. Who would notice us living in the same place? Seeing this guy's gaze occasionally sneakily looking at Du Lingxiang, Tong Yue felt somewhat displeased. Hearing his words, he realized this guy was saying it on purpose. Otherwise, the staff member next to him wouldn't be silent. Lu Junwei pointed at Du Lingxiang, telling her to leave. And the staff member next to him tugged at Lu Junwei's arm and whispered a few words, and the two left first. Do you see these two university students are dating? Why are you ruining their business? I saw that the guy's face didn't look good, so I hurriedly pulled you out. Besides, the public security is so poor now. It's better to avoid trouble as much as possible. You can't live together while dating. That's just being a rogue. Forget it. Bring a few more people tomorrow, preferably with someone from the police station, to take them back for questioning. Lu Junwei also realized that this colleague wouldn't help him. If a fight broke out, he might get beaten, and he couldn't rely on this colleague. This son of a bitch is just looking for trouble. But what he said is also true. There's no way to find fault with it. After seeing the two leave, Tong Yue also felt a bit depressed. It was like this in this era, unlike in his past life where two people dating could live together without the police bothering them. Tomorrow we will go to get our marriage certificate. Anyway, you're of the right age, so no one will be able to find a reason to check us. Du Lingxiang quickly made her decision. She originally planned to wait until Tong Yue was old enough to get the marriage certificate. But both of them were busy with school and cultivation, so they forgot about it. She also noticed the way Lu Junwei looked at her. If there weren't others around, she would have wanted to slap him. The next morning, they took a leave from school and rode their bicycles to the Civil Affairs Bureau. They took out their household registration books and a 1-inch photo, filled out the marriage application form, and after just over an hour, they received their marriage certificate. The current style of the marriage certificate is the same size as a book, with their photos attached. The photo of the male on the male's marriage certificate is on the left, and the female's is on the right, on the female's marriage certificate. The female's photo is on the left, and the male's is on the right, distinguishing them that way, and it is stamped with a steel seal and red stamp. Thank you. This is our wedding candy. Please accept it. Tong Yue took out a bag of milk candy and handed it to the lady at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Congratulations to you both. The lady at the bureau was pleased to receive the candy from Tong Yue and offered some words of blessing. Having lived 2 lives, it was Tong Yue's first time receiving a marriage certificate, and he felt very excited. Wife, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Dear, With you by my side, I am the happiest wife. The two held hands tightly, their eyes filled with love as they looked at each other, both feeling very excited. What? You two have already gotten your marriage certificate? Is this for real? During lunch, Tong Yue told Gui Yunqing about getting the marriage certificate. Would I lie to you about this? Tonight we'll celebrate at a restaurant. We should celebrate. It can't just be one meal. It needs to be a week of meals. By the way, when will you hold the wedding? Can't do it while in college. Do you have to wait until after graduation? We'll have to wait until after college to hold the wedding. We can't go public yet. By the way, the street is conducting a census. When are you and Su Yue going to get your marriage certificate? The street is conducting a census? So that's what it was. I was wondering why you two went to get your marriage certificate. Turns out it was because of the checks. I need to discuss this with Su Yue. We can't get caught for something like this and end up being charged with hooliganism. After finishing his meal, Gui Yunqing hurriedly went to find Su Yue. That evening, the four of them celebrated at a restaurant, and Su Yue and Gui Yunqing also decided to go get their marriage certificate the next day since both of their parents had long agreed to their marriage. Tong Yue took Du Ling Shuang back to the entrance of the courtyard. Just as Du Ling Shuang unlocked the door, Tong Yue saw a few people approaching. Stop! Lu Zhenwei had brought along another colleague and 2 police officers from the local station, planning to have Tong Yue arrested on charges of hooliganism. Thinking this would give him a chance to pursue Du Ling Shuang. Who are you? What do you want? It was already dark, and Tong Yue pretended not to see the 4 of them. We are from the street office. We told you yesterday that you can't live together. We came specifically to check, and you really are still living together. Comrades Li and Wang. He is acting like a hooligan. Hurry up and arrest him. Slap. Tong Yue raised his hand and gave Lu Zhenwei a slap. He didn't use his spiritual power. Otherwise, that slap would have killed him. As a staff member, do you know the consequences of falsely accusing someone? Hey, why did you hit someone? Show us your household registration. The 2 police officers, seeing Tong Yue so assertive, did not move to arrest him. Is this document okay? Tong Yue took out the marriage certificate and handed it to the 2 officers. Chapter 82. Exchange of interest. The 2 police officers returned the marriage certificate to Tong Yue and turned to leave when Tong Yue called them back. Wait a minute, officers. This person has falsely accused me. Aren't you going to arrest him for defamation? Just leaving like this? Do you believe me? Tomorrow I will go to the square to shout my grievances. Comrade Lu Zhenwei, please come with us for a moment. You have falsely accused these 2 comrades. What is your purpose? You need to explain this to us. Why? Why did you 2 get your marriage certificate? Lu Zhenwei did not expect them to act so quickly. Getting the marriage certificate today left him with no reason to drive Du Ling Shuang away. Get lost, you idiot. Officer, I'm going to the police station to inquire about the situation. By the way, my classmate studies law. I will take him to the police station to ask about it. After deciding to take Lu Zhenwei back to the police station, they left the matter to the station chief and did not want to deal with it further, as this college student was a bit too troublesome. Once out of the alley, the 2 officers began to persuade Lu Zhenwei, knowing his family background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered to talk to him. No problem. Let him make a scene. I'll just call my dad when I get back. A college student can't stir up much trouble. When Lu Zhenwei arrived at the police station, the police officers didn't make things difficult for him. After all, they all belonged to the same jurisdiction and would see each other again. However, when they heard that he planned to go to the square to shout grievances, it startled Lu Zhenlin. If this guy went to the square, things would escalate. He felt that his son was hiding something. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so persistent. So, he asked Lu Zhenwei in detail. Lu Zhenlin naturally knew how much Du Guoxuan valued Tong Yue, and how much Minister Lu from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cared for him. Even senior leaders were aware of this college student Tong Yue. Now the leaders were hoping he would bring more foreign exchange for the country. And this irresponsible son was trying to pursue his girlfriend? Was he unhappy with how stable his father's position was? After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhenlin pondered for a moment and then called Du Guoxuan, discussing a few things over the phone and promising some benefits in exchange for help. Old Du, what's going on? After he hung up, his wife, seeing him smiling, asked. Du Guoxuan was cunning and quickly figured out the reason behind this. Feeling utterly disappointed in this branch of the family, this Du Shui is really something. How could she do that? Doesn't she fear being laughed at by outsiders? How are you going to talk to Tong Yue about this? Du Ling Shuang's aunt was now more concerned about Tong Yue than about Du Ling Shuang. After all, he was her son's lifesaver, and Tong Yue was capable. Who wouldn't want to get close to him? As for Tong Yue, I've already thought it through. Once Ling Shuang graduates, I will arrange for her to work at the city bureau. As for Tong Yue's job, Minister Liu has long wanted him to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right after graduation. That's great. In the future, our family will be closer to Tong Yue. As for the other members of the Du family, let us just leave it. Aunt was very happy to hear that Tong Yue would stay in the capital. With his abilities, he would climb even higher. With the relationship between Du Lingshuang and Tong Yue, along with the connection between Du Dongliang and Tong Yue, their family would do better and better. Tong Yue was unaware that Du Guoxuan had already made decisions on his behalf in this matter and had also used it to gain benefits for himself. The next morning, Du Guoxuan personally called the school to explain the situation and would no longer pursue the matter, casually mentioning Du Lingshuang's work arrangement after graduation. Upon hearing Du Guoxuan say this, Tong Yue understood his intentions. Du Guoxuan was repaying the favor he owed him to Du Lingshuang. He immediately said he would leave the matter to Du Guoxuan's discretion and agreed not to pursue it further. He never intended to make a big deal out of this. It just so happened that Du Guoxuan owed him a favor, and although this favor was given to Du Lingxian, it could be considered as him gaining some benefits. Moreover, it was good for Du Lingxian to work at the city bureau. With Du Guoxuan's support, she would surely be well taken care of. He was still waiting for Lu Jinwei to come out and secretly plot against him. Did he think that just because he was willing to pay some price for coveting his woman, it would end there? He should prepare for a half-dead state first. Tong Yue had a vengeful personality. If you were good to him, he would be even better to you. If you were not good to him, then you'd have to repay with your latter half of life. Just like Li Jianguo and the others, they treated Tong Yue well. And Tong Yue returned the favor by giving them protective charms. Gui Yunqing treated him well, and he also gave Gui Yunqing a charm that could save his life. Old Tong, look, this is our marriage certificate. Just got it this morning, still warm. During lunch, Gui Yunqing proudly took out the marriage certificate for Tong Yue to see. You guys got your certificate too. Congratulations. We should celebrate tonight. Definitely. We're going to have Wangfu cuisine tonight. I booked a private room when I came back this morning. You're the best, so considerate. Tong Yue gave him a thumbs up. After Gui Yunqing and Su Yue returned home last night, Gui Yunqing told her about Tong Yue and Du Lingxian getting their marriage certificate. Su Yue heard that the street was going to survey the residents in the area, and she knew that she and Gui Yunqing were living together illegally. If the street office found out, it would be troublesome. Let's take a day off tomorrow morning and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. I'm sticking with you for life. Don't think you can get rid of me. The four of them were at Wangfu Cuisine that night. Tong Yue raised his glass to congratulate the couple, wishing them a happy wedding and a long-lasting union with children soon. Happy wedding and a long-lasting union is enough. Wishing for children is a bit premature, right? We can't have Yue going to school with a big belly. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I'll punish myself with 2 more cups. Tong Yue picked up his glass and downed it in one go. Bang! Crash! Just after Tong Yue finished 1 cup, he heard a commotion from the next room, as if a wine bottle had smashed against the wall and tables were being overturned. Chapter 83. Implementing a scheme again after Lu Jinwei was released from the police station. He felt very unhappy and invited a few good friends to Wangfu Cuisine for drinks. He was already in a bad mood, and after drinking a little, he became angrier. How could a rural university student like Tong Yue marry such a beautiful girl as Du Lingxian? Tong Yue's consciousness also spotted Lu Jinwei, and he felt secretly pleased. Thinking about how to find Lu Jinwei, what a stroke of luck to encounter him today. The backer of Wangfu Cuisine was a second-generation rich kid, so the manager naturally wasn't afraid of Lu Jinwei and his friends. They would have to compensate for anything they broke. Otherwise, Lu Jinwei and his group wouldn't be able to leave. The noise from the next room was loud, and several customers from other rooms came out to watch the commotion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tong Yue stepped out of his room. In the confusion, Tong Yue infused a trace of spiritual power into Lu Jinwei's waist and then closed the door of the private room. Tong Yue's infusion into Lu Jinwei's kidneys was aimed at damaging them. In a few days, Lu Jinwei would suffer kidney failure, and there would be no other way to treat it but a kidney transplant. In this era, not only was medical technology not mature enough for such procedures, but even if hospitals could perform them, finding a kidney source was also very difficult. Darling, did you target Lu Jinwei in the restaurant? In a few days, Lu Jinwei would find out he had kidney failure, and at most, he would have 3 months before he could go find the king of hell. Anyone who dared to covet my woman would meet such a fate. I just love hearing you say that I'm your woman. It makes me feel so secure and safe. Darling, I love you. After Du Lingxian finished speaking, she actively embraced Tong Yue and kissed him. At first, they practiced by repairing various appliances for free. But later they gradually started charging. After a few months of practice, their repair skills became more and more mature. After the first month, the three earned over 200 yuan, which made them all very happy. They hadn't expected that repairing appliances could be so profitable, and they were becoming more and more motivated. After discussing with two classmates, Li Jigang decided to treat Tong Yue to a meal, as the idea of making money had come from Tong Yue. Now that they had made money, they couldn't forget their benefactor and shouldn't be like Lu Chongwei, who was ungrateful. After the incident with Lu Chongwei, Li Jigang paid great attention to choosing partners. He was the oldest, had gone through a lot, and had social experience. Previously, he had helped Lu Chongwei because he thought his family was pitiful, and since they were roommates, he decided to lend a hand. But he hadn't expected to have misjudged him. You guys can also collect some old appliances. Repair what you can, and for those you can't, you can disassemble parts and use them in other appliances. That way, you can also reduce costs. Additionally, you can assemble some appliances, like old radios, just change the casing, and they'll look new. Anyone who buys your appliances should be promised a 1-year warranty, and this way, your business will keep getting better. After hearing Tong Yue's words, Li Jigang and the others were greatly surprised. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. They had never considered doing it this way for appliance repairs. How did Tong Yue come up with so many ideas? After the second month, Li Jigang's repair shop earned over 600 yuan, which delighted all three of them. They insisted on treating Tong Yue to a meal at a restaurant to thank him. Seeing their sincerity, Tong Yue didn't refuse. During the meal, he gave them another idea. Have you noticed? There are more and more televisions now, but not many channels are available. Some channels only have sound without images, and they're ghosting. Yes, some people have mentioned this when they brought their appliances for repair, asking if we had any way to get more channels without ghosting. Li Jigang's partner, Tang Yueping, immediately responded to Tong Yue's words. You can make antennas. Outdoor antennas for televisions. Since you all study physics, you know how to amplify the antenna signal. A good antenna can easily sell for more than 30 yuan. Television antennas? That's worth a try. If we can really make one, it will definitely sell well. Right now, TV dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan are being broadcast, and many people like to watch them. Tong Yue knew very well how effective outdoor antennas for televisions could be. But he wasn't knowledgeable about physics and didn't want to deal with television antennas. Once Li Jigang and the others figured out how to make antennas, the number of channels their family's television could receive would increase as well. Du Lingxian still received some love letters every day, but there were no overt pursuers from her classmates for now. They were acting in secret. Her suitors tried various ways to casually encounter Du Lingxian on campus, chatting for a few words, or sitting close to her in the cafeteria, even if she didn't talk to them. Just being able to see Du Lingxian every day was enough to satisfy them. Tong Yue was speechless about these people. Why waste their time knowing they had no chance? However, the fact that someone was pursuing Du Lingxian indirectly proved how beautiful she was. Otherwise, why would so many people be after her? Every night, when Du Lingxian returned to the courtyard, she would show off to Tong Yue about who sent her love letters that day, who pretended to run into her on campus, who got close to her in line for food in the cafeteria, and who sat at her table to eat. Each time, Tong Yue would give her a few playful taps on her behind to end her chatter, and then she would cling to him for a kiss. One day in May, Tong Yue received a call from Director Wang, asking him to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This time, Robert had sent over the box office split for the movie Starship Troopers, as well as the film's copyright fees. Starship Troopers had been screened in more than a dozen countries, generating over $500 million in box office revenue. According to the signed contract, he would receive over $160 million from this film. Director Wang was stunned by the amount of dollars. He was so taken aback that he couldn't regain his composure for a long time. He never expected the film to be this profitable. Did these foreigners not eat and just enjoy watching movies? Such a large sum of money not only shocked Director Wang, but even Minister Liu couldn't sit still and personally ran to Director Wang's office to confirm. It seems that the cultural and entertainment sectors in the West should not be underestimated. I heard that there are also plans for co-producing a movie with Hong Kong called Shaolin Temple. I wonder how that movie will perform after its release. If it succeeds, Old Liu will really take off. Chapter 84. Breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement after leaving the National Bank. The bank president personally saw Tong Yue out. The number on his passbook was now close to 700 million Long Kingdom currency. This made him feel the benefits of rebirth. He was in control of his entire development process and no longer took detours. In his previous life, after starting a business, he had worked tirelessly for over a decade. Yet his assets had not even reached 10 million long kingdom currency. Dear, you still have several movies that haven't started filming. If these movies succeed, won't there be even more money? Oh my, how to use so much money. Hee hee, old Gu is really born in a honey pot. He never worries about money and has no troubles. Just look at how carefree he is every day. Old Gu knows how to be reborn. And he is the only son in his family, doted on by his parents, unlike me. Forget it. No need to talk about that. Aren't we doing well now? Let's not dwell on the past. Du Lingxiang comforted him, hugging his arm. On the third day after the summer vacation, Tong Yue felt that he was about to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. This was a critical transition from the mid to late stage of qi refinement. The spiritual power in his dantian had been compressed to the extreme, but he decided to compress it for a few more days, waiting for the spiritual power to erupt before breaking through. After lunch the next day, Tong Yue shared his thoughts with Du Lingxiang. Then I'll go to the kitchen to bring some things. We need to eat when we go to the mountains. The mountains, far from the hustle and bustle of the city and free from any pollution, not only had fresh air, but also a slightly richer spiritual energy than the city. The spiritual energy in the gathering array, combined with the natural spiritual energy in the mountains, was enveloped by the array and gathered together. As the two of them operated their techniques, a vortex of spiritual energy quickly formed around them. After sitting cross-legged, he accelerated the operation of his technique, condensing the explosive spiritual power from his dantian and the spiritual power in his meridians into a massive energy force, crashing toward the barrier of the 7th layer of qi refinement. A tremendous aura erupted from his body, forming a powerful shockwave that spread out into the valley. The sand, stones, weeds, and vines on the ground were instantly blasted away by the shockwave, causing the valley to be filled with flying sand and dust. After releasing his consciousness and scanning around, he found that he could sense over 900 meters away, more than doubling his previous range of perception. Tong Yue performed a cleansing technique to wash away the impurities expelled from his body and noticed that he had grown a few centimeters taller during this time, estimating his height to be around 178 centimeters now. He didn't care much about his height. In his previous life, he was close to 180 centimeters. But he was quite thin, making him look like a slender bamboo pole from a distance. In this life, with each breakthrough in cultivation, his bones would automatically adjust, achieving the most perfect and suitable body for cultivation. There were many wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains. Tong Yue hunted a few wild rabbits and pheasants, returned to the place where he was cultivating, roasted one of the rabbits, and using the charcoal from the roasted rabbit, made a beggar's chicken. Then he used his mind to send a message to Du Lingxiang, calling her to eat. On the 6th day in the mountains, Du Lingxiang also broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. A day later, the two returned to their home in the courtyard. The weather was getting hotter, and they didn't go out. Tong Yue continued writing, while Du Lingxiang had developed a passion for calligraphy. After taking care of Tong Yue, she began practicing calligraphy on the 8 immortals table. After finishing the first part of Jurassic World, Tong Yue continued writing the second part. In the evening, they would watch some TV together before continuing their practice until morning, only getting up at noon to eat something. Since Tong Yue broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he only needed to eat one dinner each day, as the spiritual power provided all the nutrients his body needed, decreasing his demand for ordinary food. Du Lingxiang would casually prepare some meals at noon, enough for herself. And in the evening, she would have a more sumptuous dinner with Tong Yue. During this summer vacation, Gu Yunqing took Su Yue back to his hometown, which is near Inner Mongolia. It is relatively cool in the summer, but the pollution from coal mining is quite severe. Otherwise, it would be a great place to escape the heat. Li Jigang and his two partners developed an antenna signal amplifier. After Tong Yue's reminder, they applied for a national patent. Although people are still not very familiar with patents, Tong Yue knew how important patents would be in the future. After returning to Wangfu restaurant, Lu Jinwei felt water retention, fatigue, loss of appetite, high blood pressure, and blood in his urine 3 days later, which scared him into rushing to the hospital for a checkup. The test results shocked him. Acute renal failure had progressed to uremia, and there was no longer any option for a kidney transplant. He could only undergo conventional treatment. After getting his test results, he never left the hospital again. Before the summer vacation was over, he passed away. Lu Tonglin never expected his son to develop such a disease at such a young age. When he heard about his son's kidney disease, there were many rumors, as ordinary people do not understand kidney diseases and generally associate them with sexual activity. Thus, It was believed that Lu Junwei's condition was caused by frequent sexual activity. This rumor spread widely and eventually reached Lu Tonglin's ears. He then investigated his son's daily life and indeed found that he had relationships with multiple women, which infuriated him, causing him to curse at home, and he no longer visited Lu Junwei in the hospital. Abroad, shortly after the popularity of the sci-fi movie Starship Troopers waned, another sci-fi novel titled Terminator appeared in people's sight. As soon as this book was released, it quickly caused a sensation. This time-travel sci-fi novel featured not alien beings, but robots from decades in the future, traveling through time and space to hunt down the mother of the leader of the resistance on Earth. This storyline was very appealing to the tastes of people in Western countries, especially those in the United States, who favored individual heroism. When Robert published this novel, he printed 5 million copies at once to meet the demand of booksellers in these countries. Chapter 85. Du Lingxiang received praise after the summer vacation began. Tong Yue and the others were promoted to their senior year. They would graduate next year, and the courses in their senior year had also become easier. This was the first batch of graduates after the college entrance examination, and as long as there were no special circumstances, these college students would be assigned to work in various departments. Su Yue hoped that he would learn military boxing so he could have a strong body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to meet her needs. While Gu Yunqing was learning military boxing, Tong Yue would casually pat him on the shoulder, injecting a bit of spiritual power into him to enhance his physique and encouraging him to practice hard. After reaching their senior year, students' concerns diminished. As they thought about how close they were to graduation, they became more avant-garde in their actions, influenced by open-mindedness, and their minds became lively. Some faced rejection, while others succeeded. Those who were rejected felt disheartened, even despondent, losing hope in love. A few students from well-off families, feeling somewhat confident, expressed their intentions to Du Lingxiang, but were coldly rejected by her. Among them was a persistent student named Wang Jinxiang, who came from a good family, with both parents holding official positions. You're Tong Yue, right? I've heard that you're dating Du Lingxiang. Given your family background, you can't provide her with happiness or a future. I hope you stay away from her. Tong Yue almost laughed in anger, wondering how this guy had the audacity to confront him, realizing he had been too low-key. What do you want? By force? I've practiced Sanda. I don't want to hurt you and make it look bad for you. Just based on my family status, I ask you to leave Du Lingxiang alone. Bang! Tong Yue raised his fist and struck the ground in the woods, causing dust to fly and stones to scatter, creating a pit over 0.5 meter deep and more than 2 meters wide. Wang Jinxiang, upon seeing Tong Yue effortlessly create a large pit with a punch, turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and cried out, sitting down on the ground. Is your family background stronger than my fist? If I find out you dare to harass Du Lingxiang again, be careful for your family's lives. A few days later, rumors spread around campus that Tong Yue was a martial arts expert, becoming more exaggerated with each retelling, claiming he had punched down a wall and kicked down a big tree. Coincidentally, a section of the campus wall had collapsed due to rain, and many students went to check it out, further proving Tong Yue's prowess. The school leaders even sought out Tong Yue because of the rumors. These various legends made Tong Yue increasingly irritated. As he walked around campus, in the cafeteria, and in the classroom, students pointed and looked at him with admiration. Some students even approached him to learn martial arts, which only added to his frustration. Guo Yunqing teased him, "Old Tong, you're now famous. Almost a legend in the capital. Teach me some moves so I can show off in front of our classmates." This campus legend had its benefits. At least no student dared to bother Du Lingxiang anymore. Du Lingxiang also made a bold decision, directly stating in class, "I don't want to date right now. I want to focus on studying and strive to become someone who contributes to the country. I hope classmates will not disturb me anymore." Her words made those who were dating on campus feel ashamed. In this era, although many students were dating those who had gone to the countryside, and some even got married, no one openly spoke of it. Even Lu Caixia, Du Lingxiang's roommate, who was married, only a few from their dorm knew. And even classmates in the classroom were unaware of her marriage. After Du Lingxiang's declaration, no classmates wrote her love letters or gave her gifts to express their feelings anymore. Tong Yue did not expect Du Lingxiang to do this, but he quickly realized that she said it to make some people give up their fantasies. However, Du Lingxiang did not consider that this might lead more admirers to persist, waiting until after her graduation to express their feelings. Wasn't this giving others hope only to let them down in the end? He really didn't understand what Du Lingxiang was thinking. "Wife, did you think about what you said in class today? There will still be people pursuing you after you graduate. When he got home that evening, Tong Yue asked her about her earlier statement. Of course, I thought about it. After graduation, everyone will go their separate ways. Who knows where I will be? How can they pursue me? Besides, I plan to announce on graduation day that I'm already married to you. Isn't that giving others hope only to let them down in the end? Tong Yue couldn't understand what this woman was thinking and had to voice his thoughts. I didn't give anyone hope. Moreover, I never said for them to wait for my graduation. That's their own misunderstanding. Can you blame me? Unless they are unreasonable. I really admire your ability to argue. I'm arguing for you. They found you and asked you to leave me. This is spread around campus. I know you want to keep a low profile and not let others worry about you. So I had to resort to this strategy to reduce your troubles. Should I thank you for this? Are you feeling restless again? I am feeling restless. Come on. The sounds of playful slapping echoed in the room. Stop hitting me. Do you really want to hit your wife? Please stop. My butt hurts. I want a kiss. After a playful scuffle, Duling Shuang went to the kitchen to cook, while Tong Yue sat down to continue writing, and the day passed. The next day, during the weekly meeting, the school leaders specifically praised Duling Shuang's spirit. Students, everyone should learn from Duling Shuang. Your future path is long. You shouldn't date too early. Instead, focus that energy on your studies and repay your parents in the future by contributing to the country's development. Tong Yue listened to the leader's praise and was surprised that Duling Shuang's words had garnered such attention and commendation. If he hadn't known Duling Shuang's true thoughts, he might have believed her words. He thought that on graduation day, if she really announced that she was already married, the school leader's expressions would surely be quite unpleasant, and he silently felt anxious for them. After the meeting, Tong Yue walked over to Duling Shuang, teasing her softly. Well done, wife. You've become a model in the eyes of the school leaders. Chapter 86. Robert's thoughts after entering the senior year. Tong Yue completed the entire Jurassic World series he had been writing for 2 to 3 years. He had accumulated enough wealth and really didn't want to write anymore, deciding to focus on cultivation instead. Now he was at the 7th level of chi refining, getting closer to the foundation establishment stage. He planned to reach the 9th level of chi refining before graduation. If he couldn't find spiritual herbs, he would cultivate in the mountains, which was faster than staying at home, and he also thought about gaining more experiences and insights by exploring more, rather than confining himself to a small space. The ring had limited information on spiritual herb varieties, with only 2 jade slips, one of which was about alchemy. The recorded spiritual herbs were few, only a few hundred, mostly for the nascent soul stage, with only a few for the chi refining stage. Seeing Tong Yue not writing for several days, Duling Shuang couldn't help but ask him. Hearing his later words, a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Although she and Tong Yue were close, she also thought about taking the final step. However, each time Tong Yue managed to restrain himself. She knew how difficult it was for him to endure, and she admired his willpower for being able to hold back in front of such a beautiful girlfriend. Duling Shuang tightly hugged him, resting her head on his chest, speaking softly. You don't need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. I misunderstood you. You had mentioned before that we need to cultivate to the foundation stage, and you are only looking out for my well-being. I already owe you too much, and I won't be able to repay it in this lifetime. It's a blessing for me to meet such a good person who loves me so much. Since I focused on cultivation, I feel that my progress has been faster than before. I can feel it from the bit of spiritual energy that has increased in my dantian every morning. After the military training ended, Guo Yunxing said goodbye to the instructor. During this time, he had become good friends with the instructor. He originally wanted to treat the instructor to a meal as a thank you, but he couldn't violate military regulations, so he bought 2 packs of cigarettes to give to the instructor instead. Old Tong, I feel that practicing boxing every day during this time not only has made me eat more, but my body is also stronger than before. Now, I can take down 3 to 5 people at once. Looking at you, it's almost like an African chicken. You could scare people away without even having to fight. Guo Yunxing pretended to be a bit angry at first. He knew Tong Yue was joking, but he quickly forgot about the teasing and started gesturing with his fingers, his eyes glinting with a lewd look. Bragging, are you? With your build, you can still do it 8 times? Did you remember wrong? It should be 8 strokes. Tong Yue's gaze shifted to his lower body, gesturing with his hand. Impossible. You can ask if you don't believe me. Guo Yunxing hurriedly defended himself, originally wanting him to ask Sui Wei, but felt it was inappropriate. He then thought of suggesting Duling Shuang ask Sui Wei, but felt that was also hard to say. And for a moment he was speechless. Haha, look at you getting all anxious. I believe you now? I believe. Tong Yue didn't have many friends at school, and his relationship with his roommates was just okay. He was quite silent in class and rarely talked to his classmates, making them think he was very introverted. He could be considered an inconspicuous student in the class, and no one wanted to be friends with him. Even though rumors circulated that he was a martial arts expert, his classmates wouldn't believe it. Only when he was with Guo Yunqing did he talk more and often joke with him, revealing his true nature. Guo Yunqing was well-liked among his classmates. He was generous, buying snacks and candies during class meetings, so many classmates were willing to befriend him. After the National Day holiday, the temperature dropped day by day. This year's winter came earlier than in previous years. The leaves on the big trees fell almost entirely overnight, leaving only bare branches, signaling that winter was approaching. On National Day in Longhua, the movie Terminator premiered. Due to the novel Terminator, which had already made an impression on people's minds, the film was packed in every screening and quickly caused a sensation. Those who watched the movie praised it highly. The muscular figure of the governor became a goal for many young people, gaining him a large fan base. He went from being an unknown supporting actor to a tough guy star, with his pay rapidly increasing, and several entertainment companies approached him to make films. Unfortunately, the governor's contract had already been signed by Robert, and the penalty for breach of contract was exorbitant. These entertainment companies wanting to work with the governor had to go through Robert's company first. After learning about the high penalty, these companies could only negotiate collaboration with Robert. After Terminator was released in over a dozen countries in Europe and America, Robert was thrilled to see the continuously rising box office figures. He had originally thought about cutting ties with Tong Yue to keep the money for himself, but worried that Tong Yue would sue him if he found out. If Tong Yue did sue, he would surely lose, which would also affect the family's reputation in the beautiful country and give other families a chance to suppress them. While hesitating, he told his father, Old John, about this matter, seeking his advice. Our family values the spirit of contracts above all. If you only look at immediate benefits, you will be criticized for life, and the family will be shamed because of it. Old John warned him seriously. After hearing this, Robert lowered his head, suppressing the greed in his heart due to his father's words. You have a contract with Tong Yue, and you must abide by it. Although he is far away in Longhua, his wisdom and talent should not be underestimated. There may be other opportunities for collaboration in the future, Old John continued earnestly. After thinking for a moment, Robert nodded. He believed that his father's wisdom made sense and decided to split the profits with Tong Yue as per the contract terms. Chapter 87. Tong Yue's killing intent. Tong Yue didn't know that Robert had harbored greedy thoughts about his share. Even if he found out, he wouldn't fear Robert taking his share. When he eventually went to the beautiful country, it would be Robert's end, allowing him to have the life to take the money but not the life to enjoy it. If he were to kill someone from Longhua, he might still have some reservations, but when it came to killing foreigners, he felt no pity, especially towards the Japanese. He wished he could eliminate them all. During these days, Tong Yue practiced at home every day, and on Sundays, he went deep into the mountains with Du Lingshuang to look for spiritual herbs. After searching for more than a month, Tong Yue felt a bit disheartened and decided to focus on cultivating at home. Although the progress was slower, he could build a solid foundation. He thought that after breaking through to the foundation stage, he would be able to fly with a sword. And then he could go to some deep mountains in the country or to those primitive forests abroad to search for spiritual herbs. Although she took longer to break through from the third to the fourth layer of qi refining, Du Lingshuang managed to break through to the fourth layer in less than a year. He sensed the spiritual energy in his dantian again and estimated that at this rate of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining before the new year. Du Lingshuang's breakthrough to the 6th layer put considerable pressure on Tong Yue, making him work even harder, to the point of skipping dinner, which worried Du Lingshuang. I have spiritual energy supporting me. Missing a meal or two isn't a big deal. Besides, I may be thin, but I have muscles. Look at my abs. I have six-pack now. Aren't they firmer than before? They didn't ride their bikes and had just walked a short distance on the street when they saw several young men gathered together, swaying on the street. Clearly not looking like good people. Tong Yue thought that it was already 1981, and there was less than 2 years until the crackdown, and the city's security was becoming increasingly chaotic. Oh, this girl is pretty. Who is this guy? He isn't a con artist, is he? Guys, grab this con artist. We need to save this little sister. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 young men didn't see Tong Yue strike before they all flew back, falling to the ground and rolling several times, dropping some daggers and knives from their bodies, while they clutched their stomachs and cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. I consider this saving you. Otherwise, in 2 years, you would all be shot. Why will they be shot in 2 years? Du Lingshuang asked, puzzled. Oh, just look at how chaotic society is now. People don't even dare to go out alone. The government will definitely intervene to manage it. I estimate that people like these will all be caught and executed. Tong Yue almost let it slip and hurriedly explained to her. Du Lingshuang nodded. Society is indeed too chaotic. Many unemployed youth often commit bad deeds, and there are some people in society forming cliques, fighting and brawling daily. And incidents of harassment towards women are even more common. On their way from where they lived to Donglishan, they unexpectedly encountered several groups of thugs on the street. Some whistled at Du Lingshuang, while others openly teased her. The ones who whistled were ignored, but those who dared to tease Du Lingshuang were severely beaten, with their legs broken, lying on the ground unconscious. After the two finished a meal of lamb hot pot, they had just exited Donglishan when they were blocked by 7 or 8 young men at the entrance. Little sister, if you don't want your boyfriend to get hurt, come have some fun with us. These people had also been eating lamb hot pot at Donglishan, and during the meal, they had been staring at Du Lingshuang. Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang didn't take it seriously. After all, Du Lingshuang was beautiful and received a lot of attention on the street. Tong Yue wouldn't attack someone just because they were looking at Du Lingshuang. They initially thought these young men were just admiring Du Lingshuang's beauty, but unexpectedly, they had other intentions. Since they didn't dare to act in the restaurant, they came out to wait for them. Get lost. Don't look for trouble. Tong Yue recognized that they had encountered thugs again. He had already broken the legs of over a dozen people on his way here, and he felt a bit sickened by how these kinds of people were becoming more and more common. Hey, son bastard, you're looking for trouble. Let us go. First, cripple him. The leader of the young men, wearing a wool coat, pulled out a dagger from his waist and signaled the others to stab Tong Yue in the stomach. Damn it, they even brought a knife. This was the first time Tong Yue saw someone dare to stab someone with a dagger. It showed how much hatred they had. Thinking they could kill him in one blow, indicating that this guy must have stabbed people often. With a kick, Tong Yue aimed for the young man in the wool coat, wanting to take his life. Since this young man wanted to stab him to death, why not just kill him first? The young man flew backward for over 10 meters in midair. There was a loud bang as he exploded into a cloud of blood mist, even his wool coat disintegrating into shreds. Ah, he killed someone. The remaining young men, seeing a living person explode in midair, screamed in terror. They usually enjoyed stabbing people and were excited at the sight of blood, but they had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Tong Yue, filled with murderous intent, thought that whether it was one person or a group, it was all the same. Several blood mists exploded in midair, followed by the sounds of clattering as knives and daggers fell to the ground, alongside a handgun. Killing these people could be considered saving more innocent lives. Otherwise, leaving them alive would mean they could harm many more in the future. After killing these men, Tong Yue noticed many people in the distance looking this way. Thankfully, it was already dark, and they could only see a general outline, not clearly recognizing their faces. Chapter 88. The national security came. This was the first time Du Lingshuang saw Tong Yue kill someone. She knew he had killed a few Japanese soldiers deep in the mountains before, but she had never witnessed it firsthand. Seeing him kill these young men tonight didn't frighten her. Instead, it excited her. What are you thinking? Are you feeling sick? It's okay, you'll get used to it. No. I'm very excited. I'm thinking about when I can kill someone like you. It's simply exhilarating. Du Lingshuang smiled, saying something that shocked Tong Yue. He didn't expect her to have such thoughts, and speculated that this woman might have violent tendencies that had not yet been triggered. Really? I've thought about it for a long time. Du Lingshuang blushed, perhaps a bit shy, and turned to run into the house. He extended his senses and saw that Du Lingshuang was already taking a shower, washing her body clean, and had changed into pink underwear. Lying on the bed with a flushed face, a hint of seduction in her eyes. Perhaps recalling something, she pulled the quilt over her head. The next morning, Du Lingshuang pouted, looking unhappy. She had prepared herself the night before, but ended up disappointed. Old Gua, try not to go out at night recently. It's too chaotic outside. Don't think you can just brush it off because you know some martial arts. These people are armed. We encountered quite a few thugs last night. I already knew it was chaotic outside. Yue and I bought a week's worth of groceries on Sunday. Thankfully, it's cold now, so the groceries won't spoil. We cook at home and rarely eat out. I'm not as rich as you. You should be more afraid of dying than I am. How about we go eat lamb hot pot together at night? It's cold, and lamb is good for you. Forget it. If we want to eat lamb hot pot, we might as well eat it at home. I have no classes in the afternoon. I'll go buy some lamb for dinner. If it gets late, you guys can stay at my place. Safety first. Damn, you guys are too. Guo Yunqing didn't wait for Tong Yue to say anything else and ran off. In the police station in the Dongqing district, over a dozen officers were sitting in the conference room, each with a steaming teacup in front of them. According to the injured, it was a young man and woman who did it, both around their 20s. They didn't get a clear look at the man, but said the woman was very beautiful. These people were street thugs. When they saw the beautiful woman, they went to flirt, but unexpectedly, the man acted immediately and was ruthless. The doctor said their legs were ruined, and they would spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. Another staff member took out a notebook and reported as well. Oldly, I think these people deserve it. If they stayed home, how could anyone have harmed them? This is also a way to rid society of a menace, so they don't keep causing trouble. The deputy chief shared his thoughts after hearing the report. The young man who acted is a martial arts expert. Ordinary people in fights can only break bones. After a few months of recuperation, they're fine. But this young man directly shattered their bones. Even the best orthopedic doctors can't fix shattered bones. The instructor looked at the x-rays of the injured taken at the hospital and immediately pointed out that this young man was not ordinary. Old Chun, you practiced martial arts. How do you think this young man's skills are? Chief Li turned to ask the instructor beside him. This young man has cultivated inner strength. His skills are far superior to mine. You must know that those who have cultivated inner strength are true internal martial arts experts. He must have been filled with hatred towards these thugs when he fought them, using his inner strength. Otherwise, it's not easy to kick such hard bones to pieces. At most, he'd just break them in two. While the police station was compiling reports of the assaults, the branch office was unusually serious. He could kick someone into a blood mist and killed 7 people? This is not something an ordinary person can do. The murderer is an internal martial arts master, and an extraordinary one at that. Quickly check if any experts from domestic martial arts schools have come to the capital and report to national security. This is not an ordinary homicide case. After reading the records from bystanders, the bureau chief immediately ordered the deputy chiefs and the captain of the criminal police team sitting nearby. Tong Yue was unaware that this incident had alarmed national security. He believed that no matter how they investigated, they wouldn't find him. The days in winter are short, and at night, it's cold. Although there are streetlights, their illumination is dim, making it impossible to see people's faces from a distance. On winter nights, ordinary people generally do not go out. Even if someone unintentionally sees a fight happening, they would hide far away. Everyone knows that society is chaotic now. There's no time to waste on watching the excitement. For people were at home enjoying hot pot and drinking the old by fun that Guo Yunqing brought over. Outside, the north wind howled, but inside, it was warm and steamy. As they raised their glasses and drank heartily, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Tong Yue frowned, got up to open the door, and saw several plainclothes men standing outside. One of them showed his ID and said, "We are from the National Security Bureau and would like to ask you a few questions." The others were startled, especially Guo Yunqing and Su Yue, who exchanged glances in disbelief. They never expected to encounter the National Security Bureau while having a meal at Tong Yue's home. Du Lingxiang also became tense. At Tong Yue's gesture, she quickly practiced a small cycle of her technique to calm her mind. Tong Yue, however, remained composed and invited them inside. The national security personnel explained their purpose, mentioning the murder and injury incidents that occurred on the street last night. Tong Yue thought to himself, but maintained a calm exterior, saying, "We were at home eating dinner last night. We know things are chaotic outside and didn't dare to go out." The national security personnel observed the expressions on their faces and asked more detailed questions. They found that although the group was nervous, there was nothing suspicious. And when they inquired about their relationships, the answers matched the records from the street. The personnel's attitude softened considerably, saying, "It's fine. We only came here because you are all young people." After they left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Yunqing even patted his chest, exclaiming, "What a big deal. The National Security Bureau came to investigate. Almost scared me to death. I need to drink a few more to calm my nerves." As expected, Guo Yunqing drank too much again, while Su Yue, who didn't drink much today, helped him to the East Wing room. "Dear, the National Security Bureau came to investigate. Did they discover something?" Du Lingxiang, lying in Tong Yue's arms and wrapping her arms around his waist, asked worriedly. "It's fine. They only suspect something. It might be related to the people who were injured last night. They don't suspect us of murder. I think they want to start by investigating the injured and then determine the murderer from there." Tong Yue's guess was also the national security's thinking. After receiving the case, They began checking where a man and a woman lived, intending to start their investigation from there, which led them to Tong Yue's home. The national security personnel checked all the young people in the area and ultimately suspected Tong Yue because he remained so calm, showing no signs of fear when confronted by them. Chapter 89. Li Jigang treats. After this incident, Tong Yue and Du Lingxiang rarely went out to avoid encountering local ruffians. It wasn't that they were afraid, they just didn't want to attract trouble, especially since these people might not survive in a couple of years. On Sunday, they did a big grocery shopping, buying various meats, cooked food, vegetables, apples, and pears, all of which could be stored in the ring without spoiling. In this era, there were no vegetable greenhouses, and transportation was inconvenient. Vegetables from the south couldn't be delivered, and there weren't many varieties of winter vegetables in the north, so they were limited to just a few. In the morning, Du Lingxiang got up and first cleared the accumulated snow from the roof, piling it in a corner of the yard to prevent sharp icicles from forming under the eaves as the snow melted. Since it snowed, they didn't ride their bicycles to school. With no one around in the alley, they used their wind manipulation technique to cross several alleys and slowly made their way to the university. Just as Tong Yue arrived, he saw Li Jigang lingering at the classroom door. Upon seeing Tong Yue, Li Jigang hurried over, stomping his feet and rubbing his hands together while exhaling warm breath. "What are we eating? It's so chaotic outside. Try not to go out too much. If you're going out to repair appliances, be careful. The police were checking in our area a few days ago. It's nothing serious. We're all roommates and classmates. Besides, I haven't been much help to you, so don't take it to heart. Who knows, I might need your help in the future." Li Jigang expressed his gratitude, his appreciation evident on his face. "Damn, you're right. I'm glad I came to find you. Otherwise, I'd still be thinking about repairing appliances. We've made over 30,000 in this period, and with the compensation, we have 50,000 now. What do you think is a fair price for that patent? Let's sell it for 100,000. Tong Yue thought for a moment and quoted a price. 100,000? Can they afford that? 100,000 is not much. I'm giving them a friendly price. Do you think the patent we developed is worthless? All right. Hearing you say that gives me confidence. I'll treat you to drinks when I have time." Li Jigang thanked him again and promised before turning to discuss with his two partners. Tong Yue watched his back, smiling. He felt that Li Jigang was someone worth helping. He was not ungrateful. If you help him a little, he will always remember your kindness and find ways to repay you. The day after the winter vacation began, Li Jigang came to find Tong Yue again, this time with his two partners. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Tong Yue knew they had made money. "Tong Yue, after school this afternoon, you must come to Donglishan Lamb Restaurant. If you don't, it will be like you don't give us face. In the future, if we meet, it will be as if we don't know each other." All right, I'll go." Tong Yue agreed, knowing he couldn't refuse. "Is it Guiyunqing? Then let's all go together. It's just a matter of a few extra chopsticks." Li Jigang knew Tong Yue had a good relationship with Guiyunqing, as they often ate together. "It's not him. It's my girlfriend." Tong Yue didn't hide it from Li Jigang and just said it straightforwardly. "Your girlfriend? When did you get a girlfriend? Who is she? Do I know her?" Li Jigang was surprised to hear that Tong Yue had a girlfriend, as he had never heard of it before. This guy had always been mysterious. And now he suddenly had a girlfriend. "You might know her. You might have heard of her. My girlfriend is Du Lingxiang." "What? Du Lingxiang is your girlfriend? This is unbelievable." Before Li Jigang could say anything, his two partners exclaimed in surprise. "It's Du Lingxiang. What's wrong?" Tong Yue felt puzzled as to why it was so unbelievable that his girlfriend was Du Lingxiang. At the weekly meeting, the school leaders said everyone should learn from Du Lingxiang. She doesn't date. Times have changed. Now she's dating, and her boyfriend is me. Wow. Tong Yue, you're amazing. You managed to win over someone like Du Lingxiang. I admire your ability. Li Jigang gave him a thumbs up and gestured in front of him. "What do you mean by win over? That's such an unpleasant way to put it. You shouldn't say that as an older brother. Besides, I'm just dating Du Lingxiang. That shouldn't be a big deal. Hey, who in the university doesn't know Du Lingxiang? She's always so cold. How did you get her to date you? We're just a bit curious. It's just fate. She likes me, and I like her, so we got together. A little while ago, she agreed. Is it true that when you saved the beauty, Du Lingxiang developed a good impression of you, and with just a little seduction, she agreed to be your girlfriend? Stop talking here. It's so cold. Let's go together after school this afternoon and discuss it." Tong Yue didn't want to listen to them any longer, otherwise they wouldn't know when it would end, so he quickly cut off the topic. In the evening, in the private room of Dong Lishan, Li Jigang and his two partners, Tang Yueping and Sun Baojun, saw that Tong Yue really brought Du Ling Shuang with him. And only then did they believe it was true. Tong Yue introduced the three of them to Du Ling Shuang, and after stepping outside, she was no longer the cold-faced person she was in school. She smiled and greeted the three of them. We listened to your advice and talked to the person in charge of that small factory about selling the patent. The person in charge agreed without hesitation and even signed the contract and made the payment on the spot. We also transferred that repair work, all thanks to your reminder. Come, let's toast to you. After Li Jigang finished speaking, he raised his glass. And the two partners also lifted their glasses to clink with Tong Yue and downed the drinks together. This is nothing. I didn't help much. It's all thanks to your capabilities. What are your plans after graduation? Are you staying in Beijing or going back to your hometown? Tong Yue humbly replied. As he was just the mouthpiece, it was still the three of them who did the thinking, and he then asked about their future. Staying in Beijing would be great. But if I stay in Beijing, what about my wife and kids at home? Would we have to live apart? We've already been apart for over 3 years. What do you suggest? Li Jigang first shared his situation and then turned to Tong Yue, knowing that he had many ideas. Chapter 90. Du Ling Shuang's brother during the meal. Du Ling Shuang occasionally picked food for Tong Yue, making Li Jigang and the others feel incredulous. Is this still the cold Du Ling Shuang from school? Why is she so gentle outside, and she keeps smiling? They couldn't figure out how Tong Yue managed to win her over. I say, are you two planning to get married right after graduation? Li Jigang, being an experienced person, saw how good Du Ling Shuang was to Tong Yue. He had a good relationship with Tong Yue and hoped they would get married. Tong Yue felt that since graduation was approaching, there was no need to hide it any longer. He thought to himself that Tong Yue was moving too fast. He had only known Du Ling Shuang for a short time, and they had already obtained a marriage certificate. Anyway, I'm going to marry him. And we will eventually get the marriage certificate, so why not do it now and avoid him being taken away by someone else? That's why we want to get the marriage certificate. Li Jigang, Tang Yueping, and the others looked at Tong Yue after hearing Du Ling Shuang's words. Tong Yue was just a bit more handsome and had fairer skin. There wasn't anything particularly special about him. Why was Du Ling Shuang worried about him being taken away? Is this the saying that love makes one blind? After 5 people had eaten and drunk enough, they left Dong Laishan. Li Jigang and the others returned to their dormitory, while Tong Yue rode his bicycle with Du Ling Shuang. Oldly, this Tong Yue is not simple. Not to mention Du Ling Shuang. Just the ideas he gave us made the 3 of us become wealthy in less than a year. This was something we wouldn't have dared to think about before, but today we achieved it. We should keep in touch with Tong Yue. We definitely won't suffer losses. Sun Baojun agreed. We're also benefiting from your light. After we graduate, no matter which unit in Beijing we are assigned to, we should meet every week. And it'd be best to include Tong Yue. He's a good person and worth befriending. Additionally, Du Ling Shuang's younger brother Xiao Yong had his leg broken and lost a finger because he went to gamble and lost. This time, their father didn't help him pay off the debt, and even their mother ignored him. Tong Yue knew in his past life that this brother was spoiled by their mother, but in this life, Xiao Yong had developed a gambling habit and ended up getting beaten up and injured. After the winter vacation, Du Ling Shuang's 2 younger brothers unexpectedly came to the courtyard. This was their first visit to see their sister since she moved here. Second sister, can we stay here for a few days? We'll go back when Dad is on vacation. We often get bullied by our cousins at home, and Dad is never around to help. Sometimes we can't even eat. When Du Ling Shuang opened the courtyard door, she saw her 2 younger brothers, their faces bruised and clearly beaten. The 2 kids looked pale and thin, with messy hair, and their cotton clothes were dirty and covered in mud. There was quite an age gap between Du Ling Shuang and these 2 brothers. Their father spoiled them, and Grandpa Du liked them too. When Du Ling Shuang was at home, she would take care of them. Since Grandpa Du passed away, the family changed. Their father quarreled with his brothers, and their cousins were no longer as friendly as before. The good days for the 2 of them at home were gone. As long as their father wasn't home, the cousins would find reasons to slap them or kick them while cursing, saying they were useless kids who had a mother but were not taught properly. After school was out, the brothers' suffering began. Their cousins bullied them almost every day, and since the brothers couldn't beat them, they took their anger out on the cousins' kids. If you dare to hit us, we'll hit your kids. Yesterday, the brothers were beaten by their cousins, and today they found an opportunity for revenge, breaking the leg of their 6-year-old nephew. When they saw their nephew unconscious on the ground, they thought they had killed him and were scared. So they came to find their second sister Du Ling Shuang, thinking that once their father returned home, this matter would blow over, and they could go back home. We hit him yesterday, and today we went to hit his son, but accidentally hurt him badly. We're very scared and have nowhere to go. So we came to find our second sister. Did you really kill that child? After hearing what the two brothers said, Du Lingshuang felt a headache coming on. If they really killed the child, their third uncle's family would definitely not let them off the hook. We just kicked his leg really hard. We don't know if he's dead or not. We just saw him lying on the ground, not moving. Du Dongpa's face turned pale. Perhaps seeing his nephew lying unconscious made him think he was dead, which frightened them. Come in first. Wash your faces. I'll get you something to eat. Although Du Lingshuang's relationship with these two brothers was average, they were still young at that time and influenced by family rules. So she didn't hold past things against them. Tong Yue saw how miserable the two younger brothers looked and thought of his brother Xiao Yong. They had lost their mother, and their doting grandfather was also gone. After their father fell out with his brothers, their lives at home must have been difficult. Brother-in-law, hello? We'll stay a few days and then go back. Please don't get into a fight with my sister. Du Dongpa greeted Tong Yue when he saw him. Although he was young, he was quite observant and knew that their visit might cause Tong Yue to be unhappy with Du Lingshuang. They had also been to their eldest sister's house, and when the eldest brother-in-law saw them, he had a fight with their eldest sister. It's fine, just stay here. Tong Yue had heard Du Lingshuang mention these two younger brothers before, and seeing them today, he didn't mind so much. He knew they were concerned that he would dislike them and that it might cause a quarrel with Du Lingshuang. The two of them were bullied by their cousins at home, so they retaliated against the cousins' children. Du Lingshuang recounted the events to Tong Yue. It is estimated that he has fainted. It's impossible to kill the child, but you need to be prepared. Your cousin's family will definitely come looking for you here. I think we should just solve this once and for all to avoid future troubles. You won't kill them, will you? Upon hearing this, Du Lingshue's face changed dramatically. Tong Yue, is he going to kill again? No matter what, they are her uncles. How could she bring herself to kill them? Chapter 91. The Du family is dividing that night. Du Guozhu brought his two sons, Du Donghui and Du Dongsheng, to Tong Yue's courtyard, banging loudly on the door. Du Lingxue, you worthless woman who seeks wild men. Come out. You thief. How dare you hit my father? The brothers Du Donghui and Du Dongsheng did not expect Tong Yue to be so fierce, daring to hit a man over 50 years old. They shouted and rushed in. Brother-in-law is so powerful, just like that. Bastards. How dare you hit us? Today we will hit back. The brothers Du Dongpa, along with Du Lingxue, followed Tong Yue and opened the courtyard door, only to see Tong Yue kick their third uncle flying, then knock down two cousins. Upon witnessing this, the brothers looked at Tong Yue with admiration. Du Guozhu saw the murderous intent in Tong Yue's eyes and immediately turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Get out of here. If you dare come here again, I will break your legs. After saying this, Tong Yue stomped his foot, and with a crack, a half-foot thick stone slab broke in half. All right, it's nothing now, go back. Second brother-in-law is really good to our second sister. Much better than the first brother-in-law. I like the second brother-in-law. The brothers returned to the east wing arranged by Du Lingxue, where the Kong was warm and cozy, even more comfortable than at home. Du Donghai started talking to his third brother. Second brother-in-law is really impressive, and he doesn't scold the second sister like the first brother-in-law does. I've even seen him hit the first sister, and he scared me, telling me not to tell Dad. The two brothers were very grateful to Tong Yue for standing up for their second sister today and compared him to Liang Jinjia. They were not very old, but they knew who was good and who was not. Du Guozhu and his two sons were beaten by Tong Yue, which alarmed Du Guoxuan from the main house. He inquired about the situation and learned that Du Guozhu had scolded Du Lingxue, which led to him being beaten by Tong Yue. Therefore, Du Guoxuan convened a family meeting to resolve the second family's issues once and for all. Otherwise, it was uncertain what problems might arise in the future. Du Guoxuan sat in the main seat, with his three brothers beside him, all from the main family, specially coming to witness the division of the second family's brothers. Du Guoqiang, Du Guotai, and Du Guozhu sat on the other side, knowing that living in the same courtyard would lead to many issues, especially Du Dongpa and his brother, who had been bullied by their own sons, even resorting to hitting their own grandson. If they weren't careful, they might end up killing their grandson. Teenagers can be reckless. And this time, they only broke the grandson's leg. Next time they might break his head, and then it would be too late to regret. I'll leave here. Whoever wants the house can give me money, and I will move out. We can't live here. We might lose our lives one day. Du Guozhu was the first to back down. I'll move out too. The third brother said correctly. This family is ruthless. How can we live in fear every day? The second brother, Du Guotai, hearing the third brother's words and seeing that the third brother's grandson had a broken leg, also felt afraid. Since the third brother wanted to move out, it would be better to buy a small courtyard outside and live a quiet life. I'll move out too. You can have this courtyard. Duke Wuqiang didn't have much money, and it was difficult for him to take out so much at once. So he wanted to move out as well. Eldest brother, you are the head of the family. This ancestral property should belong to you. People will laugh at you if you live here. Upon hearing his eldest brother's words, Du Guozhu became anxious. He didn't have that much money. He thought the same as his second brother. After getting the money, he would buy a small courtyard. Besides, this old house needed repairs, which would cost money. And he didn't want it. Guozhu has a point. Let Guoqiang take the house. But I just realized that this house needs repairs. So let Guoqiang give you 4,000 yuan, and he can use the rest for repairs. What do you think? Du Guoxuan was favoring Du Guoqiang. How could it cost so much to repair the house? A few hundred yuan would be enough. He only said this because of his connection with Tong Yue. All right, I agree. Du Guozhu thought that by reducing the amount by 1,000 yuan, he would take home 300 less, and to move out sooner. He didn't care about a few hundred yuan. Then I agree too. If eldest brother gives us the money today, we will move out tomorrow. Du Guotai and Du Guozhu had similar thoughts. They all wanted to move out before the new year. Du Guoqiang, hearing Du Guoxuan's words, knew he was being favored. But he couldn't take out 4,000 yuan. Over the years, he had saved only a little over 500 yuan. After he received his salary, he would hand half of it to old master Du. The remaining money was used for Du Lingxue and his two younger brothers' school fees, so he hadn't saved much. Later, after old master Du passed away, after the brothers finished the funeral, they took out the money old master Du had saved, and he finally got a share. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have that 500 yuan. Du Guoqiang didn't have money and went to find his two sons. Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng didn't earn much. And with their marriages and children, they could hardly make ends meet. It was only later when Du Guoxuan helped them change jobs and their salaries increased that they managed to save some money. The three of them pooled together 1,000 yuan, but they were still short 3,000. Du Guoxuan secretly lent him 1,000, but they were still short 2,000. Guoqiang, I think you should borrow money from Lingxue. While Du Guoqiang was worrying at home, Du Guoxuan walked in and said something that surprised him. Borrow money from Lingxue? She's a college student. How could she have money? I originally wanted to borrow from Yue Shuang, but I was afraid she wouldn't lend it to me, and besides, she doesn't have much money either. I don't even know how to describe you. I really don't understand how you live your life. Not caring about your child at all. Lingxue may not have money, but Tong Yue does. Tong Yue has money. He comes from the countryside and is still receiving subsidies to go to school. How could he have money? Du Guoqiang was stunned by his cousin's words. He realized he didn't care enough about his daughter. He thought Du Lingxue and Tong Yue were in love and moved out together. Forgetting that Tong Yue indeed had his own courtyard. How could someone with no money buy a courtyard? Of course, Tong Yue has money. As far as I know, he has at least several million yuan now. Asking Lingxue for a few thousand yuan would be easy for him. Chapter 92. Director Wang's reminder. Du Guoxuan saw Du Guoqiang like this and felt a bit contemptuous of him. If it weren't for Tong Yue, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. Hurry up. What are you still dragging your feet for? Don't you believe what I'm saying? But then he thought again. Tong Yue has so much money. It must have come from legitimate sources. Otherwise, as the Deputy Minister of Public Security, he would have arrested Tong Yue long ago. Du Lingxue opened the courtyard door and saw her father standing outside, thinking he was there to pick up her brothers. No. I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Just say it. Du Guoqiang revealed his intentions and mentioned the division of the family. Write a loan note. Du Lingshuang took out a piece of paper and a pen and handed them to her father. Here's the money. Hurry back and take care of your business. Du Lingshuang glanced at the loan note, then took out a stack of money from her pocket and handed it to her father. When Du Guoqiang returned home and took out the money to count, he realized he had been given 3,000 more than expected. His daughter had asked for a loan note of 2,000, but had given him 3,000 extra. Tears streamed down Du Guoqiang's face. His lips trembled with emotion. This daughter understands her father's difficulties. I have wronged you in the past. Big brother, here's 1,000 from me. Now that I have some money, I'll return it to you first. Don't rush to repay. I don't need it right now. Use it to repair the house. Du Guoxuan saw him pull out the money and knew he had borrowed it from his niece. Du Guoqiang wasn't short on money now. But who doesn't know how to say pretty words? This young man, Tong Yue, is quite capable. It's a blessing for our family that Ling Shuang can marry him. My goodness. If I had known Tong Yue was this capable, We wouldn't have bothered with matchmaking. It's all Guozhu's fault. He keeps stirring things up in front of my father, pushing Ling Shuang into matchmaking. You share some responsibility too. Didn't you Shuang go through with it? Look at how she's living now. Is she happy? You listen to your second uncle for everything. That's not filial. It's foolish filial piety. Not only did it harm you Shuang, but it also got you into this situation. Duke Wuqiang was scolded by his cousin and recognized his past mistakes. After reflecting on it, he said his goodbyes and left. Du Ling Shuang's two younger brothers were living well here, with enough to eat and warm clothes. When their father came to pick them up, they didn't want to go back. Let us go home. That place will be our home from now on. Both your uncles have moved out. No one will bully you anymore. Second sister, second brother-in-law, we're leaving. Can we come back again? The two brothers, Du Dongpa and Du Donghai, reluctantly said goodbye to Tong Yue. Little Donghai, thinking they might come back, even asked before leaving. You can come whenever you want. I never said you couldn't. The brothers hugged the new clothes and shoes that Du Ling Shuang bought for them, along with some snacks, and followed their father home. Dad, second sister is really good to us. She bought us new clothes and shoes, and even milk candies. Second brother-in-law is great too. He took us to eat roast duck and hot pot at Donglashan. He's much better than big brother-in-law, and he treats my sister better too. At home, it's all up to second sister, unlike big brother-in-law, who treats my big sister poorly. Hearing his son's words, Duke Wuqiang regretted letting his eldest daughter go through with the matchmaking. Fortunately, his second daughter didn't listen to him. Otherwise, finding such a good son-in-law would be really difficult. Tong Yue didn't interfere with the affairs of Du Ling Shuang's family. What could a son-in-law say? But no one else from the Du family could bully her. Du Ling Shuang also told him about her father borrowing money. But Tong Yue didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Duke Wuqiang was Du Ling Shuang's father, and their blood relationship couldn't be severed. It was like his relationship with his own father. Even though his father didn't care much for him, he still gave him money when he went to university. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Du Dongshan came to the courtyard to find him, asking him to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tong Yue knew that Robert was sending money again. Otherwise, Director Wang wouldn't have notified Duke Wuxuan to find him. Riding his bicycle to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he found that Robert had sent over the manuscript fees, copyright fees, and box office shares after settlement. The movie Terminator had been a huge hit in over a dozen countries in Europe and America, maintaining its popularity for more than 2 months before slowly declining. The total earnings from the manuscript fees, copyright fees, and film shares for Terminator exceeded $200 million. This time, Tong Yue's income totaled over $210 million, more than a few million more than the previous Starship Troopers. According to the exchange rate, that was over 1 billion Dragon Country coins. Adding that to the 700 million Dragon Country coins he had before, he now had 18 billion Dragon Country coins. Not to mention the considerable amount of gold and silver treasures he had, which converted to Dragon Country coins was also a significant sum. Tong Yue, you've brought in so much foreign exchange for the country again. That's really commendable. Director Wang congratulated him as he took the remittance slip. But then a hint of hesitation appeared on his face, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. Director Wang, we've known each other for quite a while, and our relationship has always been good. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing the expression on his face, Tong Yue felt puzzled and asked, since you put it that way, I'll remind you, you have too much money in your hands, and it could attract jealousy. Have you thought about that? Tong Yue was taken aback. He hadn't considered this issue before. Now, after Director Wang's reminder, he immediately thought about it. In this era, everyone was still quite poor, and he had so much money, which would definitely make others envious. Even if they didn't come to ask him for money, they might use moral coercion to make him donate. This era was not like his previous life, where having more money only made others envious. But even in his previous life, having too much money was not a good thing. Especially after wealth was exposed, many departments would come to ask for donations or charity, or they would find excuses to start extorting money. It seemed he hadn't planned well. He shouldn't have let Robert send the money to the country. He should have kept it in a foreign bank. However, traveling in this era was inconvenient, and communication was even more difficult. He had no other choice due to the conditions being too restrictive. Chapter 93, Sudden Breakthrough After Leaving the National Bank. Tong Yue kept thinking about how to spend the large sum of money in his hands. If he were to donate, he felt reluctant, but if he didn't donate, having so much money would make him a target. Those who might covet his money surely held significant power. Otherwise, they wouldn't know he had so much. Uncle, I want to donate some money to your department, and I also plan to donate some to the military, hoping to give more compensation to the fallen soldiers' families. You want to donate? How much money do you have? Why did you suddenly think of donating? Duke Wuxuan was surprised that Tong Yue had come to him about donations and quickly asked for the reason. Over 10 billion Dragon Country coins? Duke Wuxuan was shocked by his words. That was quite a lot of money. Although it came from legitimate sources, having too much money could be a hot potato. I'm planning to donate 2 billion to your department and 5 billion to the military. After all, compensation is for a family, so it should be more. But please don't mention my name in the newspapers. I don't want to be famous to avoid future trouble. Tong Yue knew that many soldiers had sacrificed their lives in the 10 years of fighting in the Southwest, and many others were injured and disabled. He was willing to donate money to support the soldiers who defended the country. After resolving this concern, Tong Yue left Duke Wuxuan's office and went to the post office to send an international telegram to Robert, asking him to come to Dragon Country next year for a discussion. He wanted to keep the money in a Swiss bank and no longer deposit it domestically to avoid being targeted and feeling uncomfortable. After returning to the courtyard, he told Du Ling Shuang about this matter. Tong Yue nodded. That's true, but if too many people want to kill, that's not a solution unless they stop living here. We should find an opportunity to go to Port City, buy a villa there, and we'll have Port City identification. Even if we have dozens of times more money in the future, we won't have to worry about being targeted. Go to Port City? This is indeed a good idea. We need to find Uncle to come up with a way to get a pass to go to the Port City. We'll ask him tonight. When Du Ling Shuang heard about going to the Port City, she thought of finding her Uncle Duke Wuxuan. Old Du, are Tong Yue and the others planning to settle down in the Port City? They're not planning to settle down there. Tong Yue wants to have an identity in the Port City so that his money can be kept there and no one will be thinking about his money. This kid is quite smart. Moreover, having an identity in the Port City would benefit our family as well. Not to mention that buying foreign goods would be more convenient. The Port City is also part of the country. It's just that some laws are different from those in the mainland. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Tong Yue obtained a pass to the Port City, valid for 1 month. The two planned to go to the Port City after the new year because Tong Yue was about to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. After getting the pass from Duke Wuxuan, Tong Yue was in a great mood. Once his plan succeeded, his Tao heart also became clear, and the spiritual energy in his Dantian surged. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of qi refining, and with this opportunity, he instantly felt that the spiritual energy in his Dantian could no longer be suppressed and began to erupt within him. There was no time to go deep into the mountains, so Tong Yue had to go to the capital university. The school was on holiday, and there weren't many people around, especially since it was so cold outside. He first used an invisibility spell to leap over the university's wall and arrived at the Waiming Lake. Just as he sat cross-legged, the surging spiritual energy in his Dantian touched the barrier, preventing him from reaching the 8th level of qi refining. He quickly took out a pile of spirit stones, set up a gathering spirit formation, and operated his technique to guide the erupting spiritual energy from his Dantian and the energy in his meridians toward the barrier blocking the 8th level of qi refining. Crack! A crisp sound echoed within him again. Tong Yue loved hearing this sound as it meant he was about to break through his cultivation level. A massive aura emanated from him, spreading outwards. The soil and snow around Waiming Lake were instantly blown into the air, within 100 feet around Tong Yue. The snow and floating dust, as well as some withered weeds, were all cleared away by this shockwave. After more than an hour, Tong Yue stood up, glanced at the impurities expelled from his body, and noticed that there were significantly fewer than before, only a few scattered spots. After releasing his spiritual sense to scan, he found that he could probe over 1,500 meters away. Who is it? Come out quickly. While Tong Yue was examining the spiritual energy in his Dantian, he heard someone shouting from a distance. He guessed that the snow blown up during his breakthrough had been noticed by the security personnel, which is why they came to check it out. He used an invisibility spell to leap over the university's wall and then used the wind control technique to return to the courtyard in a few jumps. After cleaning himself up, he saw that Du Ling Shuang was still practicing in the house, so he didn't disturb her and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Dear, did you break through to the 8th level of qi refining? When did you break through? I didn't notice. During dinner, Du Ling Shuang felt the change in his aura and realized that he had actually broken through to the 8th level of qi refining today, making her curious, and she kept asking. I got the pass to the Port City this afternoon, and perhaps my thoughts became clear, causing the spiritual energy in my Dantian to suddenly erupt. There was no time to go deep into the mountains, so I had to break through by Waiming Lake. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you suddenly broke through to the 8th level of chi refining without any warning. You weren't discovered by the security personnel, were you? No. When I heard their shout, I jumped over the wall and left. That's good. Let's continue practicing. I thought I wouldn't break through before the new year, and I estimated it would take until the first month to break through. Chapter 94. The New Year's Eve dinner of the Du family. On the afternoon of this year's New Year's Eve, the two brothers Du Dongpa came again. This time to invite Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang home for the reunion dinner. The current 3-entry 4-courtyard now belonged to Du Guoqiang. Without the presence of Du Guotai and Du Guozhu's families, and there were no longer any nagging or ridicule from those two families. Only the Du Guoqiang family remained, and the courtyard became harmonious. Once they get married in the future, they will move into the side room of the inner courtyard. This was arranged by Du Guoqiang for the two brothers. Tong Yue is here. Come in and sit. No need to bring anything. Du Dongsheng and Tong Yue had met a few times, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. As he accepted the gift from Tong Yue, he chatted with him. Hey, you can't say that. We'll be relatives in the future, so just come as you are. Du Guoqiang smiled when he saw Tong Yue and quickly handed him a teacup, looking much better than when he saw his son-in-law Yang Jianxi. Tong Yue, have a smoke. Second brother Du Dongfeng took out a Chinese cigarette and offered him one. At this time, two little boys also ran over, staring at Tong Yue with wide eyes. Du Dongsheng pointed to the two boys and introduced them to Tong Yue, urging them to greet him. Uncle, the two little boys called out in unison. Why give them so much money? Just a dime to show your intentions is fine. Du Dongsheng saw Tong Yue giving 20 yuan at once. Although he now knew Tong Yue had money, it was still too much, considering they were still young. After Du Lingshuang returned home, she went to help in the kitchen, where her two sisters-in-law were busy cooking. When they saw her back, they quickly greeted her with smiles. As everyone in the family knew Tong Yue had money and that she and Tong Yue would marry after graduation, they said things like how this little sister-in-law had foresight, knowing to secure a good man early on, thinking that Tong Yue, coming from the countryside, wouldn't have much ability and only managed to get into university. Xiao Shuang, are you getting along well with your brother-in-law? How is his ability at night? When you two are together, who gives in first? The two sisters-in-law were both experienced. Once women marry and have children, they become bold enough to say anything. What are you talking about? Even though we live together, we haven't shared a room yet. I don't know what you're talking about. You haven't shared a room yet? Really? Huh. You're still a big girl. The eldest sister-in-law noted that Du Lingshuang was still unblemished. The second sister-in-law, having experience, listened to Du Lingshuang's words and still somewhat doubted, scrutinizing her closely to realize she hadn't lost her innocence. You two have been together for so long. How can you hold back with such passion? Is he not capable in that aspect? The eldest sister-in-law, seeing that Du Lingshuang was indeed still a virgin, began to speculate. No, Tong Yue said we can only be together after marriage. Right now, we are still in school. And he is afraid that if we go to university, others will find out. Then Tong Yue is really good to you, considering this kind of thing for you. You must not let him down in the future. The two sisters-in-law had never heard such an explanation before and began to advise her. I won't let him down. Ever since he risked his life to save me that day, I decided I would marry him in this lifetime. You two really are fated. Tong Yue is indeed quite brave, jumping into such cold lake water to save someone. If I had a man willing to risk his life for me, I would definitely marry him. The two sisters-in-law envied her good fortune and admired Tong Yue's courage. The New Year's Eve dinner was a lavish spread of dishes. This year, without the other two families, only their family remained, and the mood was great. Everyone enjoyed the meal happily. It was Tong Yue's first time as a guest at Du Lingshuang's home, and he drank quite a bit of alcohol, enough to get his father-in-law and two brothers-in-law drunk. For people drank 6 bottles of wine. Only Tong Yue was as sober as a normal person, while Du Guoqiang and his 2 sons were quite drunk. Tong Yue helped his father-in-law to bed, and Du Lingshuang, worried that her father might get cold, covered him with a blanket. The 2 brothers-in-law were supported by their wives back to their rooms. And after Du Lingshuang reminded her 2 younger brothers to take good care of their father that night, she left with Tong Yue. The next day, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, they were awakened early by the sound of firecrackers. Tong Yue was not interested in the firecrackers, but Du Lingshuang loved the sound. She had bought quite a few firecrackers in advance and even gave some to her 2 younger brothers. Darling, go set off some firecrackers. I want to hear the sound of them exploding. With her constant coaxing and pinching, Tong Yue had no choice but to get up and set off the firecrackers. Bang, bang. He first lit a small firecracker, then set off a bundle of 2 kicks. Set off some more, come on. Seeing that Tong Yue had stopped, Duling Shuang tossed him some more. This time, Tong Yue lit all the small firecrackers and threw them into the air, creating a series of loud pops, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. Hey, where are you throwing those? Someone yelled from the neighboring yard. Tong Yue's awareness noticed that some firecrackers exploded and flew into the neighboring yard, just as someone was stepping out the door, nearly hitting him, which prompted the shout. Run. Upon hearing the shout from the neighboring yard, Duling Shuang said 2 words to Tong Yue before running back inside. Sorry, buddy, I threw them too high and they ended up over there. Tong Yue shouted through the wall. It's fine, just be careful next time, don't hit the kids. The elder brother from the neighboring yard was not unreasonable. It was the new year, and everyone was looking for a festive atmosphere. Hearing Tong Yue's words, he offered a reminder. Look at the trouble you've caused. The real culprit has already run away, leaving me here. After entering the house and not seeing her, he went to the kitchen and saw Duling Shuang cooking dumplings. Hee, I told you not to run, but you ended up chatting with someone on such a cold day. Chapter 95. Arriving in the port city on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, it was the day for daughters to return to their parental homes. This year, Duling Shuang went back alone. Tong Yue did not accompany her since they hadn't held a wedding yet, and he felt it wasn't appropriate to go without any formal status. Although the Du family wouldn't say anything, with Liang Jianxi around, Tong Yue didn't want to go. This person was calculating and manipulative, and Tong Yue feared he might not be able to restrain himself from giving him a beating. Seeing only Duling Shuang there, he asked, Where's Tong Yue? Why didn't he come? Duling Shuang deliberately asked this to irritate her brother-in-law and see if he would still try to scheme against Tong Yue. Why did you break up with him? Oh my, what can I say about you? You followed him like that. How can you get married in the future? Forget it. I want to say more. You want to understand anyway, and I don't want to waste my breath. You Shuang, if you really can't go on with Liang Jianxi, just get a divorce. Now that grandpa is gone, I don't care about reputation or what others say. Your happiness is more important than anything. Duke Wuqiang noticed that Liang Jianxi was about to leave without even asking his eldest daughter how she was doing. It was as if they were strangers, and he knew their marriage was unhappy, which is why he advised Du Shuang. Du Shuang angrily shouted, releasing all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Sister, stop. Everyone knows your difficulties. This is all Grandpa's fault, and Dad listened to Grandpa too much. He regrets your situation now, otherwise, he wouldn't have let you get a divorce. Seeing her sister nearly hysterical, the other family members knew of her grievances but dared not say anything. So Duling Shuang stepped up to persuade her. Du Shuang looked at her sister with envy and turned to leave. Her brothers and sisters-in-law didn't dare to stop her as they watched her walk out of the house alone. The second brother also looked displeased, glanced at their father's room, said nothing, and went outside to smoke. The 2 sisters-in-law and 2 younger brothers remained silent, while the 2 little nephews stared at the food on the table, saying, Mom, I'm hungry. The meal felt tasteless to everyone, except for the 2 little nephews who ate greedily. My sister wants to divorce that bastard Liang Jianxi, and I'm afraid she'll suffer. What should we do? Duling Shuang said after sitting down. Divorce can wait until after work. I plan to go to Port City tomorrow. You can check on your sister when I get back. Tong Yue didn't express any opinions about Du Shuang's divorce. It was someone else's private matter, and he felt it wasn't appropriate to comment. In his past life, he had seen too many divorces where couples split at the slightest disagreement without consulting their families. And by the time both parents found out, months had already passed. So he didn't have much feeling about divorce. All right. If Liang Jianxi dares to bully my sister, I will make him wish he were dead, Duling Shuang said fiercely, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, the 2 woke up early, took a car to the airport, and bought tickets with their passes and household registration books before boarding the plane. It was their first time flying. For Tong Yue, it was the first time in this era, while Duling Shuang had never flown before. Before the plane took off, Duling Shuang nervously held Tong Yue's hand. Don't worry, it's the safest mode of transportation. Unless, Tong Yue comforted her while sitting next to her. He recalled that in this era, smoking was allowed on planes, and even Moutai liquor was served. Smoking in such a small space? Do these people have such a strong addiction? Duling Shuang felt the smoke wafting over and complained, momentarily forgetting her nervousness about flying. From now on, smoking won't be allowed on planes. They're just nervous. Tong Yue said, unsure of why smoking was permitted, so he made up a reason. There were no direct flights from the capital to Port City at that time. They first had to fly to Yueqing Airport, and then take a bus to Shenzhen, entering Port City through the port. After flying for more than 4 hours, they arrived at Yueqing Airport, then bought tickets for a long-distance bus to Shenzhen. By the time they reached Shenzhen, it was already past 6 in the evening. The temperature here was much higher than in the north, where it was still icy and snowy. It felt almost like early summer here. Tong Yue knew about the southern climate. Both of them were wearing spiritual garments. When they boarded the plane, they wore cotton jackets, but upon arrival, they changed into lighter clothing using their thoughts. Looking at this emerging city before them, with construction everywhere, he realized how terrifying the development here would be. If they bought a few buildings in advance, they could just relax in the future. Unfortunately, Gui Yunqing didn't come along. Otherwise, he could have bought a few buildings too. How about we buy a few buildings here? I see that its future development won't be much worse than the capital. And the climate is warm. Look at all those flowers blooming. We could live here in the winter. If Tong Yue hadn't heard Du Ling Shuang's last words, he would have thought she had foresight. It turned out she wanted to live here during the winter. Let us talk about it after we return from Port City. Right now, we need to focus on the important matters. The two found a hotel, and after showing their marriage certificate, the staff gave them a room. Otherwise, a man and a woman couldn't stay together. The next morning, they took their passes and entered Port City through the Shenzhen port. After Du Ling Shuang stepped into the port city, her eyes were overwhelmed. Everything seemed fresh to her. There were high-rise buildings, shopping malls, hotels, and all kinds of signs everywhere. Occasionally, a sightseeing bus would pass by, but the streets were not as wide as those in the capital city. Chapter 96. Snatching a villa. Tong Yue listened to Du Ling Shuang mumbling beside him, and he couldn't help but feel amused at how she seemed to be jealous of those women. Once we finish our business, you should go to the mall and buy some clothes like that. I think you would look much better in them than they do, he suggested. Du Ling Shuang was somewhat tempted by Tong Yue's words, but worried that she wouldn't be able to wear such clothes in public. If I were something like that, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. Only those indecent women would wear clothes like that. How could I laugh at you, silly? When you wear such clothes, I would be appreciating your figure and your beautiful face. Seeing his lecherous gaze, Du Ling Shuang pinched the soft flesh on his waist in annoyance. After leaving the bank, Tong Yue decided to buy a villa. Once he bought the villa and had residency rights, he could apply for a port city ID. In Tong Yue's memory, there were several villa areas in the port city, and the best ones were near Victoria Peak, a super luxury area favored by the wealthy, with the highest location overlooking Victoria Harbor and the entire city area. Are we going to buy a villa here? Du Ling Shuang thought to herself, noticing the villas on the mountaintop. So villas can be built like this, and they even have swimming pools. Living here must be very comfortable. Kill the foreigners? I'm too daring. Back when the foreigners entered the city, they burned, killed, and looted, committing all sorts of atrocities. I heard my father say that if my great-grandfather hadn't escaped quickly, he would have almost been killed by the foreigners. As soon as Du Ling Shuang heard about killing the foreigners and snatching the villa, she immediately agreed and even shared her family's history with Tong Yue. Tong Yue pointed to a 3-story villa not far away, about 6 or 7,000 square feet, equivalent to around 6 or 700 square meters. Recently, her father was ill, and William was going back to compete for the inheritance with his brothers. His wife had already returned home with what might be his son. After arranging his transshipment business in the port city and fooling around with a young nanny for several days, he was also preparing to return home. Once Tong Yue entered the villa's living room, he stood aside and watched William and the nanny being intimate, both of them unaware that someone had entered the villa. When William heard someone speaking, he quickly released the disheveled nanny, and seeing a Chinese person standing in the living room, his ingrained arrogance made him feel no fear. He immediately started shouting, especially when he saw Tong Yue was Chinese and speaking Mandarin. Slap! Tong Yue raised his hand and gave him a slap, sending him flying against the wall, crashing down to the floor. The young foreign nanny screamed and tried to run out. Bang! With a dull thud, the young foreign nanny was kicked back, colliding with the recently risen William, and the two rolled together just as Du Ling Shuang walked in. I want this villa. Call your lawyer and have him bring the contract here for me to transfer ownership, or else this woman will be your fate. Tong Yue conjured a flame in his hand and casually tossed it onto the foreign nanny. Boom! The flames surged instantly, and the foreign nanny was reduced to ashes in an instant. I'm going to kill this foreign devil, Du Ling Shuang said, conjuring a flame in her hand, ready to throw it at William. Don't. I promise to meet your demands. I'll give you a lot of money, William. Seeing his beloved nanny turn to ash, was already terrified to the point of wetting his pants. Upon seeing the flame in Du Lingshuang's hand, he immediately begged for mercy. Then call, Tong Yue said, raising his hand and grabbing a large safe that he pulled over. Tearing open the door to find not only a large amount of US dollars, pounds, and Hong Kong dollars inside, but also several hundred gold bars, jewels, and diamonds, which he tossed into the ring. William watched as his safe vanished into thin air. Having heard the legends of the Dragon Country, he knew he had encountered a master from there, and he was even more terrified, pale and trembling as he stood up, walking to the phone in the living room, shaking as he picked up the receiver, struggling to dial the number. Hurry up, Tong Yue shouted at his slow movements. Clang. William was so frightened that he dropped the receiver again, hurriedly picking it up to dial. The lawyer arrived quickly, entering the living room to see William sitting on the sofa, laughing and talking with a man and a woman. Lawyer Chen did not notice the fake smile on William's face. After all, he was there to make money, and didn't he care about much else? Besides, he didn't like foreigners, and presented the contract for William to sign. William was in the transshipment business, bringing various goods from other countries and reselling them from the port to gain profits. He had a considerable amount of funds, but his wife took some with her before returning home, leaving most of the money in the bank. After Lawyer Chun received the signed contract and William's property deed, along with photos of Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang, he left. After completing the transfer procedures at the property office, he helped Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang apply for Port City IDs and brought everything back here to collect his fee. What is the bank password? How many containers do you currently have at the port? What are their numbers? Tong Yue asked, pointing at William's forehead. My bank password is. There are currently 16 containers at the port, and the numbers are. William, under Tong Yue's control, revealed all his secrets, then mechanically drove his car out of the villa. Halfway down the mountain, his car crashed off the road and fell down the slope, igniting a huge fire. Turns out snatching a villa is this easy. I'll check the nearby villas. If there are any belonging to foreigners, I'll snatch a few more back. Du Lingshuang saw that within less than half a day, the ownership of the villa had changed to her name, and she immediately became interested. Just get this one villa for now. Getting too many might raise suspicion. Later, when we go abroad, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 97. Made a windfall. Tong Yue drove William's car, taking Du Lingshuang to HSBC Bank first to transfer William's 13 million pounds from the bank to another bank account, then withdrew a portion of cash from this bank. The remaining money was transferred to another bank, and then another portion of cash was withdrawn, with the rest transferred to other banks. After several transfers, all the money was withdrawn. Du Lingshuang bought a lot of fashionable clothing, lingerie, stockings, and so on. On the fourth morning, Lawyer Chen delivered the new property deed and their IDs, excitedly thanking Tong Yue for the 50,000 Hong Kong dollars fee he received. Lawyer Chen, I have one more thing I'd like you to help me with. I have 16 containers at Victoria Harbor. Please sell the goods inside, along with the containers. Here is the inventory list. Can you estimate how much it can sell for? We are all from the Dragon Country, so don't worry. Your fee will only increase, not decrease. In the past few days, Lawyer Chen had heard about William's car falling off the cliff and suspected that it was done by Tong Yue and his woman. However, whether the foreigner was dead or alive was of no concern to him, and he wouldn't mention his suspicions to the police. Staying wise and keeping safe was the way to live longer. Moreover, he was helping Tong Yue with work and could earn a handsome reward. He wasn't Tong Yue's accomplice and had no psychological burden. He just reminded himself that Tong Yue was definitely not an ordinary person and to try not to provoke such a person. Darling, how about we take the car from the villa back? It's much more convenient than riding a bicycle, and I've never seen a car like this back home. We can't keep this car. We should sell it to avoid trouble later. Have you noticed? The cars here are all right-hand drive, which is inconvenient to drive back home. We should just buy one when we get back. Tong Yue looked down on this somewhat old car. He had never seen this brand before. The Santana would only appear on the market next year, and most cars in the country were mostly Volgas. Let alone the car, we need to renovate this villa. This style of decoration doesn't suit us. Then let's renovate it. I don't like houses that others have lived in, especially those lived in by foreigners. Staying here these past few days has made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Du Lingshuang felt the same way and agreed to the renovation after hearing Tong Yue's words. There are a lot of foreigners in Port City. Although William belonged to the wealthy group, once he died, no one would care about him. The foreigners who come to Port City are here to make money, not to stand up for William. If they offend a gang, they might even lose their lives. Even if the police eventually solve the case and catch the murderer, What use is it if their own people are dead? So after William's death, only those interested in his inheritance remembered him. No one was looking to inquire about it. The police in Port City, after inspecting the accident site, discovered that William had sold the villa. They believed he was in a good mood after selling the property, drank a lot, and then drunkenly drove off a cliff, which could be seen as a case of joy turning to sorrow. In this era, investigations lacked surveillance. They could only rely on judgment. Many unsolved cases could not be resolved, and they had to be filed away in archives, waiting for other cases to come to light before they could be reassessed. In less than 2 days, Lawyer Chen had handled the goods and the cargo box cleanly. As a lawyer in Port City, he knew many people in both the underworld and the upper world, so he naturally had his ways. Tong Yue didn't care what methods were used. He just needed the money. Ms. Du, the money from selling the goods and the cargo box has been transferred to your designated account. This is the bank statement. Du Lingshuang took the statement and glanced at it, feeling secretly pleased that this foreigner's items were worth so much money, 64 million Hong Kong dollars. Lawyer Chen, do you know any renovation companies? I want to renovate this villa. I don't like the European style and want to make it a Chinese antique style. But we have other things to do, so I want to leave the renovation to you. I see that you handle things steadily, and since we are somewhat familiar, we want to look for others. What do you think? Sure, you can rest assured that I will handle this matter. I, Chen Bingwei, have been in Port City for so many years. Who doesn't know that I am reliable? When Lawyer Chen heard that Tong Yue had more work for him, just the kickback from finding a renovation company would be enough for several months' salary, not to mention the extra income for overseeing the renovation. He immediately patted his chest and made guarantees. All right, first, get the renovation company over so we can look at the design plans before making a decision. Shortly after Lawyer Chen left in his car, 2 foreigners arrived outside the villa. After Tong Yue scanned with his consciousness and found no one paying attention, he opened the villa's big door. Upon seeing the 2 enter, he reached out and grabbed both of their necks. Speak. What are you doing here? Tong Yue lifted the 2 foreigners and took them to the back of the villa before releasing them. Why you killed William? One of the foreigners gasped and pointed at Tong Yue. This foreigner was quite clever, from the way Tong Yue grabbed his neck. He guessed that William had been killed by this person. Enough with the nonsense. Tong Yue reached out and snatched the items on the foreigner. And then a fireball appeared out of thin air, reducing this foreigner to ashes. It's your turn, speak. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. The other foreigner watched as his companion's pen, watch, checkbook, wallet, cigarettes, and lighter floated in midair, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground. A foul-smelling liquid flowing from his pants. I'll talk. Didn't kill me. We came to see who bought William's villa and where his money had gone. His cargo box has also been sold. That is why we came here. No one else knows about this, and we haven't alerted anyone. Only I and John know. I promise I won't say anything. I'll give you all my money. Please spare me. After saying this, the foreigner pulled out his wallet and checkbook, kneeling on the ground and handing them to Tong Yue. I won't kill you. You can go. Tong Yue accepted these items and waved to the foreigner, signaling him to leave. Thank you. The foreigner, seeing that Tong Yue really wouldn't kill him, repeatedly thanked him before turning and running toward the villa's entrance. Just as he was about to reach the door, he glanced back at Tong Yue and saw him still standing there, unmoving, which made him believe that this Dragon Kingdom person kept his word and really wouldn't kill him. Chapter 98. Bought 6 buildings after seeing the foreigner turn to ashes. Tong Yue finally spoke. I won't kill you, but if someone else wants to kill you, that's not my concern. Darling, what are these stamped booklets? After Du Lingshuang saw the checkbook in Tong Yue's hand, she had never seen such things before. Tong Yue knew that checks needed a private seal and the account holder's signature. Fortunately, this checkbook had both their seals and signatures, and as long as the amount was filled in, it could be deposited. I see, the teacher mentioned it in class, and I've seen the style of checks before. But I've never seen so many checks. Du Lingshuang, being from the finance department, naturally knew about checks. It was just that checks rarely appeared in her country, and she had temporarily forgotten. After Tong Yue explained, she remembered. I wonder if there are any other foreigners eyeing William's things. If we keep killing them, the police will eventually find out. Thinking of this, Tong Yue decided to wait until Lawyer Chen brought the renovation company over before asking him about other villas. That evening, the 2 had a seafood feast outside, and then went back to the villa to cultivate. Lawyer Chen, I want to buy another villa in another area, like in Deepwater Bay. Do you have any suitable ones? That's fine, as long as the foundation of the villa is solid. If not, we can just renovate it again. How much is that villa expected to sell for? The owner wants 1. 8 million Hong Kong dollars. But if you are sincere about buying it, you might be able to get it for 6 million Hong Kong dollars. The villas in Deepwater Bay are located east of Repulse Bay, and the environment here is very quiet, with Port City's largest golf course nearby, making it a top-notch luxury residence in Port City. In this life, with money, he naturally wanted to fulfill the regrets left from his past life. Buying the villa in Deepwater Bay for 6 million and signing the renovation contract with the renovation company, with Lawyer Chen fully responsible for the renovation. The two decided to return to their home country. Before leaving, Lawyer Chen helped Tong Yue transfer the money from the checks, and he naturally earned a considerable commission. The two also bought a lot of things that were not available in their home country, preparing to gift them to people after returning. This trip to Port City was a fruitful one. After crossing the border and entering their home country, it felt as if they were in two different worlds. Let's buy a few buildings here. Didn't we agree on that before? Du Lingshuang looked at the several completed residential complexes and recalled what Tong Yue had said earlier. Buy. Let's go buy now, buy a few more buildings, and when the time comes, you can carry a sack to collect rent, you'll become a landlord. And such a beautiful landlord will definitely have no trouble renting out the properties. What landlord? That's really an ugly term. I don't know how people here come up with such names. If you say that again. Du Lingshuang pinched Tong Yue's waist in dissatisfaction. Right now, the deep city has just started to develop, and there aren't many people coming here to do business. Mostly, they are construction workers. After scanning the area with his spirit, Tong Yue arrived at a residential complex called Xinghe Bay in Baoan District, which has 26 buildings, each 16 stories high, considered high-rise buildings in this era, and they even have elevators. The greenery in this complex is basically complete. A red banner hangs at the entrance of the sales office, with white text stating 1,000 square meters. 1,000 yuan per square meter. These houses are really expensive. Du Lingshuang couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the price on the banner. Tong Yue thought to himself, it's only 1,000 yuan per square meter now. In a few decades, it will be tens of thousands per square meter here. Hello, sir and madam, are you looking to buy a house? Our houses here are currently the best in the deep city, with the highest greenery rate, said a young girl at the sales office, who had a ponytail and a smile, looking about their age. We want to buy a few buildings. Can you tell us which ones are still unsold? Buy a few buildings? Sir, you must be joking. The sales girl was startled by his words, thinking he was just kidding. I really want to buy a few buildings. I'm not joking. If you could call the manager over, I assure you. If we make a deal, the commission will still be yours. Tong Yue knew that selling houses here comes with a commission but didn't know how much. The staff looked at Tong Yue, then at Du Lingshuang. When her gaze turned to Du Lingshuang, she nodded, indicating he was serious. And the girl went to the office to find the manager. They bought 3 buildings in this complex. Since it was a one-time payment, they got a discount of 50 yuan per square meter, making it 950 per square meter. After calculating the total amount for the 3 buildings, Tong Yue and the manager went to the bank for a transfer. Before leaving, he asked the manager, your commission won't be small, right? Rest assured, your commission will definitely not be small. Our company values credibility above all, the manager replied. After leaving the bank, Du Lingshuang held a file bag containing the property certificates for the 3 buildings, which would be mailed to them in the capital once all the paperwork was completed. Let's go buy a few more buildings over there. We can head back this afternoon, Tong Yue said, glancing at his watch, which showed it was still before noon. Pointing to a nearby complex in Luhu District, Du Lingshuang had planned to buy buildings anyway, so she followed him over. They also bought 3 more buildings in that complex, finished the transfer procedures, and took the property certificates before boarding a long-distance bus to leave the deep city. They stayed in Yu City for one night, and the next day around 10 in the morning, they took a flight back to the capital. By the time they arrived at the capital airport, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. When they returned to their courtyard home, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. This trip to the port city had broadened Du Lingshuang's horizons, and Tong Yue had also witnessed the development speed of the deep city. Though he didn't see any celebrities, they left on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year and returned after 8 days. Now it was the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, not far from the Lantern Festival. The next day at noon, Tong Yue and Du Lingshuang visited Du Guoxuan's house, where Du Lingshuang brought some gifts she had bought in the port city for her aunt. Oh my, why did you bring so many things, all bought in the port city? These must be expensive. Du Lingshuang's aunt exclaimed with a beaming smile at the sight of the beautifully packaged bags. Things over there are cheaper than here. I bought things that aren't available domestically. Chapter 99. Gui Yunqing's envy Du Ling Shuang was taken aback upon hearing that her sister had quickly divorced Liang Jianxi. Did Liang Jianxi bully my sister during their marriage? Du Ling Shuang knew how fierce her cousins were. They had all returned from military service, and their jobs were in public security and law. At that moment, Du Ling Shuang felt the warmth of family. Without her connection to Tong Yue, her aunt would never have let her three cousins come. In the past, her aunt wouldn't have cared about their family affairs, but now, to foster a good relationship with Tong Yue, her aunt had grown closer to her, even benefiting her sister. The next afternoon, Du Ling Shuang and Tong Yue returned to her father's home. After her sister Du Yue Shuang's divorce, she had nowhere else to go and returned to her maternal home. Living in the east room of the inner courtyard, Du Yue Shuang also had a job, but she worked at a cotton spinning factory and had just taken a few days off after her divorce. Her aunt had said yesterday that her uncle planned to transfer her sister to work at the street office, possibly after the Lantern Festival. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Du Ling Shuang's two younger brothers greeted Tong Yue as he arrived. The two sons of Du Dongsheng and Du Dongfeng saw their two uncles greeting Tong Yue and also said hello, remembering to call him uncle. Tong Yue noticed that the kids were quite sensible and took out a few big yuan bills, giving one to each of them. The four children happily accepted the money and quickly thanked him. The two younger brothers were very thoughtful and had kept the red envelopes for their two little nephews at home, fearing they might lose the money. Tong Yue is here. I must have embarrassed you, Du Yue Shuang said when she saw Tong Yue had come with her sister. Greeting them, she felt envious of their affectionate demeanor and remembered her own situation, feeling even more upset. Tong Yue had seen too many divorces in his past life and didn't care much about the matter, even trying to persuade Du Yue Shuang a few words. I'd rather divorce him sooner. I'm worried about what others might say. Du Yue Shuang revealed her concerns. Why do you care what others say? Just live your own life. No one can help you, and they are just watching your jokes. Don't pay attention to those gossipers. The two encouraged Du Yue Shuang at home, and Du Ling Shuang began to talk about their trip to the port city. Hearing about the bustling port city and some experiences shared by Du Ling Shuang, Du Yue Shuang forgot her divorce and smiled. At 6 in the evening, everyone who worked at the Du family returned home. Du Ling Shuang suggested going out to eat to celebrate her sister's escape from misery. Du Guoqiang, his two sons, and their wives all agreed, and the large group headed to a May restaurant. After the Lantern Festival, university classes would start, and this year, the fourth-year students would graduate earlier than usual. Last year, the government issued a document stating that graduating students must write a thesis, and only after successfully defending it would they be allowed to graduate. However, this batch of students who took the college entrance examination in '77 was exempt from this requirement, which made many students secretly relieved. Tong Yue and the others were originally supposed to graduate last year, but since they were undergraduates, they had an extra year and would graduate with bachelor's degrees. What did you say? You went to the port city during the Lunar New Year? Why didn't you invite me to go with you? During lunch, Tong Yue and Gui Yunqing discussed buying a villa in Gangcheng, and Gui Yunqing immediately began to complain. Originally, Tong Yue didn't plan to have lunch, but Gui Yunqing came to find him as soon as class was over, and he couldn't refuse, so he had to go with him to the cafeteria. I told you before, but you said you didn't want to go outside because it was dangerous, so I could only go with Du Lingxiu. Additionally, we bought a few buildings in Deep City, the newly established special zone. If you want to go, we can take a trip after graduation and also check out Gangcheng. Can you still go to Gangcheng? Can your pass still be used? Isn't it time limited? Gui Yunqing fired off a series of questions. Let me tell you a secret. Both Du Lingxiong and I have obtained ID cards for Gangcheng. As long as you want to go, I can write you an invitation letter. And you can apply for a pass at the Deep City Public Security Bureau. Wow, that's amazing. When can you get me a Gangcheng ID card too? Gui Yunqing exclaimed. Then proposed a condition. You buy a villa in Gangcheng, and with the property proof, then find a lawyer to help you get the ID card. And bring a few extra photos when you go. Buy a villa in Gangcheng? Are the villas there expensive? How much do they cost? Over $1 million Hong Kong dollars. I guess about 500 to 600 square meters. It's a 3-story villa. That's not much money. I can buy a few more, but you'll have to help me exchange for Hong Kong dollars. Gui Yunqing's family is indeed wealthy, speaking boldly. Exchanging for Hong Kong dollars is no problem. I brought some gifts from Gangcheng, and Du Lingxiong also brought gifts for Su Yue. You two can come over together and have a meal at my house. Oh, that's great. I can finally receive your gifts. For these past few years, I've been the one bringing you gifts, and you haven't sent me anything yet. Finally, it's not in vain that I've made a friend like you. Gui Yunqing patted Tong Yue on the shoulder, beaming with joy. I haven't gone home. How can I give you a gift? Besides, we don't really have any special products in our place, and I didn't know what to send you. Now that we're going to Gangsheng, I thought of bringing you some gifts. After school in the afternoon, the two waited at the school gate for Du Lingxiong and Su Yue. Look at the people on the street, they're getting more and more arrogant, even daring to beat people at the school gate. Guo Yunqing saw a few youths beating up a young man. His nose was broken, and no one bothered to intervene. Pedestrians on the street kept their distance, and the security staff pretended not to see, not even coming out of the guardroom. Don't worry. These people will be caught sooner or later. The serious ones will even face gunfire. Tong Yue knew that there would be a crackdown starting next year, and it was uncertain whether these people would survive. Chapter 100. Li Jigang's family. Tong Yue gave Guo Yunqing a camera, a wallet, a belt, a suit, and a set of casual clothes, making Guo Yunqing extremely happy, thanking him repeatedly. Du Lingxiong gave Su Yue 2 sets of lingerie, a set of imported cosmetics, 2 bottles of perfume, a lady's watch, and several dozen pairs of stockings. After having dinner at Tong Yue's house, the two couldn't wait to go back with their gifts. Tong Yue felt that he needed some time to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement, and he planned to achieve that before starting work. Then, he estimated that by the end of the year, he would be able to merge with Du Lingxiong, using her mysterious Yin body to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Su Zhongli had practiced for decades and relied on his family's resources to reach the foundation establishment stage, which shows how poor his spiritual root was. After the first month of the lunar calendar, the temperature gradually rose, and spring quietly arrived. Buds appeared on the branches of willow trees, and the grass on the ground began to turn green, while swallows returned from the south. The senior students were using their free time to inquire and check various units, just to secure a good position for themselves. His and Du Lingxiong's jobs had long been arranged. Tong Yue was going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which matched his major, while Du Lingxiong was going to the Public Security Bureau, which was not quite aligned with her field of study. However, Du Lingxiong didn't mind this job, and thought that once she entered the police system, she might have a chance to showcase her abilities after her training. Tong Yue wasn't worried at all about Du Lingxiong working at the Public Security Bureau. With her current strength, the only way she could be hurt would be if a bomb exploded nearby. Guo Yunqing studied law and might be assigned to work at the procuratorate, but he didn't know which district he would end up in. Li Jigang, having heard Tong Yue's words, bought a 2-entry courtyard in the capital last year. When school started this year, he not only brought his wife and children, but also his mother. His father passed away early, and it wasn't easy for his mother to raise him and his brother along with his sister. Later, both his brother and sister got married, but his sister-in-law and mother did not have a good relationship. After school started this year, Li Jigang wanted to bring his wife and children to the capital, but his mother didn't want to be a burden, so she didn't plan to come. Li Jigang also didn't want to leave his mother alone at home. His brother and sister-in-law were unfilial, and his sister's family was also struggling, so how could they support their mother? He Shuping and Li Jigang were both from the county town and were classmates. Later, they were both sent to different teams in the countryside. Li Jigang often helped He Shuping with her work. They had mutual feelings for each other, and when the time was right, they got married locally. Later, when it was time for the college entrance examination, He Shuping encouraged Li Jigang to study hard to get into college, and she took care of the work assigned to Li Jigang in the production team while taking care of their child. People in the village said He Shuping was foolish, and there were rumors that now that Li Jigang was going to college, he would definitely divorce He Shuping. After Li Jigang indeed got into college, rumors in the village grew even more rampant, saying that Li Jigang was going to divorce and not keep He Shuping. Just as the educated youth began to return home, Li Jigang took He Shuping and their child back to the county town, so they wouldn't have to listen to the villagers' gossip anymore. On Saturday afternoon, Li Jigang came to Tong Yue's classroom to find him. Tong Yue, you don't have anything to do tomorrow, Sunday, right? No, what's up? Tong Yue didn't know what Li Jigang wanted, as he wasn't repairing electrical appliances anymore. Did he want to ask him about work? It's like this, I bought a courtyard, and I brought my wife and child over. I want to invite you and Du Lingxiong to my house to meet, and we can have lunch together. That sounds good. It's a good opportunity to meet your sister-in-law. We'll definitely go tomorrow noon. Tong Yue readily agreed upon hearing the reason. The next morning, Tong Yue rode his bicycle with Du Lingxiong sitting on the back seat, carrying a net bag filled with a box of cookies and 2 cans. Li Jigang's courtyard was located in Cotton Flower Alley, not far from Jidaeku Street. Why bring something? You two are too polite. Li Jigang complained a bit when he saw them arrive with the net bag. It's our first time at your house. How can we come empty-handed? Next time we won't bring anything. Shooping, this is my roommate Tong Yue, and this is his girlfriend Du Lingxiong. I was able to buy a house here thanks to Tong Yue's help. This is my wifey Shooping. We were classmates, and since I started college, it's been Shooping managing our life at home. Sister-in-law, nice to meet you. You look very capable. Tong Yue observed that he Shooping was over 1.6 meters tall, with slightly dark skin, probably from being out in the sun in the countryside, and she had big, expressive eyes. Hello, I have long heard from Jigang about you. You have helped him a lot in school, found him translation work, and guided him on how to make money. Our family's ability to come to the capital city relies entirely on your assistance, and I really don't know how to thank you. He Shooping is very eloquent, making it sound like Tong Yue is their family's savior. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. I haven't helped much. He has changed your lives entirely through his own efforts. Ling Shuang is truly beautiful, like a fairy painted in a picture. You and Tong Yue really match well together. He Shooping continued to praise Du Ling Shuang and also mentioned Tong Yue. Sister-in-law really knows how to speak. I'm not as good as you say. Is this your son? How old is he this year? Is he in school? Du Ling Shuang humbly replied, and then saw a little boy running over from the courtyard, looking sturdy and robust. This is my son, Li Yunpeng. He is 7 years old this year and is in the 1st grade at Dongfeng Primary School. Xiaopeng, say hello to Uncle and Aunt. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Li Yunpeng is quite outgoing, speaking loudly and confidently.